Hey everyone, if you're enjoying my RM audiobooks, don't forget to like, subscribe, hit that hype, and maybe check out my Patreon if you want to support the channel even more. Your support means a lot and helps me keep these coming. Now, sit back and enjoy the story. A Soup of a Man. Chapter 1. A Falling Star. June 18th, 1995, Smallville, Kansas, 11:37. Well, that was possibly the worst movie I have ever seen. Martha shook her head as she looked out of the passenger side window of the truck at the night sky and the endless fields of corn. I mean, really, the Avenging Squad. Revenging? What was that for a title? And that actor looked nothing like Soldier Boy. Martha directed her question at the man in the passenger seat, driving the truck back to their farm. Jonathan Kent just let out a low chuckle as he shook his own head, agreeing with his wife. The movie had been a massive bust and had basically ruined his plans for a nice night out. That thought caused him to wince. They needed a distraction, tonight especially, ever since they received the results from the hospital, which had turned their whole world upside down. Hey, don't blame me. Ethan told me it was a great movie and better than the last Vought film the Talon showed. Jonathan defended himself, giving a chuckle at the snort his wife gave at his defense. Sure, right, blame Ethan for your bad taste in films. Martha snorted at her husband's feeble attempt to defend his terrible movie choices. So, was it Ethan that also suggested all those god-awful G-Men movies that you used to drag me to? Hey, Jonathan stated in mock indignation as he quickly glanced at his wife. Those movies were goo. Well, the first one was good, right? Martha was stone silent as she raised a single eyebrow at her husband before she could no longer hold back. She burst into hysterics, keeling over forward as she started to laugh. Jonathan opened his mouth to try to defend himself, but he too suddenly started laughing. He actually had to grip the steering wheel tighter to prevent himself from causing the car to slip off the road and brought a hand up to his face to wipe away the tears. Oh God, they were pretty horrible, right? Jonathan asked his wife as he tried to subdue his laughter and wipe away the tears in his eyes. Yes, Martha exclaimed, having wiped away her own tears as she just looked at her husband with loving affection. Why on earth did you take me to watch them if you knew they were awful? Well, they were Vought films. You know, they were edgy, dramatic, everyone said they were cool, and they were all rated R. Jonathan started reminiscing about their high school days, giving his wife a loving glance. I wanted to impress you back then, appear kind of like a dash rebel. Martha finished her husband's statement, earning a chuckle from him and a nod of his head. Yeah, like a rebel. All cool and suave, a real bad boy, Jonathan replied, giving his wife a mischievous grin and glance that earned him a slap on the chest from her. Oh, stop it, you old fool. Martha shook her head in disbelief as she let out a chuckle. You know, if you had wanted to seem like a rebel, you might have tried not dressing in your work clothes when you picked me up after begging your pa for his truck. Wait, you knew about that? Jonathan asked in genuine shock, as he genuinely thought Martha had had no idea that he had begged, nearly on his hands and knees, to use the truck. He was now determined to figure out who had tattled on him. Who told you? Jonathan Hiram Kent. You live in a town called Smallville. Everyone knew that you begged your pa for this old thing. Martha stated, bluntly emphasizing her point by hitting the roof with her knuckles a few times. And for your information, it was Nell that told me. Nell told you. Jonathan exclaimed in mock disbelief, feeling slightly betrayed that one of his oldest friends had sold him out in high school. Yeah, but she was jealous that you had asked me out. Nell had a huge crush on you all throughout high school. Martha had a triumphal smirk on her face at the recapping of her first dates with her husband. She was trying to get me out of the way. Not that it would ever have worked. Martha then leaned over and planted a quick kiss on her husband's cheek, causing him to feel instantly better about himself. However, once Martha was sat back down in her seat, a mischievous grin appeared on his face and gave a quick, sly glance at his wife. So, Nell had a thing for me in high school. Jonathan stated with mock enthusiasm as he raised his eyebrows at his wife with a grin on his face. Oh, you bastard. Martha chuckled in her own mock rage as she started slapping her husband's arm in rage. Okay, I yield, Jonathan exclaimed as he tried to shimmy out of the way of his wife's attacks whilst also focused on keeping the truck on the road. You know, I only ever had eyes for you. Sweet talking will only get you so far, Martha stated as she ceased her attacks. A grin settled on her face as she returned to looking out of the window at the endless fields. The pair fell into a comfortable silence for a while, happy to just be content in each other's company as they returned home. However, after a few minutes, Jonathan heard a deep sigh escape from his wife's lips that she had evidently been trying to hide. As he looked over at her, despite being turned away from him, he knew his wife had the same pensive, sorrowful look on her face that she had had for the past several days. Ever since we had that damn meeting, the thought slipped into his mind, causing him to grip the steering wheel tighter, causing his knuckles to go white. He couldn't blame that look for appearing on her face. His wife had always been thoughtful and sensitive. It was why he loved her, So how else would her grief manifest but as quiet, mournful thoughts in her head? They had cried initially when they learnt that neither of them could have children. But after that, Martha had become withdrawn, and he often caught her staring into space. He, on the other hand, had reacted poorly, which is why he had wanted a nice, quiet night out that the Godawful Vought movie had ruined. Jonathan had cried and then thrown himself into his work like he always did when he got terrible news. He had barely stopped moving in over 3 days, refusing to go to bed until well past dark, eating cold meals Martha had left out, and rising long before she got up. He had also all but trashed the baby room he and Martha had set up on the first night back from seeing the fertility clinic. Far from his proudest moment, he could still remember and would like to recall for the rest of his life the blank expression Martha had given him upon finding him a completely wrecked room. The only thing he hadn't broken was the crib, which was mostly because it was a family heirloom and carved from heavy oak. Even Jonathan, a fully grown man, would have a hard time damaging it. It's going to get better. Jonathan let out a low sigh as he turned to look at his wife. The weather? Oh yes, we should be in for sun all next week, Martha responded, not really looking at her husband, her eyes still focused on the fields of corn outside. No, that's not WH-. Jonathan let out a deep sigh as he stopped himself from talking, trying to find the right words. I know it's tough right now, but I also know it's going to get better. How, Jonathan? How is it going to get better? Martha was still turned away, but he could tell she was fighting back tears. How do you possibly know it's going to get better? Because I love you, Jonathan responded immediately, taking one hand off the steering wheel to place it on his wife's shoulder, but she recoiled slightly from his touch. How can you, when I'm the one causing all of this? Martha's voice was barely above a whisper as she started sobbing, but her husband still heard her. Dear God, Martha, you're not the one causing this. Jonathan's heart sank into his stomach as he felt tears of his own threaten to break free. I love you, now and forever. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is ever going to change that. Martha didn't respond. She just continued looking at the window, gazing at the meteor shower which had started to fill the sky as she fought back tears, clearly not believing her husband. He had wanted kids since high school, and now he would never have them, all because of her. She felt so useless. Martha, please look at me, Jonathan stated softly. He squeezed her shoulder, trying to comfort her when she merely squirmed. Then he spoke again, even softer. Please, Jonathan. Martha sighed, despondently turning to face her husband again, her eyes leaving the streaking lights in the heavens as the meteor shower intensified. Please just stop. I know you're angry with me, that you hate me because dash. Well, I don't hate you. Jonathan cut of his wife in shock, almost indignant that she could believe such a thing. What on earth makes you think? What have I ever done that makes you think that I could ever hate you? Jonathan, please. Martha closed her eyes as she let out a deep sigh, feeling the pain in her heart at having to drudge everything up again. I saw what you did to the baby room, and you've hardly spoken to me in 2 days. It's pretty clear that you hate me. Oh, horse shit, Jonathan exclaimed in retort to his wife's declaration. Jonathan, Martha exclaimed in shock, momentarily forgetting her grief. Her husband hardly ever cursed. She had known him since before high school, and she could count on both hands a number of times he had used foul language and still have fingers left. No, I'm serious. That's a load of horse pucky. I'm not angry with you. I'm not upset either. Jonathan pressed on, wanting to make sure his wife understood that he was serious. I trashed the baby room because I was pissed at myself for failing you, and also for the same reason I haven't spoken to you for 2 days. Because I'm an arrogant asshole and a damn fool. If anyone needs to ask for forgiveness, it's me. Can you? Oh, Jonathan. Martha was genuinely touched at her husband's statement, and then a little relieved that her fears of their marriage breaking down were unfounded. Of course, I forgive you. Well, that's good. Otherwise, whatever kid we ended up with was going to be a messed up piece of work if we hated each other. Jonathan joked, his voice bringing some levity back into the serious atmosphere that had engulfed the antique truck. But Jonathan, you know that I can't dash. Martha stated, her voice going low as she herself went slightly pale, worried that he had lost his mind. So who cares? There are other ways of having a kid, like adoption. Your sister works for Vought International. They run all those children's hospitals and care centers. Maybe she can help. Jonathan offered with an excited grin on his face as he tried to restore his wife's spirits. Jonathan, Martha laughed as she sighed, loving his attempts to make her feel better. But also, she knew she had to be the voice of reason to her husband's constant optimism. Adoption is expensive and difficult. We spent so much at those clinics, and the farm isn't doing so well. I know, but we can make it work. Jonathan stated, planting a small kiss on his wife's forehead as he looked into eyes with adoration. And if we can't? Martha asked, worried about what would happen to them if adoption also proved a dead end. Well, Jonathan stated in a very sarcastic and loud tone, earning an eye roll from his wife. In that very unlikely case, I guess we will just have to be the cool, childless aunt and uncle that spoil your sister's kids rotten whenever they come to visit it. Oh, really? Martha asked, raising her eyebrows and releasing a chuckle at her husband's relentless positive attitude. Oh, yes, indeed. I'm thinking mountain bikes for the boys and maybe a pony for that girl of hers. I'll start driving a motorcycle and wearing a leather jacket. Just like 5-0. Yes, sir, I'm going to be one radical uncle. Jonathan declared with a grin that earned him a guffaw and a slap from his wife as she shook her head at his silly antics. Oh, what am I going to do with you? Jonathan, look out. Martha's voice suddenly shrieked as the windshield became filled with a massive bright light. Jonathan hit the brakes hard as he too saw the light and feared his lack of attention had caused him to drift into the other lane into oncoming traffic. He also swerved and felt the front of his truck scrape against something that was streaking in front of him. His efforts proved in vain as whatever was in front of him caused the front of the truck to jolt to the side, which combined with his swerving resulted in him ending up in the ditch at the side of the road. Martha, are you okay? Jonathan immediately turned to face his wife, his hands going to her, checking her to make sure she was all right. He was beyond relieved when a groan escaped her lips. I'm okay, she said hesitantly, lifting her head up, feeling a small bruise present from where it had been hit. What did we hit? Jonathan made a move to answer when he suddenly felt the whole truck jostle again and lurch to the side as a bright light illuminated the truck from outside briefly. The light quickly disappeared, and as he looked outside his window to see what was happening, he saw a streaking trail of scorched earth and burning corn heading into the fields. He also heard what sounded like a series of small explosions that was followed by the ground shaking slightly, causing his truck to jostle again. Jonathan, what's happening? Martha's voice sounded out next to him. It was clear she was scared. She tried to move closer to him. Is it an earthquake? I have no idea. Jonathan responded hesitantly as he looked outside and saw the sky was now truly streaking with meteors. He unclipped his seatbelt and opened his door. Stay here. I'm going to see what is happening. Jonathan, please dash. Martha reached out for her husband, who turned and grabbed her hand to pat it reassuringly. Hey, I'm not going anywhere, but need to check that the truck is okay. Jonathan reassured his wife before he moved outside to check the front axle. He struggled to keep his balance as he felt the ground constantly shifting beneath his feet as bright lights were bursting forth, illuminating the horizon, followed by the sound of small explosions. Jonathan's question as to what was happening was quickly answered as he saw a small meteor streak overhead and crash in the field across the road. The meteor strike was accompanied by the ground shaking again and a Jonathan stumbling to his knees, his arms flailing out and catching the side of the truck. Jonathan, Martha's voice cried out, accompanied by the sound of the truck door opening and slamming shut. He quickly spotted her as she came around the other side of the truck, worry on her face, which turned to panic as she saw him on the ground. Oh my God, Jonathan, are you okay? I'm fine, Jonathan stated, a wince escaping from his lips as he stood up, feeling sore from where he landed on the ground. As he stood up, he reached out to hold his wife, terrified she was outside. Honey, you should wait in the truck. I'm not leaving you out here while the world looks to be Indy Dash. Martha was cut off by the sound of another series of explosions in the distance and the ground quaking, causing her to clutch her husband tight. The two stayed where they were, secure in each other's arms as the world continued to shake around them. After what felt like an eternity for them, both the rumbling and the bright bursting lights of the meteor strike ceased. As Martha cautiously removed her head from her husband's shoulder, she cast a glance at the sky and saw that it was now clear. The stars were no longer falling and everything was quiet again. She gave a sigh as she looked up at her husband's face. A smile of relief formed, and they took solace that the worst was all over. She moved to speak when suddenly a loud, shrill sound rang out into the air that caused both of them to turn in its direction. The noise was unmistakably coming from the fiery trail of the large meteor that had streaked past them and created a path of desolation through the field nearby. Jonathan, that's a dash, Murata stated, her eyes wide as she heard the noise ring out again. A baby. Jonathan finished his wife's sentence, his eyes to going wide, before his instincts kicked in and he started running towards the noise, quickly followed by his wife. As he raced down the fiery, scorched path that a meteor had created, only to suddenly stop as he saw that it was no meteor. Standing, or more accurately crashed before him, was a slender silver metallic pod that was glowing red-hot. However, as he stood there, the heat subsided and he heard a hissing noise before a hatch at the top of the pod opened up. Wah! The shrill baby's cry sounded out clearer this time, and before he could move, he felt Martha push past him and scramble over to the pod. He stood there, just staring at the pod as his wife carefully pulled something out of it, cradling it in her arms and gently swaying as she came back over to him. She was holding a red bundle of cloth that was squirming slightly, but no longer making noise as Martha was gently speaking to it. It's all right, it's okay. SHHHH, little one. She spoke with a gentle, soothing tone, the bump on her forehead forgotten about as she swayed slightly. Once she reached Jonathan, she carefully turned her body and gently pulled back the bundle of cloth to reveal a small baby boy with a slight tuft of brown hair. Jonathan immediately moved closer, although he had yet to speak, as he was still clearly in shock. He looked at the little baby boy who at that moment opened his eyes and looked up at him with bright blue eyes and reached out a hand towards him. Jonathan gave a little smile and reached out a finger for the small boy to take, only to suddenly wince and cry out in pain. The baby immediately let go and looked shocked, tears forming in his eyes, but didn't cry as Martha started to immediately bounce him, trying to keep him calm. "Jonathan, what is it?" she asked in alarm, looking back from the baby to her husband. "Ah, hell," he said, cradling his finger as he took several deep breaths before raising his hand back up and putting on a fake smile to calm his wife and the baby, speaking in a calm, reassuring voice. It's okay. He's just got one hell of a grip. Almost broke my ow. Actually, no, he's definitely broken my finger." Martha just stared at Jonathan wide-eyed and then looked at the boy in her arms with a hint of fear entering her mind. However, as soon as the boy turned and looked up at her, the fear disappeared as her eyes met the baby's eyes. She instantly felt a connection as the baby boy, with an almost complete understanding of what just happened, gently placed a hand on her cheek, causing her to smile, which in turn caused him to giggle. "Where in God's name did he come from?" Jonathan asked, looking up into the sky in wonder and then back down at the craft laying half buried in the earth. "It doesn't matter. He's a miracle. Our miracle," Martha stated softly as she brought up a hand to cup the baby's face. "Martha, we can't keep him," Jonathan stated, softly, worrying that his wife was letting the trauma and excitement of recent events cloud her judgment. "I mean, what if someone comes looking for him?" Martha just raised her eyebrows at her husband's statement as she looked at the metal pod laying on the earth next to them, that causing her husband to give a look of defeat at that particular point. "Okay, bad point. But Martha, babies just don't fall out of the sky," Jonathan pointed out, gesturing upward to emphasize his point. "Why not?" Martha commented back, quickly looking at her husband with confusion. "We have superheroes in this country, Jonathan, created by God, literally created by the Lord with divine powers." Jonathan was quiet at his wife's point, as he didn't have an argument for that. Everything he knew about superpowered people was the same as his wife. Everyone knew that superpowers were a gift from the Almighty and that America was a blessed land, a land chosen to be the only one with superpowered people. So his wife did have a point. In a world such as that, a child falling from the sky shouldn't be too abnormal. It just seemed so. Comic book. So, is that much of a stretch that God decided to send us this little miracle, right when we were talking about taking in a child? Martha asked her husband, who was just quietly looking at his wife, having no answer to her question, which let her press on. "And what are the odds that we would be here to find this miracle here? Don't you see, Jonathan, how we were meant to find him?" Jonathan opened his mouth to respond. He was a God-fearing man, just like his wife, and believed like everyone else that soups were gifts from God. But he just had a feeling this wasn't the case. He was about to try and argue, but was cut off by the look in his wife's eyes and that of the small boy in her arms. The little boy in Martha's arms stretched out his tiny arm again, reaching for him, a look of wonder on his face. Jonathan again lifted up his hand and offered it to the boy, who this time took hold of a single finger with surprising gentleness. Any further argument Jonathan was about to make was defeated by the sound of the small boy giggling and looking at him as if he was the most important things in the world. "All right, okay." Jonathan sighed, realizing the debate was pointless and that he wasn't going to win. "We will take him home, but the moment someone comes looking for him, we're going to have to give him up, okay?" Martha just broke out into a wide smile and started bouncing the baby in her arms up and down, causing the little boy to burst into a fit of giggles as she started speaking to him softly. "Did you hear that? You're coming home with us. Yes, you are." Martha spoke to the baby with loving admiration as she tapped him on the nose, causing him to giggle again. She then started to move back towards the truck, ignoring her husband's thought that they were going to have to return him. "What the hell did I just agree to?" Jonathan sighed as he then looked at the strange metal pod that was before him, a sigh escaping his lips. "Well, can't leave this here, can I?" He rolled up his sleeves and headed back to his truck, hoping that he would have some rope or chain in the back to help him. Meanwhile, Martha was gently sliding into the passenger seat of the truck and was smiling down at the baby who had suddenly fallen asleep in her arms. "I think I'll call you Clark," Martha whispered with a smile on her face. "Yes, my little miracle. Clark Kent." Author's notes. Okay, so I'm dabbling into this story at the request of Reg3012, who wanted a Superman/The Boys crossover story, and to be honest, the concept intrigued me. So here it is. This one is promptly set in the TV universe, but aspects from the comic and other media will appear. Now my main focus is my other story, so I don't know the schedule for this one, but I'm going to try to keep to one, so please stay tuned for more content. A few things to note. Due to this being said in the boys' universe, there will be strong language and scenes of graphic nature, so you have been warned. Also, I have recently read the comics and rewatched the TV series, and have found that there is a strong religious theme that Vought's sold to the American public about Compound V. So if Martha strikes anyone as too religious, that is why. Anyway, hope you enjoy it. Please review, follow, and favorite as you desire. Point 4. Chapter 2, Corporate Adoption. Kent Farm, Smallville, Kansas, June 25, 1995. It had been over a week since the lives of the Kents and everyone else living in Smallville had been turned upside down. For the town, the time had been spent recovering from a freak meteor shower that peppered their small corner of America with craters and caused irreparable damage to their harvest. The vast fields of corn that Smallville was renowned for were now a wasteland of flattened, scorched crops. The only three things that had survived were most buildings, the people, and the county's cattle. Fortunately, the only structures that were seriously damaged had been the old county grain silo, which nobody had used since the Great Depression anyway, and Old Man Johnson's barn. More fortunately, the meteor strikes had thankfully resulted in no human casualties. Not a single expert had voiced how bizarre the situation had been, but it was almost as if the meteors had been purposefully directed to strike the unoccupied areas around the town. However, there had been one more casualty of another variety: the cattle fences. A few of the flaming space rocks had taken out large sections of the grazing fences, resulting in Smallville's bovine population running amok all over the county. This is where we find a very tired and very sore Jonathan Kent, shuffling back into his house after several days of cattle wrangling. As he arrived, he was greeted by the major change in the Kent's life, which was also a result of the recent meteor shower. And up we go. Martha's voice sounded out as he walked into the main house's living room to see his wife lifting little baby Clark in her arms. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Having fun? Jonathan asked as he leaned on the archway that led into the living room from the hallway. A smile danced across his face as he looked at the baby giggling in his wife's arms, hands stretched out, enjoying the feeling of soaring through the air. Oh, look who's back. Martha brought the baby back down and turned him to face Jonathan, whose heart missed a beat as the innocent boy's eyes lit up upon seeing him. Yes, it's Daddy. Jonathan couldn't bring himself to say that Martha shouldn't be calling him Daddy in front of the boy, as the youthful laughter and gaze of admiration stilled his tongue. There was also the fact that a week had gone by and no one had shown up looking for him. No distraught parents, no scientists, no superheroes, and no government agents. This despite the fact that the town was crawling with FEMA personnel and even a superhero Vought had sent from Kansas City to help out. Have you been good? Jonathan stated with a smile as he moved in closer, pushing off of the archway and moving over to the boy, who replied in baby gibberish and giggles. You have. Well, that makes you the best little tyke in the world. Jonathan took the small babe out of Martha's hands, brought him up to his face, and planted a soft kiss on his rosy cheek, resulting in even more giggles and even hand clapping. Jonathan then moved over to the couch and sat down, feeling the energy starting to leave his body. He placed the boy back into Martha's arms as she sat next to him. Busy day, she asked her husband as she sat Clark on her knee and started bouncing him slightly, watching him as he cooed and waved at the motion. Busy is an understatement. Jonathan sighed, letting out an exhausted groan. We finally got all the cattle rounded up and sorted, helped that superhero from Kansas City clear the last load of rubble from Old Johnson's place, and we lent a hand so the FEMA guys could sort out the power lines. Our hero, Martha stated, proudly turning Clark around, who gurgled something that Jonathan took as agreement. So did we lose any of the herd? We didn't, but the Langs lost a few of their heifers, and the Millers lost more than half of theirs. Fortunately, that's the worst of it. Jonathan sighed before he added, well, apart from the harvest, looks like nobody's field survived. Oh God, what are we going to do? Worry entered Martha's voice. The farm was already suffering, and the harvest accounted for most of their income. It's not too bad. Jonathan leant in and gripped his wife's hand reassuringly, a small smile on his face that eased her worries. The mayor accepted the FEMA relief money, and Mark's worked out the costs for everyone. He says it'll be tight, but we should make it through this year. Won't be easy, but we'll do it. Martha nodded her head. Mark Braverman was the local bank manager, whilst also being on the town council, and basically ran the finances for both Smallville and the surrounding townships. His brother-in-law was also a farmer, and both Martha and Jonathan had gone to school with him, so she trusted him if he said the relief money would be enough. However, as she was thinking about the farm and what they were going to do, she noticed her husband had gone silent and had a pensive look on his face whilst looking at Clark. What's wrong? Martha asked in a worried voice, but kept a smile on her face for Clark's sake, who was looking between the two of them, as if trying to figure out what was being said. Ethan, Rogers, Nell, and even Susan are asking about you. Jonathan let out a deep sigh as he ran a hand through his hair. I told them you were resting up and looking after the farm, but that's not going to last. What are you thinking? Martha asked quietly, as if someone was listening in, as she knew her husband already had an idea within his head. I was thinking, what about your sister Mary? She works for Vought, right? And she just got that big promotion. Jonathan explained slowly as he was clearly piecing his plan together as he went. Yeah, Martha stated, recalling that her sister had just been made regional director or managing director or regional manager or something like that for some division of Vought in the Midwest. For what she recalled of her sister's comments, Mary was supposed to be quite important, or so she said. Exactly. Martha's confirmation caused Jonathan to lean forward and start talking earnestly as his plans started coming together. Well, Vought runs all those charities, children's hospitals, and clinics, like those Samaritans Embrace ones. So if anyone could get us the right documents and make Clark legally, ours it would be her, right? I suppose. Martha stated quietly. It wasn't that she doubted if her little sister could be able to help. She just wasn't certain if she would. She and Martha had never been close, and what they were asking wasn't exactly something small. Mary had followed in their father's footsteps and become a lawyer, but unlike their father, who was happy to have a small practice in rural Kansas, she had immediately left Smallville and Kansas the first chance she got. She had landed a Vought internship during her college years and never looked back. She was now married with 3 kids and was a powerful businesswoman from what Martha understood. None of this was the issue. The gulf between them was that Martha had stayed in Smallville, and she sensed that Mary thought her crazy and backward for wanting to stay in their small rural hometown and marry her high school sweetheart. While she never confirmed those feelings, the years had done nothing but strengthen them. Mary never visited them in Kansas. They always went to her. She never asked about anyone from high school when they talked. And as soon as she was in college, she had done everything she could to hide her rural upbringing, including changing her accent. Mary had called after the disaster to make sure Martha was all right and had offered her help, but even now, she hadn't actually come to see her sister. Oh no, Mary Clark would never be caught in Smallville again. Not unless she was being paid to show up, and even then, it would have to be a fortune. Hey, I know, but if we want to keep Clark, and I mean really keep him, we have to get everything legal, and your sister is the only one we know that could possibly help. Jonathan stated in an understanding tone, having guessed at what Martha had been thinking before he gestured to Clark, who still sat at her hands. Especially if he's going to keep doing things like that. Martha looked down at the babe in her arms and saw that in his childlike curiosity had reached for the living room table, which was made from an old, carved oak tree that Jonathan's grandfather had worked by hand. Whilst it was normal for children to try and grab things that looked interesting, it was not normal for a baby that couldn't be more than a couple of months old to lift an oak table. Martha just stared in amazement as the set of tiny fingers had dug into the wood and were lifting the whole table a few inches off the ground. "Clark, sweetie," Martha said softly, placing one of her hands on his little arm. "Could you put the table down, please?" She gently guided Clark's arm downwards and was thrilled as well as proud that he did so gently and appeared to be listening to her as he set the piece of furniture back on the floor. She gave him a little hug and kiss as a reward, causing him to giggle and clap in appreciation. "Okay," Martha sighed as she looked back up from the baby on her knee. "Should we call her or?" "Call and say we're coming for a visit. I'll tell everyone we need to get away for a little while. Not much of a sell given everything else that's happened." Jonathan spoke slowly as he planned out their next move. "Don't mention anything over the phone. I think it's best we explain things in person." Martha just nodded as she passed Clark over to Jonathan, then moved over to the phone, taking a deep breath as she prepared to take the first step down a dangerous road. She just prayed they were doing the right thing and trusting her sister, and that it would all end with Clark in her arms as hers and no one else's. Chicago, the Gold Coast Historic District, luxury penthouse, June 27, 1995. Mary Joan Clark was sitting in her apartment looking at the latest Vought revenue report from the Midwest branch she was now in charge of, whilst eyeing the small clock that sat her desk. She had worked hard, incredibly hard. She corrected herself to get where she was, and although she had wanted to stay in New York, she knew she was never going to be able to compete with Mr. Edgar's golden girl Madeline Stillwell. Just thinking about the stuck-up blonde bitch made her blood boil, as while she had worked for everything, Madeline had just been handed the New York offices and full management of the East Coast branch. Mary was pretty sure that Madeline had only got the position because of her relationship with Stan Edgar, and was pretty sure she had also slept with Ross Ellis, the current senior vice president of Vought International's Hero Management, to get the position. Or maybe it was because apparently Madeline had an in with Vaught's up-and-coming newest superhero, some guy the PR department was calling the Homelander. He wasn't going to hit prime time for another few years, but when you worked in the hero industry, exposure and connection to the product mattered. Madeline had it, and Mary didn't. She let out a deep sigh as she tried to calm herself down, not wanting to let Stillwell's mere memory upset her. No, she needed to focus. She was in a good position. Sure, it was in New York, but regional manager for Vought Hero Management for the entire Midwest was nothing to sneeze at, and it did come with real power. Mary smirked, relishing that she was one of the few people in the world that knew the whole story with Vought. She knew about Compound V, Samaritan's Embrace, and even the inner natures of most of her clientele. All she needed to do was play her cards right. And in a few years she could. Mrs. Clark, the intercom buzzed on her desk, causing her to swear under her breath and cutting off her fantasy of the future before it could fully form. Yes, Jace, what is it? Mary pressed a button on her desk before snapping in her intercom. She had told her assistant not to bother her unless it was important. Her husband, Jerry, had taken the kids for the week to their house in the suburbs so that she could focus on work, so there was no reason for anyone to disturb her. Sorry about this, but there's a woman and a man here to see you. The unsteady voice of her young assistant sounded back over the intercom. The woman that is, says she's your sister Martha. She says you were expecting her, but I have nothing on the calendar. Mary suppressed a massive sigh as her irritation flared up. She had been expecting her sister to turn up, just not here. When Mary had heard about the freak meteor shower in her hometown, she had called like any sibling would to make sure everyone was okay and offered her help in any way she could. Hell, Mary had done one better than most sisters and even sent a real-life superhero to help out, which was an easy sell as it was fantastic PR to boot. However, when her sister had called her back suddenly out of the blue a week after the accident asking if she and her husband could come and stay for a while, that had been a surprise to say the least. She and Martha had never really been close. Mary was a modern woman of action. She had her own job and had kept her maiden name even after marriage, while Martha was, well, Martha, a good old traditional country lady, which is what she hated. Her sister could have been so much more. She had been not just the smartest girl in school, but also the prettiest. And instead of blazing a trail like Mary had, her big sister had settled for being a poor clodhopper's wife. So naturally, Mary had decided to be charitable, letting her big sister and her farm labor husband stay at her house whilst they got over the shock of the past week. She gave her sister her second address in the suburbs, which is why she had sent Jerry and the kids there to keep them company when they showed up. It was still a working week, and only Tuesday, her trophy husband could take the time off and entertain the rural side of the family, but she sure as hell couldn't. That wasn't part of the plan. She had made to work till Friday and see her sister on the weekend. So she was more than a little annoyed that her sister had ignored her instructions. Mary took a moment to compose herself. Martha's just likely stopping by, she thought to herself. Yes, she's likely called ahead, spoke to Jerry, and decided to drop in and see her little sister before heading to the house. It's fine, Jace, Mary stated calmly into the intercom, not wanting to sound too irate in case her sister was nearby in the reception area. I apologize. I forgot to mention she might be stopping by. Please send them up. As her hand left the intercom, she didn't bother listening to whatever response her assistant stumbled over. Instead, she immediately stood up and headed to the bathroom to touch up her makeup. As she did so, she also adjusted her dress to make sure her curves were on full display, wanting to really flaunt to Martha and demonstrate everything had gone her way in life. Also, if she was honest with herself, she was also doing it to show up an old rival in front of Jonathan. For like every girl in Smallville, she had had a crush on the ex-quarterback and Kansas Dream Boy until Martha, perfect Martha, had swooped in before she ever got her chance. It was a few minutes before the Kents actually arrived. Mary's penthouse apartment complex that Vought had given her was on the top floor, and it wasn't exactly a small building. Mary stood at the front doors ready to trot herself out, and had even planned what to say, but she was cut off before the doors opened by a sound that every mother knew. It was the sound of a child's troubled cry. Wah, wah. The noise pierced through the air even before Jonathan pushed her doors open, bearing a look of frustration on his face. I told you he doesn't like enclosed spaces, Martha complained to her husband as she was bouncing a little red bundle in her arms. I just knew the elevator was going to upset him. Well, it was either the elevator or we take 3 days just to get up to see your sister, Jonathan argued back playfully as he gestured behind them. I mean, seriously, this building has over 100 floors. Martha let out a small, exacerbated sigh at her husband as she tried to calm down the small bundle of joy in her arms. Clark was mostly an unbelievably well-behaved child, and Martha suspected he understood a lot more than someone his age should. However, the one thing he hated was enclosed spaces. He had almost torn himself out of the car seat they had placed him in when they had closed the door. The only thing that had prevented it was Martha taking the seat next to him and talking to him for the 10-plus-hour car drive. Oh, Mary, it's so good to see you. Martha finally greeted her still shocked sister, managing to balance Clark on one arm to give her sister a quick hug and kiss on the cheek. You look great, doesn't she, Jonathan? Yes, City Living agrees with you, Mary. Jonathan quickly agreed with his wife, giving Mary a nod of his head, moving in to give her a quick hug too whilst adding, It's great to be here again. It's been too long. Yes, great to see you as well. Mary managed to stammer as her brain decided to freeze whilst looking at the swaddled passenger in her sister's arms. Would like to sit down? She led them to the living room in a daze as she tried to figure out the best way to broach the subject of just whose baby this was. Whilst not close, Mary had known about her sister's difficulties in conceiving, and even suggested some of the clinics that her sister and her husband had attended. They were Vought-run clinics, so she was very well aware of the fact that Martha couldn't have children, so the issue remained, who was in her sister's arms? Martha, Mary stated as her brain finally started working again while her sister settled down on the sofa and placed the squirming baby in her arms on the floor with a few toys to play with. Yes. Martha looked up to her sister with a smile on her face, whilst her husband decided to sit on the floor with the baby and play with him. I don't mean to be insensitive. Mary started off softly, remembering how touchy her big sis could be at times. She was also slipping back into her native Midwestern accent like she always did when she was upset, which didn't help her limited patience. But how did you come by that, baby? Well, actually that's the thing, Martha said slowly, eyeing her husband, who just gave her a nod of encouragement. This little bundle of joy is ours. Mine and Jonathan's. His name is Clark Kent, and we need your help to keep him. Mary was silent for a few moments as she looked at the baby on the floor, then at Jonathan, and then at her sister Martha. A blank and unreadable expression on her face as she worked out what was going on before she decided to react. Mary suddenly let out a deep breath, gave a nod of her head, and then immediately headed for the phone, picked it up, and started to dial a preset number. Who are you calling? Jonathan asked in confusion as Mary placed the phone next to her ear, waiting for the ringtone to finish. Vought Legal. Whatever this is, I'm sure I can get you out of it. There's recent trauma from a natural disaster. Learning that you can't have kids, I've got lawyers on retainer that can make this disappear. Mary casually said. Her Kansas accent was gone, replaced by the stone-cold East Coast businesswoman. You obviously won't be able to keep the kid, but I'll make sure he's put somewhere safe. What? No, Martha cried, standing up and glaring at her sister, a reaction that caught Mary by surprise. You can't take him from us. He's OURS. Mary took a frightful step back from her sister and eyed Jonathan. She had dealt with Vought shit long enough to know what craziness people were capable of when backed into a corner. However, before she could do anything, it was Jonathan that calmed the situation down, standing up with his arms outstretched and speaking slowly. We didn't steal or kidnap him, Jonathan said slowly. He had correctly guessed what he believed Mary was thinking. I swear to you, we found him and we have looked everywhere. No one is missing him and no one is even looking for him. The room fell silent as Mary just looked at her distraught sister and the much calmer husband. She even glanced at the baby, Clark, who upon spotting her gave her a little wave of his small hand. The silence of the room was broken when a voice sounded from Mary's telephone that was by her ear. Vought Legal Department, Midwestern Branch. How can I help you? The pleasant secretary's voice sounded out from the other end of the phone and paused for a response. Please, just listen. We can explain, Jonathan promised, giving Mary his best honest look that he hoped still worked on her after all these years apart. Hello. The secretary's voice sounded out from the phone again, confused when no one was responding. 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Mary gave her ultimatum as she pressed the cancel button on her phone and placed it back on its stand. Jonathan took a deep, relieved breath and decided to explain everything he could in order to get Mary's help. Well, not everything. He left out certain details like finding Clark in a real-life alien ship, the fact they were pretty sure he was also an alien, and how they'd hidden the aforementioned spaceship in the storm cellar. Jonathan instead went for the version of the story he and Martha had agreed to tell Mary, hoping she wouldn't pick it apart too much. You found him, Mary stated in slight disbelief, as she slowly reiterated the point that Jonathan would admit was the weakest part of his story. In a cornfield, the night before the meteor strike hit. Yes. Jonathan tried not to wince at Mary's repeating of his story, realizing now how bad it sounded. We need your help. My help with what? Mary asked incredulously, a rictus of disbelief crossing her face. Helping you kidnap a child? What? Do you think I'm stupid enough to buy that fairy tale? We didn't kidnap him. Martha spoke this time with enough force and conviction that Mary almost believed her. We did find him in a cornfield, that is true. Everything else is just complicated. Complicated? Mary raised an eyebrow at her sister before she shook her head, letting out a deep sigh. This was so fucked up she couldn't believe it was happening. Yes, Jonathan stated firmly, catching Mary's eye with a level of confidence that couldn't help but admire. We want to keep him, and you're the only one we know that can make it legal. Okay, even if I believed you, and I'm not saying I do, what you are asking is a huge risk on my part and yours. Why do you even want dash? Mary was cut off by the sound of metal tearing and stone cracking as everyone turned to look at the source of the noise. Mary's eyes widened as she watched the little baby boy her sister had brought in lift up her custom-made sofa with one hand as he picked up a toy that had evidently slid beneath it. What made it even more impressive beyond the obvious was the fact that the sofa had also been bolted to the floor with steel. Mary's eyes lingered on the boy for a few moments and watched as he tried to carefully put the sofa down, only for it to slip from his grasp to land on top of his head. Mary had instinctively moved forward like anyone would when seeing a massive, heavy couch threaten to crush a small boy, but stopped herself as she saw neither her sister nor her sister's husband had moved. Both just gave each other a knowing look and turned back to where Clark was sitting completely uninjured, with the ruins of the broken sofa scattered around him. Mary just stared at the child with even wider eyes than before, all while Clark looked up from the debris that had bounced off of him and looked at his aunt. He beamed innocently, then garbled something incoherent and offered her the toy he had retrieved from under the sofa. As Mary slowly bent down to take it from her nephew, a smile formed on her face. She no longer cared what the story was anymore. Madeline Stillwell had gotten within spitting distance of the CEO's office just from knowing a hero. How far could someone go if they were related to one? I'll get Jace to make up the spare bedroom and pick up things for the little one, Mary stated with the same frozen smile as she stood back up looking at Martha and Jonathan, the powerhouse businesswoman emerging before them. We have a lot to do to make this all legit and have the world think he's your biological son. Biological? Martha gave Jonathan an unsure look before turning back to her sister. We were thinking maybe just adopting him. Aren't there fewer questions that way? No, won't work. Mary shook her head, a plan already forming in her head. Adoption of a superpowered child puts too many wheels in motion, wheels even I can't control. What I can do is alter records, plant files at a local Samaritan's embrace, and in a few months you take little Clark home and claim you came here to give birth. Will people buy that? Jonathan asked, could that plan really work? Yes, I know the system well enough and have enough favors I can cash in that legally no one will ever know. Mary dismissed that side of doubt casually, fully knowing what card to play when it came to Ezekiel and the rest of the morons in the system. As for Martha, no one knows about her infertility in Smallville, right? No, the other woman confirmed, fidgeting slightly and not liking how flippantly her sister brought up the topic. But we've been to those clinics you suggested, and they have records that will show Dash. I can deal with those. You guys just wait here a few months whilst I get this all sorted, and when you head back, just tell everyone Martha was already pregnant by a few months, Mary stated confidently with a dismissive shrug, as she was already working out in her head if she needed to call and either trick or blackmail to get this sorted. Are you sure that will work? What if people ask questions? Clark is already a few months old, Martha stated hesitantly, as she looked at her sister unsure that this plan would work and was starting to feel uneasy about the whole situation. It is a risk, Mary admitted, but whilst also giving a shrug as she moved over to the intercom to call her assistant. But people are more gullible than you think, and everyone knows you in Smallville. Trust me, that will help. Just be assertive, stick to the same story, and even if people doubt it, no one will say anything. Yes, Jace, I need you to run some errands. Mary started talking into the intercom to her assistant, ordering them to immediately go out and start buying a host of things. Whilst this type of request wasn't unusual, they were confused at the list of baby care items, especially since the boss's own kids were fully grown children. Jonathan, I'm not sure about this, Martha whispered to her husband, doubt for the first time in a while entering her heart. She still wanted Clark, but felt that maybe her sister had not been the best way to go. Hey, it's going to be all right. Jonathan moved over to hug his wife, dispelling her doubts with a gentle act, while managing not to show he too was having his own qualms. Mary knows what she is doing, and if we want to keep Clark, then this is the only way. I know. Martha sighed out, nodding her head in acceptance. I know you're right. It's just, I have this feeling that it's going to be fine, Jonathan stated, comforting his wife as she trailed off, not sure how to finish her sentence. Hey, I think someone wants you. Martha looked confused at her husband's statement, but then saw where she was looking and found all her fears and worries gone. Little Clark was looking up at them with his arms outstretched whilst opening and closing his fingers, evidently wanting to be picked up. Come here, up we go. Martha gave her son a loving smile that grew wider as that exact thought lingered in her head. My son, she whispered under her breath as she lifted Clark off the ground. Okay, my assistant Jace is going to get you some things. Now we need to talk about your compensation and the NDA you're going to have to sign. Mary's voice cut Martha out of her happy thoughts as her sister walked back over to them. What compensation? Jonathan asked, confused, before he also added, and why do we need to sign an NDA? What's an NDA? It's a non-disclosure agreement, Martha explained to her husband, remembering her father talking about them as a child, as she eyed her sister. Why do we need to sign one? Well, Mary was trying to make sure she worded this right, remembering how touchy the subject of Compound V was, especially when you were first told about it. But she needed to do this. There are some things I'm going to have to tell you about Supes and how they are made if you want to keep Clark. Things a VOT agent might ask when Clark gets older and enters the heroism business. Heroism business? Martha whispered under her breath as her brain suddenly connected all the dots and realized why Mary was suddenly so keen to help. She wanted the prestige of being a superhero's aunt. Like what? Jonathan directed his question straight to Mary, not having heard Martha's whisper. However, his question was also accompanied by a slight yawn and rubbing of his eyes, still exhausted from the drive up to her. He was feeling more exhausted since the start of this conversation, and with every new sentence, Mary said he was feeling more and more drained. We can discuss all that later. For now, why don't you two get some sleep, and I can spend some time with my new nephew. Mary offered, her voice becoming soft and friendly again, her natural accent returning too, diffusing her sister and Jonathan's suspicions for the moment with a wide smile she gave Clark. Martha looked at her husband, but she couldn't deny how exhausted she felt and gave him a small nod as her own yawn escaped her lips. With a long and loving look, she moved over to her sister and gently handed Clark over before she and her husband moved off to go to bed. Mary was left alone with her little nephew, and her eyes glittered as she looked down at her foot in the door to Vaught's inner circle. "Well, hi there. I'm your Aunt Mary." She spoke softly in a baby voice to her nephew, tapping him on the nose and causing him to giggle. "I'm going to take great care of you. Yes, I am." Clark giggled at her actions, clapping his hands in joy, not understanding the look that entered Mary's eyes. She was already planning out everything. First, a wholesome farm boy upbringing, people love that shit, then get him on the capes for Cry Circuit 2, which will get him in with Vaught nice and early, along with some participating in those youth superhero sports events the company held to show off what he can do. Follow all that up with a junior superhero identity, some early saves, and then when the time came, she would be the one with Vaught's new up-and-coming super celebrity, not Madeline Stillwell. Oh yes, that was the ticket. With her in his corner, the public would adore him. No matter what his actual power level was, he'd be the golden son of the Sunflower State. What to call you? Steel Boy? Indestructible Lad, oh? How about Ultraman? Mary asked, the little powerhouse in her hands playfully, but the look on Clark's face told her he didn't like that one, which caused her to chuckle. No. Okay, how about something simple like Superboy? Yeah, Superboy to start with, and then as long as marketing likes it, we can debut you as Superman. No, the Superman. Author's notes. Okay, chapter 2 is done, and I haven't totally crashed trying to write 2 stories, so yay. This one is mostly set up to explain everything going forward. Now I've taken some liberties with the timeline as I can't figure out when Homelander debuted. But he is certainly older than A-Train, whose date of birth is 1987. So based on that, and how everyone treats Homelander and how well established he is, I'm placing his debut in the mid/late 90s, giving him roughly 20+ years as being the superhero. Anyway, with that sorted, I am planning a few more chapters with Clark as a child/teenager, and then as a young adult dealing with the Vaught world of superheroes, then onto the main story centered around Season 1. Please follow, favorite, and read as you desire. Chapter 3, The Circus. Vaught Chicago Sports Complex, Chicago, Illinois. June 25, 2004. Clark was hating what he was wearing. The black cotton t-shirt was too tight on his skin, and although it didn't actually physically irritate him, nothing did. He felt it looked ridiculous. Aunt Mary, or more accurately the people that always hung around Aunt Mary, said it was to show off his muscles and made him more super, whatever that meant. The only problem was that he didn't have muscles. He was skinny, and his ma said he was thin as a rake, whilst his pa said that was an insult to rakes. Remembering his pa's awful joke made him smile, which apparently was something he was not supposed to do as the person his aunt had hired to help him frown at him. Clark was currently sitting on a foldable wooden chair before a vanity mirror. As a woman, he didn't actually know the name of applied makeup and combing his hair. He wanted to protest that this was all unnecessary, but felt that he probably shouldn't, given that his Aunt Mary appeared to pour a lot of time into setting this up. "Hey, there's my little superstar of nephew. How are you doing?" Clark turned his head and gave his Aunt Mary a bright smile, genuinely happy to see a familiar face. "I'm doing okay, I guess. Where's Ma and P-?" Clark began wanting to know where his parents were, but was cut off as his aunt lifted one hand and took a call. "Hello? Yes, this is Mary Clark." "What, no?" Clark's eyes widened as his aunt's face turned savaged, and she yelled down the phone. "Look, you little good snipe. I don't care who you have to threaten, but my nephew is going 5th in the primetime slot for the weightlifting competition. Where your ass is fired, understood? Perfect. Sorry, sweetie, what was that?" Mary snapped her phone shut and threw it to her assistant, who managed to catch it out of sheer practice, having done the act several times a day for years. "Oh, just wanted to ask where my parents were." Clark's voice was almost a whisper. He found his aunt scary at times, especially when she was on the phone or talking to another adult who wasn't her parents. "Well, your ma dash." Mary stopped herself as she almost slipped back in her Kansas routes whilst talking to her nephew. She cleared her throat before she pressed on. "Your mom is chatting with the other moms, and your dad is dash. Right here." Clark almost jumped out of his seat as his dad came into view, sauntering to stand right next to Mary. "Pa." Clark smiled up at his father, a smile that almost wavered as he smelt the liquor and cigarettes on his dad. Even without his heightened senses, Jonathan can't stank. Clark wasn't sure why, but his pa never seemed happy at these events, and it was the only time he saw his dad drink or smoke. When it was just him on the farm, his pa was all smiles, playing catch and helping him do chores. But whenever Aunt Mary made them come to one of these events, his pa always had a bottle in his hand and cigarette in the other. His ma was different too. When they came to things like this, his mother became overly protective and was eating something. He remembered when he had to do a part in the county fair. His mother had eaten nearly 12 pies that day, and his pa had to sit down most of the time, as he couldn't stay upright. "Jesus, Jonathan, it's a bit early, isn't it?" Mary whispered under her breath at her father-in-law, thinking Clark wouldn't be able to hear it. "Get off my back. We agreed to do this fucking circus, and that Capes for Christ shit next month at Believe Expo." Jonathan whispered back harshly, taking a flask out of his inner jacket pocket and taking a swig. "So, I think I'm entitled to a little drink." So what exactly am I doing here?" Clark asked, giving a cough and turning in his seat to the annoyance of the makeup artist that was still working. Although he knew it was a sports competition for the Super Bowl, it was his first one, so he had no idea what to expect. "Oh, sorry, sweetie." His Aunt Mary put on a wide smile and leaned down. She held out her hand behind her and was quickly given a clipboard by her assistant, which she read off of. "So, you're signed up for just 2 events. Thought it was best to start light. We have the super speed race first thing, the weightlifting competition, and then, oh, almost forgot you're also doing the meet and greet with the Little Miss Hero pageant winners from the Midwest. That'll be nice, right?" "Yeah, I guess so." Clark frowned slightly, but quickly put on a fake smile as he saw his pa look worried at him. "Yeah, it sounds great. So when do we start?" "Well, once Susan here is finished, we have a quick entrevy." "What that on your shirt?" Mary spotted the S-shaped shield in red on her nephew's black shirt that she hadn't okayed. Mary was almost livid. She had a whole marketing team working on her nephew's future image. It's why his current costume was a basic black t-shirt, trousers, and boots so that they could upgrade him easier when he went to the big leagues. He was too young to have a hero symbol. Statics showed that a hero symbol too early was damaging from a PR standpoint, as it quickly becomes associated with their early career and makes people think of young and sidekick instead of proud and superhero. It's something Clark's been drawing a lot. He says he sees it when he dreams, and he likes it. So, he wanted to put it on his shirt, Jonathan stated firmly, giving Mary a slightly firm glare. "So it's fine, right?" "Jonathan, we haven't cleared it with marketing nor the color scheme. What if it's a corporate logo he's seen? We could be liable for dash." Mary started in her usual businesswoman manner, but stopped when she saw the death glare Jonathan was giving her. "It's fine, right?" Jonathan stated through gritted teeth and gave a slight gesture of his head to Clark as Mary looked at him. As she looked down at Clark properly for the first time, she noticed he seemed to be recoiling from her. "Oh, of course it is, sweetie. It looks really grown up," Mary stated with a large smile on her face, turning to her assistant for support, who quickly nodded their head in agreement. "I mean, it's a super S for a superboy. You're going to knock them dead out there." "Thanks, Aunt Mary." Clark gave her a genuine smile, feeling better about everything and sitting back in his chair properly as Susan, the makeup specialist, finished. As she stepped back, Clark looked at himself, and what he saw did look good. But at the same time, he could feel every chemical on his skin and every brush she had done to his hair. In truth, he felt uncomfortable and more than a little silly, and would rather hang out on the farm helping his pa, which he loved, but Aunt Mary said this stuff was important, so he guessed he had to do it. "Ready," Aunt Mary said with a smile, offering her hand out to her nephew. "Ready," Clark confirmed as he leapt out of his seat and gripped not only his aunt's hand but his pa's too, which made Jonathan smile and allow his son to drag him along, allowing him for a moment to forget how much he hated all this. It didn't take long for the first competition to begin, the super speed race, which consisted of a single lap around the massive open-air stadium in groups of 10. There were apparently races all throughout the day, but he had been placed in the first group to run. His Aunt Mary had something about that it was the only one people watched. As he looked to his left, and right as he got to the starting line, he noticed that at the tender age of 9, he was of the youngest ones there. Most of the boys in their colorful costumes appeared to be around 12 to 17. Whilst Clark had been dragged to a few competitions and events over his childhood, in truth, they had only been a few. His pa and ma really pushed back on Aunt Mary's constant suggestions. Most of the events he had been dragged to were small affairs like the Smallville County Fair for the town to show off its only Super Bowl child, or else a television show on Super Bowl children. However, as he looked around at all the other boys, it was clear that things like this were all they did. Everyone, except for him, was in bright, colorful costumes with trademark logos and endorsement patches already on their backs or sleeves, whilst he was there in a black t-shirt and trousers with his S-shaped shield on his chest. He also spotted what looked like career tutors giving homeschool lessons to several super children on the sidelines in between races, all of whom looked bored and entitled. The ones not in homeschool lessons were either getting lectures from overbearing parents or were in intense training whilst getting lectures. "Oh, sorry." Clark apologized to the boy next to him as he felt an elbow hit his side. In truth, it had been the other boy who was at fault for being careless with his stretching, not looking at what he was doing, but Clark wanted to be polite and put his best foot forward. Huh. The older boy in a bright orange costume with black sides and what looked like sliver lightning bolts smirked at him. You're the farm boy, right? I think so, Clark replied, unsure as he looked at the boy who was slightly taller than him with confusion on his face. Well, just stay out of my way. I don't want to be tripping over your slow sorry, but you got it. The boy stated bluntly, turning away from Clark before he could respond. Clark just widened his eyes, feeling a little bit out of place. He turned to look at the person standing to his left. That was one of the older boys who just looked at Clark and scoffed with a shake of his head as he looked down at the young boy. Clark was starting to really regret not asking, not to participate, feeling that despite all the talk about sportsmanship, no one here was actually interested in it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 56th Annual VOT Youth Super Sporting Event for the Midwest, encouraging our Midwestern future heroes of America to try their best in the spirit of sportsmanship and friendly competition. A voice over the loudspeaker drew everyone's attention, including the boys on the starting line that looked over to where a large stand had been erected on one side of the stadium. Now, before we start with the first event of the day, we have a special guest star for all of you today. Straight from the Seven, their newest member, your super host for this year's event. Please give it up for the one, the only Queen Maeve. Clark's head snapped to the sky before anyone else's as he heard the superheroine start descending before anyone else. He watched as the tall, powerful, well-built, red-haired woman that was in her early 20s landed on the platform, giving a wide, genuine smile and waving to the crowds that exploded into cheers. Maeve moved towards the microphone, clearly under the impression she was supposed, or at least allowed to give a short address, but was suddenly cut off by the voice on the loudspeaker, sounding again. "Here's a real knockout for you, right, folks?" The man's hardly subtle, crass joke earned him chuckles and laughs from the crowd. However, what Clark saw was the strain on Queen Maeve's face, as she kept her smile plastered on her face, whilst an uncomfortable look appeared in her eyes. Well, now that our host is here, please direct your attention to the track and the starting line as we commence our annual event, as we always do with the first super speed race of the season. Clark's vision moved from the clearly irritated Queen, Maeve, who was still smiling and waving at her fans, to the track and field referee that moved out in front of them. He was wearing a typical referee's black and white striped top, but also was wearing a significant amount of padding as well, which Clark guessed was because of the dangers associated with refereeing superpowered events. Okay, lads, listen up. This is a standard single-track run that most of you have done before. For those of you who haven't, it's fairly simple. When you hear the shot start running, stay in your lane, don't lose focus, and run into a wall. It's one lap, no more. Everyone understand? The referee's voice was clear and crisp, the type of voice that was almost nearly impossible to misunderstand when all the boys, including Clark, nodded, and he gave a smile. Okay, good. Let's have a clean race, lad, and everyone do their best. As Clark looked to his left and right, he saw that the boys next to him had largely ignored the referee and instead had already put their feet on the starting block and were already crouched ready to start. Clark gave a quick glance to the team areas each boy had and saw that his ma, pa, and aunt were all there ready to watch him, giving him wide smiles and waves. Feeling a bit less daunted, he too set up, placing his slightly small feet and spindly legs on the starting block. He must have looked amusing as the bright orange costume boy next to let out a snort. "You should have stayed on the farm," the orange costume boy whispered with a smirk on his face as he clearly thought that Clark was a joke. "Ready," the referee's voice sounded out, causing Clark to look away from the older boy, feeling that he was in the wrong place. Everyone was so mean, he just wanted to go back to the farm now. Set, Clark's vision quickly glanced back to his parents and aunt. Maybe after this race, he could ask to go home. Wasn't like anyone was going to miss the thin, small farm boy. Bang! The sound of the gunshot startled Clark back to what he was doing and pushed off with all the force he could. He moved his thin, spindly farm boy legs as fast as he could and found the world around him become almost still for a moment as he blurred past everything. The race was over in an instant, and Clark had to skid himself to a stop and felt his feet were hot. As he looked down, he saw that the running shoes his aunt had given him were almost in tatters. Clark turned his head to look over to his team area to give a wave to his folks, but found his vision blocked by several of the other races and a few boys who had yet to race that were staring at him wide-eyed. Feeling more than a little self-conscious, he gave the boys a wave, but they continued to just look at him like he had 3 heads. And that's a race, folks. Let's give a quick round of applause for all these super athletes. The announcer's voice sounded over the loudspeaker. This request was immediately followed by a quick and loud round of applause. Clark was the only competitor to do, as all the racers were still looking at him funnily. Fantastic, folks. Now let's announce the winner of our first race. The winner is with the top speed of dash. The announcer's voice was suddenly cut off as he covered his mic with his hand, muting himself to the world. The action was clearly not the norm for the event, as all the spectators started whispering to each other, and a few parents gave each other's looks and shrugs of the shoulder, not knowing what was going on. The muffled sound of the loudspeaker simply continued, causing the murmuring and glances only to increase, as Clark took the opportunity to go back over to his parents. "Clark, sweetie, what's going on?" Aunt Mary was the first to speak to him, a confused look on her face as she kept glancing up at the announcer's box waiting for answers, hoping her nephew could fill her in. Clark merely shrugged his shoulders, unsure himself, as all he had done was run the race. "I don't know, Auntie. Is it not supposed to take this long?" "No, it's not," Mary stated firmly, a grimace forming on her face as she looked over to the leaderboard that was still not showing any results. She then half turned to her assistant, stretching out her hand. "Give me my PH dash." "Sorry about that, folks." The announcer's voice returned to the loudspeaker back to its loud, confident, enthusiastic tone. "We were just checking our results, as it appears our first-place finisher has just broken the under 21 world record set by the 17-year-old Reggie Franklin from Chicago last year. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the new fastest boy alive, the Superboy." The rest of the scores and results were drowned out as the crowd exploded into noise as cheers and shouts went out. Clark started to blink as suddenly every camera in the place swiveled to point at him, becoming a stream of flashes as everyone wanted his photo. However, at that moment, Mary couldn't have cared less as her eyes went wide for a moment before a very broad and a very jubilant smile appeared on her face. She was looking up at the stadium's jumbotron that was showing a photo of her nephew, along with one name she had wanted to see tied to a success story for so long. The Superboy. Clark Kent, age 9. Hometown, Smallville, Kansas. Recorded speed, 329 meters per second. Manager, Mary Clark. "Great job, Clark." Jonathan's smile was even broader than Mary's as he leant down and scooped up his son into his arms, lifting Clark into the air. His joy was only eclipsed by Martha, who was smiling and nearly had tears in her eyes at her son winning his first race. However, before Clark could really enjoy his private moment with his family, he suddenly found their small area of the stadium swarmed by reporters and photographers. Clark started blinking and tried to shield his eyes as the glare from the camera flashes started to irritate his eyes. Jonathan tried to move to shield his son from the camera flashes, but found that he was instead shoved forward to let them have a better picture by Mary, who herself moved forward and started taking questions and answering them as Clark just stared blankly at the cameras. "Yes, we are very pleased with the result, but I expected nothing less from my darling nephew." Aunt Mary's voice caused Clark to focus on her, which helped him ignore the glare of the camera flashes. She had moved over to stand next to him and his pa, placing a hand on his shoulder affectionately. "However, although I don't want to spoil any surprises, we are very excited for the weightlifting competition, aren't we, Superboy?" Clark blinked and was quiet for a few moments before he realized that his aunt was talking to him. His confusion was a result that no one actually had ever addressed as Superboy before, and that she had asked him questions while still looking at the cameras. "Oh, yes," Clark responded, his statement more a question than a true response, as he had no idea what his aunt was on about. His response caused a flurry of more flashes and a barrage of questions from the crowd of reports, which caused him to start looking more anxious and a little nervous. A fact that Jonathan and Martha had noticed whilst Mary was basking in the glow of success. She moved to take some questions. However, before she could, Martha had moved in, surprising her sister, placing a hand on her shoulder and whispering something in her ear. Whatever it was, it caused Mary to frown slightly, which disappeared as she looked over and saw Clark's face. "Sorry, that's all the questions for the moment. We will be releasing a statement later, and please check our team Twitter account, which Kansas Superboy." Mary's voice was commanding and firm, surprising Clark as it managed to instantly silence the crowd of reporters before her. "Thank you. We look forward to talking to you later." As Mary finished talking, Jonathan moved to take his son back into their team area. As they left, the crowd made a move to follow them, still snapping pictures, making Clark fear that he was going to be swarmed again. However, before anything like that could happen, two sharp clicks sounded from Mary's hand. A team of stadium security appeared, forming a line in front of him and forcing the crowd back. "You all right, son?" Although Clark could smell the alcohol on his pa's breath, it did not overshadow the love and affection that was in his father's eyes as he set Clark down on a chair. "Yeah, can we go home now? I miss the farm," Clark said, hoping that he could avoid the rest of the events in light of apparently how well he had done. Just wanted to go home, away from all the noise, and run through the fields of corn like he always did in the afternoon. "I do too," Jonathan chuckled, before releasing a deep sigh and running a hand through his hair as he knelt in front of his son. "I know you don't like this, but unfortunately, we have to stick it out for a few more things. I promise the moment we will okay." "Oh, honey, your shoes are wrecked." Martha's voice sounded out next, as she spotted her son's tattered shoes that barely clung to his feet. Without waiting for a response, she knelt down and took them off, or more precisely peeled what was left off his feet. "I thought Mary said these were supposed to withstand super speeds." "They are. Mary's voice responded as she walked into their team's area, typing away on her phone before hitting send and tossing her phone to her assistant again. However, when you said he was fast, I wasn't thinking near the speed of sound. I'm seriously, how is he so fast? Know what? It doesn't matter, we already have several dozen brands lining up to offer him new ones as part of an endorsement deal. I'll make sure they are up to standard. At the moment, which do you guys like more, Nike, Adidas, or Skechers? Jonathan looked at his son and made a funny face, raising his eyebrows at Mary's ridiculous question, which caused Clark to laugh slightly. It also earned a chuckle from Martha, who playfully slapped her husband on the chest for making light of her sister's business question. Jonathan was the one to respond, turning around and giving Mary a grin, which, if one didn't know Jonathan Kent better, was almost a smirk. Well, seeing as we get our boots made by Harry in Smallville, I'm going to say. Jonathan finished his playful sentence with a shrug of his shoulders, earning him more chuckles from his son and another slap from his wife. Mary, however, just released a deep sigh and rubbed her eyes for a moment as she recomposed herself, not wanting to let her brother-in-law ruin the great mood she was feeling. Never mind, don't know why I asked, she stated as she sighed before fixing on a smile. I'll decide and get them to put the money into Clark's trust fund. I will never understand why you won't take a cent to help that farm of ours. Mary's last whispered statement earned her a glare from both Jonathan and Martha that caused her to raise her hands, and couple had already discussed the matter and bar the expenses needed to feed, clothe, and transport Clark around. They refused to take any money from these good, awful pony shows. Instead, they had convinced Mary to set up a trust fund for Clark's winnings and endorsements, which he could access when he turned 21, which she had dutifully done and made sure was iron tight, as requested. So, I am done for the day, Clark piped up as he put on new shoes, this time the farm boots that he liked to wear when doing chores, which clashed slightly with his look, but Mary was too happy to care at the moment. No, sweetie, Mary said softly, crushing his hopes at a subtle attempt to try and get out of more. You still have the weightlifting competition and the meet and greet with Little Miss Hero pageant winners. They sound fun, right? Yeah, Clark said with a barely concealed groan, his mock enthusiasm fooling no one. Even Mary grimaced at that. She made a note to try and make this more fun. Maybe a VOT vs. 2 console for in-between events? Okay, well, your event is not until 5, so you have a few hours to relax and maybe talk to some of the other kids. Mary offered a friendly smile, which Clark tried to return, knowing his aunt was just trying her best. As Mary made a move to leave, she stopped herself and turned back, her eyes suspicious for a moment. Wait, you also said Clark's pretty strong too. How strong are we talking? Jonathan and Mary gave each other a look, not actually sure of that answer. They had never really measured their son's strength, but Clark had never not been able to lift anything, and he routinely lifted some heavy things. They made a move to answer, but found that it was Clark's voice that sounded out first. I moved Old Man Johnson's grain silo for him once. Clark said his statement with the certainty of a child who believed that the statement would be answer enough. Mary didn't respond. She just gave Clark a polite nod as she then turned to deal with the corporate side of things that her sister's family hated. However, as she left, a very broad smile filled her face as she was already picturing the look on Madeline Sitwell's face at the next annual Christmas party. VOT Chicago HQ and Complex, Central Chicago, June 25, 2004. Maeve was standing at the entrance to the massive reception room, trying her best not to, but her head through the wall as she crouched down again for the 100th time to take a photo with the Little Miss Superhero pageant winners. Maeve remembered when her own dad used to drag her to events like these. She had fucking hated it then and suspected most of the little girls with bright smiles did as well. However, she suddenly found something interesting to listen to when a slender, curvaceous, and attractive black-haired woman came almost running out of the reception room with her phone pressed to her head. She ducked into the small area behind, where Maeve was set up, wanting privacy from prying ears, which she largely got except for Maeve. Her slightly superior hearing allowed her to pick up one half of the conversation. She was also quickly able to gather who the conversation was about, the little skinny boy that had shocked everyone for the 2 events he had competed in. Yes, Mr. Edgar. The woman sounded almost jubilant, and Maeve could almost hear the grin on her face. Yes, I was just as surprised as everyone else by the results. Yes, sir, 2 world records. He is now the strongest and fastest boy alive. Well, sir, I can't take all the credit. Clark and his parents do their fair share. Sorry, what was that? Of course, sir, I'll give him your best. Sir, hello. Maeve let a small, genuine smile appear on her face as she heard the woman try to get the CEO of VOT Stan Edgar back, knowing the man well enough to know he had hung up the phone a few minutes ago. It took a few moments before the black-haired woman finally clicked that the CEO had hung up on her, but that still hadn't diminished the joy that the woman was feeling. As she passed by Maeve on her way back into the reception, the woman was practically skipping like a schoolgirl. As she left, Maeve discovered that she was able to follow the woman, as the pair of twins she had been taking a photo with was the last one that wanted a photo with her, and so was now free. Maeve was following the woman mostly out of curiosity as she found these things terribly boring, and the woman was hot too, which didn't hurt. She managed to slip into an impromptu greeting of a couple of her fans, who eagerly greeted her while she watched the black-haired woman go over to a couple that was trying and failing to blend into the background. Martha, Jonathan, you will never guess who just called me on my private number. Maeve heard the woman speak to the couple that looked like a pair of farmers. As the woman moved in, she also shooed away the small group of other parents and local business people that had been trying to talk to them. Jerry. Jonathan guessed the name of Mary's husband, looking confused at Mary's question, thinking that his father-in-law had called to congratulate them. What? No. Mary stated equally confused her husband had called hours ago. Stan Edgar, the CEO of Vought called me to talk about Clark. Today was a huge success. If we play our cards right at the Believe Expo month, we could even land a TV show deal or maybe even a junior sidekick role. Maeve rolled her eyes upon hearing Mary talk, finding the woman immediately less attractive and feeling sorry for the little Kansas farm boy. She had hoped that maybe things were different for him, but no, just like every other super kid, he was surrounded by people who just wanted to milk him for all he was worth. She shouldn't have been surprised. Her dad had been like that. Everyone's Supe she knew parents was the same. As she cast a glance at the farmers, she did not doubt that they were using their son to make all the money they could. No, Maeve had to prevent herself from turning around in shock at the word she hardly ever heard when people talked about making money. Her shock was further increased as it was coming from Martha, who was glaring at her sister. What do you mean no? Mary asked in a quiet whisper as she moved and casting a glance over her shoulder at the crowd, confused at what her sister was saying. Martha, this is everything we have been working F-dash. And oh, it fucking isn't. Martha whispered back fiercely, also casting a glance across the room, which when Maeve followed saw, it was directed at the small, skinny farm boy, who had shocked everyone. Clark was currently at the buffet table that had been laid out, piling his small plate high with food, mostly chocolate and candy that were there for the kids. He was the only one there, as all the adults had already eaten, and the other super children were clearly under instructions not to eat junk food. The sight made Maeve smile, glad to see there was one person present acting like a kid and not a show pony. We agreed to this damned event and the Believe Expo because you said that Clark needed the exposure for the future and not doing it would be seen as weird. Martha was impressing Maeve as she pressed on not letting Mary get a word in. However, my son is a fucking show pony. We're not going to let you or anyone else turn him into okay. So no TV show ever or side kicking, not until he is old enough to make the right decisions. Okay, I understand the TV show. Mary conceded on that front only because she wanted to win on the other point. But side kicking, come on, that could be great for his chances when he goes dash. Jesus, Mary, he is 9. Martha hissed at her sister, her eyes again glancing at Clark, who having finished pilling his plate, was now funneling food in his mouth so that he could have as much as possible before heading back. He can barely control his powers at the moment. He needs more practice, training, and to learn right from wrong. I mean, God, what if he hurts someone because he doesn't know what to do? I am not letting my son run around with a stranger until I know he can protect himself. No side kicking. Maeve didn't hear Mary's response, as the group she had been pretending to talk to was suddenly joined by her Vought-appointed manager, who all but dragged her away. However, as they left that part of the reception hall for the stage, she saw that Clark had managed to balance his very full plate and make his way over to a small child-sized table near where his parents were. Clark, for his part, was finding this part of the evening equal parts fun and boring at the same time. Whilst the music, free food, and drink were a lot more fun than the sporting events he had been forced to participate in, he was still bored. The room was just full of boring adults talking about boring things he didn't understand. It was like a room filled with Aunt Marys. And to make it worse still, no one wanted to talk to him. Well, that wasn't true, people did, but no one he wanted to talk to, where before all the other kids had looked at him like a joke, he now found that they looked at him as competition. You. Clark's statement of disgust was accompanied by his face grimacing as he tried to subtly spit the offending candy bar he had just taken a bite out of. Not a fan of Almond Joys. Clark turned his head and saw a blonde girl around his age wearing a gold and white costume with a large golden star on its chest. Not really, you want them? Clark offered, as he looked at his pilled plate, a look of complimentation on his face as he tried how to do such a feat. I'm not allowed processed sugar. The blonde girl said sullenly as she looked at the plate in front of Clark with awe before she leaned in and whispered, Do your parents really let you eat stuff like that? Yeah. Clark said, confused. Well, not all the time. My mom doesn't like me eating candy so late, but I think she's letting me tonight for some reason. I wish my mom did. My dad used to get my donuts after things like this, but the girl trailed off as she mentioned her father's sad look on her face. Oh, sorry. My name is Dash. Clark decided to distract the girl from her unhappy thoughts, as he also realized he didn't know her name. However, the girl cut him off. I know who you are, everyone does. You're the Superboy. I'm Starlight. The girl beamed at him, thinking that he would be pleased that she knew who he was. Clark, I'm Clark. Clark Kent. Clark finished his original sentence, feeling very awkward at the moment. He wasn't sure what he found more unnerving, that a total stranger apparently knew him, or that they knew him as the Superboy, not Clark. However, his moment of awkwardness was suddenly removed when the girl just gave him a bright smile. "Oh, sorry. I'm Annie January from Des Moines," Annie said, offering her hand that Clark took and shook. "I'm just so used to people calling themselves by their hero names." "So where are you from, Clark?" "I'm from Kansas," Clark replied with a genuine smile on his face, glad to have finally one nice person so far. "A town called Smallville. I'm glad some Chi." Clark's last statement came as he gave a laugh at Annie, who somehow was suddenly holding an open almond joy with a bite taken out of it. Annie tried to look innocent, but the small smearing of chocolate on her lips defeated that. "What? They're my favorite. Oh my God, I have so missed chocolate." Annie gave Clark a small smile as the two laughed and fell into talking. Neither noticed that several dozen Vought personnel were watching the two interact out the corner of their eyes. Some were even brazen enough to start making notes about the two, listing about their shared Midwestern roots, similar age, and the fact that one had just won Midwestern Miss Superhero pageant whilst the other had just destroyed world records in his first real debut. The corporate gears and wheels were already turning, imagining the merchandise, tabloid articles, and everything else they could sell. However, the two interactions came to an abrupt end when a blonde woman, whom Annie bore a striking resemblance, suddenly appeared behind her. She wasn't an overly tall woman. Actually, she was fairly short compared to most adults Clark had met, but she had a commanding and controlling air about her. Annie actually squeaked when she felt the woman's hand come on her shoulder and tried her best to shove the Almond Joy wrappers behind her as she turned to greet her mother. "Annie, there you are. I've been looking all over for you. You know not to wander, oh dashed." Donna January paused as she saw the chocolate and the wrappers on her daughter's face. "What is that on your face?" "Oh, it's nothing." Annie suddenly became quiet as a dormouse compared to the bright, happy girl Clark had just been interacting with. "Oh, no, it's not. I've told you processed sugar will make you BLO dashed." Donna stopped herself as she suddenly noticed Clark behind her daughter. Her eyes widened as she immediately recognized the boy everyone had been talking about all day. "Oh, hi there. Sorry, I'm Donna Starlight's mom. You're the Superboy, aren't you?" Hi. I'm Dash." Clark felt a little nervous and uneasy, especially given the look Annie's mom was giving him like he was some sort of prize. "This is Clark, Mom. He's a friend and just wanted to share a snack." Annie piped up, accusing Clark and seeing her own chance to get out of trouble. However, Clark didn't mind the latter bit, just smiling at having made a friend. "Oh, wait, your friend. That's just." Donna suddenly looked so overjoyed that she was about to explode as she cut herself off and started to fish in her handbag for a camera, which she then pulled out. "Just great. How about a picture of the two of you together?" "Okay." Clark smiled, looking over at Annie, who just nodded as well, happy her mom liked her new friend. As she moved to stand next to Clark, each wrapping an arm over the other's shoulders, neither noticed the small crowd that had started to gather to watch and take note of the event. Neither did Donna notice the small tapping of high-heeled shoes that suddenly caused a hole to appear in the gathered crowd. "Okay, that's perfect now. Just get a little bit closer and HEY." Donna yelled as her vision of a prized photo of her daughter with an up-and-coming superchild was ruined by a large hand appearing over the lens. As Donna looked up, she felt her blood go cold, as before her was a woman that every stage mom on the Miss Hero pageant circuit knew, the Vought regional manager for the entire Midwest, Mary Clark. The woman was a force of nature in the local heroing community, able to make and break careers with a phone call. She even had some pull on the national level. Donna went quiet and let Mary take the camera out of her hands. "Thank you," Mary said with a smirk at the stage mom, who seemed to cower before her and take a step away from her. Mary then turned and directed her full attention at Clark, completely ignoring the blonde girl next to him. "Come on, Clark, we have our own photos to take. They're about to start handing out prizes." "Okay, Aunt Mary," Clark said, casting a nervous glance at Annie's mom, who looked terrified of his aunt, a reaction he had worryingly seen before when his aunt talked to adults, not his parents. "Aunt," Donna whispered, going even paler and feeling like she had just destroyed everything. They had worked for trying to get Annie noticed by ticking off Mary Clark by trying to profit off her nephew. Aunt Mary, are you going to give Annie's mom back her camera?" Clark asked as he moved to walk away with his aunt, back to his parents that she had abruptly left. "Oh, I don't think they mind if I keep it." Mary gave her nephew a kind smile before she looked up at Donna, her smile now cold and condescending. "Do you?" No. Not all keep it, it's all yours." Donna suddenly, hastily agreed, fixing a clearly fake smile on her face as she all but picked up her daughter and started moving away. As they left, Mary's eyes lingered on them, and then sharply turned to the crowd that had watched the spectacle. Her icy cold glare caused the crowd to immediately break up and the noise level of the room to grow louder as people returned to conversations. Mary smirked at her triumph, feeling vindicated at having crushed a pitiful attempt to try and tie her nephew to an inferior product. Clark was silent as they walked back over to his parents, leaving behind the plate of food that caused Annie to walk over to him and away from possibly the only friend he had made so far. He glanced up at his aunt as he reached his parents and saw that she had her thinking face on, as he called it. His aunt was always thinking and always seemed in control, which Clark supposed was good. He just didn't know why everyone was scared of her. "Aunt Mary," Clark asked, summoning the courage to ask what was on his mind. "Yes, sweetie," Mary asked, coming out of her thoughts about their next step to capitalize on their recent successes. "Did I do something wrong? I don't want Annie to get in trouble," Clark asked, worried that he had broken one of those adult rules he was starting to learn about. "Oh no, sweetie. You did nothing wrong," Mary quickly assured her nephew, not wanting to feel bad on a day where everything had gone so right. "Was Annie the girl you were talking to?" "Yeah, she called Starlight, and she's like me," Clark said, smiling, loving that his aunt was taking an interest in his personal life instead of just his powers. "Oh no, sweetie, she's not," Mary corrected her nephew as a look Clark had never seen before came across her face. "She's not," Clark asked, confused. He was superbold and she was superbold. "No, she's, well, super yes," Mary explained, slowly stopping before she reached Martha and Jonathan, not wanting their views to confuse her nephew, who needed to understand his place in the super pecking order. "But you are so much more. She's just going to be a superhero at best, whilst you're going to be an icon." Mary smiled to herself, a feeling of pride and success washing over her as she continued over to Martha and Jonathan. Whilst Clark just thought about what his aunt had just said, a pensive look on his 9-year-old face, as one thought stuck in his mind. What does icon mean? Author's notes. Okay, so hope you liked it. The next chapter has another time skip taking us into Clark's teen years, and then maybe do 1/2 things on his college days before jumping into season 1. Please review, follow, and favorite as you desire. Chapter 4, Young America. Ladies and gentlemen. The unseen announcer's voice sounded out clearly over the quiet, yet packed massive auditorium, causing the crowd to go even quieter as the lights went off. A single intense spotlight then focused on the very center of the stage as dramatic and patriotic music started sounding out. We want to welcome you all to VotCon 2011 and thank you all for your continued support of our brave superheroes that protect and save us every day. There was a brief pause as the crowd broke out into a smattering of applause and cheers at the announcer's statement before quieting down again. Now, we have a special treat for all you Platinum members, so please welcome to the stage. The music that had been sounding out became more intense before it suddenly cut as a small laser light show enveloped on the stage, red, blue, and yellow drenching the stage as the rest of the auditorium became pitch black. The room was primarily silent except for a few excited murmurs from the crowd. The most intense were from the first 3 rows, seemingly all made up of young girls and teenagers. The girls and teenagers edged forward in their seats, almost ready to pounce on the stage, as a brass trombone sounded out, starting off a signature piece of music. He's faster than a speeding bullet. The laser light show began to intensify, the bright white spotlight shifting to match the colors of the laser, filtering between red, blue, and yellow as the announcer spoke. More powerful than a locomotive. The crowd started to get louder as the murmuring started turning into shouts, yells, and whoops as people began to stand up. The crowd became so loud that the fanfare music actually had to be turned up to keep the atmosphere of the event going. Able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. The stage started to fill with smoke as the trapdoor in its center opened up, and the multicolored laser of the light show suddenly converged on it. The crowd was starting to get to their feet, and the first few rows suddenly lifted large placards and signs, declaring everything from simple admiration to requests for marriage. The leading member of the teen supergroup, Young Americans, the might of the Midwest. The heart of heartlands. The world's most powerful boy. The one they only, Superboy. The crowd, who was already going wild, exploded into cheers and shouts as the silhouetted figure of Clark rose from the trapdoor, wearing his black t-shirt and red logo. The loudest noise in the room, and one that almost made him wince, was from the first few rows as the girls around his age pressed forward, only being held back by the height of the stage and the security guards present. Clark maintained a friendly smile on his face as he wavered to the crowd and kept his eyes sweeping over the room, not really wanting to linger on any of the crazed fanatics before him. Suddenly caught a glimpse of his aunt in the wings, who was literally holding a script of the event in her hand and was counting off with her hand until the next part was supposed to begin. Clark had to repress a sigh and a grimace as she reached the end of her countdown as his theme tune that she had paid John Williams to compose reached its zenith. Clark then took a deep breath and made sure that his face was a picture of confidence and happiness as he pushed off the ground and started hovering in the air. Truth, justice, and the American way. Clark's mouth formed the words that his aunt and the marketing department had chosen as his new catchphrase going forward. The crowd exploded into an even greater frenzy as Clark hovered in the air, a fake smile on his face as he looked over the crowd of screaming people feeling sick at the sight. Kent Farm, Smallville, Kansas, July 28, 2013. "Pete, will you please shut that off?" Clark yelled over to his friend as he moved several dozen hay bales over to the barn on his shoulders. Pete Ross, Clark's oldest and truest friend in the world, pressed pause on the video he had been watching of his friend's VotCon act, a smile gracing his face. Pete shut his laptop as he leaned back on the hay bale he was sitting on and gave Clark a chuckle, still finding it funny how much his friend hated his fame. As Clark moved the last of the hay bales, Pete couldn't help but remark on how much his friend changed over the past years. His friend had always been skinny, spindly, and at times looked fragile despite being the most powerful boy in the world. Not that many people believe that when they meet him. However, those days were quickly receding, as over the past year, actually really this summer, his friend was no longer that spindly kid adults raised an eyebrow at. The Clark Kent that stood before him was nearly 6 feet in height and was so muscular that the plaid shirt and work jeans he wore looked ready to rip at any moment. Clark, however, much to Pete's liking, was still Clark despite his new looks, making him look every inch the superable boy people knew he was. "So, have you met the other members of your superhero team?" Pete asked with a smile on his face as watched Clark walk over to him. "Yeah, I've met them," Clark said in a tone that Pete knew all too well when his friend talked about the superhero industry. "What's up?" Pete asked, leaning forward, a look of friendly concern on his face. His question caused his old friend to release a sigh. "It's all bull," Clark said, placing his hand in his pockets and leaning on the same hay bale that Pete was sitting on. "The team doesn't really exist. It's all marketing gimmicks to sell us to the public. We've never saved anyone as a team. All we do is stand and look good for the cameras." "Oh, come on. I've seen you save lots of people. When we were kids, you saved the school bus when we ran off the road." Pete stated, not believing for a second his friend wasn't a hero, not after seeing all the lives Clark had saved firsthand. "No, not at all." Clark spoke in genuine surprise that Pete seemed able to recall his saves so well. He then released a sigh, taking his hands from his pockets and picking up a small stone from the ground. "But I didn't do that as part of the Young Americans. I just ran over to help, and the next thing I know is that they're flying in most of the team to help with the cleanup. Then suddenly, it's all Superboy leads Young Americans to save the city from tornado." "Wow, really? I'm guessing your aunt wasn't happy they made you share the credit." Pete said, remembering Clark's aunt well. She was a scary lady who always seemed to worry about numbers and how things looked. "You know, I don't care about the credit," Clark said, giving Pete a sideways look that made him chuckle. Clark then threw the stone he was holding, launching it so fast that Pete couldn't even track it as it rocketed towards orbit. "She was actually okay with it. Something about me looking like a leader was good from over 30's point of view." The two were silent after Clark's statement for a few moments, with Pete looking at Clark and his best friend just looking out towards the horizon. Pete then released a chuckle, wanting to improve the mood, and gave Clark a playful grin that made him look at his friend. "Your aunt is one weird lady." Pete's joking yet true comment on Clark's aunt caused him to start chuckling and a smile to appear on his face. Pete then leaned back, contented that he had made his friend smile, before asking another question. "So, were the other Super Bowl teens of Young Americans like? Starlight and Holy Mary look hot." "Pete," Clark groaned at his friend's statement over the two female members of his team, shaking his head at the question only Pete Ross would be brazen enough to make to Clark. "What? They are," Pete stated with mock conviction, leaning forwarded and pretending that this was a serious discussion. "Starlight has that whole girl next door thing going for her. And Holy Mary, well, that's just forbidden fruit. Think you could introduce me?" "To which one?" Clark asked, raising his eyebrows at Pete, wondering if his friend really wanted him to set him up with a teen superhero. "Both." Pete gave him a grin that caused Clark to laugh and shake his head at his friend before slapping Pete on the back. After a few moments of good laugh, Pete looked at his friend and tried to be more serious. "But seriously, were they like? Annie is all right. You'd like her. She's been a great friend. Actually, it's crazy you to have never met." Clark spoke honestly, a look of curiosity on his face as suddenly realized that his super life and his Smallville life rarely overlapped. However, he pushed that to one side as he tried to recall the other members of the Young Americans that he had met. "Alex is actually quite nice, despite that boy band persona they make him do, but I think he's struggling with everything. The rest I don't know that well. We only interact during photo ops, and there isn't much talking." "Well, that sucks." Pete's comment made Clark look at him confused, but his confusion was answered when Pete grinned at him and spoke again. "I really wanted you to introduce me to Holy Mary." Clark laughed again, shaking his head at Pete, and opened his mouth to say something, but suddenly snapped his head over to the main house. He then let out a deep sigh as his vision narrowed down and saw a bright pink car coming toward the house. Pete, noticing Clark's side, turned around and stood up. Although he didn't possess supervision, he could spot the car and immediately knew why his friend was sighing. You know, you're the only guy in Smallville I know that doesn't look forward to seeing Miss Teen Kansas herself, Lana Lang. Pete smirked at his friend's distress at seeing his girlfriend's car, knowing full well why. You two still in a fight? What fight? We actually have to talk to have a fight, Clark scoffed, feeling irritated that Lana was again just showing up out of the blue again. He released a deep sigh and turned to look at Pete as the two started to slowly walk back over to the house. I mean, I've liked Lana since I was 5 and everything was great, but now she's all guest appearances and tabloid stories. She talks about our relationship with everyone but me. Sorry, CK. Pete looked genuinely sad for his friend, knowing what Clark was on about. Clark and Lana had seemed like the perfect match, and on the surface were. She was the queen bee of Smallville High, the head cheerleader of the cheer squad, Miss Kansas Teen USA, and runner-up for the Miss Teen USA competition last year. Whilst Clark was the Superboy, the most powerful boy in the world, the heartthrob of a teen heartthrob, and Kansas' favorite son. The two both coming from Smallville meant that it all seemed natural the two would be the ultimate teen power couple. However, under the surface, nothing was perfect. Lana had increasingly become a media whore, desperate to stay in the spotlight alongside her more famous boyfriend, whose fame many suspected was why she won so many beauty pageants. She was also willing to do everything, including selling personal secrets to the tabloid, to stay relevant, and was constantly convinced that Clark was cheating on her with other Super Bowl teen heroes. Clark, for his part, was just tired of the relationship. He tried to make it work, but he only saw Lana when she wanted him to boast her image or she wanted to yell at him for apparently cheating on her with whatever super teen a tabloid placed his photo next to that week. As the two reached the edge of the field next to the main house, they saw the incredibly attractive and tan figure of Lana get out of her car. Her red hair contrasted perfectly with the skin-tight pink crop top she was wearing and the very short Daisy Dukes covering her waist. She took off her sunglasses as she spotted Clark and gave him a perfect smile and waved at him whilst blowing a kiss. "Oh, Clark, baby, I've missed you," Lana said in a tone that would drive most 18-year-old boys wild, but just made Clark feel tired as she walked over, swaying her hips suggestively. "I'll come and give you a lift. Your aunt is in town and wants to see you. She's at the agency. Apparently, something big has come up." The agency was what everyone called the small VOD office branch that his aunt had set up in town for him. Its official use was it was supposed to be something like Superboy's HQ. In truth, however, he hardly visited the place, and its only real purpose was a place for his fan mail to go instead of his house. On occasion, when his aunt came to visit, she would stay at the agency building, having converted one floor of the 4-story building into an apartment for her to sleep in when needed. "Thanks, Lana, but you know you could have just called to tell me. I'm faster than your car," Clark said, giving Lana a strained smile as she sauntered over to him and placed a kiss on his. "Of course, you are baby, but I just wanted to spend time with you. We haven't seen each other in ages," Lana said, batting her eyelashes at him and giving him an almost sickening sweet smile. Clark turned to look at Pete, who just smiled and nodded, indicating that it was all right for his friend to go and that he would be fine. Clark just gave a small sigh and gestured for Lana to get back into the car. She gave him a small squeal of delight and raced back into the car, quickly followed by a reluctant Clark, who quickly took out his phone and messaged his parents where he was going. As they drove back to town, Clark gave Lana a glance, trying to figure out which Lana he was dealing with today. Was it the fame-obsessed, overly affectionate Lana that would do anything to keep him, or the super paranoid, jealous Lana that sold fake stories to the tabloids and tried to control him? He didn't have to wait long, as 3 minutes into the car drive, he felt a magazine thrown at his head. Looking down at it as it landed on his lap, he saw it was one of those trash super teen magazines which had his Annie's and Alex's faces on them under their superhero names with the title, Love Triangle and Young America. "You want to explain this?" Lana looked at him with almost a snarl on her face. "Lana," Clark sighed, not want to have the argument again that Annie was with Alex and that he was just friends with Annie. "Don't Lana me," she shrieked out as if Clark was being unreasonable. "I know you and that little slew dash." Lana's voice was cut off by Clark's sudden disappearance from the car. She only felt a rush of air, and the car jolted a little to know that her boyfriend had just super sped away from her, and not for the first time. As he departed, she let out a small scream of anger and gripped the wheel tightly, putting her foot down, trying in vain to catch up with him. VOD's Superboy Hero Office, Smallville, Kansas, July 28, 2013. Clark's arrival in the office was heralded by a small gust of wind that caught most of the staff off guard, as he was so rarely there they had never gotten used to his arrival at super speed. However, there was one exception to this. Having felt the breeze a split second before the rush had hit her, Mary Clark had simply placed one hat on the papers next to her and lifted her cup off the table. She gave her nephew a kind smile and couldn't help but admire the man he was turning into. Clark was getting taller and more handsome every day. He would be the face of the next generation, she thought with pride, and was eager for him to do so, Vought had too many fake heroes and it's solely for the fame that cost the company millions in damages every year. Clark, however, she noted with pride, was the real deal. He was genuinely kind and moral and really did believe in helping people. Despite her arguments and disagreements with her sister, Martha had raised Clark well, and despite being famous, Clark didn't seem to care for that side of things at all. "Hi, Annie," he said, releasing a deep sigh as he looked at her. However, being a mother herself, Mary knew that Clark's sigh was not truly directed at her. Trouble with Lana again? Mary guessed, knowing full well the issues the couple was having. She had initially supported the relationship as it scored high with the teen demo, and Clark initially seemed to care for Lana. However, recently Lana's behavior was making it too much of a headache, and Mary was spending more time than she wished crushing tabloid stories. Lana was trying to sell to those rags than she wanted. Despite that, she was unconcerned for the moment, as Clark's growing fame and soon debut as a full hero would be enough that they could drop the whole high school sweetheart phase for something more substantial. Her nephew's response was just giving her a deep sigh and a pointed look that told her everything she needed to know. The look also told her that it might be worth dropping Lana sooner rather than later. In all honesty, she had never liked Lana anyway and knew that the Kent parents had gone off the girl as well. Well, that's something we could discuss, as there is someone very important that has come all the way from New York to talk to you. Mary gave Clark a genuinely pleasant smile as she then gestured to the nearby stairs that lead to the rest of the agency. "He's upstairs. I think you're going to like hearing what he has to say." Clark gave his aunt a curious look, but decided to trust her and followed her upstairs. To his surprise, they didn't stop until they reached the top floor that his aunt had renovated into a small yet luxury apartment. As his aunt opened the door, Clark was greeted by the sight of an African man seated on the couch. His hair had a tinge of gray around the edges, but what surprised Clark was how still the man was. "Ah, Mrs. Clark, and you must be her nephew, the Superboy." Stan Edgar rose out of his seat, toning his suit, as did so, before moving over to Clark, offering his hand. "However, I understand that you prefer Clark in private, correct?" Yes, sir." Clark took the man's hand, a little confused, as he tried to place the man's face before realization dawned on him. "Sorry, but aren't you Stan Edgar, the CEO of Vought?" "I am indeed. A very astute young man. You have married just like you said." Stan Edgar gave an impressed smile at Clark as he withdrew his hand and gave a nod at Mary, who looked almost ecstatic with the praise. "How's your father doing? I understand that doctors are still worried about his heart. If you want, I can get him seen by some of the best cardiologists in the world." "Oh, thank you, sir. I'll talk to my parents," Clark said, surprised at the offer or that the Vought CEO knew about his father's declining health. "Oh, please, you Clark, you could drop the formalities. Why, with how often your aunt talks about you, I feel like we're practically family. So please call me Stan or Mr. Edgar if that makes you feel better," Stan Edgar offered, gesturing for them to return to the living room, where Clark saw that the table had been laid out with his favorite food or drink. "Okay, Mr. Edgar." Clark moved over to sit on a chair next to the table, casting a hesitant look at Edgar and his aunt, who took their seats on the same couch across from him. He eyed the food with suspicion, whilst many thought Clark was a simple farm boy, and some called him a hitch because of the persona his aunt had created. He was anything but simple. He had been dealing with Vought and the same people his Aunt Mary dealt with, and whilst he was not as good as her, he wasn't a novice at the game being played. "So, Clark, you are likely wondering why the CEO has come out all the way to rural Kansas just to see you." Mary started, giving Clark a smile. He knew, well, it was the same one she gave everyone she was trying to sell something to, which was usually him. Clark gave a small nod, not wanting to speak yet in case he said the wrong thing, and also wanted to get the tone of the meeting before he started addressing anyone. "Mary, the first think your nephew deserves the respect of dropping the formalities and getting straight to business." Edgar interrupted. His voice was almost perfectly controlled, and for the first time ever he saw his aunt let someone else take charge of a meeting. "It's quite simple, son. In a few years, you will be the #1 draft pick of future heroes. Every city will be bidding to have you. What I want to offer you is a chance to effect real change and a measure of control. Would you be interested in that?" "What kind of deal?" Clark finally spoke. He cast a quick glance at his aunt, but saw that she was taking a back seat for this meeting. "Well, put simply, we will arrange for you to be stationed somewhere on the West Coast. I'm thinking Los Angeles personally for your first few years. No superhero team, no subordinate rule, just you. Full PR support, branding, and merchandise are all handled by an exclusive team, the whole 9 yards as it were. We will make you into the hero of the West Coast." Stan Edgar presented his offer in short, concise points, not continuing until he knew Clark had both heard and understood his words. "And what would I have to do?" Clark asked, feeling like such an offer had to have strings attached to it. "Not much. We are all happy with what you are currently doing. However, we would expect a slightly more active media presence than you have now. Branding, TV show appearances, and a couple of movies, nothing too extreme." Mr. Edgar gave Clark a delicate business-like smile as he leaned forward and took a small plate, placing several pieces of food on it before retreating back. The only real provision would be that you keep yourself to the West Coast as much as possible, and with that, you will get Vaught's full support. Why do you want me to stick to the West Coast? Clark asked confused, although he didn't care where he was stationed as long as he could help. He did find it odd. Nearly every major superhero from Homelander to Nubian Prince was positioned on the East Coast. He then turned to his aunt, who had always regarded the West Coast hero scene as a collection of B-listers. I thought you wanted me to go to Chicago or New Orleans, then head to New York. I did, Mary stated, carefully looking at her boss first, and when he gave her a nod, she became more confident, returning to the confident woman her nephew was used to. But things change. The East Coast is oversaturated with heroes now, and we don't want to waste your potential. I mean, Homelander operates out of New York, and as the greatest hero, he covers nearly all of the East Coast anyway. So we believe the place you could do the most good is the West Coast. Okay. Clark looked at his aunt with hesitation in his eyes, while Stan Edgar's vitals revealed nothing. Mary's heart rate was elevated and her pupils had dilated. There was something that she was clearly hiding from him. It will be great for the brand as well. Just think America's favorite boy hero. The might of the Midwest becomes the warrior of the West. Mary jumped on Clark's apparent agreement, starting to lay out her vision of the future, as she always did with marketing slogans. Savior of L.A., the avenging angel of the city of angles. You're going to be the next Hom Dash. Yes, the opportunities are endless. Stan Edgar cut off Mary before she could mention Homelander, giving her a quick look that Clark caught, but didn't mention as the man pressed on. However, all I wanted to do was come in person and tell you that your future is very important to Vought. Anything we can do to make it easy, just let us KN dash. Clark Joseph Kent. Lana's voice suddenly sounded out as the door to the apartment rattled as she banged on it with her fist trying to get in. You open this door right now. How dare you run away from me? I was right, wasn't I? You are cheating on me with that slut. Clark's face fell as he stood up to go and deal with his irate girlfriend again, feeling embarrassed that the CEO of Vought, who was offering Clark a deal of a lifetime, was now subject to teenage drama. However, as he stood up, Clark found himself stopped by Stan Edgar, who merely raised one hand and stood up himself. The CEO placed the small plate he had been eating from back onto the table, and then casually walked to the door, opening it with a blank expression on his face. Lana just blinked up at the slightly taller man who had opened the door, clearly not accepting to see a middle-aged African-American man in a suit. Her shock, however, did nothing to dispel the anger in her voice. Just who the hell are you? Where's Clark? Stan Edgar merely stepped forward, causing Lana to back out into the corridor, allowing him to step out as well and close the door behind him. Clark blinked himself, surprised at the sudden action, and gave a look to his aunt, who just seemed smug at seeing Lana having to deal with the Vought CEO. Clark was about to reach out with his super hearing to see what was happening when the door suddenly opened again, revealing Stan Edgar, who looked calm as ever. However, what drew Clark's eye was Lana, who was no longer angry nor shouting, but for the first time ever she was pale-faced, quiet, and looked a little scared. She quickly glanced up at Clark and then suddenly turned around and left without saying another word, all but running for the exit. What did you say? Clark looked at the CEO, a little wary now, as he had never met anyone that could do that to Lana, especially not in under a minute like what had just happened. Nothing much. We just came to an agreement. Miss Lang will no longer be bothering you or us with her attempts to sell gossip. Apologize if that was a bit presumptuous of me, but I had a feeling that the relationship had run its course. Mr. Edgar walked back over to him and pulled a card out from his jacket pocket, offering it to the young superhero. My personal number, please call if you need anything, especially regarding your father's health. You are. Thank you, sir. Clark took the card, feeling ironically a little rushed off his feet for once, as he looked down at the CEO's personal card. I must say, if that is the worst of what we have to deal with for you, I foresee a very profitable and mutually beneficial relationship. Mr. Edgar gave Clark a small, almost fatherly pat on the shoulder before moving back to the table with food on it. Come, let's eat something, and we can discuss a choice of colleges and Mary's new position as the Senior Director of Hero Management. The trio talked for about 3 hours, with Clark feeling like he was less talking about something that might happen and more like he was listening to an already formulated plan. Whilst everything they said about placing in the best position to do good and spreading out heroes across the country made sense, he kept feeling like there was more to it. However, the conversation eventually shifted to other things, mainly his brand, with Mr. Edgar and his aunt giving him options for his future costume, cape or no cape, red or blue as the main color scheme. Eventually, Clark noticed the time and politely excused himself, as he still needed to finish up his chores and his homework for the day. As he left, Stan Edgar waited a few minutes before turning back to Mary, releasing a sigh. He seems accepting, if a little reluctant, the CEO said as he moved off of the couch and over to the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a single malt scotch. I'll work on it. I have a couple of years, and I promise you, sir, your faith in me will not be misplaced. Mary sat up straight and projected an air of confidence, believing she could convince Clark to agree with the plan. It is imperative that you do. Stan Edgar sighed as he took a deep sip of his drink, almost draining the glance in one go. Otherwise, managing the situation will be impossible. Is Homelander really that threatened by Clark? Mary asked, slightly hesitant to broach the carefully kept Vought secret that the world's greatest hero was a loose cannon and egomaniac who had straight up murdered God knows how many people when he felt threatened. Who can tell with that oversized man-child? Edgar replied bitterly as he drained the last of his scotch before pouring himself another. Sitwell has him under control for the time being, but given how strong your nephew is getting, I can't imagine Homelander will stay happy for long. Especially when Clark is no longer a boy and the whole "you're still the strongest man" thing isn't going to work. Do you think Clark can take him? Mary asked, knowing full well the reason Edgar was so invested in Clark was that he saw him as a stable alternative to Homelander. A super that wasn't a hedonistic, self-obsessed child that Vought wouldn't have to clean up after. Currently I'm not sure. Clark, for all intents and purposes, is still a boy and still developing, whereas Homelander is still in his prime and has decades of experience on the boy. Stan Edgar spoke thoughtfully as he nursed the drink in his hand, taking a small sip as he calculated the odds. So, at the moment, it could go either way. However, in a few years if Clark keeps developing, then things might be very different indeed. The 7th Tower, Homelander's apartment. New York, August 1st, 2013. Homelander was staring at the front cover of a superhero magazine and felt his hand contract as the paper ripped from the pressure. He threw the remains of the magazine down onto the table, only to see the offending front page was still glaring up at him. The entire front cover was a single image of a boy in a black t-shirt standing in the rubble of a town, lifting up a house with one hand and offering his hand to a trapped family he was rescuing. The title of the article, although ripped in half, was also still visible. A super save by the Superboy. Homelander's eyes flashed red and saw the magazine turn to ash before his eyes. He let a small, satisfied snarl appear on his face, wishing he could do it to the actual boy. How could people be so stupid to compare that pup to me? Homelander thought in disbelief. He was the Homelander, for heaven's sake, the world's greatest superhero. This Superboy was a fucking farm boy from who the fuck cares, middle of nowhere. They weren't even in the same league, let alone the same ballpark. What was currently making him more irritable than usual was the fact that Ashley Barrett, Madeline's newest assistant, had just suggested a mentorship. The very thought made his skin itch, him the world's greatest hero mentoring the fucking mongrel from fucking nowhere. It was only Madeline's quick shooting down of the idea that stopped him from putting a fist through the stupid assistant's head. What's the matter? The voice of Madeline of Sitwell caused him to immediately perk up. As he looked up and saw her standing in the doorway of his apartment, he realized he had been more distracted than he thought, as he had completely failed to notice her arrival. He quickly swallowed the lump in his throat that always formed when he saw her, and also tried to brush the pile of ash off the table. Nothing at all. Why would anything be the matter? Homelander quickly responded, standing up in her presence, fixing a strained grin on his face. Sitwell just raised an amused eyebrow at his attempts to hide anything from her, giving him a small seductive and manipulative. She moved forward to the table and leaned down, giving him a quick glance down her top before she stood back up and held one of the other magazines Homelander forget was on the table. It was a superhero athletic magazine that had a picture of Clark lifting a pair of train engines, one on each hand, under the title Most Powerful Boy Alive. What did I tell you? He is nothing to worry about. Madeline tossed the magazine away, emphasizing her point before moving around the table and placing her hands on his chest. You are the world's greatest hero. You don't need to worry about a fucking Superboy, because you are the man every man wants to be. You are Homelander. I know, he whispered quietly as he breathed in Madeline's scent, trying to make sure his body didn't respond too obviously. He then released, "It's just everyone is talking about him, saying that I should mentor him like I'm what some fucking has been, some senior citizen superhero that needs to pass the fucking torch to some whiny snot-nosed prat that I could tear in hot dash. Hey, calm down. Okay, he's not worth this. He's not a tenth of the man you are." Madeline quickly moved to calm the unstable superhero before him. Her hand slid lower on his body, causing him to stir and focus on him. "Just forget about him, okay? I've already sorted it. He'll be shipped off to the West Coast, far from you or the real action, and soon he'll be another former famous child Supe who nobody remembers. Now, just relax and let me take care of everything." Homelander let himself be pushed to the couch, and Madeline moved around to the other side to start giving him a gentle massage. Homelander was practically rapturous at the attention, and Madeline saw him stir below the waist, causing her to shiver slightly. Although she was terrified of the man and found him repulsive despite his good looks, she still forced herself to continue on, knowing it was needed to keep him in place. "You're right. Homelander eventually whispered after feeling himself almost at the climax of the sensation he was getting from Madeline Sitwell's touch, opening his eyes to look up at her. He is really nothing to worry about, because I'm Homelander. Yes, you are. She agreed with him, fixing a smile on her face as she looked down at him. It was several hours later, when she was back in her office finishing her day, that she looked at the files and emails that her boss Stan Edgar had sent over. Madeline, despite her dislike of Homelander's unstable side, was still feeling blindsided and more than a little irritated at recent events over the last few years. Homelander was her golden goose, the very thing that made Vought so successful. As well as herself, she had gotten in on the ground floor of Homelander and built his brand herself. She had sacrificed, threatened, and done some pretty unsavory things to get to where she was now. Yet, now there was another Supe out there that could challenge her shinning American icon for his title of the world's most powerful man. What infuriated her the most was this apparent miracle superchild just also happened to be Mary Clark's nephew, who just so happened to be the product of a regular compound V injection into Mary's pregnant sister that Mary knew nothing about until after it had happened. Yeah, right? And I'm the bloody Queen of Egypt. Madeline scoffed, thinking it insulting that she or anyone would buy that story. She knew what this was. Vought had made a contingency plan. They saw where they had gone wrong with Homelander, and this time had corrected the mistakes. A real childhood with real parents, controlled exposure to the media to make him ready for his true debut, and keeping just off the radar enough that their current Homelander would go out and destroy his replacement. Yeah, she saw through the scheme easily enough. All Clark Kent was Homelander 2.0, the true red, a white and blue hero without the kinks Homelander had. Then, of course, there was also Mary Clark. Now, there was a name that Madeline thought she was never going to hear again. She remembered the presumptuous little bitch from the cousin fuckhick middle of nowhere, Kansas, who had one time thought herself Madeline's rival. In truth, there had never been a contest. Madeline was Vought born and bred, practically raised to be in her position, and knew the game like the back of her hand. Whilst Mary Clark had been that over-eager little bitch that was kept around because she looked good in a pencil skirt and was eye candy for the older executive boys to look at. She had proven to be good enough and must have gotten in bed with the right executive as well to land a management position in Vought. However, where before Mary's name invoked a smirk from her, Madeline now formed a grimace as she thought of the woman. Mary had played the long game, and much like how she had coasted on her success with Homelander and the Seven to get to her position, Mary was obviously planning to do the same with her nephew. Mary had even managed to get Stan Edgar to promote her to Senior Director of Hero Management, placing her just under Madeline, and with a directive from the CEO himself that she had free range of the West Coast hero scene. She also grimaced at the email she had just received from one of her contacts that Clark's girlfriend Lana had broken up with him and had gone media silent. Madeline had found the girl as a useful pawn and had been the one, through various agents, using her to try and discredit Mary's golden boy through tabloid stories. It seemed as though someone had got to Lana, and that particular route of smearing Clark was no longer going to work. Madeline needed to think of another way. Or maybe, the random thought that went through her head made her smile as an idea suddenly came to her. Don't fight change, be the one in charge of it. Yes, that was it. Let Mary do all the work, build up Clark into something out west, and then swoop in. Dazzle the boy with the glitz and glamour of the bid leagues, pry him away from Mary, and then bring the next icon to the East Coast as a member of her team. Yes, Madeline liked that plan. Clark, from what she understood, was like most people and admired the Seven, thinking them the world's greatest heroes. What super kid didn't grow up dreaming of being in the Seven? So it should be easy once he was more established to swoop in and convince him to come to work for her in the Seven. Although it might take a few unsavory things, she could convince Homelander to go along with it. The only question was which one of the idiots on the Seven would they drop for Clark when the time came. Maeve and Black Noir were out, one because they needed a female on the team, and the other because Stan Edgar wanted him there. A-Train was also likely a no, as the team still needed diversity unless he lost his position as the fastest speedster alive and got slower. Then Clark could easily take his spot as the fastest man alive. So, she was thinking Translucent or the Lamplighter, both were arrogant pricks whose messes she could do without. One was a perv, and the other was a colossal idiot, both of whom really offered little in the way of power. Yep, she liked this plan for a few more years, and then she could clean out one of the rotten apples for the next golden goose. The future was looking very bright indeed for Vought, the Seven, and Madeline herself. The icing on the cake was that when she whisked Clark off to the real superhero show, it would leave the bitch Mary Clark on her own in the B-list rodeo that was the West Coast scene. Madeline let a great big grin settle on her face as she looked down at the file that had Clark's picture on it, and where before she had felt annoyance, she now felt opportunity. She had wrapped Homelander around her finger in no time. How hard could a farm boy from the stick possibly be? Author's notes. Here is Chapter 4. Hope everyone likes it. I had intended to do more of Clark's early teen years, but thought it was best to just jump straight ahead. So, The plan currently is one chapter in his college years as he attends a Vought Hero College. Then we see Vought's plan to try and keep him away from Homelander by sending him to the West Coast. We will also see Clark learn about his true indemnity and where he comes from as well, leading to a chapter of him being in LA, establishing himself as potentially the next great superhero and meeting someone, after which we should be getting into the events of Season 1. Please review, follow, and favorite as you desire. Chapter 5, College. Godalkin University, Gym Complex, March 5th, 2016. Come on, Clark, the instructor yelled as Clark was laying before him on a triple reinforced push-up bench, his face red and sweat dripping. Keep going, come on, one more. Clark let out a heavy breath as he pushed up the few dozen hundred tons of weights pushing down on him. The resistance increased by giant magnets on the floor next to him trying to pull the massive weights down. A regular man and most common Supes would have been crushed or cut in half at the weight he was lifting, but for Clark, it was all a normal Saturday evening for him. Letting out a final push, he pushed against the resistance, making his arms go straight and completing his last rep of the evening. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. The instructor quickly pressed on his Vought pad to turn off the magnets, and a mechanical arm moved out to take the weights Clark had just been lifting. Great session tonight. Excellent as always. Thanks. Clark breathed out as he wiped the sweat off his face and moved to rehydrate, grabbing one of the large jugs of water placed next to him, drowning it in one. So how close am I? 200 more tons, and officially at least you are benching the same as Homelander. The instructor gave the 21-year-old future superhero a massive grin as he turned the result around to show Clark. Clark gave an appreciative nod and cracked a rare, prideful smile at his achievements. Whilst many knew Clark was beyond modest, he did take this rare moment to be proud of where he had reached. He was only 21, but he was already the second strongest person on the planet behind Homelander, of course. And who knew? A decade or two more, he could be the world's strongest hero, taking over from Homelander. The man wasn't getting any younger, and eventually a new generation always had to take over. I mean, just look at Soldier Boy. He died saving America, and about a decade later, Homelander rose to fill his void. So, what are you doing to celebrate? The instructor's voice sounded out next to Clark, breaking him out of his current musings. Celebrate. Clark asked, confused. His workout session had been great, but it was still something he did every week without fail. Oh, come on, you just aced the recuse finals and on national television as well. The instructor looked disbelieving at Clark, knowing fully well what a young man like him should be doing. You were the pick for the upcoming draft. Everyone knows you are the next Homelander. It's why those cheerleaders throw themselves at you. I haven't really thought about it, Clark said, honestly choosing to ignore the cheerleader comment, remembering the more than a few times he had to dodge the girls on campus throwing themselves at him. Yeah, right. Well, that is it for today. So, you can run along and enjoy the rest of your day. The instructor gave Clark a firm nod as he departed, leaving the superbold young man alone. Clark breathed out a deep sigh, grabbed his stuff, and headed for the showers, taking little notice that he was the only person present in the entire gym complex. After his very quick shower, Clark exited the gym. Whilst donning his costume, it was still the basic black t-shirt costume that his aunt had designed years ago. She had said that the moment he graduated, they had a whole new costume ready for him that would debut him as America's next greatest hero, not the Superboy, but the Superman. As he exited the gym, he suppressed another sigh as took a quick look around the campus. The Vought Hero College was more of a reality show than an educational program. Everywhere he went there were cameras, placed to fill everything for one of Vought's premiere shows, Varsity. It made him feel kind of sick. The teachers he had always looked surprised when he showed up actually wanting to learn crime-fighting techniques, even after 3 years at the school. And that wasn't even mentioning the times the place was almost the Hunger Games with the number of people trying to backstab each other just to get ahead. However, Clark didn't really worry about that too much as everyone seemed to give him a wide berth. He wasn't sure if it was just because of how powerful he was compared to everyone else at the college or if it was something else. He had a sneaking suspicion that Stan Edgar or his aunt was also making threats behind the scenes as well, keeping the more ambitious people off of him. He wasn't sure how to feel about that as it seemed underhanded, but he was also grateful as it kept him from having to deal with the madness a lot of other people like him dealt with. Hey, CK. The voice that sounded out immediately drew Clark's attention, and he turned his head to see a face that he hadn't seen in a few years. Alex. Clark questioned his sigh and blinked a few times before he realized that he wasn't imagining things. There stood at the foot of the gym stairs, leaning against a new model Chrysler, was Alex, the young superhero drummer boy, giving Clark a wide smile. Alex, my God, I haven't seen you since that good awful New Year's Eve party Vought hosted in Chicago back in 2014. Alex finished his old friend's sentence, pushing off of his car as he smiled at Clark. It was right before Young America disbanded, and you started the whole soul career thing. Hey, you know that wasn't my decision, and you knew how I felt about the team. We weren't real dash. Clark started to try to apologize, remembering that the party was the last time he had seen basically anyone from Young America. Hey, I know. And I'm not here to bust your balls, okay? I was in town, and I thought it would be good to catch up. Alex said, cutting Clark off, giving his old friend a wide smile that Clark always remembered that his friend had on his face. Yeah, sure. That sounds great. Clark said, walking down the stairs to stand in front of his friend, who now had to look up to see into Clark's face. I just finished up at the gym, so do you want to get a meal or something? The cafeteria is open 24/7 here. Sounds good, but there's actually a party I've been invited to. It's nothing major, just a few friends. Alex said, casually gesturing to his car, a smile gracing his face. I'll drive us, and trust me, it will be an epic night. Clark looked at Alex for a few moments, his senses telling him that something was off, and had a feeling that he shouldn't go with the superhero pop star. He had heard rumors that Alex was into some things that Clark wanted no part of, and that the former teen Supe pop star had fallen into a bad crowd. However, Clark also felt that he needed a night off. He was giving his all to become a superhero, and wasn't his instructor, right? Shouldn't he take a moment to celebrate his achievements? Besides, he knew Alex the guy may have struggled with his super life, but he wasn't spiraling out of control, and the tabloid were likely making things up. They did it to him all the time. Okay, you know what? I'm free for the evening, and I think a nice quiet party sounds good. Clark agreed, causing the smile on Alex's face to grow impossibly wide as he punched the air in triumph. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, WOH. Yeah, Alex suddenly seemed incredibly energetic, punching the air several more times, and all but snatching Clark's gym bag from him. Clark found himself all but pushed into the car as Alex quickly threw his gym bag into the back seat. Clark almost had to tear the seatbelt on as Alex suddenly jumped into the driver's seat and floored it. The speed at which Alex was driving was alarming. What was even more alarming was that Alex then started up a conversation. So, how you been doing? Wait, stupid question. Great, of course I caught the last week's episode of Varsity, you killed it. Alex spoke just as quick as he drove, causing Clark to be unable to reply, as the sound-powered man kept powering through his words. Anyway, you hear from any of the old gang? Annie, Mary, what was General Issue's real name? I want to say Pete, no Jack. It was Dwight, and no, not really. Well, I talk to Annie, still we call and keep each other updated, but I haven't seen her since I moved out here. Jesus, it's been 3 years already, wow. She stayed in Des Moines and didn't think the hero college scene was for her. Clark said as kept glancing between Alex and the windscreen, as his old friend weaved through the Saturday evening traffic. I don't think we should slow down. No, it's cool. We are almost there anyway. Alex casually replied, a wide grin on his face, seeing that his invincible friend looked nervous at his driving. Yeah, me. And Annie broke up, you know? Yeah, I heard. Sorry to hear that, man. You two seemed good together. Clark said, a little confused as Alex and Annie had broken up when Young America had still been a thing, and clearly remembered Alex telling him at the time. Yeah, it wouldn't have worked out. My gran never liked her. And we were just too different, you know? Alex said as he took a sharp corner. His words worried Clark as they were verbatim what Alex had said a few years ago. Yeah. Hey Alex, are you feeling our dash? Clark decided to press the issue as there was something clearly off about Alex, and was worried that his friend seemed to be repeating an old conversation. And we're here. Alex abruptly stopped the car in front of what looked like an abandoned warehouse, and without waiting to explain, promptly jumped out of the side of the car. Clark would have thought this another troubling sign of Alex's mental state, had he not noticed the makeshift parking lot Alex had parked in, which clearly showed that the place was not as abandoned as it appeared. As he looked around, he noticed that a lot of the cars seemed to be high-end models, and some he swore belonged to his fellow students and a few of his teachers. Alex, what is this place? Clark tried to ask his old friend, who merely kept walking almost giddy as a schoolboy, as he merely waved Clark to follow. This is going to be an epic night, Alex said with confidence as he ignored Clark and banged on the metal door in front of him. Clark was again going to demand answers, but a slit in the door at head height opened up, revealing a pair of eyes. Oh, it's you again. Like I said before, B-listers, piss off. This place is only for locals or the elite, and you're neither, singing boy. The bouncer's deep, gruff voice sounded out, clearly annoyed that Alex had apparently returned, then struck the door, causing it to shake slightly. Now, beat it before I lose my cool. Hey, it's okay. Look, I said I knew the local super scene, and here's proof. Alex then turned and gestured to Clark up and down like he was a prize he was showing off. Clark's brow suddenly furrowed as he realized that Alex hadn't appeared to catch up. He just needed Clark to get into an exclusive club. Oh shit, you're the Superboy. The bouncer's gruff voice suddenly lost all pretense of anger or annoyance as he started to unscramble the locks on the inside. Before Clark could speak up and verbally beat Alex up, the bouncer appeared, gesturing for them to come inside. My apologies to your friend. If I had known there wouldn't have been any trouble, honest. You know what? The first drink is on the house. That isn't Nices dash. Clark tried to protest, but suddenly found that Alex was dragging him in with a wide smile on his face. That is more like it. Alex spoke far too loudly as he exulted in his triumph. As he turned, he saw the grimace on Clark's face and let out an apologetic sigh. Look, I know this looks bad, but come on, you want to get out and have some fun. I promise you'll love this place. Clark let out a small sigh and gave a very reluctant nod and followed Alex in. Mainly because he wanted to keep Alex safe. The young man was clearly not in a good state of mind, and also because he was curious. He had heard about these underground super clubs and had been invited to a few, but never attended as he heard that they were a little too wild. But honestly, these people were superheroes. How bad could it be? Several hours later. It was bad. Clark was deeply hating his enhanced sense at the moment, as even tucked away in the VIP booth, as he could still hear, smell, and even taste most of what was happening. And there was a lot happening. Half of the room was making out or worse, and the other half were high or getting there. All of which was nearly enough to make him vomit. Hey baby, why don't you join us? Clark turned and saw a scantily dressed young woman calling over to him. She was clearly out of it as she was swaying side to side with our care, and her voice was detached. Clark gave her a quick scan and saw alarming the girl was on more drugs than he could name. She was pumped to the hilt and was still going. He was about to say something when suddenly another girl, also completely out of it and wearing even less clothing, came up behind the first and dragged her off. The two swayed and walked jaggedly before they ended back on the dance floor in oppressive bodies, pushing up against one of Clark's classmates. Clark just shook his head and picked up the drink that was sitting next to him, that he had to touch since Alex had gotten it for him, and then promptly disappeared. He took a single sip, which he promptly spat out. The liquid was more a cocktail of narcotics than alcohol. Deciding that he finally had enough, he slammed the drink back onto the table and stood up, scanning the room of debauchery for Alex. It took him only a few moments to spot his erstwhile friend dancing, or more accurately failing about, in the corner of the dance floor, surrounded by a dozen people in a similar state. Clark lifted himself off of the ground and floated over the dance, not wanting to wade through the bacchanal of a dance floor. The only thing he had to contend with was a pair of individuals with very little clothing on, practically devouring each other, that were also floating through the air. CK. Alex cheered as he swayed around, spotting Clark as he landed in front of him. Hey, everyone. This is my very good, bested friend, the Superboy. Alex's inebriated statement was made with him moving forward and slapping Clark on the chest to prove a point. However, the crowd around him was far too out of it and likely wouldn't have reacted at all even if Homelander had appeared stark naked in front of them. The only one to react was a very drunk, topless girl that swayed over and threw herself onto Clark's arm, trying to push up against him. Alex, I'm leaving, Clark stated firmly, a grimace on his face as he pushed off the topless girl, who immediately went back to dancing. So out of it, she didn't care she'd been rejected. I have no idea, WH-. Clark cut himself off as his senses suddenly registered fully what was happening to the man in front of him. Alex's heart rate was through the roof massively and was hammering away like a jackhammer at his chest. He was also sweating buckets, and his pupils were dilated. That wasn't to mention the moment of mixed neurological signals and chemical imbalance Clark could also see in his friend's head. Oh God, Alex, I need to get you to a hospital, Clark said, moving forward, placing his hands on Alex's shoulder, making sure he didn't collapse to the floor. What, I'm fine, Alex declared, waving his hand in front of his face as his head swayed side to side in a very uncontrolled attempt to shake his head. I swear, trust me, the stuff I'm on is all good. I feel great. Christ, Alex, I think you're ODing, or you're about to. I need to get you out of here. Clark started pulling Alex towards the exit, but the sonic-powered hero just pulled his arm from Clark's grip. Hey, HEY, what's the rush? The party isn't over, Alex said, clearly more out of it than Clark thought, as he had not heard a word his friend had said, gesturing to the massive press of drunk, high and otherwise intoxicated supers. Yes, it is. Clark rounded on Alex and lifted the other super-able man from the ground, lifting him over his shoulder in a fireman's carry, not caring about Alex's protests. Alex was going to protest, but Clark suddenly turned around and lifted one hand, snapping his fingers together. For a normal person, the action would have been a futile gesture destined to be drowned out by the shrillness, which was the party. However, when Clark snapped his fingers, it was like a mini explosion occurred, causing several dozen people to be pushed to the floor and the music to cut out. Okay, party is over, everyone out. Clark's shout was accompanied by his eyes glowing red and everyone going silent as they stared at the man. It was then like a stampede of bison as everyone scrambled to leave the premises with or without their clothing. Clark, however, took no notice as he merely turned around and started towards the exit carrying Alex, whilst the stampeding crowd parted to make way for him. As they exited, Clark felt his disgust raise as he saw that more than half of the people had just passed out or were getting high outside in the makeshift parking lot. Clark made a beeline for the street, wanting to get away from these people and find a place that he could safely take off from. However, as he was leaving, he was forced to duck, dropping Alex as a bolt of electrical energy shot at where his head had been, blasting a hole through the wall. Clark looked up, tracking where the attack had come from, only to see that he wasn't under attack. One of his fellow students with electrical powers was just high. The student was crackling with electricity and was still unbelievable, taking drugs, crouched over the hood of a car where he had deposited a mountain of cocaine and had his head pressed into it. The man was shaking with pleasure, which was causing him to blast off electrical blots into the surrounding area. Clark moved quickly, dashing over to the man and pulling his head out of the mountain of coke. He was about to yell at the man about responsibility when the man, with a pure look of joy on his face, released a massive electrical bolt. The bolt struck Clark directly in the middle of the chest and sent him flying, crashing through a series of cars as well as buildings. His world was briefly a series of walls and rooms as he went flying back until he felt the power of the bolt dissipate and him hitting something large and metallic. He had no time to get his bearings as he felt the ceiling above him give way, causing him to react immediately and move up to grab it. Oh my God, oh my God. Clark's vision immediately snapped to an older woman clutching several children, one with major electrical burns cowering on a stairwell to his left. He suddenly became aware of the number of children in the building, which he was guessing was some kind of either shelter or orphanage due to the part of the city they were in and the beds he was seeing. However, he couldn't focus on that as he felt the ceiling start to buckle and cracks appearing in the poorly maintained building, all of which were made worse by the smell of gas. Turning his head, Clark saw what he had crashed into. It was the main boiler of the building, a large older model that was now leaking gas into the air. "I've got this, ma'am. I need you to get the children out." Clark tried to sound calm and direct his attention to the older woman on the stairs. The woman did nothing but repeat, "Oh my God," stuck in a panic trance, causing Clark to snap at her. "Miss, I need you to focus." The woman's eyes went wide, and she seemed to focus enough to grab the children she was carrying and start running for the exit. She moved faster than Clark thought possible for a woman her age, and she basically kicked down the front door as she ran outside. "Wait, you need to get the other children." Clark called after her, and then cursed as the ceiling above him started to give way. He shifted his weight, spreading weight over his shoulders, tried to keep the ceiling up as his mind started to race, trying to figure out what to do next. "CK, you all right?" Clark's head snapped back to the front door, which was under the hole he had made when he crashed into the building. A smile appeared on his face as he saw Alex standing in the doorway. He was swaying slightly and still high, but at the moment Clark would take what he could get. "Alex!" Clark shouted with joy as he kept shifting his weight, trying to keep the failing building from collapsing. "Alex, you need to get upstairs now and get the kids out." "What kids?" Alex asked, blinking at Clark, confused in his drug-hazed state. Although he had shown up to check on Clark, he was still clearly so out of it he had no idea what was happening. "The ones upstairs." Clark yelled quickly, losing his patience as he felt the ceiling starting to drop and heard the children upstairs shout in panic. Okay. Alex said, almost trance-like, feeling Clark's hostile tone was ruining his buzz as he moved into the building using the wall to support him. Clark grunted as he started to feel the ceiling truly break apart as boards and beams broke, falling to the floor. The falling debris caused the panic screams from upstairs to intensify and also forced the incredibly high Alex to dodge to prevent himself from being crushed. Alex jumped into the wall and felt something plastic crack as he collided with the wall as he slumped to the floor, feeling his high start to leave him. He looked up to see he had hit a light switch. Clark's eyes widened as he saw what Alex crashed into his head, immediately snapping up to the several lights he had crashed through when blasted into the building. They were all broken and the electrical wires feeding into them were showing. Clark's world slowed to a crawl as he saw the small electrical spark happen now that the circuit was completed, and then his world became white as it ignited the gas-filled air. Vought Central General Hospital, VIP private room, March 7th, 2016. Okay, that's good, as she signed the NDA. Clark looked over to his Aunt Mary that was sitting in the corner of her cell phone, plugged into the wall, and pressed her ear. She had been on the phone so long it had died, so she was forced to crouch over in her chair to charge it and talk at the same time. Oh, thank God for that. Well, make sure that no one gets to her okay. Clark's vision then turned to the TV screen that was in the hospital room. The room had been forced on him by his aunt. Although he wasn't injured, she had demanded he take it, so they had somewhere private to talk. His face formed a grimace as he saw the headline of the currently muted TV. Drummer boy injured responding in orphanage accident. He could also see in the scroll under the headline the causality figures. What was not on the screen was his name or the fact that it had all been caused by a Supe out of his mind on cocaine. Nothing of that kind whatsoever. That's not what happened. Clark's voice sounded out, causing his aunt to look over at him, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Peter, I will call you back, okay?" Mary hung up the phone she had been glued to for nearly 24 straight hours, not waiting for a response. Her face became all businesslike, and she suppressed a sigh that she had to deal with her nephew's naivety. "What was that? That's not how this happened." Clark said, forcefully standing and pointing to the TV. It wasn't a gas leak or an accident. It was because a Supe got high and blasted me into the fucking building. And Alex wasn't there being a hero. He was out his goddamn mind on drugs. Jesus, he nearly OD walking through the door. So, Mary asked, her manner calm and businesslike, as she looked at her young nephew. So, Clark asked in disbelief. So, there need to be consequences. The Supe needs to be arrested. Alex needs to go to rehab. And I want to help the survivors. I mean, I was the one who crashed into the building. We could do a large charitable donation, but you're not going public with this fiasco. Mary responded calmly, crossing her arms over her chest. Alex is being placed into a discreet VOC control clinic. As we speak, discreetly our friend Anna has signed him, and seeing as his family want nothing to do with the fuck up. As for the Supe who caused this, we have already acted. He has been docked a month's pay and transferred out of the state. So that's that. That's that, Clark repeated in disbelief. He couldn't believe what he was hearing or that it was his aunt saying it. Yes, Mary said forcibly, gritting her teeth, her patience running out. Auntie, there needs to be consequences. We can't just co-dash. Clark started a speech, but was cut off by Mary. Oh, for fuck's sake, Clark, grow up. Mary snapped at her nephew, causing him to look at her in shock. It was the first time that she had ever yelled at him. Her patience finally out, she started informing her nephew of how the world works. You want the truth, Clark. This is my job, covering up the shit your kind leaves in its wake. Every day, it's another fucking train wreck. Dead hookers, drugs, people injured in botched saves, and actual bloody fucking train wrecks. Clark's eyes widened, and he was suddenly forced to sit down as his aunt advanced on him, a snarl on her face that caused him to shrink back from her. Mary didn't seem to need to breathe as she unleashed years of frustration of dealing with all of Vough's shit on her nephew. So, your friend was getting high, and someone else was getting high when you two left the hero party. Yeah, that's right, I know you were at that party, and what was happening there? Mary gave her nephew a snarl-filled smile as his eyes widened when she mentioned the party. So don't act fucking high and mighty with me, and don't think you're any better. Fucking Lana and her crap. All those girls making peeping Tom allocations over the years. Those rumors about Alex, Annie, and you, the rest of young America fucking around that had to crush to keep your wholesome image intact, and not to mention keeping people off that so fucking precious farm of yours. But, I didn't do any of those things, and I didn't know about the party. Clark managed to sputter out, still in shock at his aunt's attack on his character. Oh, come on. Mary shook her head and rolled her eyes in disbelief. Clark, this is me. Not your PA or MA. I know what your kind is like and the shit they get up to. So please don't do the innocent act with me. Hell, I wrote most of those at the Shucks Farm Boy lines. Clark's mouth opened wide and closed several times, not that he couldn't defend himself, but his mind was just failing him at the moment as his aunt laid into him. His mouth finally closed as his mind was starting to put all the small pieces he had seen over the years and realize the reality he had been ignoring. Ah, good, you decided to listen. Mary gave a triumphant smile, thinking Clark's silence was a result of him accepting reality. Okay, good. So, you're going to go back to college. We have released a statement of support already for Drummer Boy and taking care of the survivors that saw you there. So, all you have to do is not say shit and we're golden. Mary released a deep sigh and then turned around over to a table with glasses and a jug of water. She poured herself one, taking a long sip of the cold water. She took a moment to recompose herself, regaining her sense of calm as she continued on. You know, I'm glad we've had this chat. It's been a long time coming. Now that you know that I know about everything, it makes things so much easier. If you ever need help dealing with an issue, you can just call me instead of dancing around. I know I was harsh, but I'm your aunt, and I just want what's be dash. Mary turned around and suddenly found herself in an empty room, staring at an open window. She just released a sigh and put down the water she was drinking, instead reaching in her jacket pocket and pulling out a flask she kept for emergencies, and took a massive swig. Kent Farm, Smallville, Kansas, March 7th, 2016. John just raised his hand to his wife as both of them spotted the shadow up in the barn that they both knew well. The barn was always where their son retreated when the world got too much for him. John had always joked that it was Clark's fortress of solitude. John released a slight cough and took 2 of the bitter pills his doctor had prescribed for his heart condition. As John moved into the barn, he spotted his son's black t-shirt with his crest on the front discarded onto the floor. He didn't bother picking it up as he moved into the barn and up a ladder to the hayloft, to a space he had built for Clark years ago. The hayloft looked more like a study. It had several couches, a writing desk, and even a telescope Cal hadn't used in years. Sitting with his legs over the ledge of the hayloft doors was his son, who was sitting wearing one of his old work shirts, staring out the world. You haven't been up here in a while, Jonathan said with a smile, moving into Clark's childhood sanctum. However, his son made no response, so he decided to press on. I remember when you used to come up here, when Lana said something that made you blush, of course. I think the last time you came up here might have been a hide from Lana as well. Christmas. Clark responded, not turning to look at his father, but feeling his father's questioning look on his face, he elaborated. I came up here last Christmas. It's where I hide your presents. I know. Jonathan responded with a smile, as Clark turned around with a look of surprise on his face. He then moved over to sit next to his son, a soft smile on his face. I've known since you were 607. When you dragged that toolkit you got me out here, and the trail of wrapping paper that you left behind was a little bit of giveaway. Clark chuckled at his father's story, but his joy quickly left him as a solemnness overtook him, causing his father to sigh. Jonathan turned his vision to the horizon like his son, waiting for Clark to be ready to talk. It took about an hour of them sitting in silence before Clark released a deep breath and finally spoke about what was on his mind. Nothing is like what I thought it was, Pa. Clark whispered, fearing that he was about to shatter his father's faith in heroes, just like it had been. Jonathan said as he put Clark's discarded shirt together with his statement and correctly guessed what had happened. So, something went wrong, and Mary finally told you everything. What? Clark shouted in shock, twisting to face his father with horror on his face, thinking that his dad thought the same things as Mary did about him. P.A. I swear none of what Aunt Mary believes is true. I've never done anything like Dash. Jonathan raised his hand, causing Cal to go silent as he greeted his son's panic with a loving smile. I know, son, you Aunt just... Well, she's dealt with so much bad that she paints everything with the same brush. I know none of the things she thinks about you is true. And in truth, I don't think she believes it either, not deep down. So you know about some of the Supes doing drugs, the parties, and the cover-ups? Clark asked hesitantly after a few moments of silence, worried about what his pa might actually believe in. I know some of it. Truthfully, I don't know a lot. I never wanted to because I knew you're not like them. So, I was never worried about having to deal with that side like Mary does, Jonathan explained, giving his son a confident smile. But what if I am Pa? Clark's question was quiet and soft as he looked away from his father. You're not. Jonathan's reply was spoken with such certainty that it caused Clark to look at his father's certain eyes. Pa, you can't know that. I'm a Supe just like them, and if they can give in to those urges, I might too. You're not, Jonathan replied to his son, standing up, deciding that it was finally time for the truth. I'm not what? Clark asked, confused, twisting around to face his father, who was walking back into the barn. You're not a Supe, Jonathan said, turning his head to give his son a smile and a look of such pure love that it caused Clark to freeze. It's time we talk about where you come from and the truth about Supes. Just keep in mind that the Supe thing is going to be a less weird thing of the two, by a lot. Pa, what are you talking about? Clark stood up and strode over to his father, who now descending down the ladder that led into the hayloft. Well, to answer that question, we really need to get into the storm cellar. It's where I put your spaceship. Jonathan's reply caused Clark to freeze again, allowing Jonathan to reach the barn door before his son called out to him. What spaceship? Clark's face was one of pure confusion as he scrambled down the ladder after his pa. So confused he temporarily forgot he could fly. Well, son, it all started on a late June night after watching a god-awful movie with your mother. It was the night of the freak meteor shower, but more importantly, it was the day you came into our lives. Jonathan waited for Clark to join him as he wrapped an arm around his son and started to tell him a story he had waited 2 decades to tell. Chapter 6, A Star in Los Angeles. Early morning, downtown Los Angeles, June 9th, 2019. Florida. Southside Los Diablos Lieutenant Vincent Mraz screamed at his driver, who was weaving through traffic. What do you think I'm doing? The driver yelled back as they swung around a corner, desperately trying to get away as fast as he could. His fear got the better of him, and suddenly he turned around to look out the back window. Have we lost Hi? Oh, SHIT. The driver's attention suddenly shot forward again as he noticed an elderly woman and child trying to cross the street. Having no time to apply the brakes, he tried to swerve around them, but the angle was too sharp and the side of the car was going to strike them. As everyone inside the car closed their eyes and yelled, they suddenly jolted forward. Penning their eyes, they found themselves flying through the air. Oh God, it's him. We are so fucked. The guy sat on a back street with Mraz and started screaming his head off and twisting, looking for a way to escape. Just as suddenly as the flight had occurred, it ended, and everyone's attention turned to the figure now standing by the driver's side dude. The driver reacted, first pulling out a shotgun he had stuck next to it and pointing it at their pursuer and savior. Their savior, however, moved even faster and wrenched the gun from their hands, not wanting to risk a ricochet or the gun exploding if he heated it up. Mraz moved first, however, pushing open the car. He lifted his gun and started firing away at the hero. He fired dead center into the bright red crest in front of him, then started to advance towards him, firing madly as he did so. However, his bullets did little more than crumple when they struck him. Hearing the gun go empty, Mraz cast it aside and pulled out his backup piece, a heavy snub-nosed Colt Anaconda that he lined up against the monster's face and fired. The world seemed to slow for him as he watched the heavy caliber bullets slowly hit his targets, only for it to flatten like a tin can. Mraz's eyes followed it all the way to the ground, and then looked up at his intended victim, who did not look impressed. Feeling rage at the casual look he was receiving, Mraz threw his gun away before balling up his fist and throwing the heaviest punch he could. "Take this, you little bye." Ah! Mraz crumbled to the floor as he felt his hand shatter against the steel jaw of his target. "Okay, why the punching?" Clark asked in disbelief, shaking his head at the gang lieutenant, who was now crying kneeling on the pavement. "I mean, if bullets don't work, how would fist?" Mraz offered no response, and believing that the superhero was distracted the driver, made a move to run. However, he stopped dead when he caught the superhero just looking at him and shaking his head. The gang member didn't even try to resist. Instead, he immediately threw his hands up into the air and knelt on the floor. The watching crowd went wild in a rush of clapping and cheering as Clark floated away from the subdued gang members over to the elderly woman and child. The child's eyes went wide at the sight of his idol floating down from the sky. Clark was tall now, well over 6 feet, broad-shouldered, with handsomely chiseled features and enough muscles to make even the most devout nun blush. He was dressed to impress as well. The tight blue skin suit clung to his body and showed off his body, whilst his S-shield was emblazoned on his chest proudly. What tied it all together for the child, however, was the long red cape that hung off of the hero's back and billowed perfectly in the wind. "Are you two all right?" Clark asked while landing before the elderly woman and child with a friendly smile on his face. Yes. Thank you, Superman." The woman blinked. Although he was a regular occurrence over the skies of LA, she had never actually thought to meet the city's hero. "And what about you, buddy? You doing okay?" Clark asked the wide-eyed child, taking a knee to be able to be level with the boy. "Yeah. You're really Superman, aren't you?" The boy asked, wonder in his eyes as he looked up at his and the city's hero. "I am, and I am here to help." Clark offered a smile, and then noticed that the boy was holding a Vought comic book in his hands and was fidgeting with it, nervous to ask what he wanted. "Do you want an autograph?" The boy immediately brightened up and nodded with fury, causing Clark to smile, kneel down, and sign the comic book. He suppressed a grimace as he saw it was of him and made a mental note that he needed to talk to his aunt about Vaught's comic version of him. It was so corny it made him wince, especially since it was written as if he still spoke with a heavy Kansas accent. Clark did not have to wait long for the police to arrive, and as he watched over the gang members, he had subdued. As he did, he politely waved to the crowd that had gathered to watch. Then he signed a few more items and posed for a few photographs. He thanked the police officers that showed up and did a quick scan of the area to make sure everyone was all right before shooting off into the air. The image of Clark taking off paused before shrinking into the corner of the Vought News Networks, or VNN as it was called for short screen. The headline banner under the lead anchor Cameron Coleman read, "Superman involved in 100th Super. Save in just 2 days." Cameron leaned forward and gave his best awarding-winning smile. And that, folks, was footage from the West Coast, marking Superman's 100th save in under 48 hours, which means he has officially broken Homelander's own record. Cameron then swiveled in his chair to face a different camera, so that he had more room next to him as 2 pictures appeared, one of Superman and the other of Homelander. Yet, I'm sure it won't be long before Homeland steps back up to the plate and shatters this record. In fact, I am so sure that I'll make one of my famous Cameron Coleman predictions that it'll happen by the end of the month, and that is a CC guarantee. Cameron then leaned back, taking a deep breath as he prepared to press on, which he did with the skill and ability of a seasoned muckraker. However, I'm sure my loyal viewers, and anyone who isn't living under a rock or a liberal naysayer no-brain, will note that this is another record that will surely add to the ever-growing pile of contests going back and forth between these two titans. Coleman spoke with a wide grin and boundless charm as he hammered his next point home. "So, I'm going to ask the question everyone wants to know. When is Superman going to join the Seven? He is clearly the second strongest man alive, and together the two will be able to save America more effectively. But you want to know why this is happening? Well, I will tell you why. It's because of the bleeding heart, yellow, belly sissy Lee Dash. Lois switched off the TV before she threw up, or more likely threw something at the screen." Daily Planet News Building, Central New York, June 9th, 2019. "Lois, why are you watching that garbage?" She looked up to see it was one of her fellow reporters who had popped into the break room she was in to grab a quick drink. "Perry told me to. I think you want a piece on Coleman for my next report," Lois responded, tapping the notebook she had in front of her to emphasize her point. Although, as her colleague looked at the pad, what he could make out were hardly notes and more a list of indictments of the man, several of which brought a chuckle. "Well, good luck. With the amount of shots you've been firing at Vought lately, I'm surprised they haven't tried suing us." Again, her coworker joked back, earning a small chuckle from Lois, who checked her watch to see how long until she was on the air. "Oh, speaking of Perry, He wants to see you in his office as soon as possible. Do you know what about? She asked. It was odd that her boss would be asking to see her so soon before her primetime slot. Usually he caught her afterwards to yell at her, or in the morning to do the same. No idea, but I think it's urgent. He told everyone if they saw you to send you to him straight away. Her coworker shrugged as he finished making his drink and moved out of the break room. Lois spent a few more minutes finishing her notes on Cameron Coleman and was about ready to hit the airwaves. She still couldn't decide between bigoted blowhard with a bullhorn or insecure small man with masculinity issues. She moved towards Perry's office and couldn't help but scoff at what her so-called news channel was running. Cat Grant was on, and she was leaning heavily into their top story, who was going to replace Lamplighter. Lois didn't have anything against Cat apart from her questionable fashion choices. She just didn't get the obsession with Supes. Not after all the evidence she had uncovered of accidents and botched saves. Not that you're ever allowed to speak, print, or even blog about those. Lois lamented. The Daily Planet News Network might not be owned by Vought and was more critical than most, but even they towed the line when it came to Supes. She knew why money. Vought had a lot of it, and it spent a lot covering up messes so they couldn't be reported. Any who did would soon wish they hadn't when they were quickly buried with lawyers and sued back to the Stone Age. As she opened the door to Perry's office, she froze. Her eyes beheld a sight that her brain couldn't explain. Sitting in the room were the last two people she would ever have expected to see. One was Madeline Stillwell, and the other was Cameron Coleman himself. They both turned to look at her. Madeline was all business and met Lois' entrance with a polite nod, whilst Cameron looked like the cat that had swallowed the canary. Lois' eyes shot up to Perry, who had a grimace on his face, and he gave her an apologetic look. "Ah, there's the newest addition to my team." Cameron spoke first, his voice oozing with satisfaction. "I so look forward to working with you." "Cameron, please." Madeline shot him a quick look that caused the bombastic muckraker to become quiet, but didn't remove the smile from his face. She then stood up and offered her hand to Lois. "Mississippi Lane, I'm Ma Dash. Madeline Stillwell, I know who you are." "Perry, what's going on?" Lois moved into the room, ignoring Madeline and focusing solely on her boss. "Lois, we H-Dash." Perry began to speak only for Madeline to cut him off with her own reply. "Vought has just brought the Daily Planet. As of 2 hours ago, this network is a subsidiary of VNN." Madeline explained briskly before seeing the alarm in Lois' eyes and expanding on her statement. "Don't worry, there won't be any changes yet. In fact, you're being promoted to a lead position for your own primetime segment right alongside Cameron's show, hosting Heroes with Lois Lane. You two are even going to co-anchor our primetime news slot as well." "I already host my own show in primetime, and I anchor the news solo with the Planet," Lois responded coldly, not returning the other woman's clearly fake smile. However, the Vought manager did not care and merely kept up her professional indifference, as she really wasn't concerned if Lois was happy or not. Madeline had one, and a nosy reporter just had to live with it. "Well, think about how much easier it's going to be with a co-host and a more well-funded team behind you," Madeline stated with a practiced smile as she picked up her bag, a clear signal that she was leaving as Cameron scrambled to his feet too. "Perry even has your first assignment as part of the Vought team. I'm afraid the current project you were going for isn't on brand." "Perry, we'll talk later." Lois had to almost jump out of the way of Madeline as she strode out of the office, followed by Coleman, who had a stupid grin on his face. As the two left, she wheeled back around with a look of disbelief on her face. "Perry, what the hell?" Lois demanded, not caring about being respectful or keeping others from hearing. "Lois, calm down." Perry spoke, releasing a sigh as slumped back into his chair as the 27-year-old ace reporter screamed bloody murder. "Calm down. Why the hell should I calm down?" Lois replied, yelling even louder. "Great Caesar's Ghost Lane, shut it and listen." Perry screamed back with rage on his face as he slammed his fist into the table, causing it to buckle with the blow. Lois looked ready to continue, but he released another deep sigh and slumped back into his chair, looking defeated. The old war dog's reaction caused her to hold back her check her rage, moving to sit down and really look at her boss. Perry White, one of the strongest men she knew, looked exhausted, but worse, he looked beaten, like the fight had gone right out of him. "What happened?" Lois asked, more cautious and considerate than before. "It was a fucking coup." Perry grimaced as the unpleasant memory of the last 2 days played through his head. Bad news piled on horseshit fed to him as if it was candy. "The network's been on Vought's radar for years. We are, or were, the last ones standing, the final holdouts of a truly free press, not towing the Vought line. So, the moment they smelled blood in the water, they pounced. Our parent company caved and ta-fucking-da. Like a magic trick, we're like everyone else." "Isn't there something we can do?" Lois asked, hoping that he had a way out of this almost nightmare scenario. "Nope," Perry said, bitterly, feeling like he needed a drink after being sober for almost 20 years. "I tried every ploy I knew and called in every favor I had. No one wants to take on Vought. So, as of 2 hours, like the lady said, We are no longer the Daily Planet, but the Vought Daily World News Network. Some fucking genius in their marketing department thought that one up. It's all cape chasing and hero praising now. My God, Perry, we can't let them do this. I'm working on something that could blow the lid off Vought. Lois pushed her chair forward to bring herself closer to the desk. While she hated sharing a story before it was ready, she needed to show her boss they still had a fighting chance. One of my contacts has given me a lead to look into a charity called Samaritan's Embrace. Apparently, it's a Vought front for something major, if I could dash. Lois, stop, please. All your current projects have been canned. Vought's got a piece they want you to do, flights booked, and everything. And you're also to report to Vought Tower before you go. Perry said that last bit under his breath, causing Lois' eyes to widen. Why? She asked in a dangerous tone. They hired a fashion designer and makeup artist for you. They're giving you a newer, more female-friendly look. Perry didn't make eye contact as he gave that piece of news, keeping his gaze low to the ground. Lois blinked for a moment as she registered what Perry was saying, and suddenly she knew what Vought meant by the term. She had seen how they dressed their female supes. Female-friendly was Vought code for a 2-inch-long skirt, a blouse that showed cleavage, and sometimes, if they felt like it, it even meant breast implants to hammer the point home. Even if Perry didn't know Lois well enough to know her reaction, the woman's face said it all. I quit, Lois said bluntly. She would rather sit at home and create a blog than subject herself to Vought. Lois, you can't quit. Perry pleaded with a look of self-loathing on his face for having to say it, but also concern as he knew he had to. Like hell I can, you watch me. She started standing up and readying herself to leave, but was stopped by Perry, who practically sprinted around the desk to stop her. Lois, you can't. You have a non-compete clause in your contract. If you quit, that's it. No reporting, blogging, or any television appearances for 5 years. It's a career death sentence. Perry reminded her. This caused her to freeze as the meaning of his statement truly hit her. Her life was this job, so for her to lose it and then not do the thing she loved would mean she was screwed. It also caused her to become angry, remembering that her agent had mentioned that change in her contract a few weeks ago, and how it had been a small sacrifice for getting a bigger paycheck and more freedom. A change she now found suspicious as hell due to the fact that it would have also been around the time Vought was starting to look into buying the Daily Planet. It's also the only way I can think to keep you safe, he pleaded, releasing a heavy sigh and a look of genuine worry in his eyes. Safe? What the hell are you talking about? Lois was confused. Vought might do some shady stuff and could wind up ruining her career, but they hardly went around killing people. You go after the big fish, Lois. You always have, and it's why I hired you. You are relentless, fearless, and you have a true sense of morality. It's why I love you like a daughter. Perry revealed, causing Lois' eyes to widen, not used to her boss talking like this and genuinely touched by his words. However, you also don't know when to back down, and you're going up against people who are dangerous. I can handle the dash. Lois started trying to defend herself, only for Perry to cut her off. I'm not talking about Vought. He half whispered, half yelled at her before taking a deep breath, and then spoke in a quiet voice. I'm talking about their clients, the Supes. Those people are fucking dangerous. The Supes? Come on, Perry. Most of them are idiots in span dash. Lois chuckled slightly at Perry's concern. She had spent her career busting Supes, and most of them were idiots. Just goddamn listen for once. Perry yelled with genuine fear in his voice, which caused Lois to go stone-cold silent. Most of them are, yes, but some aren't. When I was your age, my partner, a guy named Lucas Carr, we all called him Snapper, did this piece on Soldier Boy, a beautiful takedown piece that dropped the guy's numbers down by double figures. 2 days later, they found him decapitated in his car. Roof cleaved off, crashed on the side of the highway. Accident, they said, must have been speeding and hit the sign on the slip road. Only thing was Snapper didn't drive, never did, especially at night. His eyesight was shit. Then there's the fact the poor bastard's head wasn't at the scene either. Jesus, Lois whispered, feeling herself going numb as she sat down again. Yeah, and before you go all, that was 30 years ago. Remember Ron Troop? Perry moved back around to his desk and sat down, taking out a bottle of scotch from his drawer before filling 2 glasses and sliding one over. Yeah, he used to be the political columnist here when I first started. He died in a boating accident. Why? Lois asked, not taking the offered drink, yet as she felt she knew where this was going. Well, he wrote a piece about Vought, about Homelander, and Stillwell in particular. It was damn good, Pulitzer winning even. What was not was very pro-Vought or flattering to Homelander. That boating accident, they found Ron, his wife, and his 2 kids in pieces, fucking pieces Lois on the shoreline. They said sharks had got to them or something like that. But the M that I talked to said it looked like someone had ripped them apart by hand. Lois didn't say anything. Instead, she just took the offered glass and downed it in one swig. And when she placed it back on the table, it was quickly filled up again. They sat there for a while drinking Perry scotch and sitting in silence as she absorbed what he had told her. She knew Supes had a dark side. She knew Vought covered things up, but there was burying botched saves and drug addictions. and then there was whatever the hell you want to call this. What the hell are we going to do? Lois finally asked after the bottle was empty and an hour had passed. She looked Perry in the eye. She was frightened, of course, but wasn't going to let that stop her. We can't just let them get away with this. For the moment, we play the game and hope things change. He sighed, hating that this is where his life had led. In truth, Lois, we're fucked. We could get all the dirt on Vought we wanted, but it wouldn't matter. We haven't got anyone to give it to. What about the government? My dad's a general in the army. Could he help? Lois offered, trying to figure out a plan that didn't involve sitting back and waiting. It won't matter. Neither the people in Washington nor the folks in the Pentagon are going to take on the Supes. Not at this time, Perry said bitterly, swirling the last bit of his scotch in his glass before draining it. Unfortunately, Lois, the truth is at the moment no one wants to or is able to change the system. It would take someone with nothing to lose, and even then they would likely need a Supe on their side as well, like that's actually a fucking possibility. Lois scoffed at that. Someone with nothing to lose wasn't difficult to find, especially one with a grudge against Supes. The only issue there was that most of those people were just that, people. It would take someone with a high level of skills and a lot of rage to make a dent. But what she found laughable was finding a Supe willing to change the system, because they were ones who liked it just the way it was. She didn't know a single soul who would give up that kind of power and privilege just because it was the right thing to do. She fell silent for a few moments, debating in her head what to do, and although she wasn't willing to throw in the towel, she also couldn't think of any way forward. With Vought in control and what Perry just told her about Supe's true nature, there weren't any good options. Well, options that wouldn't result in her being killed. It was with bitterness that Lois sighed and turned to face Perry. If they were going to win, they needed to play the game for the time being. So this assignment they want me on, what is it? Lois asked, swallowing both her pride for a moment and the bile in her stomach. They want you out east, LA specifically. Perry moved some papers around on his desk and picked up the file Stillwell had given him earlier. They want to start your new segment strong, so you're going to interview Superman. Great. The hero of Hollywood, the second strongest man in the world. If Homelander is a vain nut job, I can't wait to see what the hero who hangs out with tabloid gossip columnists and movie stars is going to be like. Lois lamented as she took the file off of Perry, who gave her a sorrowful look. Lois, just be careful, okay? Perry requested almost paternally. She gave him a smile and nod before leaving. Kent Mansion, Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, June 12, 2019. Clark exited the shower. He wrapped a towel around his waist and looked at himself in the mirror. What stared back at him was a man that he hardly recognized sometimes. He remembered for much of his life that he was skinny, with lanky arms and a rake-like profile, even when he got tall, but those days had long disappeared. He was 6 feet 6 inches with massively broad shoulders that you could balance an acrobat on. His bulging arms resembled tree trunks, and the rest of him was covered in enough toned muscles to make 3 bodybuilders. He moved his head to the side and let out a sigh as he ran the tap and started to try and scrub out the sooty and greasy grime in his hair. He had just finished dealing with a wildfire in the north of the state, only to have to rush back south to deal with an oil field spill. He had dealt with both easily enough, but the combination of ash, crude oil, and other petrochemicals had made for some very nasty stains. Master Kent, I should remind you that Miss January and her mother are arriving today, and you need to meet them at the airport. Kellex's automated voice sounded out. After learning about his heritage and spending a very cold summer in the Arctic in his other house, Clark had installed a version of the Kryptonian AI to watch his house when away. Thank you, Kellex. I'm just getting ready. Clark said as in the blink of an eye. He exited from the bathroom into his bedroom, fully changed. You also have 2 voice messages as well. One from Mr. Edgar and the other from your Aunt Mary. Kellex relayed the message, causing a grimace to appear on his face. Although Clark was still involved with Vought, it was a more tenuous relationship than before. The only people he really dealt with were the stone-faced CEO and his aunt, who was still sort of his manager. He said sort of as he rarely did interviews, endorsed products, or made movies as the other heroes did. So there was little to manage, instead focusing more of his energy on saving people. However, that had only resulted in him becoming more popular as his rare media appearances were sensational. Aunt Mary had managed to play up his actions not as aloofness as some people said, or his dislike of Vaught's way, which was the case, but instead as Midwestern humility. Start with Aunt Mary. Clark sighed. His relationship with her was mostly professional these days, ever since the incident. However, they both had tried to patch things up. Over the years, his aunt tried to view him more as a person than a product, and him trying to be more patient with her, understanding more than ever the moment of negativity she dealt with daily. His only real issue these days was that his aunt was at times superficial, still caring more about image than helping people. Although, to give her credit, she was the main reason he was able to spend so much out helping instead of dodging interviews and doing product placements. Hi, Clark, sweetie, I know you won't get this until later. I'm watching the news right now, and I can see you're occupied. I just want to remind you that I need you to sign off on the script change for Superman. Steel Justice, that we got rid of that gang scene you disliked, and 75% of your profits are going to charity. Kellex replayed the message as Clark moved into the room that was his office. He could see the script and papers were neatly on his desk. Also, I wanted to ask, your cousin Matthew's son Richard, my grandson, is having his 5th birthday, and he loves Superman. I know you're busy, but if you could stop by, I'd really appreciate it. Anyway, give me a call when you can. Clark smiled at the last bit of the message. He liked his cousins, even though he rarely saw them these days, so he didn't mind helping them out. He also knew why Mary was so hesitant asking him to show up. Although he had a decent relationship with her children, the rest wasn't great. She had sacrificed a lot for her career, including her marriage, which fell apart years ago. And although she hid it, Clark knew from his mother that he could count on one hand the number of times her own children had called her in the last year. Kellex, tell Mary that I will be there unless something else comes up, and I'll read through the script. Then if it's okay, I'll sign off tonight. Clark responded as he moved around his office, picking up another file the Vought Crime Analytics had dropped. Although he was listening, his main focus was on the right-hand wall of his office that was covered in photos connected by strings with police reports and files attached to them as well. He read through the report and then added the information he had to his crime board, or, as Pete called it, his wall of weird. The wall, for anyone else, was indeed weird. It was a sprawling, seemingly random pile of crime data and evidence. But for Clark's hyperactive mind, it was a map of where he was needed and the places he was likely headed next. Should I play Mr. Edgar's message, sir? Kellex asked after a few moments, as Clark went quiet doing calculations in his head and predicting the most likely areas of high crime activity over the next few days. Oh yes, please. He responded by clicking back to reality. Mr. Kent, Stan Edgar calling. I just want to let you know that Madeline Stillwell has arranged an interview for you this weekend. Her name is Lois Lane, and she will be there on Sunday. The executive's voice sounded just as cold and businesslike over the phone as it did in person. I do apologize for this, and I will be having words with Miss Stillwell, since I know this is a breach of our personal agreement. Rest assured it won't happen again. Unfortunately, the reporter is already heading to you, and so I would ask if you could please indulge Mississippi Lane with a simple interview just to tide her over. However, if you require it, I could direct someone else out there to take it for you. Clark released a sigh at the news and ran a hand through his hair. Although he didn't want to do the interview, he thought it best to just get it over with. Otherwise, who knew which superhero the reporter would end up interviewing? The Deep was just up the coast, and he wouldn't want anyone stuck talking to the fish guy. What irked him the most was that Stillwell was still trying to go around his aunt and get direct access to his life. He had met the senior vice president of Vought International's Hero Management a few times already, and it had not made a good impression. Whilst his aunt was cynical at times, she was family at least, and actually listened to him while seeming to try and put his interests first, even if that didn't always happen. The vibe he got from Madeline directly, and from what rumors there were, was that she couldn't care less about heroes or saving people. All that mattered to the woman was optics and pushing her own agenda, mainly military contracts. He never understood what the Seven saw in her, and was honestly starting to wonder if the wholesome, clean image of the superhero team was genuine. He gave everyone the benefit of the doubt, and like everyone had grown up with the Seven as the leading light of heroism, but he had seen the darker side of Supes. This led him to wonder if Stillwell was where she was at in spite of the Seven's image, or because she was the cause of it. Although he had heard the occasional gossiping about the Seven, it was usually only that, and he never heard a bad word said about Homelander or Black Noir, either in private or publicly. The issue there, however, was that he suspected someone was keeping any negative hearsay away from him about Homelander, a foreboding that grew every year, seeing as he had never met the hero or any other member of the Seven. They were always on a secret mission or attending some other charity event whenever the possibility came up, especially when it came to their leader. This had sparked rumors that there was some sort of rivalry between them, and that in private the two hated each other, which he found ridiculous. Master Clark, I would remind you that you need to leave for the airport now if you're to pick up Miss January and her mother. Kellex's voice sounded out, breaking Clark out of his thoughts and looking at the clock. He cursed under his breath. How could he not realize how late it had gotten, and sped down to the garage to grab a car. Although he was used to flying everywhere and didn't personally need a vehicle, he found that they were useful when his folks visited, as nobody actually liked being physically carried around town. However, he sighed as he caught sight of the vehicles he had. Clark personally wanted a pickup truck, but according to his aunt, that was too Midwestern for LA, and the only cars he currently owned were ones that sponsors or Vought gave him. Looking between the various sports and luxury cars that filled the garage, Clark decided on the blue Rolls-Royce Ghost, mainly because it was one of the few cars that actually had 4 seats. As he buckled up and pressed a button to open his garage door, he made a mental note to talk to his aunt about selling most of the vehicles. He was thinking a charity auction, covering the spread himself from what he was making on that movie he was doing, then donating the collection and ensuring all the proceeds went to people who really needed it. However, He pushed that out of his mind as he smiled at the thought of seeing his old friend Annie again. She was coming out to do a special audition for Vought at one of their facilities for the position that was opening up on the 7 after Lamplighter's retirement. He had heard rumors that he had been considered for the spot and almost offered it, but nothing had happened. What he suspected was either his aunt wanting to keep him so low for his ratings, or possibly Stan Edgar not being keen on risking his fragile relationship with Vought breaking due to a sudden change in management. Regardless of that, however, he was happy to see his friend and was over the moon that she had been given a shot at the 7, something he knew she had dreamed of since they were little. Vought LA Facility, Central Los Angeles, June 14, 2019. Annie was smiling to herself as she exited the studio where she had recorded her interview and demonstrated her powers. She thought it went very well and truly believed that she had impressed the interviewers. In truth, she held little belief that she would get the spot on the team. The rumor floating around was that Clark was going to get it, and if it wasn't him, then there were about a dozen A-listers ready to take the position. As she exited the facility, she smiled as she saw her old friend waiting for her with a bag of donuts and her mother nowhere in sight. She walked over, and without waiting for him to say anything, took the bag and breathed deep the rich aroma of sugary goodness. "So, where's MF, my mom?" Annie asked between bites of her favorite delicious treat as the two started to walk back to Clark's car. "Gave her a day at one of LA's most exclusive spas. Thought it would give us a chance to hang out without your mom being all." Clark trailed off, not knowing how to finish that sentence without offending anyone. "All her," Annie finished with a smirk, finding it adorable that Clark still tried not to talk negatively about her mother. "Yeah." He chuckled, rubbing the back of his head as they reached his car. As they got in, Annie saw him place a pair of fake thick-rimmed glasses over his eyes before donning a baseball cap and slouching his shoulders. She realized what he was doing. He was disguising himself as they journeyed back out to Maine, LA, and away from a place that was under Vaught's control. In the last 2 days, she had seen him do similar things, mostly wearing hoodies and sunglasses when it wasn't a slouched posture and a mild-mannered attitude. However, she couldn't fault him for that, as she was used to doing the same thing in Des Moines, just on a smaller scale. She remembered when he had shown up at the airport to pick them was something that brought a smile to her face, as it had been a shock for both her and her mom, who were expecting a chauffeur at most. Her mom had said his superhero name too loudly, and a kid next to them quickly recognized him. A 10-minute walk out of the airport turned into an hour-long battle as Clark had become swarmed by people all wanting a picture or autograph. What made her happiest was the fact that although he clearly didn't enjoy it, he still had signed every single piece of paper shoved in front of him and taken photos with everyone who asked. "So how did it go?" Clark finally asked her as they waited for a light to turn green. "Okay, I think. To be honest, I'm just excited to be asked," Annie replied, licking her fingers for the last of the sugary sweetness her mother never let her have. "I'm under no illusions that I'm anywhere near the top of the list. So who do you think's got it? Don't sell yourself short, Annie. You've done amazing things in Des Moines. Crime's down in your district. You're likable and a far better person than most Supes I've met," Clark stated with a smile, missing the look Annie gave at his last words, wondering where that had come from. "Yeah, but it's nothing like you. I mean, look at Ellie." She gestured to the city around them. Even driving through it felt safe and upbeat. Crime's hit a record low again this year. It's officially the safest city in America. Also the happiest. You've still got to tell me how you do that. And you've done that here and across the state whilst being the only actual full-time Supe in California. "It's nothing. I just do the work," Clark responded, turning his attention back to the road as he drove them back to his place. "Uh-huh," Annie responded with a roll of her eyes, chuckling at the same farm boy she had met all those years ago. "You're unbelievable. You know that, Clark. You're the only guy I've ever met who could do half the things you can, and the only one I know who wouldn't brag about it. I mean, if anyone should be in the 7, it's you." "Thanks, Annie, but I've got a good thing going here. Besides, they've got Homelander, and if the team needs anyone, it's you." He gave her a smile which she couldn't help but try not to blush at. Annie looked away from Clark to the outside world that sped by, hating the images that mind was conjuring. She would be lying if she said she never thought about him that way, but where once her image of Clark had been a skinny, adorable, cute teenager she had a silly crush on, he was now very different. Her old friend had muscles for days, a jawline that didn't quit, eyes that you look at all day, and even in modest clothing was attractive enough to make the most celibate matron blush. There was a reason he was the top 5 of every sexiest men alive list. Her mind had not been helped by her mother's teasing suggestions on the flight all the way over, nor the probing questions that were asked earlier when finding out Clark had offered her a place to stay whilst in LA for a few days. However, the thought of her mother instantly cooled her mind as she remembered how her mom had not so subtly pushed her to try to date Clark in their youth on the basis that it would be good for her brand. Annie lamented the reality she found herself in. She supposed if things had been left naturally, then who knew what could happen? But that was the issue. Although a friendship between them was easy and natural, Anything more would certainly not be. It would be all tabloid stories and interviews. So, it's one of my last nights in LA. What craziness do you have planned that we can dive into? Annie asked, giving Clark a teasing smile, which vanished when she saw him tense up. What kind of craziness do you normally get up to? Clark asked, his mind going back to what Alex did years ago, remembering how wrong he'd been about that and worrying that Annie wasn't as wholesome as she seemed. I was thinking like bowling or a movie. Annie responded with her voice hesitant as she felt heat rise in her chest, thinking Clark had taken her words the wrong way. Why? What craziness do you normally do? A movie and bowling sounds great. Clark suddenly smiled and relaxed again, becoming the natural self which Annie felt instantly comfortable with. And tell you what, if you want, we can do it at my place. For some reason, my aunt had a home cinema and a bowling alley installed. Wait, you let your aunt design your house? Annie couldn't help a teasing smile from reaching her face as she saw her friend's face go red. Wait, my God, you did? Oh no. Please don't tell me the reason was because you wanted to buy a farm or something. It was a ranch, Clark eventually admitted, earning him a laugh from Annie, who keeled over in the car. What? It was cool. It had its own water, grazing lands, and a herd of cattle and horses. Oh, Clark, never change. You're always going to be that farm boy, aren't you? Annie asked, wiping tears away from her eyes. You bet, ma'am. Clark responded in an overtly Midwestern rural Kansas accent that had her laughing again. 2 movies and 30 games of bowling later. Clark was staring up at the stars as he listened to the still night air on the terrace that made up part of his home. He could hear how the city he was assigned to protect was having another peaceful night along with the other burgs in the state, and how Annie was asleep in her bed, dog-tired after losing every match. He heard the shuffling of feet behind him and turned to see that Donna January had slipped from her room and had come looking for him. Donna was not someone that Clark was especially close to, nor someone whose company he really enjoyed. Although he avoided the topic around Annie, he always found the elder January far too controlling and too much like his aunt when she was having a bad day, obsessed with fame for fame's sake and caring more about what people thought about her charge than that person's feelings. Couldn't sleep? She asked him, bringing in her nightgown tighter to fight the cold air. I don't actually sleep, a side effect of being, well, me. Clark responded with a smile and then a chuckle as he saw Donna's eyes widen. So, what's keeping you up? Annie, I'm sure your mom's the same, Donna responded, moving towards him and leaning on the terrace railing overlooking the city with him. You can never sleep when you have a miracle as a child. Some part of me is always worried that it's all a dream and that one day they're just going to disappear or something's going to happen to them. You don't have to worry about Annie. She's a tough one, and I promise you I'll always be there if she needs me. Clark gave his promise to Donna, but found himself regretting it, as although the elder January gave a thankful smile, there was a glint in her he did not like. That means so much to me, and it's great to know she is such a good friend. Donna started out sincere, but her voice took on a subtle edge as she went. A friend who has a lot of connections. Clark was silent and resisted the urge to sigh, grimace, or do anything at all as he just looked on neutrally. Taking his silence as consent, she continued, slightly bolder this time, leaning in almost conspiratorially. A word from you, and I know Annie would get the spot in the 7 guaranteed. Annie would be so happy and grateful. Donna leaned in her last words gently, subtly implying something that caused Clark to go stiff and feel very uncomfortable. Miss January, I think we show dash. Clark started wanting to end this conversation as he felt a line had been crossed. I'm not implying anything. Donna quickly backtracked, realizing that she had for once misjudged a man's interest in her daughter before going for a different tactic. She released a very convincing sigh and looked away from Clark. It's just, Annie's wanted this since she was a girl, and I would hate to see her crushed as all. Wouldn't you? Clark was silent for a few moments. Although he knew what was going on here and what type of mother Donna was, it didn't make her wrong. Annie had wanted to be in the 7 since they were kids. He knew she lived, breathed, and even ate for the hero's life, always wanting more than anything to save people. If it was right by her, why shouldn't he help his friend if he could? Annie was twice the hero than anyone else in contention, and the 7, like him, had access to resources that would make it so much easier for her to change things for the better. The only thing that gave him pause was the few rumors he had heard about some of the 7 activities, rumors that painted a not-so-pretty picture. However, that's all they were, just rumors, and although he had met many bad Supes, he knew there were good ones too. After all, there were rumors about him that were false, and this was the 7, the greatest hero team in the world. Vaught might have had some dirty dealings, but it didn't mean that anything linked to them was. I'll see what I can get Mr. Edgar to do, Clark whispered out, only half listening to the chorus of thank you coming for Donna. He suddenly felt very unsure about the choice he had just made, but put that to one side as he focused on the positive. Annie was going to achieve her dream of joining the 7 and becoming the greatest hero she could possibly be. LAX Airport. Los Angeles-16th, June 2019. Clark waved goodbye to Annie as she and her mother passed through security. Annie had extorted a promise that he would come to visit her next time, and he had agreed after she jokingly threatened to blind him if he didn't. He also caught a glimpse of Donna, as well, who mouthed thank you again in his direction, and whose joke that the next time Clark saw her daughter, he would be visiting the newest member of the Seven still rang in his ears. Annie had chuckled at the statement, dismissing it as a good-natured wisecrack, unaware that yesterday Clark had called in a few favors he owed and secured a lifelong dream. As the duo disappeared, he turned and started walking towards the arrival section of the airport. He had managed to time the flights, just so that the reporter sent to interview him will be getting out of security any moment. He moved to the baggage claim exit that was depositing the passengers from New York and spotted his target, the Vought company man his aunt had sent to pick up Lane. Clark moved through the crowd who, although they didn't recognize him with thick glasses and a baseball cap on, still parted for the incredibly tall man. He tapped the shoulder of the man holding up a sign saying Lois Lane, VNN. The man jumped slightly, turned to look at Clark with an annoyed expression on his face, and was clearly about to say something unkind before Clark tilted his glasses down and recognition exploded on the man's face. "Emma, Mr. Kent, I wasn't aware you were going to be here." The Vought man exclaimed in shock, clearing his throat as he spoke. "No worries, I'm free and was here anyway. I thought I'd pick up Mississippi Lane, and if you tell me where she is staying, I'll drop her off myself. Maybe start the interview off early." Clark deftly took the sign off of the man as he spoke. "Oh, Mississippi Lane isn't staying in L.A. We offered her a room at several hotels, but she wanted to come here, do the interview, and go home. So we were just going to drop her off at HQ and wait until someone called you." "Did nobody tell you the itinerary?" The man responded slowly, clearly wary of saying too much and not sure if he was breaking some unwritten rule by divulging what he already had. "More like wait until after my aunt has threatened or scare the woman half to death to write a puff piece about me. Not that she needs to." Vought never sends a real reporter for Supe interviews. It's always vain bloggers or airheads that read cue cards and worry more about mascara and ratings than real reporting. Clark thought to himself bitterly as he gave the man in front of him a disarming smile. "Of course they did. Don't worry about it. Why don't you take the hour off? I'll get Mississippi Lane where she needs to go, and you won't get in trouble." Clark offered the man, who looked hesitant but took the offer. Clearly he wasn't used to questioning orders, so he just followed Clark's as if they were coming from his aunt. The hero in disguise didn't have to wait long before he spotted the only woman that could be a Vought reporter. Lois Lane was tall, leggy, with black hair tied back into a ponytail that reached her shoulders, wearing a mockery of a women's business suit. The front was cut far too low to be practical, and her skirt didn't even come close to her knees. He sighed upon seeing her and was readying himself for another inane promotional piece of an interview when suddenly her expression gave him pause. She wasn't ditzy, she was pissed. As Lois dragged her small suitcase behind her, she tugged at the jacket Vought had made her wear and swore the thing had been designed by the biggest pervert in the fashion industry as she tried to get it to cover her cleavage. She sighed when she couldn't get it to go any further and decided the first thing she was going to do was buy an honest-to-goodness dress. For the first time in her career as a reporter, she thought screw the interview. If Vought wanted their golden boy shined up by her, they damn well had to wait. All she had to do was find the blockhead they were sending to pick her up and convince him to dash. Lois' thoughts stopped as she spotted the sign with her name on it being held by a very tall man with broad shoulders. However, what struck her most as odd was not his height, but his clothes. He was dressed in casual California summer, or with a baseball cap and glasses on, very much not the Vought company look. Raising her eyebrow a little, she went over to the man who was looking back at her with curiosity. "I'm Lois Lane. You're from Vought?" she asked skeptically, looking him up and down before focusing on the pair of glasses that seemed, to her eye, not to actually contain real lenses. "I'm here to pick you up. Do you need a hand with your bag?" Clark looked behind the woman and saw she had only one piece of luggage, which made sense, he supposed, as she wanted to stay only a few hours. "No, I'm fine, thank you. I just want to do this interview and leave." Clark raised his eyebrows slightly, finding her tone intriguing and nothing like the other reporters he had met. "Look, whoever you are, I really want to get this over with, okay? I'm sure you're going to take me to some skyscraper somewhere. Sit me in an office for a few hours whilst I'm threatened and are writing a good piece. So if you don't mind, can we please go?" "Okay then." Clark gestured for her to follow, which she gladly did, and followed to a car parked outside. Her eyes widened slightly as she saw the blue luxury sedan waiting for them, and gaped even more as the man opened the front passenger door, not the rear. Lois tentatively got in the car, and, as her supposed chauffeur sat down, eyed him suspiciously. Kat had said that L.A. was a lot more casual, but she suspected that this was not how handlers from Vought acted anywhere. After a few minutes, her driver eventually spoke again. His voice sounded familiar, but she couldn't quite place it. "So, I thought we could do this over coffee, or would you prefer lunch?" I know a quiet little place around the corner that does both and can be private if we ask nicely. Clark asked Lois as they stopped at a set of traffic lights. Oh, I'm flattered and I'm sure you're nice, but I'm just here for the interview. So I'm not looking for anything, especially a one-night ST- Lois started, trying to sound casual and keep the surprise out of her voice, not expecting a company employee to be so forward. I'm in for the interview, miss. You seem to want to do this quickly, so I thought we could get out of the way. Clark clarified, looking confused before realizing that he was still wearing the hat and glasses and hadn't introduced himself. Wait, the interview? Sorry, I think there's been a mistake. I'm here to interview Supe. Lois trailed off as the man next to her took off his glasses and hat. He shook his head slightly, and suddenly his voice clicked in her head. Man, apologies for that. I'd go by Superman, but you can call me Clark Kent or Clark or CK or Mr. Kent if you want. Whatever you're comfortable with. So, lunch and coffee? Sure, that works for me. Lois recovered immediately, going professional and throwing up a wall. She resisted a grimace from forming on her face, not liking that she'd been played by the Supe in front of her. She readied herself for what was sure to be an ego fest, while remembering with a shiver how much these guys love to talk about themselves. One tediously flattering interview and lunch later. Lois was both bored and surprised. She was bored because the interview was over and she had asked all the questions Vaught had approved, i.e., given her to ask, each one as dull as was expected. However, what had surprised her was Clark. He was humble, actually consistent in his responses, and, much to her surprise as well, truthful. He didn't dodge the big issues or skirt around the questions he didn't want to answer, not that there were many of those to be found in the one she had been forced to ask. What also impressed her was that he hadn't tried to awe her or try to get in her pants like so many Supes had before. He had taken her to a genuinely small cafe on the corner. The owner had greeted him as Clark, not Superman, and as far as she could tell, they were either oblivious to who he was or at least good at feigning ignorance. He also had not looked at her low-cut clothes or high skirt once beyond a quick glance when they first sat down, after which he straightened himself up and placed himself such that trying to look at her cleavage or skirt again would be difficult. His act really was flawless. Vaught must have trained their show pony really well. Superman, the golden boy of the Golden State, more Midwestern charm than the whole of Minnesota, Michigan, and Missouri put together along with a slice of Kansas. She knew it was all a sham, even if it was a solid one, which was why she hadn't taken any notes and instead spent most of the interview doing a crossword tucked in her notebook. Speaking of which, she was finishing a particularly tough set of words off as the interview, such as it was, started coming to a close. It was exactly what Vaught wanted from her, mindless hype for her new career as a cape chaser. Lamplighter. The random word caused her head to snap up with a look of confusion on her face. What about him? She asked, thinking he was giving material for the interview. 27 down is Lamplighter, 12 across is Mississippi, 13 down is Chicago, and 2 down is Babe Ruth. He gave a friendly smile as he sipped his coffee. She looked confused for a moment before she remembered her crossword and did a double take after realizing he was right about all of them. She sheepishly put down the pencil, looking at Clark apologetically. A bogus interview was still an interview, and she should at least be professional. Come on, Lane, have some self-respect. Sorry about that. It's just that. Lois trailed off, not knowing how to end that sentence nicely. This interview is a bunch of hooey, and no matter what I say or you write down, Vaught is going to publish some cheerful nonsense, making me look the way they want. Clark offered in a neutral tone before giving Lois a bashful smile. Lois was silent for a few moments before she started chuckling. A Supe with a grain of self-awareness? That was new. At least Clark seemed different, despite what she knew about Supes. Was she still so sure it was all an act? She looked into his eyes and decided it was good enough for her real opinion not to make its way to that bitch Stillwell. Yeah, Vaught took over the company I worked for, so instead of real reporting, I'm doing this. Lois gestured to her stupid, hypersexualized outfit and the recorder she had placed on the table. No offense, but you realize no one is ever going to tell you what they really think or give you a tough interview, right? Yeah, I know that. But you can now if you want. If it's okay with you, I'll give you a real interview right here, Clark offered, setting his coffee down and leaning forward, honesty in his eyes. It might never go on air or the front page, but I'll answer any questions you ask. Anything, Lois asked, raising her eyebrow challengingly. Anything, Clark stated firmly. Okay. March 6, 2015, there was an incident at an orphanage. Drummer Boy apparently responded to it. I have it from a reliable source that the official story is crap, and you were somehow involved. What really happened? Lois pressed forward, taking the opportunity to feel like a reporter again, even if she knew that the truth would never go anywhere. Yes, I was there, and I did involve myself. What really happened was, Clark then explained in painstaking detail the events of that fateful night, leaving nothing out, not even his own shortcomings and failures. Lois was quiet as she listened and suddenly felt hope, slight as it was, that the man in front of her was as honest as he seemed. Here was a celebrity with everything to lose blowing the lid off of a Vought cover-up that 3 years ago she hadn't been able to scratch the surface off, let alone get to. She suddenly took out her notebook and pen for real and leaned forward like a world-class poker player with a royal flush. What followed was a series of rapid-fire, hard-hitting questions worthy of Cronkite at his best. Eventually, Lois ran out of inquiries, which was a first for her, as she had nothing left to ask one of the world's greatest heroes, the two just sitting exhausted after 3 hours of interrogation into the seediest depths of the superhero industry. Got any more? Clark joked, sipping what had to be near his 12th cup of coffee as Lois frowned, trying to think of anything else to ask. Not at the moment, unless you want to give me your number so I can call you when I do. Lois' casual flirt escaped her lips before she realized what she was saying. Her eyes went wide as she tried to backtrack. A from professed dash. She stopped talking when she saw Clark pass over a napkin with several numbers written on it, all marked home, office, and personal. She hesitated, but then took the scrap of paper before shoving it into her purse, quickly, yet carefully enough not to damage the numbers. She gave him an awkward smile, and then brushed her hair behind her ear again, a trait she did when nervous. Her stomach then growled, causing her to chuckle awkwardly, which earned her a smile from Clark. It's getting on. Do you want to get dinner before heading back for flight? Clark offered with a tentative smile. Lois was about to refuse, trying to remain professional, when her stomach complained again, and she looked into Clark's eyes one more time. Whatever excuse she had died on her tongue, and she suddenly found herself nodding in agreement. His smile widened, and he offered her a hand up out of her seat, which she took and then made for the door as Clark paid. As she left, he made a mental note to call his aunt about Lois' new position with VNN. He might not be able to right every wrong he wanted to, but at least he might be able to get her wardrobe changed to something not tacky. As they got into the car, together, Lois couldn't keep a smile from appearing on her face as she looked over at the very muscular and, more importantly, honorable man that was taking her to dinner. However, she suddenly realized there was one question she hadn't asked yet that just came to her, and she turned to look at Clark, her eyes narrowing slightly. Do you mind if I have one last question? Lois asked as Clark started the car. He turned and smiled at her. Don't even need to ask permission. Go ahead, shoot, Clark declared with a smile as he decided where he was going to take Lois for dinner. What can tell me about a charity called Samaritan's Embrace? Lois asked carefully, trying to judge his reaction. He went quiet for a moment as he paused from pulling the car out onto the street, instead remaining still with his hand on the handbrake. Clark's face became one of contemplation, then concern as he debated what to do with the question. He was tempted to play off the question, but when he looked at Lois, he knew from their brief meeting that she was never going to let the matter drop, and would pursue it until she found the truth. He sighed and decided to give her the answer she was looking for. It's a Vought front, but you already know that, I think. Clark looked at Lois, who nodded, so he pressed on. It's all a system by which Vought ensures they control the future heroes of the world, but what you're really after, what is the real key to it all, is Compound V. Lois went quiet for a few moments, processing the massive break Clark had just handed to her. Her eyes narrowed, and she went full reporter mode as the car left the parking lot and took them on their way. So it's Compound V? Author's notes. So final setup chapter, next one should take us directly into the events of Season 1. Hope everyone enjoys it. Chapter 7, Speed Kills You Know. Los Angeles, outskirts, abandoned industrial park. The car raced faster down the street as the driver swerved to avoid the incoming traffic when suddenly the side of the car was struck by a truck. Vought Studios presents the movie event of the summer. The driver, bleeding and coughing blood, cuts himself free from the car as the seat crashes to the ground, wincing and groaning when the broken glass cuts his skin. However, as he pulls himself free from the car, his eyes land on a pair of polished business shoes, forcing him to look up at a man in a white suit looking smugly at him. You'll never win. Superm dash. The bleeding man is suddenly cut off as a gunshot rings out and red blood sprays the bald man's white suit. Prepare for an action-filled, sky-high, adrenaline-fueled super adventure. No, Agent Smith, I think I will. The bald man says calmly as he wipes the blood from his face with a handkerchief and then snaps his fingers. A pair of shadowy henchmen move forward, kicking over the corpse and pulling out a hard drive from his jacket pocket. They then give it to the man in the blood-stained white suit, who smiles as he receives his prize. With Dakota Fanning as Vicky Vale. An attractive young blonde woman stands on a balcony as the rain pours around her. She steps to the edge, looking up. Her face is marked with tears as she wears clothes overly revealing for the weather she is standing in. She has a look of desperation on her face, and her voice trembles, clutching her open jacket as she pleads for help. Please, they killed my father, and now they have the hard drive. The woman spoke with desperation as thunder cracked in the background, briefly illuminating her low-cut top. You have to believe me. They framed him. You are my only hope. and Bryan Cranston as Dr. Tux Holler. "Sir, Miss Vale is looking for him. What do you want us to do?" A heavily armed man stood facing a shadowy figure that was seated behind an ornate carved wooden desk. "Send Mr. White. He created this mess by killing Agent Smith." The figure leaned forward, revealing a man with a full graying beard and an aged yet still charming face. "Tell him I don't want Miss Vale to reach him. If she does, then we're finished." Well, the blonde woman asked, still looking up into the sky as the storm raged all around her. She suddenly took a step back as a figure in blue landed on the balcony. "Please, give me my chance for revenge against Dr. Holler." "Superman, steal justice." "I don't do revenge, Miss Vale, but I will give you justice." Superman stepped forward, another crack of thunder sounded, and his S-crest was illuminated. In cinemas August 1st, 2019. July 26th, 2019, Lois Lane apartment, New York. "Wow." Lois shook her head as she looked at the TV from her sofa, wearing an oversized shirt and her underwear and sipping the cup of coffee her guest had made her. "That looks really shit." Clark chuckled at the assessment of the movie from her kitchen and couldn't find it in himself to blame her. He had been involved in making the movie and mostly felt the same way. Although it was predicted to be the highest-grossing movie of the year and possibly break a few box office records, its main star felt it was crappy cinema at heart. Even after he had forced multiple rewrites and largely gotten the violence and sex toned down, the result was still mostly a power fantasy film relying more on explosions, cleavage, and violence than storytelling. Lois couldn't help but glance at Clark, which turned into a longer gaze than she intended when he walked back into the room. Although nearly every professional bone in her body was telling her dating a Supe was a bad idea and her head warning her of how dangerous it could be, she found herself unable to try to break things off. The relationship between them was very new and had started with a nice simple dinner, but since then things had escalated. While she wasn't sure what to call it, she knew it wasn't something easily dismissed as the occasional hookup or something of that ilk. Beyond the obvious physical attraction she had to Clark, which was easy to explain, there was a niggling of something deeper. She found that he was indeed humble, modest, and unlike any man she had ever met before in her life. But it was something even beyond that. She didn't have a word for it, which as a reporter irked her to no end. But the two of them just clicked. She found it easy to relax in his company, and she believed he felt the same way. Which was why she had returned to LA for a few follow-up interviews with the Man of Steel, which he had not protested in the slightest. "Yeah, it's not great." Clark sighed out as he joined Lois on the sofa, currently shirtless as Lois had taken his top to keep warm. "But most of the money is going to charity, and is that my shirt?" "Uh-huh," Lois replied non-committally as she continued watching the TV, not bothering to respond to Clark's question. And you do know I will need that back, right?" Clark teased her by giving her a gentle nudge, which she just smiled back at. "Why? The view is better without it." Lois teased back, leaning over to him and whispering in his ear before slumping back onto the couch, a triumphal grin on her face as she saw the forlorn look on Clark's face. "Lois, I really need my shirt dash." He started to lean forward but stopped when he heard a groan escape from her lips. He was confused for a moment until he turned towards the TV and saw what was causing her discomfort. The news report about Homelander and Queen Maeve saving lives had ended and had been replaced by a commercial for Lois' new show, Hosting Heroes, which was set to air next Saturday. He couldn't help but chuckle, which just earned him a half-hearted glare that ended when he raised his hands. The channel was suddenly changed with a hit of the remote, causing Clark to groan this time as another advert for his upcoming movie appeared, earning a triumphal smirk from Lois. "You know what? Keep the shirt. I packed a spare." Clark finally decided to move back to the bedroom. "Wait, you packed a spare shirt?" "Wait, you packed?" Lois asked, confused as the visit had been a spur-of-the-moment decision when she had called him last night. No, I didn't pack specifically for coming over." Clark clarified as he reappeared in from the bedroom with a flannel shirt on and carrying a large rucksack that Lois had failed to notice last night. "It's for my go bag here." "Go bag?" Lois asked, looking at the large bag that seemed to be packed to near bursting, oddly it seemed, with an assortment of things from shampoo and spare socks to bandages and emergency glow sticks. "Yeah, it's a habit I got into when I started helping out outside of Kansas," Clark explained. The bag was dropped next to the sofa before he retook his seat. "First time I responded to something truly out of Kansas was this mine collapse in Alaska, 78 people trapped. It was before I really got the hang of the whole flying thing, so I felt exhausted after helping. Without the energy to head home, I had to spend the night only." "You didn't have any spare clothes?" Lois finished his sentence, earning her a nod from Clark. "Yeah. Had to borrow a shirt from a local shop, and worse was all the mining chemicals that got stuck to my skin and hair." Clark elaborated with a chuckle as he remembered his first truly independent save across state lines. "It stank though, high heaven, and would not come out in the hotel shower. So since then when I travel out of state, I take a go bag with me. It started out as spare stuff and just sort of morphed over the years." "I can see that." Lois joked, pointing to the overpacked bag that had just toppled under its own weight, earning a laugh from Clark. So, when are you heading back to LA? They must be missing you. Not really. Crime's at an all-time low, and if anything comes up, I can get back in no time. So, I was thinking of taking in some sights like Vought Tower, the Statue of Liberty, and Times Square. That's enough to catch before heading back, Clark shrugged, having finished up a massive sweep of the West Coast before coming over and had set up numerous alerts if something went wrong. He wasn't worried about getting back just yet. Yeah, right. Lois chuckled, thinking Clark was joking before looking over and seeing the frown on his face. Oh, wait, you're serious? I mean, sure, I actually have most of the day, so I could take... Wait, have you never been to New York before? Nope, first time in the city. Clark gave an honest smile. This is the furthest east I've ever been. Actually, when I was younger, I was told the 7 had it covered, and when I got older, I was sent out west. Wow. Lois' eyes widened before her brow furrowed, and her brain went into reporter mode as she noticed a question that she really should have asked. So, you really never met Homelander or any of the 7? I met Queen Maeve once when I was 9 at one of those Vought Super Sports events, but that was just a photo and a handshake. Clark's expression turned thoughtful as he tried to recall the heroes he's met. As for the others, the only other one I've met is the Deep. He responded to an oil rig fire off the coast of Texas around the same time I did. And how did you find him? Lois asked, her voice quiet and her gaze analytical, wanting to judge Clark's reaction. He had been honest with her, but she wanted to know just how honest he was when it came to something as big as the 7. Deep was, well, Clark trailed off, trying to find the right words to describe his brief and bizarre encounter with the Deep. He was weird, went pale when I showed up, hardly said a word when helping out, and swam off as soon as the save was over. And that was it. Nothing else? Lois couldn't help the surprise in her voice as her eyes widened at Cal's brief interaction with one of the 7, who were usually a team that did plenty of showboating and local interviews. Yeah, that was it. I guess it's hardly a surprise that the fish guy is just weird. Clark joked with a smile, but it faltered as he saw Lois' narrowed eyes and thoughtful expression. Lois, what's wrong? Lois didn't answer straight away. Her mind was racing as she processed everything that Clark's words had revealed. Since meeting Clark, she would admit her perception of the man had shifted for the better, and after researching the man, she had reached the reluctant conclusion that he was the real deal, something the cynic in her found difficult to accept. However, although she did accept it, it had not changed her views of other Supes at all. She had uncovered too much for her belief in the entire industry to shift. In a business that banked on the sensational interactions between superpowered celebrities, Clark had seemed to have actively been kept away from the 7 and Homelander specifically. She had spent enough time searching through Vought's garbage to spot one of their falsehoods from a mile away, and Clark having been kept from the East Coast because the 7 had it handled was textbook corporate BS. It was also Deep's in-person reaction that sealed it for Lois. Clark, what would you? Lois was about to reveal everything Perry and her research had told her and ask what would he do about someone like Homelander murdering people, but stopped herself. Come to think of it, what would Clark do? She was pretty sure he would do what she expected he would do, which was to confirm what she said. Then stand up to reveal Homelander's nature to the world and help the government put him in jail. Whilst that was a nice idea, and she was sure everyone would ideally want that, Lois was a pragmatist and knew the world didn't work like a comic book. It wasn't as black and white as the Man of Tomorrow swooping in to punish the bad Supes, and everything would be okay. No, reality would be far harsher. Homelander would never go quietly. He would fight back, and even if Clark could take him, which she wasn't 100% sure about, the battle between the two of them would likely level everything in 100 miles. Beyond the potential apocalyptic fight they would have, she was sure it would rip the country's soul in two. Homelander was the undisputed leader of the Supe community and was hugely popular across all demographics across America. It wouldn't be a simple affair to just reveal what he was. The man would likely just claim that his competition was making fake news and rally people to his side. Clark blowing the lid off the true nature of most Supes would likely spark a civil war in the superhero community unless Homelander was taken out in the first opening move. And that was the sticking point. Clark would have to take out Homelander. He was the only one who could, and the leader of the Seven was too powerful to be placed in any prison. If he was left alive, then he would likely try to destroy everything he could get his super strong hands on as one last fuck you before being stopped. Lois wasn't sure Clark had it in him to do that. Having spent more time with him and researched everything she could say with absolute certainty one thing. Clark wasn't a killer. Lois, Clark asked with concern creeping into his voice as she trailed off. Lois swallowed the lump in her throat and decided she needed to think more before she pulled the pin on this grenade. What would you want to start with? Times Square. It isn't too far from here. Clark's eyes narrowed slightly as he felt Lois' change of attitude. Something didn't feel right, and he could tell she was holding something back. However, without an inkling of what was wrong, he was forced to let it slide. With practiced movements, on a pair of glasses and a baseball cap. Shoulders slouched forward and a shy, non-threatening grin transformed Clark Kent from a superstar into an awkward farm boy in the big city. Well then, Mississippi Lane, let's push off, shall we? He decided to enjoy the day for the time being and talk about what was bothering her later. 6 hours and one visit to Times Square later, several dozen blocks from Times Square. Okay, I think it's this way, Lois said as she held up her phone again, trying to get the GPS to work properly. How can you be so bad at this when you live around here? Clark joked. Lois had gotten completely lost after insisting to get off at a subway station 3 blocks back. Hey, New York is a big place, okay? Do you know all of LA like the back of your hand? Lois asked, but immediately held up her hand when she saw the small smirk that Clark gave her. Wait, don't answer that. Just give me a minute. I think it's a cell reception. Really, I think you're Jew dash. He started to tease, but cut himself off as soon as he heard the sound of rushing wind and fast-paced footsteps. Clark turned his head and widened his eyes before he shot forward like a cannon to grab Lois. Despite the speed, he made sure to position his hands right to prevent injury. Lois was safely lifted and spun out of the way as New York's resident speedster A-Train blitzed through the street without care, barreling away like he was at one of his races. What caused the most alarm for Clark, however, was not simply the stupidly unsafe velocity A-Train was going at or his lack of awareness, but the fact that the man was covered in blood and gore as he rushed past without even bothering to stop. Lois' version of the events was just a blur of motion. She had been trying to get a signal on her phone to get her stupid app to work. Then she was suddenly several feet away from had been. Clark's strong arms had prevented her head and neck from getting whiplash, but her phone hadn't survived the wall it had been flung into due to the speed she had just traveled at. She was about to speak when Clark suddenly moved her over to a trash can near them, and before she could protest, she suddenly felt her stomach churn. GRRGH. BLRR. YAT was that? Lois managed to get out between labored breaths as she emptied the context of her stomach into the trash can. I don't K dash. Clark's attempt at an explanation was cut off when the sound of screaming reverberated down the street, prompting them both to look in its direction. Awa. No. Ruby in. Oh my God. Robin. A man was screaming at the top of his lungs, and it was clear he was about to hyperventilate. Clark turned to Lois, who merely just nodded, prompting him to rush down the street. However, when he reached the scene, he froze. Splattered haphazardly across the street were the remains of a human being, if they even could be called that. The body had been reduced to gore and pools of blood, with little pieces of bone and flesh floating in them as they drained into the sewer system. The man who was yelling was standing with his face and front covered in blood as he cried out one name over and over, Robin, holding all that remained of the victim, 2 severed arms. Oh God, sir, are you all right? Clark was careful to move around the pool of blood and try to calm the man down. Oh, Robin, she was. Huh. Dash, the man couldn't speak. He was clearly in shock as he started to gasp for air, desperately looking at the spot his girlfriend had been. Okay. Just take a deep breath. I'm Clark, what's your name? Clark tried to speak slowly and calm the person down before his shock got worse. I'm Huey Campbell. Huey managed to stutter out while his brain shut down in horror at what he was seeing. Oh God, Robin, she's. I know. Huey, I'm sorry, just take a deep breath. I'm here to help. Let's put these down first. Huey stopped responding. His eyes remained locked on the bloody limbs clutched in his hands. Clark could see he was fully in shock and moved to pat him gently on the wrist. Huey, please look at me. You have to let go. There, now let's sit down and I'll get help, okay? Clark's words seemed to have the desired effect, as Huey gently passed him the arms, which he placed carefully on the floor and managed to seat the other man on the curb. Clark, what's? Oh shit. Lois had arrived running after Clark, once she had finished emptying her stomach, only to feel like throwing up again at the scene. Lois, I need you to call 911. Get the police and ambulance here quickly. Clark spoke calmly as he rubbed Huey's back whilst on one knee, trying to calm the man down. I can't. My phone was totaled, Lois responded, looking desperately around for something to do. That's okay, it's okay. Clark responded gently, not wanting Lois to panic over thinking she couldn't help, which just wouldn't help the situation. He took his own reinforced phone out and handed it over whilst keeping his eyes on Huey. Take my phone, make the call. I'll help Huey here. Huey, can you hear me? I need to know if you're hurt in any way. Clark turned his attention back to the man sitting on the ground whilst Lois called for help. If his words had made it through, Clark truly did not know as the young man while babbling hysterically. It was mostly random thoughts his traumatized brain must have been thinking about before whatever was had happened. There were mumbles about Billy Joel, a raise, pizza rolls, and an apartment. However, there was one thing he did repeat over and over again that caused Clark to freeze and start to puzzle out what had occurred. A train. Couldn't stop. He couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. Couldn't stop. Huey kept repeating those words in between the rest of the gibberish his shocked mind was pouring out. Lois heard the words too and immediately saw a brief flash of emotion cross Clark's face. It wasn't sadness or sympathy or even empathy. It was sheer indignation and unbridled rage, which quickly left his face as he focused on helping the person in need sitting next to him. Lois wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but she knew one thing. She didn't want to be A-Train when it happened. Annual shareholder event. Vought Tower / the Seven Tower. August 3rd, 2019. Annie wasn't sure what she was supposed to be doing. The rush of people around her was beyond insane. She also couldn't believe she was here in the Seven Tower, about to be unveiled as the next member of the Seven. Not only that, but the second female member as well. She would be following in the footsteps of Queen Maeve, the Empress of the Otherworld, the most inspiring woman who ever lived. Never in her wildest dreams had her life taken such a turn, even after a few days ago when she got the call. The only thing missing was Clark. She had tried to call him and had left several voicemails about the whole crazy ride she was on, but where he usually responded with a witty text or left a voice message of his own, he had gone silent. She hadn't heard a peep out of him for nearly a week now. The closest she got to seeing him was watching the new VNN show Hosting Heroes with Lois Lane. The piece had been overly flattering for Clark, with the typically intrepid and hard-hitting reporter Lois Lane having seemingly willingly sold out to giving free publicity with an honest smile. However, Annie's thoughts on Clark were abruptly halted when she heard two Vought employees talking nearby. Obviously ignorant, she was within earshot. She knew she wasn't supposed to be hearing this, as the woman who had been guiding her, Ashley, had suddenly rushed off after getting a frantic call over her headset. Apparently, the tower had an intruder who was threatening to crash the annual shareholders meeting. So, how's everything going on your end in the PR department with this starbabe chick they brought in? Evan Lambert, one of Vaught's top PR consultants, asked casually as he picked at the spread that had been laid out backstage. His comment caused Annie to frown. That wasn't what she expected from people who worked with premier superheroes. She had half a mind to barrage over to him and demand he apologize for the sexist and disrespectful term he had used, but her curiosity got the better of her, and she kept her mouth closed and ears open. She wanted to know what Vought thought about her from an unfiltered viewpoint. Honestly, fucking fantastic. I am so glad to be moving away from the A-Train bullshit. Guy has no sense of public image at all. And did you see his apology? Guy absolutely butchered my lines. What a schmuck. Evan's co-worker Seth Reed responded, picking up a glazed donut. We already got cracking on a new costume for her. I'll bring you in on it. You did great work on Ice Princess outfit. Thanks, man. I really need to get in on the ground floor of something big. I'm surprised Countess, Nadia, or Moonshadow didn't get the spot. Evan responded while taking a plate and grabbing a handful of pastries from the table. You didn't hear? Seth's eyes went wide, and his tone made Annie look around, and then move closer to catch what the man had to say. Hear what? Evan's curiosity was only outmatched by Annie's. She only got the spot because Superman pulled some strings. Seth responded with a conspiratorial whisper, making it difficult for Annie to overhear. Dig this, he dialed up Stan Edgar and told the boss man that she had to be the next member of the Seven. Wow, so what, he's fucking her? Evan asked the crass question so casually it caused Annie to both go red with embarrassment and infuriated with the insinuation. Maybe, I don't think so. She's too small time for him. What I heard is that he only sleeps with high-powered types, celebs, top-grade supermodels or tier 1 supes. Seth just shrugged his shoulders like the statement about her best friend was common knowledge. I only know he has a different woman most weeks and throws the most primo orgies in town. Well, he's the only supe in LA and California, the proud city and state of porn stars. Evan responded with a snort. I'm guessing he's just raising her profile a bit so that he can keep up his rep of sleeping only with the best. I mean, he used to date Lana Lang. Now that woman's fuckable. Yeah, what a piece of ass. But Superman always kept his shit bag like a shopping spree. Suppose that's what happens when your aunt is Mary Clark. Seth joked, causing his friend to laugh at the harsh fact that was slowly turning Annie's view of her friend on its head. Even without her, the guy's incredible. I'd love to work in his PR department any day. Look at what he did to Lois Lane, took a fire-breathing tiger and turned her into a pussycat. Yeah, one that gets her milk straight from the source if the gossip around the newsroom can be believed. Evan revealed his own little knowledge about Clark that caused Seth to look at him in disbelief, not having heard that rumor. Son of a bitch, and she's just his type. Fuckable, hot, famous, and connected. Heard he gave her a really personal interview that got her coming back for more. As Seth laughed at the very unsubtle comment on Clark's relationship with women, Annie suddenly felt her head spin while a churning started in her gut. Clark's always had rumors swirl around him, but come on, he's Clark, they can't be true. Can they? Her mind was starting to go to dark, unsure places that she never liked to dwell on and had preferred to ignore. Every famous person had a cloud of gossip around them, but her friend didn't just have a few. He had hundreds and hundreds, many of which were similar to the one she just heard. He did get awfully funny with me when I joked about doing crazy stuff in LA. We don't have the best track record with male Supes being honest with us either. Remember Alex and the whole, "oh no, I'm clean" act we bought for years? Annie's mind started to put the pieces together, and she wasn't liking what conclusion she was drawing. All of it was starting to add up, and MOM knew. Oh God, she knew I was going to get this position. She snuck out to speak with Clark that night when she thought I was asleep. Dear Jesus. And she always wanted me with him. Annie was starting to feel sicker when suddenly a more rational, more skeptical part of her mind butted in to calm her down. You idiot, this is Clark Kent. The boy who wouldn't even stand next to Holy Mary unsupervised. Let alone look at her for God's sakes. He's literally your best friend. We should talk to him, get his side before we throw anyone under the BU. This reasonable side was cut off when, like magic, the subject of her thoughts appeared before her, complete with his Superman suit. Her friend was muscling past a team of security guards and pushing his way through the backstage, causing the two PR guys to jump to the side as he appeared. Mr. Kent, please. Ashley was trailing close behind, clearly frantic for him to stop and listen to her, and by her tone, she was getting desperate. Please, let me get you your own box to watch the meeting, or maybe an espresso, or anything you want. Please, just stop. I want to talk to Stillwell. Now. Clark responded, his voice going into a tone that Annie had never heard before. Or you can just give me A-Train. I see. I can't do that, sir. Ashley stuttered out, not sure how to deal with a pissed-off Supe, certainly not one of the most powerful on the planet. Yo, Superman. Suddenly, the Deep strolled past the curtain, having heard the commotion. His polished smile started gleaming when he saw Clark, who the new appearance had actually managed to stop in his tracks. You here for the show, buddy? No, but maybe you can help. Have you seen A-Train? Clark focused hard on the Lord of the Seven Seas as he asked the question, his face still fixed in a grimace. Ashley started to furiously shake her head behind Clark and started signaling with both hands in every way possible that the Deep was to keep his mouth shut. The other hero's eyes widened as his public persona started to crack, looking between Ashley's pleading eyes and Clark's stone-cold ones. The Deep started to flounder, but was saved when Madeline Stillwell appeared, having been signaled Clark was there and had managed to get off stage briefly to deal with it. Deep, they need you to run lines. Ashley, I've got this. The businesswoman gave them her most professional smile, and both quickly recused themselves while Annie just barely managed to slip behind a nearby curtain. Well, if it isn't Mr. Kent, man of steel himself. You here to take me up the exclusive management offer I made to you with the 7? I want to talk to A-Train. Your office has been dodging my calls for a week now. Clark responded coldly, signaling he was not there for a social chat. I might be able to arrange something, maybe a public training session or a race. That would generate a lot of buzz. Stillwell offered, trying to steer the conversation away from whatever Clark wanted to talk about. Don't try and play me. The sound of a single superhuman footstep rang across the room, and Annie watched as Vought's VP of Hero Management recoiled in fear. It's gone on long enough. You know why I am here. I will speak to A-Train. I know it's a tragedy what happened, but rest assured we are managing the situation. Stillwell managed to recapture her composure as she tried her best to meet the powerhouse's steely gaze. A-Train is just distraught over what happened. I can assure you that this will all get sorted. Sorted? Managed? Cal asked in disbelief, scoffing at Stillwell's words as he leaned in close. A-Train ran through someone, and I want to make sure he gets the message. I can assure you that he's already got the message. He won't make the mistake of doing it again. In public at least. But you have to accept some level of collateral damage in our line of work. Stillwell's blatant disregard for the loss of life chilled Annie, who went pale at the words and looked at Clark. He didn't respond verbally, and due to the curtain, she still couldn't see his face. Annie was begging every higher power she believed in for him to disagree. Anything to shatter the nightmare she was in, but he just stayed quiet. Oh God, it's Alex all over again. What an idiot I've been. Clark, for his part, was trying to stay calm while he digested the suspicion that the rumors about certain members of the 7 were true. He wasn't silent because he agreed or accepted Stillwell's words, but because his parents had taught him to be polite. He also doubted whether the iron grip he had on his anger would hold if he opened his mouth, which, given how fragile people were, was not a good thing. So he was opting to compose himself before responding. I want to talk to him, Clark stated again, taking a deep, calming breath. Although his words were given as an ultimatum, Annie was past seeing things in a hopeful light as despair and negativity swirled in her head. Every niggling doubt and fear she had that her friend was not as pure as he seemed rushed in her head, clobbering any hope at reason prevailing at the time. Look, Mr. Kent. Clark, that's not going to happen. You might be Stan Edgar's golden boy, But this is still the 7 who collectively earn 14 times your annual revenue and are the premier superhero team in the world. Stillwell shot back, deciding she had enough of walking on eggshells. If she could deal with Homelander, she could deal with this jumped-up hick. And I'm not Lois Lane whom you can fuck to do what you want. Oh yes, that's right, I know all about you too. Starlight. Has anyone seen Starlight? Ashley's voice called out, causing Annie to jump and rush away from the conversation, something she was glad to do as she was starting to feel sick. However, Annie's sudden departure resulted in her missing Clark's very visible reaction to Stillwell's comment on him. He moved so suddenly that Stillwell staggered back, and Clark's eyes flashed red with an unspoken threat. However, as quickly as his anger came, it left him, as he calmed himself, not wanting to stoop to the low level of using his powers to frighten others. My relationship with Mississippi Lane is none of your concern. In the future, you will speak of her more respectfully. Clark's eerily calm nature, after his flash of anger, actually made Stillwell feel more unnerved than ever. With Homelander, she knew how to control him, because the man was pure ID. Just push the right buttons to satisfy his appetites, and you got him to do what you wanted. In fact, nearly every Supe she knew was like that. They wanted to be famous, wanted the power, and to stand in the spotlight. However, the man in front of her gave off a vibe she wasn't used to. Here was a hero with ideals, with control, both of which she had no idea how to exploit. There is a man, Hugh Campbell Jr. The person killed was his girlfriend and the love of his life. I want you to make sure he is taken care of. A-Train apologizes publicly, and this doesn't happen again. Ever. Clark gave his ultimatum, just wanted to leave now as he was feeling sick to the stomach dealing with Stillwell. Or A-Train will wish it was just words. He didn't bother waiting for a response, but instead turned and walked away, pushing through the small clique of people that had gathered to watch the confrontation. Stillwell released a deep breath that she had been holding in and looked down to see her right hand shaking. Steadying herself, she gave a quick glare at the gathered people who quickly fled and returned to their work as if nothing had happened. Great, that's just what I need. Superman showing up and threatening one of the 7, all just to sell his image as the golden boy of the Supes. Honestly, Mary is taking her PR stuff way too far. I mean, we've all heard the rumors of LA's underground scene. Stillwell mentally sighed to herself, trying to recompose before returning to the stage and her speech. I'll just get the legal department to up the compensation by a couple of grand and get the networks to re-air A-Train's apology. With events rationalized and her thoughts settled, Madeline plastered a smile back on her face and moved to return to the stage. Someone still needed to save the audience from the dreadfully boring man from the accounts department who was going into the fine detail of VI stock prices and market fluctuations. The 7 Tower Conference Room, late night, August 3rd, 2019. Whoa, wow. Annie couldn't hold in her amazement as she entered the most elite and sophisticated room she had ever seen. In truth, she was glad for the distraction and wanted to revel in her success. So what if Clark had pulled strings to get her this? It was still her moment to shine, and if he wanted something for it, he was sorely mistaken. She was a member of the 7 now, Earth's most mighty, the shining example to all other heroes. The sweet, honorable kid she had known from Kansas might have been gone and replaced with a sleazy, devious LA playboy, but the 7 were still the 7. Pretty cool, huh? The Deep's voice brought her out of her short musings as she gave him a grateful smile for showing her around so late. Oh hey, check this out. We have 2-world view, 4 satellites in geocentric orbit. We can basically read a getaway car's license plate from 380 miles up. That is just, Annie was at a loss for words. The sheer contrast to the world she had just left for this one was creating the ultimate diversion from her troubled thoughts. God, I was working with a police scanner that I bought on eBay with money I borrowed from CLA Dash. Annie cut herself off, not wanting to remind herself or talk about her friend whose true nature had been suddenly shoved in her face. Thankfully, the Deep didn't seem to mind or care about the abrupt cutoff. He just chuckled. Yeah, well, not anymore, you're not. The Deep joked before gesturing to her to follow him over to the 7's table. Oh, and wait till you check out the dining room. We may or may not have stolen Moreau from Gramercy Tavern. Yeah, he's fan-fucking-tastic. That's his, isn't it? Annie stopped herself as she pointed to the head chair at the 7's table, the chair that arguably belonged to the one man who could rival Clark. Homelander's? Yeah. The Deep replied as he moved to touch the chair, pulling it out slightly as he talked. But you'll have your own soon. Here, come on. Give a test drive. Annie just shook her head, not wanting to risk angering the one man who could help her deal with Clark if he didn't take a rejection well. The thought paralyzed her for a moment. Deal with Clark, my God. Things had become so messed up in less than a day. Her friend had gone from the guy she could always rely on to someone she might need protecting from. Come on. The Deep pushed with a chuckle, thinking she was just nervous, but suddenly looked a little concerned before seeing her freeze up. Oh, you okay? Oh yeah, great. Annie quickly recovered for once, thankful for her mom's acting lesson for those awful pageants she used to do. It's just, I used to stand in the mirror, imagining, pretending to be where I am right now. Back in Des Moines, with the young Americans, we didn't have anything like this. It's a dream come true. Although I always thought Clark was going to be next to me when I made it. Her mind just had to dredge up the fact, but she again shoved it to the side. You know something? The Deep moved forward, starting to lay the charm on thick as he saw his opportunity. On my first day, I felt like a fraud. Yeah, but the good news is everybody feels that way. Thank you. Annie chuckled and was grateful for the statement that was making her feel so much better after the day she had. And hey, we're a team now. The Deep smirked as he moved back over to the table area, already adjusting himself for what he craved. We'll help each other out. You know, I bet growing up you had a poster of Homelander on your wall. Well, no, actually, I don't know, Homelander, so like Jesus or something. His kindness, his incredible wisdom. Annie responded, giving a small chuckle as she tried to sum up her reasoning. Not mentioning the real reason was that the man had reminded her so much of Clark growing up having a crush on Homelander would have felt weird, like a crush by proxy. That wasn't even touching on the rumor she heard when little that Homelander might actually be Clark's biological father. She loved the Kents, but when anyone really looked at Jonathan and Martha next to Clark, it was near impossible to see any similarities, so rumors had spread of Jonathan or even either of them were Clark's real parents. If you want to know the truth, I actually had a poster of you. Annie got herself back on track, hoping the funny story of her youth would ease her transition into the team. Really? The Deep responded as his hand crept closer to his zipper when Annie looked away, mistaking his tone for a friendly interest rather than that of a predator about to pounce. Yeah. My friends used to tease me about it. Annie responded, by friend she meant friend, and by friend she meant Clark. I kind of, my God. Annie turned around only to be met with the shocking sight of the Deep, trousers unzipped, currently stroking himself in full view. She was paralyzed for a moment. The sheer shock of what was happening caused her mind to stop working before his voice stirred back to reality. What? He didn't even bother to stop moving his hand as he spoke, causing Annie to become more revolted somehow. I mean, you said you had a crush on me. I figured that, you know. What's the matter with? Annie couldn't finish her sentence as she spun away and started all but running for the door. Whoa, hey. The Deep moved too, reluctantly pulling his trousers up, but without zipping them as he knew he wouldn't have to. Look, you're gorgeous. I'm not talking about sex, just a little bit of pole smoking. Annie, however, didn't stop or respond, just moving faster to the door, but her dazed state slowed her, allowing the Deep to catch up with her. Stopping at the bottom of the small steps that lead to the doors, a confident smirk on his face. Hey, wait. The Deep smug voice carried clear to Annie's ears, and what followed stopped her in her tracks. It's just a question of how bad you want to be in the 7. Annie stopped dead in her tracks as she felt a well of righteous anger rear up inside of her, causing her to turn and activate her powers, her eyes glowing gold as she did so. Her powers caused the lights to flicker and the screens lining one wall to crack as her powers surged to life. Excuse me. Annie's voice was all threat as she stared down at her fellow Supe with his cocky grin. Whoa. Take it easy there, firecracker. The Deep chuckled as he moved towards Annie, ego rolling off of him. Settle down. We're just talking. And look, I know you're powerful. I get it. Your powers are no joke. The Deep gestured to the cracked screens with one hand whilst he used the other to keep his trousers up. That simple action caused Annie's skin to crawl, as it implied a brash carelessness about what was happening like this was somehow normal. The thing is, I'm a number 2 around here. And you only got here because my pal, Superman, didn't want to lower himself sleeping with, well, a B-lister. The words froze Annie's blood, causing her fears from earlier to rush back and quench the fire that was building in her. So like if I say so, you know you'd be out of here. Especially since you attacked me. Oh, what? Annie finally found her voice, shocked that Deep or anyone could think to play the victim in his shoes. Yeah, look. The Deep pointed to the cracked screens that were still showing static to prove his claims. I mean, I was Sweetheart, the defender of Des Moines, just went psycho and attacked the Deep. I mean that, plus the fact that Superman would back me up since you ruined his fun. Well, that would put you out of business. No one would be Dash. Annie tried to respond, but started to feel her resolve crack as the reality of what was happening crashed around her. Believe who? The Deep and the Superman, over a chick whose hands glow. The Deep responded and found himself readying his waistband again as he saw his ploy was working. You heading home to the Corn Belt, back to mommy, tail tucked between your legs, all those kids disappointed. Whilst we just get another girl willing to play the game in. Annie felt tears starting to well up in her eyes as she found herself for the first time in her life powerless. Not even able to react as the Deep dropped his trousers again, a sickening smirk on his face as he placed a hand on her shoulder. I mean, that's not what you really want, is it? The Deep asked as he brushed a few stray hairs behind her ears, his touch revolting, but Annie was so terrified she couldn't react. So, all you need to do is play the game. Do your part, and all your dreams can come true. So what do you say, firecracker? Ready to blow this candle? The hand on her shoulder felt like lead as it gently pushed her down to her knees. Annie wanted to shout, scream, to run or fight back, but all she could hear in that moment was her mother's voice. It gave the same heart-wrenching, gut-churning advice Annie had heard her whole life. Keep smiling, Annie, the show must go on. So Annie January didn't fight back. She just allowed herself to be forced forward as the deep cupped the back of her head and felt sick to her very soul. Lois Lane's apartment, New York, early morning, August 4th, 2019. Annie, it's Clark again. Please call me back. I know things must be crazy busy for you, but I'm starting to get worried. Please just let me know you're okay. Clark spoke into his again after receiving another automated response from Annie's number. She's still not replying? Lois asked. Although not a fan of Supes, she was still worried for Annie because she was Clark's friend. He replied with a deep frown, yeah, which is not like her. Usually, I'm the one missing calls from her. He was growing more concerned with each minute Annie wasn't messaging him. There were times in the past where I literally came back to a voice box full of messages from Annie. I'm worried. What did Stillwell say? Lois asked, wanting to find out as much as possible before advising Clark on what he should do. Nothing really, and what she did say isn't worth repeating. Clark's voice took on a harsher tone as he crossed his arms after putting down his phone as a pensive thought crossed his face. I'm starting to feel like this whole thing runs deeper than I first thought. What are you thinking? Lois looked at Clark curiously as his face became one of calculation, his hand coming up to stroke his chin. She felt a twinge of hope in her chest at his words, but didn't want to say anything in case it ruined it. He didn't reply straight away, his mind clearly busy working something out as he thought long and hard about the issue at hand. However, after a few minutes of thinking, he finally realized what he should do. I think I need to call my aunt. Clark's grin became larger as he picked up his phone again and speed dialed his aunt. There's a race I need to crash, and everyone I want to talk to is attending. Author's notes. Hope everyone enjoyed this chapter. Smiley face. A Soup of a Man. Chapter 8. The Race of the Century. Front porch, Kent Farm, Kansas Smallville, August 17, 2019. Come on in, son. Your ma's setting the table. Dinner will be ready in a few. Jonathan shouted out from the porch to his son, who was moving the last of the day's massive hay bales to the barn. Clark responded by raising a hand and moving a little quicker to finish the work while the rest of the workers started to finish up for the day as well. Jonathan couldn't help but smile with pride as he watched his son work. His admiration had never been limited to his son's deeds as a hero, but also what he had done for the farm. He had never told him, but the place had slowly been drowning for years in red ink. Debts had mounted, and, try as they might, the Kents just couldn't keep up with the changing times. Jonathan's son had changed that, and although he had been reluctant to accept the money he sent them, it had not only staved off disaster, but transformed the Kent farm. The small family operation was now one of the largest in the country, and their holdings covered practically all the grazing and farmland in Smallville County. Gone were the days of Pa breaking his back just to keep things afloat. Instead, they had hundreds of workers working thousands of acres. In truth, although he missed the work Jonathan admitted was likely the only reason he was still alive, his health was declining, and if he was still working 14+ hours a day, he likely would have keeled over years ago. The farm's looking good, although I think we're going to need to replace the grazing fence along the west boundary. Clark appeared at the foot of the porch in a blur, giving his pa a wide smile. I'll stop over to Bill's store tomorrow and order the fencing, then get it set up. Once I get back, that is. Work's keeping me busy. Bill's is closed tomorrow, son. Jonathan chuckled as Clark walked up the porch stairs and gave his father a confused look. It's Sunday tomorrow, the day of rest, church, apple pie, and listening to Old Man Johnson's weekly rant at the town hall meeting. Sound familiar? Oh yeah, of course, Sunday. Clark sighed, shaking his head, his mind still partially elsewhere. You know, Mary called before you showed up yesterday. Jonathan moved over from the porch railing and sat in the rocking hair that had been there since his great-great-grandfather built the house. Something about wanting me and your mom to talk you out of some fool race that you signed up for in secret. She says that'll only cause a ruckus, and not the good kind. Yeah, thought Anniam might have done something of the sort. Clark sighed, taking the railing opposite his pa, leaning back as he crossed his arms. So are ya? Don't reckon it's my business, son. All this big city intrigue and soup talk ain't nothing but noise to this old farmer, Jonathan said plainly, kicking the floor slightly so that his chair started to rock with a nice, steady rhythm. Besides, I trust you to do the right thing. You've been raised right and haven't done a foot wrong since you were the height of my knee. The only thing I worry about is those green rocks we keep buried in the storm cellar. Thanks, Pa. Clark chuckled, finding his worries already easing as they always did when he was back home away from all the noise. Heard your old friend Annie made it into the 7, Jonathan observed, seemingly making ideal conversation whilst he waited for his wife to call them for dinner. Yeah, she went on her first patrol a couple of days ago. Seems like she's doing well. Clark was only just able to keep the tone of the worry out of his voice. She's still not speaking to you? Yeah, I'm worried, Pa. I'm worried about a lot of things these days. Clark admitted, releasing another sigh as he looked away from his Pa out over the recently harvested fields. He never could keep his father from knowing what was bugging him. You'll do the right thing, son. You always do. Pa said honestly, without an ounce of worry or hesitation. What if I don't know what that is? Clark asked, his face and voice going pensive as he looked out over the farm that had once been his entire world. Or worse, what if the world won't let me? Then you try, son. Jonathan stopped rocking and stood up, moving over to his son and placing a comforting hand on his much taller son's shoulder. That's all any of us can do, from the strongest man in the world to even us simple farmers. All we can do is try. It's so messed up these days, Pa. I've just scratched the surface and what I've found is just ugly. Clark gave his father a grateful smile, but couldn't help the sinking feeling he was having. It's all just a business, cold and calculating, and no one seems to care about the little people. You do, son, you do. Jonathan reassured his son, patting his son's shoulder before leaning on the railing next to him. But is that enough? Just me? Clark asked, looking from his father and staring off into space as if he was trying to see the future. Son, my ticker ain't worked right in a long time, and like it or not, I know, I don't have long left this side of the great hereafter. Jonathan's sudden addressing of his mortality caused Clark to turn and look at him abruptly. He was about to protest that his dad was healthy, but Jonathan's raised hand stopped him. It's true, my boy, so listen. If you remember one thing, remember this. It ain't about triumphing over evil or changing the world with grand gestures. It's about doing the work, giving people an example to follow, and never giving up. And I know, Clark, that one day you're going to change the world. Thanks, Pa. Clark smiled back, touched at his father's words, the grateful smile widening easily. And about this race, I've got tickets if you want to come. You get your own box, and there will be people there I'd like you to meet. Jonathan's declaration was accompanied by a knowing chuckle and grin at his son. Oh, what? Clark asked. Son, I've seen you with every crushing girl that turned your lead from Lana Lang to that marine biology student that you dated in college. Jonathan responded with a happy smile, knowing what Clark was trying to do. So, who's this woman that you want your folks to meet? Clark blinked at his father for a few minutes before decided it was just best to get this out of the way and let out a small chuckle. Her name is Lois Lane. She's a reporter, and I really like her. I know that look. It's the same one my pa said I have when I talked about Martha. Jonathan, happy that his son seemed to have found someone that he cared for. Well, in that case, I'm sure we can pry ourselves away from the old farmstead for one evening. And just let me know if you want your great-grandmother's ring. W.H. Bah. Clark went red as his father chuckled at his son's distress, patting his shoulder. Dinner's ready, you two. Martha's shout from the kitchen came as she stuck her head around the side to look at the menfolk on the porch. Unless you want to embarrass the boy anymore. Nah, I'm good. Got to leave something in the tank for when we meet this reporter of his. Jonathan shouted back to his wife as he moved away from Clark and opened the front door. Come on, your ma's made your favorite and an apple pie as well. Clark didn't have to wait to be asked twice and quickly followed his dad into his childhood home, the smell of his mother's cooking reaching his nose quickly. He couldn't help but smile at how little the place had changed over the years, his fingers running over the lines on the post next to the dining room that had marked his height over the years. But what made him smile the most was his mother. Martha Kent's hair might have gone gray, and she was definitely plumper than in her youth, but nothing couldn't dampen her warm smile and her bright matronly eyes. Oh, Clark, it does me a world of good seeing you back home. Martha greeted her son with a warm hug before shooing him over to the table as she laid out the beef bourguignon she had made. Now, are you eating enough? I made some meals for you to take back and even cooked an extra pie for you to give to Mary when you see her next. Thanks, Ma. Clark chuckled, knowing from experience it was pointless to argue with his mother. She was always worried about him no matter what and always cooked him enough meals to feed all the homeless on the West Coast. Such a good boy. Martha smiled at her son as she served up the last of the food, making sure to place the heart pills next Jonathan's meal, which was considerably smaller and greener than Clark's. Are you staying the night? Your room's just how you left it. Sorry, I can't, Ma. I've got to attend a charity event for Vought in New York tomorrow. Clark responded with a slight grimace that conveyed how he felt about it. They want me there to try and sell the idea of soups in the military to some congressmen and senators. Clark's reply caused a clattering sound as Jonathan dropped his fork and knife whilst choking slightly on his food. HRK cough. What? They want you to convince people of what? Clark, dearie, what your father means is, does that sound like a good idea? Martha interceded, not wanting Jonathan's blunt statement to cause an argument. I mean, you've never really talked about joining the army or helping out in that way. Whoa, I'm not for it at all. Clark clarified his position, which seemed to settle his parents down, alleviating their fear that their worst nightmare, that their son would be used as a weapon was coming true. I need to do this race and keep it quiet before the day. Mary couldn't swing it unless we gave something big in return, so I'm showing up at this event with some other Supes, and that's all. Well, I don't like it, Jonathan responded bluntly, never one to be shy with his opinions. However, a sharp look from Martha, as she sat down across from him, made him take a friendlier tone. But I trust you, son. If you need to do this, then you need to do this. Thanks, Pa. Now, can we not talk about my work? Clark declared, pouring himself a glass of the homemade lemonade that was placed next to him and giving a grateful smile to his mother for the food. I want to hear about everything that's been going on since I was here last. How are the Mayfields doing? They're good. Little Jimmy won first place at the science fair. Mark Johnson threw his back out again. Sue and Susan are thinking of adopting another kid, and the Talon premiered that movie of yours. Martha relayed the goings on that had occurred since Clark last stopped by. The mention of his movie caused him to groan. Oh God, you didn't see it, did you? Clark asked, dreading this conversation. The film had proven a smash hit, broken box office records, and was already being nominated for multiple Oscars along with any other award they could throw at it. The only issue was it was just awful. He had attended a private screening and the premiere in Hollywood, and it was worse than he remembered. It had been too late to do a final edit, and although he was pleased a lot of money was going to charity, he still hated the whole thing, and so did Lois, who had described it after the private screening as a murder and an insult to crap movies. Oh, we did. We were the first to see it. Jonathan grinned at his son, causing another groan. And can I just say, son, I love you, but you are no Steve McQueen or Clark Gable. I'm sorry, honey, but your pa is right. Acting might not be for you. Martha chimed in with a softer, more motherly concern, especially about the nature of the movie. Can I also say, did your movie have to have so much violence and nudity? This earned a sputtering cough of surprise, but Clark soon found himself laughing along as both his parents started to point out the issues and plot holes in his movie and even offer advice for his next one. He didn't mind, however, it was part of what he loved about being home. He could do anything in the world and his parents would still talk to him as if he was like any other son doing any other job. However, he was wondering if inviting to the race next Saturday was a good idea. If wanted things to go well with Lois, maybe having his parents embarrass him to death was not the way to go. The Seven Tower, Samaritan's Embrace charity event. August 18th, 2019. Stillwell was circulating around the room, smiling her best smile at the insufferable windbags and vain idiots that always populated these affairs. Unfortunately, said windbags and vain idiots were all senators and congressmen, the very people they needed to get on side for her plan to land a military contract. Thought was big now, but if she could close this deal, push the bill through Senate and get Supes into the military, well, they would go from being a big fish to owning the ocean itself. She gazed around, making sure all her Supes of the evening were in the right place. Homelander was in the center of action like he should be. Maeve was chatting up about a dozen congressmen and political insiders, all of whom were men and several of whose focus were more on her curves than what she was saying. Whilst Noir was off to one side, the silent specter lingering at the edge of the proverbial feast, providing both a sense of security and allowing some kids who had been dragged alone with parents something to gawk at and take pictures with. She smiled as received a text alert that her ace in the hole had arrived and was ready when she signaled. She wasn't thrilled with the deal she had made with Mary, but it was worth it to get this bill through the door. She gave a polite smile and encouraging nod to Homelander as she passed him. He was talking to the Deputy Secretary of Defense about America, hope, and patriotism, all his key demographics. She, however, homed in on her key target, Senator Calhoun, a representative from Oklahoma, but more importantly, he was chairman of the Committee on Armed Services. With him on side, passing the bill and other laws would not only be easier, but also simply possible. His position was such that it would effectively allow him to torpedo any proposal they tried to make, so they needed him on side. Can I get a club soda? Stillwell ordered casually as she approached the bar which the senator had been stood next to for most of the evening, avoiding even appearing next to a Supe, let alone talk to one. Senator, what can I get you? Jack rocks. Calhoun responded, lifting his now empty lowball glass. You know, we have a Macallan 25. Stillwell offered, plastering on her best PR smile and gesturing to the attractive female bartender, whom Calhoun's eyes lingered on a bit too long. You be wasting it. Whiskey's whiskey to me. Calhoun refused, giving a chuckle that Stillwell was forced to return before he turned and gestured to Maeve. Boy, they're blowing so much smoke up Maeve's ass. It's a miracle she doesn't die of lung cancer. They both laughed at Calhoun's small joke, but Stillwell felt her face go tense for a moment, having played the game long enough to know when someone was setting her up for a put-down. She cast a quick glance at Maeve, who was doing a marvelous job playing her group, so she decided it was time to signal for her ace in the hole. Her hand gently went down to her purse, and with practiced expertise, subtly tapped out a text message. But you know it's just that, right? Smoke. Calhoun continued, his smug, condescending smile making Stillwell want to punch his face in. "I'm sorry." Stillwell responded by faking misunderstanding as she watched behind Calhoun her secret weapon start to move in. His arrival had been silent, but people were starting to take notice. Everyone loves to bask in their glow. But tomorrow morning, no one's putting Supes in national defense. It won't get out of committee, much less hit the floor. Calhoun responded, taking great joy in squashing Stillwell's proposition before she even made it. "Because God forbid we gain an advantage in an armed conflict," Stillwell shot back her smile, slightly, leaving her face as she recognized flattery wasn't going to work. "You sent a Supe over the 38th parallel. Pyongyang's going to answer with a nuke." Calhoun stated bluntly. He knew the reality of the world. Yes, America loved Supes, but the rest of the world was scared shitless of them. "Then one of my guys will catch it," Stillwell responded quickly, scoffing at the argument she was tired of hearing, which she viewed as nothing more than fear-mongering. "And on top of Supes, we also have something else they will never have." "Which is?" Calhoun asked skeptically, mentally winding up to swat down another one of Stillwell's half-baked ideas. "Truth, justice, and the American way." The voice sounded out, causing Calhoun's eyes to go wide as dinner plates. His gaze leveled with the famous S-shaped crest before looking up, nearly having to tilt his head back fully to look into the face of the incredibly tall being in front of him. Standing before him was the Superman, the Supe every politician wanted to be endorsed by. Why? In Oklahoma alone, the man in front of him was viewed with almost religious reverence. Homelander was popular for sure, but Superman held both the rural conservative community and the liberal urban youth audience in the palm of his hand. The former because of his rural upbringing and highly independent self-made man image, and the latter for his West Coast exploits, outreach to minor communities, and very tolerant worldviews. "Well, Senator, I will leave you two to get acquainted." "Superman, we'll catch up later," Stillwell responded, giving Clark a wide smile, and then turning to go deal with the issue she knew was going to come up before stopping and speaking to the bartender. "Oh, and Rhonda, do get him Macallan 25. Why settle for ordinary when you can have extraordinary?" Stillwell moved away, leaving the senator to be glad-handed and charmed by the most golden of Vaught's golden boys. However, she couldn't rest on the triumph that had cost her one measly race. No, she had a fire to control. Homelander was already quaking where he stood. His fist had gone so tight that he had smashed the glass in his hand without even being aware of it. She moved swiftly over to the #1 hero in an effort to contain the rage that she knew this was going to cause. "It's all okay, it's okay. You are still the star here." Stillwell was quick to take on the soft, motherly tone she always had to do with Homelander that frankly made her feel sick. "What?" Homelander asked harshly before stopping and looking around as several people gave him worried looks before pulling Stillwell over to one side and talking in a hush whisper. "What the fuck is he doing here? He's just here for one senator, one small task, and then poof, he's gone." Stillwell replied, using all of her energies to keep the Supe in front of her calm, even touching his chest intimately, which seemed to calm him down. "He's nothing compared to you. Everyone is here to see you." "You are not answering my question. Why is he here?" Homelander asked, his eyes going from Stillwell to Superman, who was laughing at something Calhoun had said. "We needed to close this, and he was our only option." Stillwell responded by touching the Supe in a way that made her skin crawl, but brought him back to focus solely on her. Calhoun's demographics being what they are, we needed someone with a broad spectrum appeal, and that just happens to be him. Homelander was about to respond harshly before his whole demeanor shifted. His barely concealed grimace became a wide smile, and his body language relaxed. Stillwell was confused until she turned and saw that Clark was already walking away from Calhoun and heading to them, leaving the vital senator alone at the bar. Stillwell's face dropped. She had a contingency in place, but in truth had believed that she wouldn't need it. She quickly moved over to Clark, who was smiling and shaking a few hands as he made his way over to her. "What is happening? You should be over there convincing him that was the deal." Stillwell asked in a hush but very aggravated voice whilst trying to keep her smile. "I did, and I was very charming. He wants me at one of his next campaign events. But I can tell you now, no matter what I say or do, he isn't going to sponsor the bill. Even if I endorsed him for president," Clark replied honestly and with a serenity that diffused much of Stillwell's building anger. "How do you know?" Stillwell pressed in a hushed whisper, her eyes going to the bar where the senator was flirting with her contingency plan. "Several factors: body language, brain chemistry, heart rate, and pupil dilation when asking him certain questions or saying anything about the bill. Also, his responses were non-committal, and he is historically against outsourcing America's weapon business to Vought." Clark responded. Years of having to deal with people from all walks of life had given him a greater insight into human nature than most were aware of. Mainly, though, his biggest factor against the bill is that he just doesn't like you at all. Stillwell was silent for a moment as she looked into Clark's honest expression, then back at Senator Calhoun, who was leaning over to whisper into the bartender's ears. She narrowed her vision slightly and locked eyes with her backup plan that was pretending to giggle at the senator's words. She gave a subtle nod, then turned back to Clark. "Thank you. Now, please enjoy the rest of the evening. I know how busy your schedule is, and just remember, my offer is always on the table." Stillwell then politely excused herself and headed over to support Maeve in building the groundwork needed for the bill she was going to push through the committee and then onto the Senate floor. Clark gave a polite nod, recognizing that his use to Stillwell for the moment was over and that she was very subtly suggesting he leave now. However, Clark couldn't help but look over at the man he had looked up to since being a little boy and felt that he needed to speak to the man. As he moved over, he saw that Homelander had picked up a glass of champagne and was sipping it as he looked over the crowd before he had a slight wince that Clark recognized all too well. "It's the soap, isn't it?" Clark's words caused Homelander to look from the crowd to him, his face confused for a moment, causing Clark to clarify what he meant. "The glass. No matter how much they clean it or what they serve you, can still taste the soap, can't you?" Homelander's eyes narrowed at Clark for a moment before he let out a small huff to concede the point. "Yeah, events like this, the drinks all taste like dish soap and the food reeks of cooking oil or grease. And the bottled stuff's a little better," Clark joked, moving next to the man, gesturing to the containers of imported spring water that had been laid out. "Right." Homelander chuckled loudly, enjoying the frank discussion about the annoyance of super senses with someone who understood for once. "Artisanal this and minerals that. It's all just chlorine and salt. Yeah, downside of being like us. Everyone always loves the idea that you can see and hear everything, but no one ever asks or thinks about the other senses." Clark continued the conversation, also liking being able to with someone as well who understood the issues. "Or how fragile everything is. I feel like I'm living in a world made of." Homelander continued the conversation, feeling himself oddly relaxed for once. "Cardboard," both men said in unison. They were both silent for a second before sharing a small chuckle and shaking their heads, enjoying the moment. Both of them went quiet as they looked around the room, filled with people that had come see them. Clark's eyes lingered on Black more briefly, and then shifted to Maeve, who met his eyes and offered him a smile that seemed to be the only genuine reaction he had received, yet apart from Homelander's laugh. However, Homelander wasn't gazing at the crowd. His own eyes had focused on Stillwell as the woman had glanced at the two and was clearly uncomfortable, but he didn't care about that. No, his attention returned to the man next to him, and although he hated that Clark was his potential replacement, he was surprised at how nice his company was. He would never accept the farm boy as the new him, but all his life he had wanted someone to connect to, and here he was. If he was being honest with himself, Homelander had always wanted a family. He craved it in fact, and when he had been given his own team, he thought they would be that. Instead, he had received, well, his team, a bunch of degenerate idiot fuck-ups that cared nothing about the family he had tried to build. So, he had coasted through life living off the love of the public and trying to get Stillwell to see him more than the little scared boy she used to visit at night. How he hated it, strutting around for a public that was made up of weak, mindless sheep that bought anything he said, trying to gain the love of a woman that cared more about a mewling baby than him. It made him sick, and each day that sickness grew inch by inch. Clark, though, he was different. Homelander 2.0, him without all the flaws and fuck-ups, a shining replacement for their outdated hero. Oh, he really hated that. He hated that people thought that, how they whispered it when they thought he wasn't listening. In truth, for a long time, he hated everything about Clark. He had imagined in the quiet, dark moments of the night, when he alone was awake and everyone else slept, of going to that Oshucks, Kansas farm and leveling it, beating the man to death, and destroying the life that should have been his. But those fantasies were starting to fade. It was like he could feel the bond only they could share, the bond of being the only two that saw, felt, and knew the world like they did. And then, of course, there were rumors, the other whispers people made around him, that Clark was his son. Now, he knew he couldn't have children, and despite what people thought, he actually had little experience and remembered all the women he had been with, of which Martha Kent was not one. Though Invah was involved, that meant nothing. They had enough of his blood and DNA to play with that making a child would be easy. And looking at the tall, squared-jawed man next to him, he did wonder, what if it was true? Clark wouldn't know. He would be like all the other Supes with their heads full of lies about being related to these sheep, these pathetic monkeys. It was up to him to reveal the truth of the world, the difference between the powerful and the powerless. The thought made him smile, a wide, honest, hopeful smile, as he imagined being a father figure, having someone to connect to support, to to love. He knew what he would do. He would be the only one strong enough to support Clark, to mold the young man in his own image and bask in the pride of his achievements and success. I could always use the backup too. Translucent is still missing and nobody but me seems to care. So, you going to the race next Saturday? Clark asked, turning back to look at Homelander, giving the man a kind smile that to Homelander's mind offered him so much. I was debating it. It's sort of A-Train's day, and I don't want to overshadow the guy. Homelander replied diplomatically, instead of revealing how little he cared about a stupid race and for selling Stillwell's talking points to the brain-dead public. Yeah, A-Train, Clark replied in tone that Homeland knew. He had used it a lot when talking about the druggy athlete and the invisible pervert on his team. The man is certainly something. Yes, he is. Homelander replied slowly, before taking a deep breath and deciding to trust his instincts. You know, I could maybe use your help with something. Translute dash. Superman, we need you for a photo. Stillwell's voice suddenly cut off Homelander as she appeared next to Clark, her arm linking into his to drag him off for a photo with Maeve. She also gave Homelander a subtle look that clearly told him to drop the translucent issue and that Clark was not staying much longer. Sorry, duty calls apparently. It was good to finally meet you, Homelander. Clark turned from Stillwell and offered his hand that the other hero quickly took, shaking it gladly. I hope you attend the race. I'm planning on attending, and it would be good to speak to you more about certain things. It would. I would like that. Son, Homelander offered a wide smile that Clark returned, taking Homelander's choice of words as a reference to their age difference, not what was actually intended. As the Man of Steel left to have his photo taken with the lowly mortals, Homelander's eyes never left the man, deciding to attend the race and speak more to the only being who could be his equal. Vought Hartsdale Sports Plaza and Stadium. Race of the Century. August 24th, 2019. Clark was in his civilian attire as he helped his parents out of the car, making sure to support first his mother then his father. He had hired a chauffeur for the past few days and taken advantage of not driving to catch up with them at the hotel and on the way. He didn't have to worry about the paparazzi or the press as they were using the— So what's the whole point of this race, son? Jonathan Kent asked as they entered through the private VIP entrance. It's to find out who the fastest man alive is. Clark responded as he pushed them past the hallways packed with people that worked behind the scenes of these events. It seems sort of pointless to me. Jonathan replied as they reached the elevator that would take them up to the private boxes, looking around at all people and money having been spent. I mean, no offense, but do they really need all this for a quick sprint? Oh, hush, Jonathan. There's no call for you to be difficult and grumpy. Don't you listen to him, Clark. Martha shushed her husband with a playful swat on the arm, earning a bashful smile. Someone's just crabby because he hasn't had his morning coffee. Wait, didn't they have any at the hotel? Clark asked, confused. He had gotten him a penthouse suite in the Ritz-Carlton just off Central Park. $20 for a single cup of joe. I wasn't paying that. Jonathan huffed in defense as the elevator doors opened, and they were greeted by a hostess who gestured for them to follow. Pa! Clark sighed, his hand coming up to his face to pinch the bridge of his nose as he chuckled at his father's antics. It was included in the price I paid for the room. You didn't have to pay. Well, it was still too darn much for coffee. Jonathan grumbled as they entered the private box that overlooked the finish line. As they entered, Clark was pleasantly surprised to see that Lois was already present off to one side as she adjusted the shirt and skirt she was wearing. He smiled. He had seen her take everything head-on without fear, but meeting his parents was apparently more of a daunting task than interviewing superheroes and world leaders. Ma, Pa, I want to introduce Lois Lane, my— Clark's introduction stalled out as he realized he had no idea what to actually call Lois and feared he was about to put his foot in his mouth. I'm his girlfriend. Lois finished Clark's sentence, cutting off the awkward silence and causing Clark to smile widely at the word. It's good to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Kent. Clark has told me, so moo dash. Lois had stretched out her hand for a friendly shake only to be cut off by Martha moving in and giving her a Kansas-sized hug that Lois swore clicked her back. None of this Mr. and Mrs. stuff. You can call us Martha and Jonathan. She instructed the younger woman, who looked very surprised and unsure of how to react. Martha then broke off the hug, taking a step back to admire the young woman in front of her. Now, let me have a look at you. Oh my, you're a beauty, aren't you, dear? Thanks. Lois responded, looking to Clark for support. Ma, please? Stop tormenting her. Clark responded, and he couldn't help but chuckle at the scene, just as his father was doing. Oh, hush you. Martha turned to face her son with a wink and a grin. Tormenting? Really? Such awful things to say about your mother. Just for that, I'm going to tell this lovely young lady all about the hamburger incident. Hamburger incident? Lois asked, intrigued, now moving over to place a friendly arm around the other woman and guiding her to the seats in the box. Martha, I think you and me are going to have a lot to talk about. Clark couldn't do much but groan and earned a small consolatory pat on the back from his father as they both followed the two chatting women. Martha launched into telling in excruciating detail the infamous hamburger incident and the cloud of grease and smell of French fries that had followed Clark around for weeks. Eventually, and mercifully, The conversation moved on from one of his embarrassing early saves to other topics as his parents got to know Lois and Lois them. In all, the day was going well, and Clark's plans were in no rush. The race wasn't starting until the evening, and it wasn't like he needed to run off. He was right where he needed to be, and the people he wanted to talk to weren't there yet, so he opted to relax with the ones he loved. However, as he watched Lois talk to his parents, he noticed that at times she seemed to be asking leading questions and digging deeper into his parents' lives than just a friendly chat, as if she was trying to figure out or uncover something about his parents. Good Lord, what is she wearing? Jonathan's voice caused everyone to turn to face the man that had stood up to get food from the table next to the window. Jonathan, what is it? Martha asked, standing up, trying to see what her husband was talking about, only for her eyes to go wide as saucers. Oh, dearie me. Ma, what is the mad dash? It was Clark's turn to stand up along with Lois and look out of the window. His voice was cut off, as standing on a balcony was Annie. However, it took him a moment to recognize her, as she wasn't wearing her old costume. Annie was wearing what could be generously called a slimmed-down leotard with high-heel boots. The new costume consisted of very, very little material, and what little there was had been unzipped all the way below her chest. Clark was too much of a gentleman to say what he was thinking about the costume out loud, but his mind certainly wasn't holding back. Clark, I think you might want to make an earlier appearance. Lois turned and gave him an understanding nod that gave him permission to leave, which his parents' faces clearly supported. Thanks. I'll catch up with you and be back after the race. Clark promised everyone in the room before leaning in and giving Lois a grateful kiss on the cheek as he started for the door. He pulled out his phone and dialed the number he had been given to signal his arrival on the field. Inside Vought's singing booths, Annie had moved inside now. After a brief and humiliating spectacle on the balcony, her new costume looked like it was more suited for an adult movie than fighting crime. She felt her skin crawl at all the looks she was receiving from the small, disappointed glares of mothers with daughters, and especially from the men of all ages who leered at her. However, she was trying to push that out of her mind as she singed her photo for the fans that had queued hours to see her, most of them young women and little girls. Aren't you cute? Annie couldn't help awe at the cute little girl in front of her, wearing a starlight costume, quickly signing a photo for her. Is it okay if I get a selfie? The young, adorable girl asked hesitantly, holding up her phone that had a starlight case on it. Of course, honey. Take this. Annie quickly agreed, giving the girl the signed photo and standing up to take the photo. You really dressed the part. However, she quickly regretted the decision as she realized her new costume was not appropriate for a picture with a small child. She glanced at the line of men waiting for black noir who were suddenly grinning like idiots at her. It's your old costume, but I'm saving up for your new one. The young fan exclaimed, excitedly looking at her idol with wonder and pride as Starlight came up next to her. The thought of a little kid dressing up in a costume like she was wearing made her feel uneasy. As she leaned over to take the photo next to the young girl, her heart sank further as she had to place a hand over her chest to keep a shot of her cleavage out of the selfie. However, the moment was almost worth it as she saw the look of joy on her fan's face, right up until a voice cried out, "Hey, Starlight!" A young man being egged on by a group of his friends shouted out, causing Annie to look over. "Show us your tits." Her face fell suddenly and shifted to a look of disgust at the man who just leered at her, while several others called out in approval at the idea. It wasn't many, but there were more than enough to ruin the moment and chase away the hopeful expression on her fan's face. As the whistles and calls continued, she was about to press forward and shut the men up when her manager Ashley's hand appeared on her shoulder. Hey. She quickly tried to cool the Supe's raging emotions and head off the PR nightmare she saw coming. You do not need to press your luck right now, right? Annie watched as her young fan started to shuffle away with a look of sadness. An idea started to form, and she smiled. Hey, sweetie, you know what? Save your money. I like that one a lot better. Annie then turned to Ashley as the fan left and was about to ask for a private minute alone when suddenly the louder speakers roared to life, and a tune she had not heard in years sounded out. It started off with an unmistakable brass trombone playing a tune that was known universally. Ladies, gentlemen, and sports fans of all ages, we have the pleasure to inform you that today's race will not decide who the fastest speedster in the world is. No, for today is truly the race of the century. The announcer spoke with such enthusiasm and passion that Annie was already moving outside before she registered that she was walking. The outside crowd had ballooned to its maximum capacity as everyone came out of the woodworks, including A-Train and Shockwave, who were not supposed to be out yet. Everyone's eyes looked to the skies as they knew what the music represented and what it signaled. Please direct your attention skywards, as our two competitors today are joined today by a man who needs no introduction. He is the fastest man alive and is putting that title up to the challenge today. Annie couldn't help the smile that came to her face as her lips mouthed the words that followed next. She wasn't the only one either, She saw dozens of people mouthing and whispering the famous lines that followed as the anticipation built. Faster than a speeding bullet, more powerful than a locomotive, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound. The one, the only, Superman. Each line was accompanied by a small blast of air that hit the crowd as a red and blue blur streaked across the sky, getting lower each time. The final line, the blur suddenly shot down into the middle of the field as the music reached its crescendo, causing the stadium to shake and the ground to quake. As Clark stood up stretching his hands to the side to give a wave, the noise that hit him was more powerful than his arrival. "Hi everyone, who's ready for a race?" Clark declared with a plastered-on smile, his eyes locking onto Annie's as the crowd exploded into cheers. He didn't waste any time, and before she could move off or the VNN team who had been interviewing Maeve and Homelander could corner him, he floated above the crowd waving at everyone as he did so and landed next to Annie, who seemed shocked at his presence. He quickly brought her into a half hug and positioned it so they were waving to the crowd together. Although he knew the rumors it would spark, he didn't care. "We need to talk," Clark whispered as the crowd went wild, taking photos of them and more than a few screaming how cute they were as a couple. Annie merely nodded in response, and the two swiftly moved off, waving to the crowd that was still going crazy in response. Clark gave a quick glance at A-Train, who seemed to have gone pale, but also seemed to be sweating as well. The speedster's heart was pounding fiercely, practically a drumbeat that carried across the field. However, before he could spend any time on that, he was already inside, and his attention shifted back to Annie. "Clark, it's good to see you. I've been meaning to call." Her words were delivered in a clipped monotone, not the usual chipperness she had always used when they talked. Her arms folded around her body. "Annie, please, what happened?" Clark asked gently. He recognized the tone, along with the folded arms and self-hug. He had the unpleasant knowledge of what their actions pointed to from years of breaking up prostitution rings and working with the LAPD to crack down on vice-related crimes. He had helped more women than he could count to deal with the trauma of what had happened, and had a sinking feeling he knew what Annie was going to say. "Oh, Clark, I've been an idiot." Annie suddenly broke down, crying as she fell against the wall and slumped to the floor. "First I was confused, and everything was hitting at once. I let these stupid rumors I heard into my head, and my mom's voice kept playing again and again. I fucked up so bad." Hey. It's all right. I promise you will be all right," Clark responded softly, kneeling down next to his friend, knowing all he needed to do for the moment was listen and see what she needed. "Just take a deep breath and tell me slowly. What happened?" Annie sobbed for a few moments before she let out a deep breath, and then proceeded to tell Clark all the stupid decisions she made and the fears she had let control her. As if the words were being torn from her soul, she described what the Deep had done and all the humiliating things she was starting to have to do for Vought to keep her job. Clark merely knelt there, not interrupting Annie, apart from a comforting smile and gentle squeeze of the hand. It didn't take long before Annie's tale of woe was finished, and a look of worry appeared on her face. "Clark, I'm so sorry. You must hate me, FO dash. Annie, I could never hate you, nor am I disappointed." "Okay." Clark cut her off, an honest look in his eyes as he reassured her, placing a hand over hers. "We're going to figure this out. After the race, I'm going to talk to Homelander, and I will put a stop to all of it." Annie was quiet for a few moments as she dried her tears, getting up from the floor and giving Clark a grateful smile. It was like old times again, minus the scanty costume she was dressed in and the crisis looming over her. "Thanks, Clark, but I really am sorry. It's just..." Annie's face fell again, and she looked away from her friend. "Just what?" Clark pressed, wanting to know what was wrong. It's difficult, okay? And sometimes it's really hard believing that you exist, let alone being your friend." Annie sighed, trying to give words to the complex emotions and facts of her life. "It's like you're a god or a force of nature, something beyond human, which sometimes makes it difficult not to see you as flawed. People have flaws, people need to see them, to relate to them, and well, you don't. You're so perfect, and the rest of us make things up just to have something to hold on to. Sorry, this must sound so stupid." "It doesn't, I understand." Clark gently placed his hand on Annie's shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Annie, if you ever need me for anything, all you've got to do is ask. Hell, I can beat up the Deep if you want." "Thanks, Clark." Annie chuckled at Clark's joke, feeling better and liking having her friend back on side. "I might take you up on that, but for the moment, I think I need to handle it alone, you know?" "I think so." Clark gave her a smile as they started walking towards the changing rooms, a line of photographers and reporters in wait to get pictures of the Supes coming in and out. However, before they reached the gauntlet of flashes, Clark stopped, twisting his head back around. Sorry, I'm needed outside. They're calling the racers out. I'll meet you afterwards." "Okay." Annie smiled, exchanging a small private hug with her friend before he headed back the way they came. "Oh, and Clark? Beat their asses. Clark smiled as he twisted around and gave Annie a salute, promising to do just that. As she turned, she felt herself feeling better, not realizing how much she needed to vent to Clark. She was pushing towards the Seven's private changing rooms when she suddenly heard a voice call out from the crowd. Annie, Annie, over here. The voice caught her off guard, and she turned towards another friendly face. But this was one she hadn't expected to see. Huey. Outside, super-abled racetrack. As a train left the tunnel, he was entirely focused on the music pounding through his headphones, getting himself psyched up. He was also trying to control the high he was feeling as the V burned in his veins. Fuck Coke, to hell with Crystal, and Molly could go suck it. Nothing beat the euphoria, the power, the electricity that the blue stuff pumped through every inch of him. Although that was just for him, Popclaw described the experience differently, and he suspected the type of high you got was dependent on your powers. However, his moment of joy and focus was immediately halted as he saw that he wasn't the first competitor on the racetrack. Standing with his arms crossed in the middle of the track, talking to a VNN reporter, was the man that had stolen his title of the fastest man alive. A-Train clenched his teeth. So, Superman, the big question of today, why the sudden, or better phrase, surprise appearance from you today? The reporter was a young African-American woman named Kathy Maloney who was giving her best and most flirtatious smile to the powerhouse in front of her. This interview was solid gold and could make her career. Well, as you know, I don't lie. Clark joked, causing Kathy to respond with her own, yet clearly fake laugh. So, in truth, it was a last-minute decision. My schedule is always fluid, and I'm only able to commit to so much. I'm always on duty, you understand. Of course, and I think I speak for everyone when I thank you for it, Kathy responded, earning a grateful nod from Clark. But can I ask why now? You've been the undisputed fastest man for over a decade now, and you've never shown an inclination to do races to prove it. So what's changed? A few personal considerations were a factor, but what made it an easy decision is that my proceeds for the event will go to charity. Clark responded by uncrossing his arms and putting them on his waist to seem more friendly, along with any of my potential winnings. Potential? So, you say that there's a chance you'll lose. Kathy pushed, leaping on the chance to get a soundbite that her network could run and she could take credit for. Well, as my pa always said, don't count your chickens before they hatch. Anything is possible, Kathy. But if you're asking my personal belief, I would say I'm confident. Clark responded modestly, giving his best smile. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm needed for the race. Yes, of course. Thank you for your time, and good luck, Superman. Kathy replied, giving him a subtle wink and leaning forward slightly to let him have a better look at her chest before turning back to the camera. Well, you heard it here first, folks, and straight from me, Kathy Maloney, reporting for VNN. As the camera's light went off, Kathy let the painful, cheery smile drop from her face, and all but threw her microphone to the intern nearby. As she turned, she spied someone standing at the sidelines that she really didn't expect to see. There was Lois Lane, standing around in smart casual clothes, an exclusive VIP pass on her neck, and not a film crew or recorder in sight. Well, isn't this a surprise? The famous Lois Lane, and without her bleeding heart liberal agenda, backup boys with her. Kathy smugly greeted Lois. Although she knew the other reporter was way out of her league, she could take a shot, especially now that she was just another cape chaser like her. Kathy Maloney, right? Lois glanced at the woman, briefly recalling the name from a previous brief interaction. Surprised to see you're off your back and not on your knees for a change. Getting to be too much work for an interview. Kathy's face went red at the unsubtle and painfully true insult before deciding to return fire, shoving a thumb over at Superman. Well, I've heard you're doing the same these days. How is the Man of Steel? However, much to Kathy's fury, Lois didn't rise to the jab or look shocked at the accusation. All she did was raise a wicked smile and turn to face her fellow reporter. Girl, you wouldn't believe me. With that, Lois walked away, moving closer to Clark to let him know his parents were going to stay in their box, and she was going to watch from the sidelines. All she left behind was a gobsmacked bundle of jealousy. However, Lois hung back as she saw that Clark had moved over to where A-Train had been stretching and caused a media swarm. Faster than the eye could see, his arm clamped down around the speedster. A-Train did his best to look natural, but his heart was racing, and he could feel the vice-like grip on his arm as Clark pretended to be side-hugging him. I know what you did in New York, and I can guess what was in the bag, Clark whispered. A-Train was impressed and terrified by the fact that Clark seemed able to talk without moving his lips or dropping his million-dollar smile. You might think you got off, but trust me, you haven't. I'm going to be watching you like a hawk. One more slip-up or accident, and I don't care what team you're part of. I will tear you down. You could see me coming a mile away, and there wouldn't be a single thing you could do to stop it. Understand? Homelander, A-Train tried to shoot back his response, the V giving him a boost of confidence, but that stopped when Clark squeezed him tight. Understand? Clark pushed his voice, threatening to go above a whisper and reveal their conversation to the world. Yes, A-Train managed to grunt out. Good. Consider this a preview. I can be anywhere at any time, and right now I'm going to show everyone how slow you are. Clark let go of the man and was about head over to the starting line without another word before he stopped and turned his head around again. Oh, and tell the Deep that if Starlight doesn't get the message across, I will. And with Tot he left, A-Train standing still, gripping his shoulder in pain. It was then that the other racer for the day, Shockwave, appeared, signaling the race was about to start. Clark moved over to the speedster who was closer to his age and briefly shook the man's hand. They briefly made small talk about their race over a decade ago, as children, and took a few photos before the race started. However, as A-Train and Shockwave moved to the starting line, Clark moved over to the crowd. His hand went to his shoulders and, pressing down hard, unlocked his cape's hidden clasps. In a dramatic flourish, he whipped off the square of cloth and headed over to a young girl that was wearing a Starlight costume and sitting near the front row. The girl's eyes widened in amazement as Clark handed over what was arguably the most iconic piece of his costume, the golden S crest on the back, causing the crowd to go wild. Here, can't have it slow me down, can I? Clark gave the young Starlight fan a friendly smile and a wink. As Clark moved back over to the race line, Lois' eyes widened slightly as she saw just how skin-tight his suit was. Without the cape, his very toned back was open to all the world to see. Or most, especially the women in the crowd, it wasn't his back muscles their eyes lingered on. Taking his starting spot, Clark's eyes remained on A-Train, who was jumping erratically and swaying from side to side. Even without his enhanced senses, it was clear that A-Train was jumpier than a smackhead after a fix. Runners, take your mark. The official for the event moved forward. A-Train and Shockwave adopted a sprinter's crouch at the starting blocks, whilst Clark just stood there, arms crossed. Get set. As the other two racers tensed, Clark still made no move to appear ready. Instead, just standing still on the spot. Go. The official fired his gun, still confused at Clark's relaxed pose. However, the moment the gunpowder ignited, the world slowed to a crawl for the three racers. A-Train and Shockwave pushed off with everything they had, both turning to see Clark, apparently still frozen. A-Train's face broke into a bright smile. Superman may be fast, but the son of a bitch was arrogant, and besides he was the A-Train, no one could. Shockwave and A-Train were shoved to the side by the quakes from each of Clark's supersonic footfalls. The man's sheer speed caused not only the air to bend around him, but it looked like the light itself was warping in his wake. The only people able to see it were the racers themselves and Homelander, who was watching from a balcony with pride. Then, as Shockwave and A-Train hit the ground hard, Clark seemed to blink out of existence before reality came crashing back around them. They skidded to a halt as Clark appeared past the finish line after stopping with expert precision. The crowd went wild, and no one seemed to care about the other racers having been blown away. All anyone cared about was who was the fastest man alive, and how it wasn't A-Train. Not even close. Clark had little time to savor the win when suddenly Homelander floated down next to him. And before Clark could ask, he took his hand in his and raised him in the air, causing the crowd to go wild. Congratulations, my boy. Hell of a race. Homelander beamed at Clark with satisfaction, which, although the younger man found odd, returned with a smile of his own. Thank you. Actually, I wanted to talk to you about some things. Clark leaned in, whispering at a volume below the range of human hearing as a crowd of reporters started to swarm them. Me too. We have a lot to talk about, and I need your help. Homelander's response caused his eyes to go wide. What did the world's greatest hero need help with? The sooner the better. I can't say much here, but we're all in danger. What danger? Clark asked, confused and trying desperately to stay close to the other hero as the crowds of reporters crowded around in earnest. Translucent has been murdered, Homelander managed to say before they were broken apart. Clark's jaw dropped, but he wasn't able to respond as both the shock of his Supe being murdered caused him to go still and the group of reporters was demanding his attention. However, even over the crowd, he could still see Homelander, who merely mouthed, "Come find me." Clark felt another one of the all-too-common these days, sinking feeling that his life was about to get complicated again and that he wouldn't be able to solve it by just working everything out with Homelander. However, he suddenly felt the need to turn his head, and his eyes went wide as he saw a very tall, well-built man standing next to Lois. They were scruffy-looking, with a growing unkempt beard, but despite its length, it was clearly military, or at least used to be in its style. His clothes also drew Clark's eyes. As although civilian in nature, they clearly were well chosen to allow free movement, and for the ability to conceal the firearm his supervision could see. He started to push over to Lois in fear for her safety, only to find by the time he made it through the crowd, the tall black-haired gun-toter was gone. "Lois, who was that?" Clark asked, quickly scanning Lois to make sure she was all right. "An old contact of mine. In truth, I thought he had died a few years back." Lois responded, looking down at the card the man had given her. A phone number was scribbled on the back. Said to call him if I wanted to start making a real difference. What's his name? Clark asked his head, turned around, giving a large smile to the crowd still following him, whilst he scanned the area for the man, alarmed that he seemed to have disappeared. William Butcher. Guy used to work for the CIA. Chapter 9. The Safest Way to Travel. 7 Tower, Floor 99, August 31st, 2019. Okay, we're not going to be able to cover this up forever. If Translucent does not show his face, soon people will start to notice. Stillwell swayed in her chair as her brain tried to think of a PR trick to deal with the fact that one of her top earners was dead. The statement was ostensibly for the two idiots she had brought in for market research and advertising. However, in truth, she was mostly just speaking out loud and using the two useless skin suits in front of her as a sounding board. Seth and Evan, however, actually thought they were there to really contribute, as both had hard, concentrating looks on their faces. What if we just get out in front of it? Seth suggested, leaning forward to push his idea forward. Play off of the whole Soldier Boy theme from the 80s. Hero dies, tragically saving countless innocents, and sacrifices himself in service of his country. We could have an amazing funeral bigger than Kennedy's. I don't know, Soldier Boy actually died, you know? And there was an actual nuclear reactor meltdown for the news to cover. Stillwell stopped swaying, leaning back in her chair and looking up at the ceiling, trying to think of a solution. Also, I don't really like the idea of admitting one of our unkillable superheroes bit the dust. We might as well kiss that military bill goodbye. Then let's not overthink. Evan's voice sounded out, causing Stillwell to peer down from the ceiling at the public relations lackey. We just say he's on a classified mission. We can't say where, like, in the interest of national security. All we can say is that he is fighting MS-13, Seth added, pointing a finger to his partner, who just nodded, liking the addition to his idea. Oh yeah, that's good, Evan agreed, lifting his hand out for a fist bump. Simple. Done. Boom. Seth lifted his hand up and fist bumped his colleague. MS-15, MS-13. I like it, a hint of danger, plausible why he's not around, and gives more time to come up with a good exit strategy. Stillwell nodded to the idea, leaving out the part where she already had an exit strategy forming. Namely, Translucent out, Superman in. Her mind, however, couldn't continue down that tantalizing path as the phone next to her suddenly started to ring. She was quick to pick it up, and although her personal work cell phone rang at all hours of the day, the desk line was only for emergencies or when she needed to talk on a secure connection. Hello. Stillwell went silent as she heard the report on the other end of the phone. Her smile grew wider as it continued. When and where? Okay, good. How many people know? Perfect. She didn't even bother talking to the two other people in her office, instead standing up and immediately leaving. She needed to find Homelander and Maeve. A golden opportunity had landed in their lap, and it was a chance they couldn't pass on. 15 minutes later. Just where the hell is Homelander? Stillwell shouted as she marched down the corridor, her voice causing everyone to clear the way before she even appeared in view. 15 minutes. They had wasted 15 minutes on potentially the greatest PR coup in the history of the company, all because nobody knew where their golden goose was. Maeve was easy to track down. If she wasn't in her room getting drunk, she was in the gym working off a hangover, and a quick glance at the CCTV footage had confirmed the latter. However, that did her little good because she really needed Vought's poster boy to get to their big break. Seriously, nobody? Stillwell cursed as she stormed through another section of the building. She half-turned, hearing running footsteps behind her, but spun back with a huff when she saw it was just Maeve. The man is wearing a spangled cape and is over 6 fucking feet tall. You can't miss him. What's got you so worked up? Maeve asked as she managed to reach the scowling woman who looked ready to murder everyone. We have a hijacked aircraft crossing international waters right now. NORAD is waiting for an order to scramble F-16s, which means we have the perfect opportunity to swoop in and save the day. Stillwell paused mid-step, rounding on the red-haired Amazon who had to abruptly stop as well, lest she crash into the smaller, angrier woman. Something I would love for us to do, except for the fact I can't find Homelander. He's just above the roof. Maeve responded bluntly, aloof as always. What? Stillwell exclaimed in anger, turning on her heels and heading for the helipad before Maeve could clarify, causing the heroine to sigh and trail after the angry VP. It didn't take long for Stillwell to reach the roof. She normally arrived by helicopter or else greeted Mr. Edgar when he flew in, so she knew the fastest way up. However, her arrival did little to affect her mood. In fact, it worsened as she scanned the area and failed to see any sign of Vought's golden boy. She resisted the urge to scream, but instead turned abruptly on her heels and peered down at Maeve, who was just leaning idly in the access doorway. You said he was on the roof. Stillwell hissed her accusation at the leggy Supe, her mind already racing with ideas on how to punish her employee. No, I said he was above the roof, above. And he is. Maeve didn't bother to stop leaning, instead, just uncrossed her right hand and pointed one lazy finger into the sky. As Stillwell looked up, her face drained of color slightly, as she saw why Homelander was floating above the tower and didn't like it one bit. About 100 feet in the air above, her Homelander was deep in discussion with Superman, with a look on his face that she had never seen before. It was pure joy. See, we can start there at Breezy Point on Rockaway Peninsula and then extend it all the way across the lower Bay Area to Sandy Hook, creating the perfect storm surge barrier for the entire New Jersey harbor estuary. Clark floated next to Homelander, his hand outreaching across the horizon as indicated where the envisioned protection for the city would go. Yes, I see it. We could protect the entire city. Homelander smiled as he envisioned the barrier and floodgates that he and Clark would single-handedly create, along with the praise the little people would heap upon them. You and I could do this all by ourselves. Well, we would need the materials and get parts manufactured, but yeah, I ran the numbers last night. It would still cost a fortune, but with us doing all the work, it would only be half the projected cost it currently is. Clark revealed, earning a wider smile from Homelander, who was impressed with the younger man's skills with numbers along with his vision. Also, we could do it all in about 2 to 3 months instead of the 20 to 30 years it would take them. 20 years and 2 months, they'd worship us. Homelander looked from Clark back out to the distant harbor that only they could see through the buildings and earth, whispering his last words. Yeah, Clark smiled, having missed Homelander's last statement, before turning to smile at the older hero. We could do so much more than stop crimes, John. We can inspire, set an example, clear wastelands, reforest areas, plant crops, create a brighter, better tomorrow. We can. Sorry, I'm getting carried away. No. Don't ever apologize to me, especially for being passionate. You have a vision for the future and the drive to create it. Homelander moved over to Clark and placed a comforting hand on the man's shoulder, giving him an earnest smile. That is much more than most Supes have. Certainly more than most of the 7. Thanks, John. I'm looking at a translucent like you asked. I should have something so-FWET. Clark was cut off by a very loud whistle below them, causing both men to look down, seeing Stillwell and Maeve waiting below. Looks like we're needed. Again, Homelander sighed, not bothering to hide his disappointment that their discussions for the future had to be tabled. He floated down, quickly followed by Clark. What is it? Chance of a lifetime, Stillwell said with a grin on her face as she moved towards Homelander, a wide grin on her face, which faltered for a moment as she glanced at Clark. 22 minutes ago, transoceanic flight 37 from Paris to Chicago was hijacked midair, over the middle of the Atlantic. 22 minutes ago, who knows about it? Homelander's eyes widened at the news, and his interest was piqued, as this was his opportunity to be America's savior. NORAD, Pentagon, and the White House. I got it from our man in the Joint Chiefs. According to him, no one's acted yet, as they are still determining a response. However, they have a squad of F-16s at Fort Bragg ready to go, and they say the president is heading down that way. Stillwell pushed the news hard, and judging by the glint in Homelander's eye, he was hooked. It was all there as he stared into her eyes. But you're faster. You can get to the plane and save everyone. How many hijackers? Clark's question broke the spell, causing Homelander to look at the younger man and Stillwell to grimace for a moment. Looks like 3, but Homelander. If we act no dash, Stillwell answered Clark before turning back to her poster boy. Looks like, you don't know? We can't guess at this. Clark looked alarmed at the casual manner in which the executive was handling this. Lives are at stake, and we can't afford to miss anything. I understand, but if we don't move quickly, the Air Force is going to blow that plane out of the sky anyway. Stillwell shot back her voice, straining not to have a go at one of the most powerful super beings in the world. She then turned back to Homelander and leaned in close. Her voice became a whisper as she subtly placed a hand on his chest. John, this is it. Everything we want, we can have if we save this plane. No one will have the balls to stand up to us, to you, when the world sees you save everyone. Clark's eyes went wide at the interaction and shifted uncomfortably, not sure how he should react to such a brazen display from Stillwell. He had heard rumors that the Vought VP and Homelander were an item of some sort, and he wasn't one to judge any relationship between consenting adults, but this seemed, well, unhealthy and almost predatory. Maeve's reaction also shocked him as well. She just sighed at the close contact and turned her head away as if it was something she had seen 1,000 times before. WWL Stillwell is right. We should help. We're the only ones that can. Homelander straightened up as the woman moved away from him, his voice going high for a moment before returning to its confident nature. Okay then, but I'm coming with you, Clark responded, giving Homelander a nod whilst glancing at Stillwell. Before Stillwell or Maeve could respond, Homelander had moved forward, a broad smile on his face, placing an affectionate hand on Clark's shoulder. Son, I would insist on it. The Atlantic Ocean, transoceanic flight 37, 2,180 kilometers from the East Coast. August 31st, 2019. Lucy was trying to keep herself and the little girl next to her calm, all while the blood from the dead airline stewardess that had been left in the aisle pooled at her feet. The child next to her looked ready to start bawling her eyes out again as she clung to the doll in her hands. Lucy placed a comforting arm around her, whilst the girl's mother tried to calm her down from the aisle. Under normal circumstances, she would just swap seats, but the screaming hijackers obviously were never going to let that happen. She eyed the nearest insurgent. He was brandishing a large ceramic knife, invisible to an X-ray machine. That must have been how he got it through security. Her mind was racing. If she moved fast enough, her training might be enough to get the knife away from the man and restrain him before the others reacted. But what then? She would have to contend with the other three on the aircraft. Her grip on the girl tightened as the man spotted her staring and began brandishing the knife at her, screaming in Arabic. She ignored the man's threats, pretending to be terrified, and merely hugged the little girl closer to try and protect her. Damn it, Lucy, think, what would Dad do? Out of nowhere, a boy in the exit row behind her started jumping in his seat and pointing out the window. Mom, look who it is. It's okay. You're going to be okay. Mom. There was a screech of metal, a rush of air, and as Lucy turned around, all she could see was a woman shouting as her child was sucked out the open door. Her cries were heart-wrenching. Michael! Michael! No! A flood of yellow air masks dropped down above all the passengers, adding to the confusion, while a red and blue shape appeared in the plane's doorway and started barking orders. Calm down, for Christ's sake. Homelander yelled over the roaring wind. Almost nobody could hear him in the panic. Queen Maeve climbed on board the plane and quickly started a vain attempt to reassure the passengers. We're here to help. Everyone sit down, please, she tried to say. But her efforts were quickly drowned out and soon amounted to nothing. While the hijackers screamed louder as he was violently launched toward the door. The two other hijackers that were controlling the passengers started to struggle. One managed to stay upright by grabbing onto a set of seats, whilst the other started sliding down the aisle to the open hatch. However, instead of disappearing out into the clouds, the hijacker shot out briefly into the hatchway, only to be caught by an incoming red and blue blur. It was another man wearing a red cape, and the boy from earlier was safely tucked under his other arm. Before anyone could register what was happening, the terrorist had been slammed face first into the floor, knocking him out cold as the new hero stood over him. The hijacker, sliding down the aisle, started to scramble, trying to grip something to stop his descent. However, as he reached the hatch, he was picked up by Maeve with childlike ease and a confident smirk on her face. Her other hand then whipped up and snapped his neck like it was a matchstick. However, her smile dropped as she threw the attacker down and looked to Superman, expecting to see him thankful for the help, only to be greeted by wide, shocked eyes. He blinked before spinning around. The aircraft lurched as she witnessed Superman reseal the exit hatch with a look of furious concentration. The plane fell quiet as Homelander took the opportunity to scan his surroundings. Vaught's #1 superhero was not focused on the passengers, but a very tall, broad-shouldered hijacker who was looking at the heroes in terror. The man clearly wasn't the most fanatical as he looked at his dead companion and the restrained one, only to throw down his knife and lift up his empty hands. Maeve knew that wouldn't save the poor bastard, though. Homelander never did one of these without killing someone. Sure enough, she saw his eyes already flashing red. She braced herself for the heat that was about to melt a hole in the man's chest, only to feel a blast of air rush past her face. Her brain couldn't make sense of what just happened as the head of the man in front of her snapped backwards like he received a punch to the face, his body collapsing to the ground unconscious but still very much alive. She turned her head to the right and was greeted by Clark's outstretched fist, held as if he had just punched the air. It was then that she registered what had just happened, because Clark had done just that. He had just done it quickly and with enough force along with a level of precision she couldn't hope to understand, but it had generated a blast of air pressure strong enough to knock a man out. He had just saved the hijacker they were there to stop from them. The passengers quietly looked at each other before exploding into quiet, unsure chattering. People looked at their saviors, not sure if this was real. Homelander, whose eyes had flashed back to normal, looked confused for a moment at the unconscious man and then at Clark, completely bewildered by what had just gone down. However, as the chattering reached his ears, there stood Vaught's poster boy. A $1 million PR smile lit up his face as he waved a confident hand to the anxious crowd. All right, everyone, it's all over now. It's all safe. You're all going to be fine, Homelander announced to the passengers, who exploded into cheers. Relief swept over them all like a tidal wave. Thank you, Homelander, and thank you, Superman, were shouted out from the passengers, earning a fake modest smile from Homelander, who waved it off. Oh, no. He laughed off the praise with a dismissive wave before pointing to the crowd, which only made the cheering more intense. Come on now. You guys made it. You're the real heroes. However, his fake smile faltered for a moment as he saw Clark give a quick glare at Maeve before kneeling down next to the man she killed. He took a blanket from the black-haired woman that the hijacker had been threatening, and with care laid it over the deceased man, an action he repeated for the dead stewardess as well. Homelander didn't linger on that scene, however, instead turning to the cheering passengers and absorbing their praise. Maeve didn't stick around either. Clark's quick glare had caused something in Maeve's stomach to shift, and she just wanted this over now, so she pushed to the cockpit to check on the pilots. "You guys are amazing, fantastic." Homelander's powerful booming voice trailed her as he followed behind, glad-handing, whilst Clark tied up the hijackers and checked the passengers. "Hey, let's get a round of applause for Queen Maeve." As Homelander and Maeve moved to the cockpit, Clark pulled tight on the zip cuffs he had brought, restraining the last of the subdued hijackers. He then stood up and his eyes scanned over the crowd to check for injuries. Apart from a stewardess that had unfortunately been killed, no one else was seriously injured. Finally, he turned his attention to the young boy from before whose mother was hugging him like he would disappear again at any moment. "Michael, right? I need you to stay close to your mom and keep her safe. Can you do that for me?" Michael nodded. "That's good. That's very helpful. You're a brave kid," Clark said, prompting the boy to smile and nod again. While Clark was tending to the passengers, Maeve forced open the cockpit door, followed closely by Homelander, the latter's large frame blocking ordinary eyes from seeing what was going on. As Superman, Clark turned his head back, looking at the other woman that had given him the blanket. Lucy looked quickly from Clark to the cockpit, clear worry on her face. There was a fourth one. He went up front. Just as Clark opened his mouth to respond, the plane violently jolted again, causing numerous panic shouts and several screams. Clark's eyes snapped to the cockpit, and his heart sank at the retreating red glow that gave him his answer as to what happened. He sent the black-haired woman a quick nod before rushing forward, trying to calm people as he went and reassuring them everything was all right. However, as he reached the cockpit, his calm, reassuring demeanor evaporated as he saw the massive, half-melted mess that had once been the captain's control panel. That, and the blasted, charred remains of what Clark assumed was the remaining hijacker, but couldn't be sure due to the lack of remains. His eyes then quickly scanned the rest of the room. Most of the controls were shot, the co-pilot and pilot were dead, and there was a hole in the window, but it appeared the engine, thrust levers, and fuel control switches were intact along with the first officer's seat and yoke. "Do you know how to fly a plane?" Maeve yelled desperately at Clark and Homelander as she tried and failed to raise the ATC. "It doesn't matter if I did." Homelander gave a disparaging wave at the destroyed controls as his face became one of thought as he tried to think what to do. "I do," Clark yelled back, causing Homelander's pensive look to break and Maeve to glance up at him with hope. Clark gestured for Maeve to move to the first officer's seat, quickly yet carefully removing the deceased pilot from his chair. "Lift the yoke. It's the steering wheel thing in front of you. Are you feeling any resistance? If you do, don't fight it yet. Just tell me, okay?" Maeve was quick to take the seat and the control as Clark suddenly moved past Homelander like he wasn't even there and grabbed a clipboard and pen that had been stowed on the wall. He suddenly knelt in front of the controls between the two pilot seats and started scribbling like mad on the paper he had. Maeve gripped the yoke and started trying to move it, praying Clark knew what he was doing and wasn't trying to make himself look good. "Things like a rock stuck in drying cement. Almost, but it's not impossible to move," Maeve shouted out before looking over her shoulder and seeing Clark fixated on the notepad he was scribbling down on. "Should I try and move it?" "No, not yet. That means we've still got manual control, which makes this a little easier," Clark responded calmly before taking a deep breath as he checked over the calculations he had just done. "Okay, I've run the numbers, and we can do this, but everyone needs to do exactly what I say. Clear?" Maeve gave a quick, sharp nod, desperate for Clark to start giving instructions. However, as he looked up at Homelander, he saw the hesitation in the man's eyes. Homelander debated for a moment, simply ditching the situation, but looking at Clark's worried expression and Maeve's pleading face, he just sighed and raised a hand in defeat. It wasn't like he was at risk anyway. If the plane went down and he was still on it, then all that would happen was he would get a little wet. "Perfect. First things first, Maeve, next to you, the two levers there control the thrust. Beneath them are two switches with knobs underneath. They're the fuel switches. I need you to flick them down and then pull the knobs back until you hear a click," Clark instructed, watching as Maeve followed his instructions as he stood up and showed Homelander the diagram he had sketched of the plane. "John, when I tell you, fly to this part of the plane and place your hands flat on it. It's called a jack point. It's one of the strongest parts of the plane. If you push here with minimal force, you can elevate the plane." "Okay, I've done it. What did I do?" Maeve asked. She followed Clark's instructions to the letter, but still had no idea what she did. "You've just dumped the plane's fuel," Clark responded, giving her a smile, but immediately clarified his position as he saw the alarm on her face. It's okay. We wanted to do that. Otherwise, we risk the gas igniting and the engines exploding. However, the next part is the scary part." "What?" Homelander asked, his eyes narrowing as the plane started to jolt more violently and started arching down. Because this is where I rammed the plane to level it out. Clark revealed as calmly as possible despite the wide eyes the two other Supes gave him. What? Homelander shouted, without caring about decorum or keeping the passengers from hearing. The kind of speed you're talking about, the plane's either going to go ass over tits or you'll tear right through it. No, I won't. I've run the numbers. The last son of El shot back, shoving his clipboard into Homelander's hand and causing the man to go quiet as he looked at the 4 pages filled with almost microscopic calculations. I've calculated the necessary speed, angle, and velocity I need to go to ram the plane level without significant damage. So we can do this. Maeve cut in, looking between the two superpowered men, wanting reassurance. We can save everyone. Yes, Clark said first, and boldly causing Homelander to just look at the man giving the orders. But we need to act now. Once I've rammed, and you're level, grab the controls and keep it straight. This ball thing here is your attitude indicator. See the white line on the circle? Keep the black dot on that line, and you'll stay level. And what do I do? Homelander asked. His voice was almost adversarial in its disinterest. Without fuel, the engines will turn off, so we will be out of thrust, and without thrust, we will crash. We can glide her for a while, but not all the way to the coast without you being out there to elevate her. Clark bit down on the snappy comment he was about to make and tried to sound as friendly as possible to the Supe in front of him. Joe, Homelander, you're the only one who can save us. We need you. The words, an almost pleading look Clark gave him, caused Homelander to roll his eyes and sigh. He then nodded his consent and moved to go out to the passengers. Clark sighed in relief and then turned to Maeve, who was quickly eyeing the skyline. They were descending, but dumping the fuel had lightened them and taken the forward thrust out, stopping a rapid plummet to the sea. Before heading outside, he leaned over to the other hero, who was strapping herself into the sea and trying to ignore the bloodstains. Maeve, after I ram the plane, you're going to be on your own until we land. Homelander is going to keep you elevated whilst I'll be adjusting the flaps and the rudder to steer us. The controls are shot, so I'm going to do it manually by hand. Clark explained, passing the clipboard he had worked out the calculations on, as well as a diagram for Maeve to visualize the plan. Maeve, I'm not going to lie, this part is going to be hard. After we get it level, you can't move the yoke at all. Pilots normally are assisted by an automated leveling system, which is gone. So if you move the yoke too much, then the plane will spiral, John will tear through the hull, and I'll rip off the rudder, at which point everyone will die. So once you got the yoke level, don't move. Maeve for a moment felt overwhelmed and was about to call for Homelander to come back and save them, but stopped herself when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up and saw not Clark, but Superman standing tall, a paragon of calm and control in a sea of chaos. You've got this. I'm right here with you. Superman gave a friendly smile and a firm, confident nod. She gave him a fiercely determined nod and moved to get ready to grab the yoke when she was needed. Stratified that she was ready, Clark turned and shot out of the cockpit, moving as fast as he could, needing to move quickly if he was to do this. His world became a blur as he first arched out of the plane, which quickly became a speck in the distance to him. He stopped for a moment as he took a deep breath to steady himself. Although he had run the numbers and this should work, he was still nervous. Ramming a plane straight was not a natural thing. However, he allowed himself only a moment of hesitation before shooting forward, arching low and then upwards to get the right angle. He closed his eyes as the plane's hull approached him, not wanting to see the explosion his miscalculation would cause. He felt the metal collide with his skin, causing him to tense. Garth and Jerry's bowling alley, New York, late evening, August 31st, 2019. Astonishing scenes of heroism this morning as Superman, Homelander, and Maeve successfully rescued Flight 37 from a team of hijackers. The world's finest managed to safely bring in the wayward flight after extremists took control of it over the Atlantic Ocean. The news reporter was hidden as the entire screen showed images of Superman and Homelander safely watching the plane land unsteadily on an airstrip in Maine. Their rescue was greeted by hundreds of people screaming and cheering their names, all of them having been brought there by Vought's media team. The images were then replaced by the trio comforting the crying survivors who clung to the heroes as first responders checked them over, along with various local, state, and government officials thanking them for their heroic efforts. The superhero team not only managed to capture 2 of the terrorists, but also managed to land the plane safely, even after they destroyed the controls. The only casualties were 2 of the terrorists and an airline stewardess whose name has not yet been released. This recent save has sparked a massive spike in support for the proposed bill to let superheroes into the military. Huey just sank a little while watching the news report as he and Annie got their bowling shoes from the front desk and were directed to lane 14. He was also fiddling with the device in his pocket that Butcher had given him to hot mic Annie's phone so that they could listen to all her calls, texts, and emails. He felt his chest go tight at the idea, but pushed it down into the bottomless pit he was shoving everything else into these days. Oh, by the way, my friend is in town, so I sort of invited him to join us if that's okay. Annie's sudden request was done sheepishly, and she winced at how bad it sounded springing this on a Huey at the last minute. Yeah, sure. More the merrier, right? Huey wasn't even fazed by the question. In fact, he was secretly glad. More people might make this more normal and kill this feeling growing in him. Great. When I said friend, I actually meant friend and his girlfriend. Still okay? Annie smiled at Huey, who just chuckled at her and nodded his head. Yeah, it's fine. Huey smiled honestly back at her before it turned into a teasing one as his voice went sly. As long as, you're not about to tell me your mom, cousins, accountant, hairdresser, and a random person you just met are also joining us. Well, shoot. There goes my big reveal. Annie teased back with a smile, earning a genuine chuckle from Huey. No, but seriously, just you mean my friend and his girlfriend, that's it. Huey just nodded and then very chivalrously stepped to the side to allow Annie to press onto the lane, smiling as he went past. However, as she did, his mind suddenly quickened. Wait, is this a double date? Women did those, right? For like first date territory to prevent it from being weird. Oh God, this is a date? This is a date, and I dash. Huey, Annie's voice snapped him back to reality, ending the threat that his own self-doubts were about to consume him. Everything okay? Yeah, everything is fine. This is us. Lane 14. Huey gestured and moved over to get set up, using the app on his phone to order some drinks and food for the group. It didn't take long for Annie's phone to buzz and signal that her friend and his date had arrived. A few moments later, Huey was doing up his laces as he heard Annie greeting the newcomers. And so he stood up to make a good first impression. That was the moment he froze, as standing before him was one of the tallest and most handsome men he had ever met. Huey was actually pretty tall for a man. Despite Frenchie calling him Petit Huey, he towered over Annie. But the man in front of him easily cast a shadow over him without trying. Huey, this is my oldest and best friend, Clark Kent. Annie moved to the side of the very tall man who was wearing thick, wide-brimmed glasses, a red jacket, a blue t-shirt, and a pair of jeans. Clark, this is Huey Campbell. As Huey looked at Clark, his mind for some reason flashed back to the street where Robin had died, and his vision was suddenly filled with her bloodied remains. The image caused him to wince and shake his head to dispel them, an action that brought a worried look from Annie, who thought Huey had recognized her friend. Huey had been great so far. Fantastic. Even with the whole, I'm a superhero thing, but she didn't think he was ready for. And by the way, this is Superman, one of the world's greatest heroes and people's sexiest man alive, my pal bit yet. It's nice to meet you, Clark. Huey expanded a hand, causing Annie to sigh in relief as the other man took the offered appendage. Thank you for having us, Huey. Clark responded with a smile, making a mental note that Huey's trauma was likely worse than he was letting on, as he seemed to have blocked out him being there, and therefore most memory of the event, bar the incident itself. And before I get in trouble, this is my girlfriend, Lois. Nice to meet you. Lois couldn't help the smile on her face as offered her hand to Huey, since for once her presence was getting a bigger reaction than her boyfriend's. Huey might have blocked out most of the tragedy that had befallen him, but Lois was still a celebrity in her own right, an easily recognizable one for someone interested in soups, which Huey was. She was also at the disadvantage that she didn't have a secret identity to fall back on. Everyone knew her as Lois Lane, and apart from a bit of makeup and wardrobe change, she still looked the same. Oh wow. It's nice to meet you, Lois Lane. I mean Lois. Huey took her hand and started to shake it for way too long as he stumbled over himself, meeting a living legend of journalism. Okay, Huey, you can let go of her hand and pick your jaw up now. Annie teased in good nature, earning a shock of denial from Huey, causing her to chuckle, finding it funny that Supes did nothing for him, but world-famous reporter Lois Lane did. It's okay, Huey, I'm teasing. So, Clark caught everyone's attention by slapping his hands together. How are we doing this? Pairs, free-for-all, or teams? Oh no, I'm not about to let you two buddy up. Lois was quick to gesture to Clark and Annie, who were already standing next to each other like some sort of ace duo bowling team. We are doing this individually. That way I have a chance of beating at least one person. Clark held up his hands in defeat, whilst Annie just chuckled at the accusation. She then gave Huey a light elbow to the side and a playful smirk as everyone moved to set up for the game. Huey eyed Clark for a moment, his mind trying to place the man, but failing. There was something about him. However, he put that to the side for the moment, wanting to focus on having fun, rather than the mission Butcher had given him or anything else. As Huey stood up, he for some reason had been nominated to go first. So he gave a little smile as Annie cheered him on and picked up a ball. His first set was not great. Not terrible, but not great, which earned him a small round of applause from the blonde, who seemed to be taking joy in his poor bowling skills. All right then, let's see what you've got. Huey gestured for Annie to take her turn, earning him a smirk from the blonde superhero, who picked up the heaviest ball and moved to the line. Huey's eyes, however, moved from Annie to her phone, which she had left on the small table they had. His hand moved to his pocket as a voice that sounded a lot like Butcher told him to do it. After all, she was a Supe and all Supes were bad. Huey, you alright? Clark's voice snapped him out of his daze as the taller man just eyed Huey with suspicion, looking between him and Annie's phone. Yeah, I'm okay. Huey responded, quickly earning him a look of doubt from Clark. However, he was saved from further questions when Lois spoke up. Wow, she is bad. Lois' comment caused the two men to turn and watch Annie all, but chucked her bowling ball into the gutter. You said you bowl before? Huey asked, looking at Annie with a genuine smile that for the moment cleared Clark's doubts. Yeah, I'm just a little rusty. Annie shrugged, looking sheepish at her poor attempt, giving Clark a quick glance as he shook his head at her blatant deception. Well, looks like I've got this then. Clark joked, standing up and slapping his knees as he did so, moving over to pick up the heaviest ball he could. Confidence, I like it. Huey smiled at Clark's air of courage, although the statement might have come across as arrogant. Clark just seemed to have a friendly demeanor that Huey couldn't help but smile at. He wasn't up for long, and as Huey watched him, the man seemed almost robotic in his movements. Clark took the ball up, strode forward, swung his arm low, and released it perfectly. It then flew down the lane and nailed the pocket between the first and second pins. Strike appeared in big cartoonish letters on the screen above. Clark turned back round with a smile, earning him a nod of approval from Huey, a chuckle from Lois, and a very large eye roll from Annie. Okay, so Clark's good at this. I take it, Huey chuckled, looking over to Annie for an answer. Clark's good at everything he does. That's what makes him Clark. Annie replied back with a smile, looking over to her oldest friend who was teasing his girlfriend as she prepared a bowl. The evening then started to flow more naturally as everyone seemed to settle in and focus on just having fun. Huey at points seemed to be alarmed by the sound of striking pins and the bangs from balls hammering down the lane, just staring off into the distance. However, he always seemed to snap out of it whenever he heard Annie speak or saw her going back to his normal self. Annie was loving the evening, and everything seemed to be going perfect. She and Clark were hanging out like old times. Huey and him were getting along, and she also really liked Lois. The only thing that threw a cloud over it was Clark grimacing every time one of the TVs showed the report of the saved plane, and he overheard other lanes praising the event. So what's translucent like? Huey's abrupt question caused Annie to startle and blink at it, just as Lois was releasing her second ball. That's a conversational left turn, don't you think? Annie asked, her voice a little confused by the strange question. Yes, it was. Sorry about that. Sorry. Yeah, it just popped into my head. As a kid, he was my favorite. You said the ones you met were dicks. Is he a dick too? Huey seemed to falter for a minute before he plastered on a smile and powered on. He then seemed to realize that Annie wasn't alone and looked wide-eyed at Clark. Oh, sorry, Annie mentioned it to me. And sorry, and does he know? I do. Clark responded, giving Huey a friendly smile. Whilst trying to prevent the suspicion from appearing on his face, Huey was throwing up a lot of red flags. Annie told me about her problems. We work together. So, it's interesting, you're a translucent fan. Yeah, I am. So you work with Annie? Huey stumbled over his response quickly as his eyes widened in surprise. Clark didn't strike him as someone who would work for Vought. You in marketing or something like that? Not exactly. Clark chuckled, looking over at Annie to see if she was okay with him telling Annie. Yeah, translucent. He's not great with privacy or boundaries. I will say that. Annie quickly scrambled to answer Huey's original question, giving a look that almost pleaded with Clark not to reveal his identity. She really wanted this to work. Mostly, he seems like a loner. He spends most of his free time with his son. He's got a son? Huey's voice raised in shock, a fact that Annie seemed to be oblivious to but which caused Clark's eyes to narrow. Yeah, early divorce, I think. Annie carried on her face, straining a little as she tried to recall the kid's name. Hunter, or Maverick, it's something like that. He's about 10. Huey just went pale and turned around, quickly grabbing a ball from the rack, and all but running up to the lane. His throw, however, was lacking as he just seemed to drop the ball, letting it roll down the lane as he took deep, heavy breaths. Clark shifted in his seat and was about to confront Huey, but was stopped when Lois placed a hand on his shoulder. What are you doing? Lois whispered, looking at Clark seriously and glancing over to Huey. What do you mean? Clark asked, confused, his eyes moving from Huey, who was slowly getting his second ball, to Lois. You've been staring daggers at Huey for the last few minutes. It's making the guy uncomfortable. Lois whispered back, nodding to Huey, who glanced at them and then quickly away. Try to be a bit nice, okay? I get that Annie's like your oldest friend, but that doesn't mean you need to be all big brother, eyeing every guy she likes. And besides, you know it can't be easy for him after what happened. Clark's face fell at that, and he looked at Huey again with new eyes. The red flags from before quickly shifted in his mind. Where before Huey was being suspicious and alarming Clark with his actions and questions, he was now just a shaken young man trying to piece his life back together. Clark sighed deeply. Here was an ordinary kid who was being awkward around a girl he liked, and he was just being paranoid. The morning events with the plane had made him irritable, he supposed, and it was unfair of him to unload that on someone else. You're right, Clark sighed, taking Lois' hand in his and giving it a gentle squeeze of support. Sorry, work this morning was just awful. Guess I need to take my mind off of it. Lois moved to respond, but Annie's voice cut her off. Clark, you're up. Clark smiled and gave Lois a quick kiss before standing up and moving to continue his perfect game. It was time to focus on enjoying the day out with friends rather than on crazy conspiracy theories like Annie's new boyfriend having something to do with Translucent's death. No, you would just want to play a round of bowling and have a good time. No world dangers, drug lords, or Vought BS. A nice, quiet, relaxing day. That was what he needed. Dining area, several hours, and a dozen games later. And for the man who bowled the prefect games, a free plate of hot wings and a cold beer. The waitress set down their food, annoying Lois a little as she did so as she gave Clark a flirtatious wink and smile. Can I get you anything else? No, we're good, thank you. Lois was quick to respond with a glare at the young woman, who quickly got the message and scurried off, leaving everyone to the mountain of food in front of them. Okay, I'm going to come clean. I'm a little suspicious of you too. Huey's words caused Annie to shift slightly as Huey gestured to her and Clark. First off, I'm pretty sure Clark's a Supe, and secondly, I think you threw those games. You do. Annie shifted looking at Huey, remembering Sean Jakowski and how he never talked to her again after she hit the guy picking on him. Yeah, I mean, you say you bowled a lot and you have, superpowers. But with the skills you showed out there, you couldn't hit the broadside of a barn. Huey leaned over to Annie, giving her a teasing smile that caused Lois to roll her eyes. I think you held back for some weird, don't show up the guy on a first date reason. Am I right? The table fell silent as Annie blushed slightly, having been caught out in her deception, and was trying to think of a response. Everyone was silent for a moment until Clark decided to chime in. Nope, Annie is just that bad of a bowler. Clark's blunt statement came as he sipped a beer, causing the table to explode in laughter. Itu, Clark? Oh man, that betrayal really stings. Okay. So we've established Annie's a shitty bowler. Huey chimed in. His teasing statement earned him a shove from Annie, as he then focused on Clark. What's your story? Am I right? No offense, you've just bowled like 12 perfect games in a row. You're a literal giant of a man, and you say you work with Annie. If you're not a Supe, then I'm calling it. Freak of nature, alien, or steroids. Clark just chuckled as he ran a hand through his hair and then quickly glanced around to make sure no one would overhear them or would spot what he was about to do. He then quickly removed his thick glasses and then, with a flash of red from his eyes, ignited the candle in the center of the table. Huey, to everyone's surprise, didn't seem shocked or go all fanboy like everyone else did. Okay, wow. So, I know Superman. I guess no one's taking my lunch money anymore, Huey quipped, earning a smile from Annie and a shake of the head from Lois at the bad joke whilst Clark put his glasses back on. The table then fell into a nice, quiet, normal conversation, which Clark didn't realize how much he missed or needed, and he suspected Annie did too. Huey didn't ask about their jobs or what being a Supe was like. He just treated them as if they were normal people. He did keep glancing at Annie's phone, but Clark put that out of his mind for the moment, guessing it was just a nervous tick, an odd one, but everyone was allowed to be odd, especially on a first date. The conversation veered on to Annie's first dates, the time she had taken Sean Jakowski to prom, and the issues she had discovered with showing a guy her true strength. However, instead of looking abashed or uncomfortable, Huey was completely self-confident with the fact that Annie was stronger than him and could beat him in anything. Her being a Supe capable of kicking his ass, both figuratively and literally, didn't seem to faze him at all and caused her to smile brighter than Clark had seen in years. The evening was going great, especially after Clark dropped the embarrassing fact that Annie's first kiss had happened at junior prom, which earned him a playful kick under the table. Everything was great until the screen behind Clark caught everyone's eyes, causing the man to shift around. The moment he saw what had caught everyone's eyes, he released a massive sigh and felt his skin crawl. I'm Ezekiel, and I want you to join me at the Believe Expo, September 6th to 10th at the fairgrounds. The advert showed Ezekiel on stage, along with scenes from past events, including a number with Clark as Superman. Sponsored by Samaritan's Embrace. We're going to have music, we're going to have worship, food trucks, and, oh yeah, Christ. Featuring Homelander and Starlight from a 7, along with a special guest, Superman. Book tickets now. Hey, Huey chuckled, pointing to the screen, finding it more than a little cool that two of the people he was with had appeared on network TV. However, his smile dropped as he saw Clark grimace. I know. Look, I'm not down to convert the masses or anything. I'm doing a panel for teens, and I'm donating my appearance fee to the Covenant House. Annie was quick to respond to the advert, feeling uncomfortable at the attention it had generated. You are literally the nicest person in the city. No offense, Clark. Huey replied to Annie, looking at her in amazement. No, I'm serious. Every other nice person can fuck off and go home. Clark here included. I mean, that's why I do it. Vindicative personal glory. Annie teased back, earning a laugh from the table as she sipped her beer proudly, raising it up in a self-toast. But seriously, Clark does more charity work than me. He gives like nearly everything away or to his parents. Huey looked over to one of the most powerful Supes in the world and just earned a small shrug for his efforts. Clark just gave a rueful smile and turned back to his food, not wanting or feeling the need to discuss his charity work or the money he sent his parents. It's nothing really. I have enough, and honestly I get paid way too much to smile at cameras and the rest of it. Clark shrugged off Annie's praise as he picked up his beer and gave a quick sip. And honestly, I'm only doing this one because Homelander wants to talk about things. He does, Annie asked. She eyed Huey quickly before focusing on Clark, her eyes, asking her if she was one of the things they were going to discuss. Yeah, we've been working together a bit, discussing plans for the future, how to keep people. I'm also going to talk to him about things, make sure we're all on the same page. Yeah, whilst that is great, we are out of beer guys and hot wings. Lois' voice cut and stopping the conversation from going down the dark somber route it was threatening to do, whilst lifting up the empty pitcher of beer and tapping the empty tray of hot wings. So how about you two superheroes with cash to burn rescue us? Mere mortals from thirst and starvation. Will do, ma'am. Clark chuckled, taking the empty beer pitcher and hot wing plate from Lois. Want to get this round, Annie? Sure, save my spot, okay, Huey. Annie joked, standing up whilst giving Huey's hand a little squeeze. Annie was oblivious to the reaction the innocent act caused Huey. His mind suddenly flashed to Robin's hands holding his tight. In a flash, all he could see was a pair of severed arms clinging onto him, a bloody puddle in front. He winced. Then the sound of the world came rushing back, and the dark images faded from his mind, leaving the burning rage swelling his chest, and found himself staring at Annie's phone. His hand made a move towards his pocket to the device Butcher had given him, but stilled as he saw Lois looking at him with narrowed eyes. The ace reporter looked from Huey's eyes to the phone, and then to his hand that was half into his pocket. Panic flared through the man as Lois then looked over to Annie and Clark, who were currently ordering the next round of food and drinks. Do it quickly, they'll be back in a sec, Lois mouthed with an encouraging nod. Huey froze. His brain was failing as his eyes widened at Lois' words. Either she was playing a trick on him, or the trauma of the past few days was causing him to go crazier than he suspected. His hand just stayed where it was as he just stared. Oh, for the love of... Lois hissed before shunting her chair forward and shoving Huey's hand out of the way so she could fishing the device from his pocket herself. She then turned it on and placed it next to Annie's phone. She quickly eyed Clark and Annie, but could see they were still waiting for drinks. What? Huey's stupor finally ended as his brain finally caught up with what had just happened, yet still confused as hell as to what was going on. Hey, shoot, super hearing, keep it low or the sounds of the other bowlers won't be enough. Lois hissed, turning back to Huey, shoving the device over to him as it finished its job, gesturing to Clark, who was laughing at something Annie had said. Seriously, if you struggle with this, the rest of Butcher's shit show is going to eat you alive. You know him? Huey asked, his voice finally dropping to whisper as his eyes, somehow, went wider looking at the black-haired woman next to him. Oh my God. Lois shook her head at the amateur she was dealing with. She got that Huey was invested and that it was why Butcher had recruited him. But this was just painful. I can't believe you're the one that off-translucent. Huey felt his blood freeze and just shot a frantic glance over to Clark and Annie, who were heading back towards the table. Who are you? Huey asked, alarmed that the woman before him seemed to know so much. Me. I'm just Lois Lane, ace reporter. Lois responded with a sly smile that spoke volumes to Huey. It was the same one Butcher and the boys used. He felt his already cold insides turn to liquid nitrogen. Keep your shit together and tell Butcher we'll talk soon. What are you two whispering about? Clark asked, smiling as he set the new pitcher of beer down along with the plate of hot wings Annie had. You two, of course. Lois responded with such honesty and skill that even a conspiracy nut like Huey believed her. He was just staring at the woman, but a sharp kick under the table jolted him back to reality, making him cough and slip the device back into his pocket. Yeah, just talking about our favorite soups. So, I've overtaken translucent, huh? Annie asked with a teasing smile as she sat back down next to Huey, picking up her phone from the table as she did. Oh, you sure have, Lois chimed in while sending the blonde superhero a smile. Huey here had nothing but praise. Right, Huey? Yeah, Huey smiled proudly as he looked at Annie, pushing the sinking feeling down into the bottomless pit that was starting to feel not so bottomless. Nothing but good things, sure as shooting. Chapter 10. God never met him. The Safe House, upstate New York, September 7th, 2019. The smell of cooking wafted into the dilapidated apartment the boys were using for their hideout. Despite Huey's aversion to touching anything in the frankly hazmat suit-encouraging environment, his stomach grumbled at the sweet, smiling cuisine Frenchie was cooking. However, His main focus was on the woman chained to the wall on the other side of the room who was staring daggers at him. The woman that Butcher had dubbed the female strained against the chains again, but stopped as she saw it was pointless. Just as he was about to ask what the plan was, as Annie was expecting to meet him soon for the Believe Expo, there was a loud knock at the door. The room froze. Frenchie paused in his cooking and instead placed his hand on his gun. Butcher eyed the door and brought his own hand to rest on the assault rifle next to him. Butcher gave a stiff nod to who just returned the nod, and moved to the door, placing his handgun behind his back, cocking the hammer ready to shoot the moment he pulled the knob. Huey tensed as opened the door, a little peering through the slight crack to see who was at the door. His tension immediately vanished as he heard MM's very loud chuckle and the tension going out of the man's body. The hulking second in command of the boys threw the door open and gave their visitor a broad smile. You know, LL, you were about 2 seconds away from putting a bullet in your skull. teased, bringing his handgun to his side, jostling it playfully. Yeah. It's good to see you, Milk. I like the goatee. Lois gave Mother's Milk a half hug as she came into the dump, which was their safe house. Her eyes flicked to Huey before settling on Butcher, a grimace appearing on her face. Magnifique beauté. Frenchie's voice sounded out and blur speed into the room, and before Huey could blink, Frenchie was in the room lifting and spinning Lois in a hug. C'est si bon de te voir, mon chéri. Toi aussi, Frenchie, Lois replied fluently, only making Frenchie's smile wider. She gave a chuckle before patting the man's back and giving him a pointed look. Vers le bas, s'il vous plaît. Frenchie followed the instruction and gave a respectful bow of his, taking Lois' hand in his and giving it a respectful kiss before turning around as he heard his meal stirring. The room fell quiet again as leaned on the table between Butcher and Lois, who just stared daggers at each other. Huey shifted again, looking at the ongoing scene and then at the chained woman who was eyeing everyone in the room as well. Well, ain't this a surprise? Hatchet Job Harley herself. Come on down from your ivory tower to see us little people. Have you? Praise be. Butcher gave his usual insufferable smirk at Lois, earning him nothing but an eye roll as the woman crossed her arms. Seeing that his words hadn't provoked a response, he ramped it up. Or were you too busy fucking the enemy to care that the world's going to shit? Tell me, is the spandex-wearing idiot really the fastest man alive? Huey's eyes widened at the words, looking between the two of them, and then at who was just shaking his head with a smirk. For the first time ever, Huey saw Butcher's words fail to get a response. Lois merely just raised an eyebrow at Butcher's words and then smirked. She merely brushed past Butcher, giving him a light pat on the shoulder that seemed to scream nice, try in the most sarcastic way possible without even uttering a word. Her eyes swept over the dilapidated flat, taking note of the guns and ammunition the crew seemed to be working with. It wasn't anywhere near their old level, but it was more than she suspected they would have. Who's the woman? Lois paused in her assessment of the boys' hideout as she eyed the woman heavily chained to the wall who just stared at her with unblinking eyes. She's a Supe. Found her in a cage surrounded by heavily armed, drug-dealing Asian gangbangers, Butcher explained, moving towards Lois to lean into her ear demandingly. She also tore through half of the New York underworld as well. Bet you or your pals didn't know anything about that. She's a Supe, Lois asked, surprised at her voice, looking at Butcher, who just grimaced at Lois' steady gaze, before rolling his eyes and nodding. Interesting. From what I understand, they don't use V on adults. Too unstable. Speaking of which, how did procurement of a sample go? We got nada. A-Train used it all up, and the Chinatown tip led to that fucking mess chained to the wall. We did get some nice proof that the V came from Samaritan's embrace for all the fucking good it did us. CIA, Pentagon, and the rest of the pussies couldn't care less. Even if we fucking gift-wrapped it in Homelander's signed confession. Butcher threw his hand out in disbelief as he moved over and collapsed on the couch next to Huey, who had to jump out of the man's way. Lois was silent for a few moments before she released a heavy sigh and shook her head. You asked for Homelander, didn't you? Butcher didn't respond to the question. He just made a face and turned his head to spit on the floor as if he had just swallowed something foul. Fucking great. I get you the scoop of the century about how soups are fucking manufactured with compound V. And what do? Lois suddenly turned dark and cold, causing Huey just to stare at the woman who seemed at the moment scarier than Butcher ever had. You fuck it up. You take your Homelander shit to Raynor. And Raynor, not being a suicidal idiot, turned you down, didn't she? She said she couldn't help without hard proof, actually. All we need is some of this V shit, and we'll be right as rain. Butcher shot back, a grimace forming on his face as he left out the bit where Raynor kicked him out before he could even say a word. WHOA, wait. What was that about compound V and soups? Huey's eyes nearly exploded at the news as he twisted in his seat to stare at Butcher and Lois, twisting his head back and forth. Oh, for the love of, you didn't tell him. Lois threw her hands up in the air before bringing one to her face in disbelief as Butcher just shrugged. She then took a deep breath and looked Huey right in the eyes, being as slow and careful as possible. Huey, soups are fucking made. The drug compound V, it turns humans into soups. Vought manufactures it, then ships it through Samaritan's Embrace to hospitals around the country, where they dose newborns and pregnant mothers with it. Huey froze for a moment as his brain tried to process everything that was being explained to him. He seemed to hold his breath for a few moments as he stopped moving altogether, earning a worried look from Lois. Butcher even frowned as he leaned forward to look at the frozen expression on Huey's face. After a moment longer, he reached out a hand and gently shook the youngest member of the team. Sorry, so you're telling me they're all made? All the soups? Even Huey trailed off as he didn't know how to finish the sentence. Even Starlight. Butcher finished bluntly, not wanting to waste time on the pathetic touchy-feely stuff. He then turned and smirked at Lois. Even the Superman. I hate to interrupt this clearly very functional caring circle, but does someone mind telling me if there's a motherfucking plan for what we do next? Spoke up, gesturing to the little group in front of him, eager to move beyond the Butcher and Lois show revival. There is indeed. We Huey here is going to church. Butcher just grinned at his number 2 man as he wrapped an arm around the shocked boy. I am. Huey asked, nervously and more than a little confused. Yes, you're my son. Your little soup girlfriend's priesty touchathon is the perfect cover to get close to that wanker Ezekiel. Butcher gave his usual happy smile that made Huey know he was about to do something he was going to hate. He's a slippery one. Despite his man-of-the-people routine, he's hardly ever in public. So, you're going to get close to him and ask where the next shipment is going. That's the plan, Lois asked, looking from the scrawny Radio Shack kid to the asshole who had his arm draped around said kid. You got a better way? Butcher shot back, removing his arm from Huey and leaning forward to glare at Lois, who for the first time since coming in looked away from Butcher. Didn't think so. Your leads have run bloody dry, and so have mine. We need a sample and hard proof. Now we can sit on our arses whilst they shove soups in the military courtesy of your steel-hard spandex-wearing boy toy, or we can do this. The room fell silent as Lois just looked at Butcher. She was scowling slightly as she disliked this plan, but wasn't voicing any objection. Butcher cast a quick glance at who just sighed and gave a reluctant nod of approval. Whilst when he looked at Frenchie, the mad Frenchman just glanced at Huey and then gave Butcher a shrug. Butcher, I don't think I can do this. Huey's unsure voice broke the silence as his mind started racing. Annie, Robin, the blood-soaked street, and translucent all pounded through his skull. Butcher froze as he opened his mouth, looking at the quickly paling man next to him. Huey had been solid and was stronger than the lad knew, but he might have just unloaded too much on the poor fellow at once. He was about to give one of his patented "don't be cunt" speeches and pushed the lad forward when he caught Lois' eye. The tall, black-haired woman just gave him a subtle shake of her head and then moved in front of Huey. Huey. Lois' voice was almost motherly, equal parts strict and warm. It caused the young man to look up at her immediately. Let's go and get coffee. To Huey, it was like being in a dream. One moment, he was sitting in their secret, heavily armed, soup-imprisoning shithole hideout. The next, he found himself a dozen blocks away, sitting outside a quaint coffee house, sipping an Americano like he was out with an old friend. Lois merely sat across from him, gently stirring sugar in her coffee and doing the Times crossword puzzle as she waited for Huey to get his senses back. So, you're involved? How? Why? How do you know them, let alone be involved with these people? Huey leant forward, desperate to understand how world-famous ace reporter Lois Lane was even remotely involved with Billy Butcher and the boys. Because I was there at the start, Lois sighed in reply, taking a sip of the coffee in front of her and laying down the crossword she had been doing to look at Huey with an expression he had never seen before. It was an odd mixture of seriousness, anger, and sadness. Before everything went wrong, I worked for the Colonel, the same as Butcher. I was an original member of the boys. What a sausage fest that was. The Colonel? Huey asked. His eyes widened as he caught a glimpse of the past of the boys, something he suddenly realized that he was woefully ignorant of. The person who put us together, back when we really did work for the CIA. I was recruited about the same time as Butcher. I think, a little after him, actually Lois seemed to become more somber as she remembered everything that had gone so wrong the last time. However, we're not here to talk about the Colonel, nor is that my story to tell. But why? Huey repeated his earlier question, earning another sigh from Lois as he tried desperately to understand. You're involved with Clark, Superman, the guy even Butcher doesn't really say shit about, and he hates all the soups. Why risk that? Same reason you're risking everything with Annie. Lois shot back with a hiss before calming herself, not wanting to take out the anger that still dwelt in her on Huey, who, rightly, wanted to know what and whom he was involved with. Huey, I know about Robin. I saw what happened. Huey froze at that. He managed to fight the urge to wince at the memory as he vaguely recalled a raven-haired woman saying something muffled near him as his world collapsed. As he focused on the memory, the edges of it became a little less fuzzy, and he remembered seeing Lois there along with a man who was still blurry. However, ignorant of Huey's attempts to recall the memory, Lois took the silence as a signal for her to push on. Huey, you've stepped into a different world, and everyone you're going to meet in it has a story just like yours. Lois swallowed the lump in her throat, but she pushed on as she knew Huey deserved and more importantly needed to hear this. She remembered them all the ones she had given this talk to and the ones she heard others receive it from, and it never got easier. Nor did it usually end, well, as she recalled the bodies they had been forced to bury or the contacts they had to burn. It's why we do this. It's why we can't stop. Butcher, Mim, Frenchie, me, we all have one. And if I could wave a magic wand and take your shit and add it to my pile, I would, Huey. Any one of them would. We know the pain, we know the anger, the rage, but the world doesn't work like that. So we do this instead, chipping away at the shit because it's the only thing keeping us sane or near enough. Huey just looked at Lois for a few moments, absorbing her words, feeling a connection with the woman in front of him, the same one he felt with all the boys. He then took in a deep breath and asked the question he knew Lois was dreading, but also knew he had to ask. So what's yours? Lois' eyes drifted away from Huey, and for a few moments, it was like she had frozen in time. Her eyes stared at a specific spot of nothing, whilst one of her hands held her cup of coffee on the table, as if she was ready to pick it up. He thought for a moment he had made a mistake, and the woman was either about to leave or threaten him, but instead, Lois suddenly sighed, and then looked him straight in the eye. 2012, I'm 20 years old, rebellious, and I'm a sophomore honor student at Columbia University, studying a business law degree with a minor in journalism, just for the hell of it. I live in a sorority house, which I'm a member of for the sole purpose to piss off my dad, a 5-star U.S. general. My two best friends in the whole world are this bisexual, polygamous couple, Amy and Lizzie, who bring a different guy or girl back to the room every other week. Just to really piss my dad off. Lois spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, as if she was telling a story for the news or was reading a book about someone else's life, although Huey could see a ghost of a smile on her lips as she recalled her friends. However, as she paused to take a sip of her likely cold coffee, Huey saw the glint in her eyes. It was one he knew intimately, because it was the one he saw in Butcher's and his own. As she put the cup down, she pressed on with the story, still not breaking eye contact with him. Anyway, I go home for spring break, during which my dad rants against Supes. I can't remember why, he just does. So, me being me, decides to really piss him off by writing this truly fantastic pro-Supe piece in the student newspaper. It's so good, in fact, that a local congressman uses it in a live debate on Supes, and Vought sends me a job offer. I turn it down obliviously, but Vought wants me, so they try sending a Supe to do a fucking career opportunity speech. Lois trailed off as her breathing got heavy, and Huey could see her knuckles go white, and a small crack appeared in her coffee mug. Her eyes were on him, but it drifted into a textbook 1,000-yard stare as the memory came flooding back to her. The Great Wide Wonder, that's the Supe they sent. He gave this speech to the honor students. Amy and Lizzie were among the attendees. Now they've never met a Supe before, let alone talk to one. And he's good-looking, lays it on thick. Well, one thing leads to another, and later that night, I spot them sneaking him into the house, and I can hear them through the wall, fooling around. He then suggests they go on what he calls a flying fuck. That was the last time I heard or saw them again. Jesus fucking Christ, Huey whispered as his eyes widened, as he could already tell where this was going, as it was basically his life, currently, just with a few details changed. Yeah, I don't think he was listening. Anyway, the Great Wide Wanker took them into near orbit and left the bodies there. No proof, no connection, nothing. So, no crime. Lois sighed as she felt the bile rear up in the back of her throat, as it always did when she thought about this. I tried to get people to listen, the facility staff, the police, the feds, even my dad, but either they didn't want to hear it or they couldn't do shit. I was going mad, trying to make a difference, to do anything. Then along came someone, just like Butcher did with you, I suspect, offer me a chance to get back at them. And the rest is history. What happened to the Supe? The Great Wide Wonder? Huey asked, feeling there was a part of the story he needed to hear, but Lois was leaving out. The ace reporter just took a sip of her coffee and played with the stir that was still in it. She looked at the black, steaming liquid for a moment before she responded, not looking at him as she spoke. A few years later, he attended a party where a French dealer and his girlfriend spent the night partying at a club before the Frenchman convinces him to go back to their place. The dealer then asked if he wanted a hit of the good stuff, a heroin enema, on the house. The girlfriend would even help him get in. She was glad to help. Lois's eyes flicked up from the coffee, and as they connected with Huey, he felt a shiver go down his spine. That next morning, the Great Wide Wonder tragically slammed into the side of the Rocky Mountains. Her fingers slowly tapped the cup with each word. Hi, as a fucking kite. Huey just stared at Lois for a few moments, his eyes connecting with her seemingly uncaring cold ones that for a moment made Huey warier of the woman in front of him than he was a butcher. Oh, Butcher scared the shit out of him, but the man was all rage and controlled hot fury. Lois, however, was something else. She was a cold, calculating fury, the kind that didn't burn you because it was hot, but because it was ice cold, and it could wait forever. We can't stop Huey. I can't stop. I actually love Clark. That surprises me more than anyone, but I can't stop because every time I wake up, I hear them, just on the other side of the wall, calling to me, and I can't make that stop. Lois closed her eyes for a moment, as if she was hearing her friends calling to her right then. I do this, Huey, because this is apparently the only way it's going to change. I tried everything else, and it never worked. I can't tell you what to do, but whatever you do, Huey, try, and hold on to the good otherwise. Otherwise, you'll end up like Butcher, and that's a place no one comes back from. Believe Expo, upstate New York. Mid-evening, September 7th, 2019. God bless you, Superman, God bless. The southern pastor of the congregation that Clark was addressing just held his hand and kept shaking it, even though Clark's talk had finished 20 minutes ago. God bless you, and all of those empowered by our Savior. Yes, thank you. That's very nice. Clark kept a smile on his face as he managed to slip the handshake and started moving through the crowd of overly zealous people, resisting the urge to shudder as they reached out to touch him with fervent devotion. Thank you again. Have a good day. And you have a blessed day. The pastor shouted over his flock as Clark left the tented area he had been in. For you are God's chosen instrument, his wrath against the heathens. Clark didn't reply to that one. He just paused for a moment, closed his eyes, and drew in a deep breath before pressing on. He quickly spotted his Aunt Mary, who had stationed herself just outside the tent, a phone plastered to her ear as always. Despite the years passing, the only real change to his aunt was her hair was going gray, mostly due to stress, and she wasn't wearing her wedding ring. As he approached, she quickly hung up the call and gave him a friendly smile. How was it? Mary asked. The panel had been very open-ended as no one actually knew what aspect of Christianity they wanted Clark to discuss, so it was left just open as a Meet Superman forum. Please tell me I am not doing another one of those, Clark whispered as he came in close to Mary, looking around to make sure he wasn't insulting anyone. According to the schedule, that's it. Apart from your appearances on stage later with Homelander and Starlight, respectively. Mary replied, quickly glancing at her emails, making sure no last-minute chances had been added. She knew Clark hated this stuff, so tried to limit it as much as possible. Good. Clark nodded, releasing a grateful sigh, as an awkward silence fell over the two of them. It was an awkwardness that had existed whenever the two were alone since Mary's explosion in the hospital, that neither of them had ever addressed. So, how are Matthew and Claire? Good, they are good. Mary winced slightly at her children's names, trying to put on a brave face before releasing a sigh and dropping the facade. In truth, Clark, I've barely talked to them in years. I only speak to Matthew during his kids' birthdays. And Claire, she hates me. She didn't even invite me to her wedding. I don't even know the name of the woman she married. Abigail, her name is Abigail, and she's a teacher in a high school, Clark revealed, looking at his aunt with a little sadness. Mary's career might have skyrocketed, but it had cost her much of her personal life. Oh, you speak to her? Mary's eyes seemed to illuminate at the chance of contact with her daughter, even if it was just through Clark. Sort of we call. Holidays, birthdays, that sort of thing, same as I do with Matt. Clark's face became slightly somber as he hated that he couldn't really help his aunt. He and his cousins had never been close, mostly due to the shadow his super life cast. She's happy. They went to Paris for their honeymoon and are thinking of adopting a little girl. Oh, that's lovely. Really wonderful. Mary smiled at the news as she looked away from Clark, trying to subtly dry her eyes as they welled up. You should come to the farm. Clark blurted out the offer, his heart moving his lips before his brain could think of a more subtle way of offering. He then tried to clarify what he meant. I mean, for the holidays, Ma and Pa would love to have you. And in truth, it's a little bit lonely just the three of us. Mary opened her mouth to politely decline. The business side of her brain knew she was far too busy to waste time on things like the holidays, and she wouldn't be caught dead in Hicksville again. However, she stopped herself, as the rest of her brain reminded her that instead of a home-cooked Kent meal with people she reasonably liked, all her refusal would get her were nights alone and a poor corporate Christmas party. That sounds good, thank you. Mary found herself accepting more to her surprise than Clark, who just smiled broadly at his aunt, while she just shifted uncomfortably. I'll need to check my calendar, of course. You need to mingle now. Go, I'll catch you up later. You sure? Clark asked, smiling at his aunt, already imagining his mother's joy that her little sister was coming to visit for the holidays. Yes, I'm sure. Go, I think I saw Annie walking near the stalls. Mary returned her nephew's smile with a polite one of her own before pointing over to the stalls that sold knickknacks and food. She might need rescuing. She was being followed by this lanky, pale, baby-faced looking guy. Really? I'll go save her then. Clark suppressed a laugh as he suspected he knew who was following Annie around. Clark resisted, sighing as he waded through the crowds that started to swarm him as he moved away from the relative privacy of the meeting tents. He made sure to keep a smile on his face, shake every hand and sign everything in front of him. He had discovered the more he did that the quicker the crowds dispersed. It didn't take him long to spot Annie. A smile appeared on his face as he saw her in her original costume and in her element. She was greeting people with a smile and waving to people passing her as she spoke with Huey as if they were just taking a walk in the park. Clark might have hated the capes for Christ Circuit and Believe Expos, but he knew that it was different for Annie. She loved these events. They were part of her childhood. As he approached, his smile only grew wider as he overheard their conversation. Huey was playfully teasing Annie about her other costume and how she liked being back. He allowed them a few more moments together before moving in, hoping that two Supes conversing would stop so many people coming up to him. In truth, he was glad the winged Supe angel was still singing on stage, otherwise the crowds swarming him would likely be a dozen times larger. Thanks. Thank you. Have a nice day. Clark finally moved over to Annie, pushing through the crowd of people wanting him to sign things, and moving over to Annie and Huey. Yes, thank you, and hi. Popular as always, I see. Annie chuckled, looking at Clark, who for the first time along while looked uncomfortable. Oh, his face was a perfect smile, but Annie knew him too well to be fooled. Don't. You are reminding me of why I avoid these things. Clark shook his head playfully as he joined the duo in their leisurely walk around the stalls and food trucks. Huey, it's good to see you. Lois sends her best. She apologizes, but she has an interview with the Deep following that whole Ocean Land event. Oh, she does? That's good. I mean, that's nice of her. Huey stumbled over his words in a panic as he recalled his conversation with Lois just that morning. Give her my best, too. Annie just looked between the two men in her life and shifted slightly, a growing worry in her stomach. Huey said he was cool with everything, but every time he was around Clark, he seemed to turn into this pale-faced, stumbling idiot at times, and she knew why. He was intimidated by Clark, which was normal. Most men would be wary of their girlfriend being friends with a man that looked like a Greek god. Add to that their shared history, Clark's fame, wealth, kindness, and, oh right, he was arguably the most powerful being in the world. Yeah, I was just saying I was glad that he came. Annie jumped in close to Huey and taking his hand to reassure the man. Although, I will say I was a little surprised. You invited me? Huey squeezed Annie's hand and looked at her in confusion. Yeah, I know. You just don't really strike me as the religious type is all. Annie stated as the group started moving again, forcing her to release Huey's hand. Well, yeah, lapsed, but I served my time in Sunday school. Huey responded, giving Annie a grin and nod as they moved past a couple of signs, one of which was a very religiously charged poster of Superman, surrounded by an angelic halo of light. Nothing like you two, however. I'm getting serious power of faith vibes. Huey turned to look at his friends, smiling at his teasing joke. However, it vanished as he saw Clark's and Annie's faces. Annie just shifted uncomfortably as she glanced up at Clark, who looked even more uneasy as he looked at the image of him as an angel. Huey moved to talk, hoping to correct whatever hurdle he stumbled upon, but was stopped as Clark's head suddenly snapped around towards the private VIP tents. Homelanders arrived. Clark turned back to the duo, giving an apologetic look. Apologies, I need to go and speak with him. I hope you don't mind. No, go. We can always catch up later. I have a team panel in a bit anyway. Annie reassured Clark, all but shooing the man away to more important things than hanging out with them. She was also secretly glad to be rid of the third wheel, which was making Huey nervous. Clark held up his hand and then pushed off the ground, flying over the crowd towards Homelander, not wanting to wade through the growing crowds now that the music acts on the stage were dying down, leaving Annie and Huey with a few more moments together before Ashley inevitably came to find her. Okay, and what was that? Huey asked now that Clark was gone, turning to Annie with confusion on his face. Annie just sighed as she looked back at the poster that had caused Clark discomfort. She remembered when he had been younger, it hadn't been so obvious, as she had chalked up his discomfort at Believe Expos and the Capes for Christ to just childhood jitters. However, his discomfort never left him, and when he got into his teen years, he stopped coming to them altogether. It was finally when they were adults that Annie had asked the question that had been bugging her all those years. Clark doesn't believe in God, Annie whispered as she leaned in close to Huey to avoid accidentally spreading her friend's private beliefs. So he finds all this and people connecting it to him very unsettling. Well, really, the Huey from years past wouldn't have believed his ears, but that was before he got hunted and beaten by a member of the Seven while they brag about their own invincibility, something which also proved to be a lie. I mean, I believe you, it's just I remember growing up Superboy was like the Capes for Christ poster boy. Hard to believe he's an atheist. Not that that's a bad thing. He's not an atheist per SC. Annie pulled Huey along to start walking again, mindful that her whispering to someone in a corner was bound to attract attention. Better to whisper on the move. I know he has something, just not Christianity. I asked him once about a few years ago what he actually believes in. What did he say? Huey asked, his curiosity getting the better of him. He said he had a duty to follow the faith of his ancestors. Annie's face scrunched up slightly as she tried to recall his exact wording, strongly remembering how it found it weird at the time. Sweetheart. Annie's mom's voice sounded out from in front of them, causing Huey to pause in his tracks as Annie moved in for a hug. He then spotted Ashley Barrett, Annie's pushy manager, following close behind her mother, forcing him to duck away and pretend to be interested in some of the knickknacks on sale. He kept his ear out, however, listening into the conversation, which mainly was Annie's mom praising Superman and Homelander for saving Flight 37. Then Ashley appeared with a large cup of water, all but demanding in a polite way that Starlight hydrate before trying to whisk her away for her panel. Hey, do you want to come? Annie turned, asking Huey as her mom, and Ashley started to chat away, moving to the event seemingly uncaring that Annie wasn't with them. You know what? I'll let you go ahead. Go, roundtable those teens. Huey forced a smile on his face as he glanced over Annie to where Butcher had appeared. Catch up later, okay? Yeah, sure. Annie smiled. She leaned in to give a kiss, but stopped herself, remembering they weren't public yet, so just smiled and moved off. As Huey watched her go, he felt the bottomless pit, which he was throwing all his emotions in a churn. He knew what Butcher needed him to do, get in to see Ezekiel, and the only way to do that was through Annie. He walked over to Butcher, who was casually sipping a large soft drink. His eyes went to the phone Butcher was holding, that Huey suspected had the blackmail Butcher had mentioned to him earlier. It caused the sinking feeling to return in full as he walked over to Butcher, hoping beyond reason that he didn't need to screw over Annie and that Butcher had another way in to see Ezekiel. Believe Expo, Homelander's private tent. As Clark floated down, just beyond the red cordon that separated the private VIP areas from the throngs of people being kept back by security, he found himself frozen. He blinked a few times, making sure he was really seeing what was on the large easels before him. Standing in the bright light of day was an 8 feet tall poster of him, and it was not alone. Next to his solo one was one of him and Homelander together, and then next to that one, just Homelander. His eyes lingered on the first one, where a picture of him with his hands on his hips with his cape swaying behind stared at him. He almost couldn't recognize the haunting face glaring out from the paper, but TT was the words that burned the most. Superman needs you to convince Congress to let him save lives. His eyes then flicked to the one of him and Homelander together. It was an artist drawing showing the two of them soaring next to a squad of fighter jets, and it was also larger than the other two. Clark's head tilted, and he saw the 3 words that accompanied the image. Send them now. He didn't even bother looking at Homelander's one as he pushed into the tent, only to find Homelander shoving a script at a Vought executive. I don't care if she's not here. Fucking find out where Madeline is, and so I can tell her these talking points are shit. Homelander glared at the executive, who shifted under his gaze and clearly wanted to talk about, but was terrified of doing so. What are you waiting for? Go! As the executive turned and scurried out of the room, Homelander moved over to pour himself a drink, his face a scowl until he saw Clark in the doorway. It was like a switch being thrown as, moving in a blur, Homelander made 2 drinks and moved over to the waiting superhero, a bored smile on his face. Clark, son, glad you could be here. Homelander offered Clark the drink, which the younger man took hesitantly. Great news. A-Train's got a lead on the man involved with Translucent's death, and Madeline says with a bit more effort the bill is going to breeze through Congress. Well, that's good we have a lead, but John, we really need to talk about this. Especially what I just saw outside. Clark put the drink down that he hadn't even touched, moving forward whilst gesturing to the tent's flap. I know, right? The posters are god-awful, and the speech Vought wants me to give is shit. It's all moderation, and playing to the lovey-doves in Congress. Homelander just drained his glass and shook his head at the idiots they had to deal with, his face twisting as he moved into an impassioned speech. Madeline is too distracted by that infant of hers to see. She doesn't understand this. The people out there are ours. People are scared. They don't trust Washington or the coastal elites, and they hate foreigners. What they want is a little John Wayne frontier justice and just someone to tell them what the fuck to do. Clark went quiet for a moment as he just blinked, trying to understand what he was listening to had just been said. John, that's crazy. This is insane. We can't be the military. Clark laughed a little at the absurdity of the conversation he was having, which caused Homelander's face to go neutral. If we get drafted into service, that's it. We're not heroes anymore, we're weapons. Also, again, it's insane. You help out at the charity event with Calhoun, and you help stop the hijackers. Homelander responded, his eyes narrowing at Clark, who was looking like he was waiting for the punchline of a bad joke. Calhoun was never going to support that bill, and the fact he now is, I find deeply troubling. As for the plane, I was there saving lives, not taking them. Clark responded, looking shocked that his deeds were being used against him before he let out a deep sigh. John, if you want to help more, that's great, but this isn't the way to do it. You're talking about feeding ignorance and bigotry. If you want to make more of an impact on the world and help outside the US, then let's go to the UN and get a charter enabling us to help internationally. You and I'll form a team, a real one, with soups, doctors, and the like to help everyone like a League of Justice. Why on earth would we want to do that? Homelander asked, his face one of pure confusion at Clark's idea of working with the UN. His face then became a smile as he let out a laugh, taking Clark's speech as a joke. Oh God, you almost had me there. Sorry, I couldn't keep a straight face. Is that the talking points you've got to try and placate the nanny-pamby liberals whilst we pass this thing? It's really shit. This is the stuff I'm talking about. You and me need to get better fucking speechwriters. John, I'm not Dash. Clark started, his eyes going wide at the apparently tunnel vision focus Homelander operated and his detachment from reality. Sorry, 1 second. Homelander cut off Clark's rebuttal as he held up his hand and cocked his head to the side. Ah shit. Sorry, I gotta go and do this diamond experience stuff with Ezekiel. It's baptizing the sheep and glad-handing. What? No. Clark responded, confusion setting in as he found himself not discussing anything with Homelander, which was the whole point of him coming to this thing. Don't blame you. I want to drown the little shits. We'll catch up later. You're on stage for my speech, by the way, it's going to be a good one. Homelander moved to the tent flap, patting Clark on the shoulder as he did so, plastering a smile on his face as he moved to deal with the sheep. Oh, and before I forget, the Deep. What about him? Clark asked, hopeful to finally talk about something he was there to discuss, namely Deep's assault on Annie and the man's questionable actions of late. He's out. After that fucking fiasco with the dolphin, his numbers have plummeted. It's an embarrassment, really, and to be honest, we don't really need a fish guy. Homelander smiled at Clark as he delivered the news of the shift inside the Seven. Not when we have you. Mary will be getting a call later, but you're in the big leagues now, Sonny. Homelander didn't wait for a response, merely smiling at Clark whilst pointing at him, the man, like he was the man, as he backed out of the tent, leaving the Man of Steel just watching the tent flap in utter bewilderment, blinking several times as his brain registered the conversation he had just had. Whilst he was glad, they apparently had a lead on Translucent's killer, and Deep was out of the Seven away from Annie. He was more concerned about the fact that Homelander had done it for purely PR reasons rather than punishment, and was also hellbent on getting them into the military despite how destabilizing that would be for world relations. Clark grimaced as he moved out of the tent and scanned the area, looking for Annie, wanting to find his friend and talk. His eyes stopped as he spotted Annie in the last place. He thought to see her. She was sitting alone in her private tent, and worse, seemed to be holding an open bottle of vodka. He didn't even wait, instead becoming a blur as he speeded into the tent, causing her to shout a little in protest as the tent jolted. Jesus, Clark, watch it. Annie cursed, not even looking at her friend, as grabbed the bottle that almost fell out of her hand. Annie, what's wrong? Clark asked, his worries slightly alleviated as he saw that the vodka hadn't been consumed yet, and Annie just seemed to be staring at it. Oh, not much. Found a bottle in my mom's bag. Ashley gave me this speech, which is basically pro-you and Homelander, whilst also being incredibly racist as well, but in a subtle Christian way, so it's good. Annie scoffed as she gripped the bottle in her hand so tightly that Clark thought it was going to shatter. And oh yeah, Huey just wanted me to get free stuff, so that's great. Wait, what? Clark moved to kneel in front of his friend, finally seeing that Annie looked ready to cry, but didn't have any tears willing to do so, because of her growing anger too. Huey, he asked me to get him in to see Ezekiel, this stupid diamond event. Annie laughed at herself sarcastically, scoffing at the stupidity, which was her love life. Boy, I can sure pick them. First it was the junkie, now a freeloader. I'm such an idiot. Hey, well, you're not an idiot. Clark countered, taking Annie's hands in his as he managed to gently peel the bottle away from her before she could take a swig. Yes, I am Clark, with Huey in all of this. Annie gestured to her costume, and then to the tent, gesturing to the outside fair and concert. Have you seen what's out there? It's all homophobic, gay bashing, moral preaching, and bigotry. I can't believe I never saw it before. Am I just that blind? Clark didn't answer her question, knowing that nothing he could say as an answer would help her. So he let her sit for a while whilst he held her hand, just being there for her, in case she wanted to vent more. They spent what felt like hours just sitting, with Clark just waiting for when Annie was ready to move past her self-loathing stage. What am I going to do, Clark? Annie finally asked, looking at her oldest friend, wanting to secret. How did he keep it all together? Well, what do you want to do? Clark pressed, giving her an encouraging smile that lifted her spirits up. I want to scream. I want to yell, curse, and break things. I want to go out there and tell everyone what I am really thinking for once. I want to stop pretending just for a few moments. Annie admitted feeling the anger bubbling inside of her as she stared into Clark's impossibly sapphire blue eyes. I'd advise against the first part. There are small children around. Clark gave Annie a grin that caused her to chuckle as he teased her. But I honestly think the second part is fantastic. Really, Annie asked, equal parts surprised, but also hopeful that her friend was encouraging her to be herself. Yes, Annie, you're the best person I know, after my parents, that is. Clark's corny joke caused Annie to laugh again and remove much of the anger that was weighing down on her. Seriously, I'm with you all the way, 100%. If you want to tell the world how bad, tough, and strong Annie January is, then I'm 1,000,000% behind you. Thanks, Clark. Annie moved in and gave him a tight hug, resisting the urge to laugh as she failed to actually reach all the way around him due to his musculature. She allowed the hug to linger for a moment until she saw the time on her watch. Oh geez, we were supposed to be on stage in 5. Homelander's big speech is coming up. Yay, great. Clark made a face as he spoke, his voice dripping with sarcasm, causing Annie to look at him with confusion. I'll explain later. 10 minutes later, main stage. Clark merely moved on to his mark on the stage. As the music died down, he spotted several stage directors wave at him, and Ezekiel tried to whisper to him, but Clark didn't move. His inaction caused a slight pause as he was supposed to be the one introducing Homelander and setting up his speech. However, although he was on stage, his appearance was to support Annie, who was standing next to him, not sell the dangerous idea of supes in the military. Let's hear it for Jesus. Homelander quickly stepped in, casting a quick glance at Clark, but otherwise pretending nothing was wrong. His booming words caused the fully swollen crowd to cry out and cheer as they pressed forward to get closer to the man, whom they viewed as sent by God. Yes, one more for the guy upstairs. Oh, I love you guys. Let me tell you something. I'm so thrilled to be here. Truthfully, are you? The crowd roared to life again, causing Homelander to lift his arms up and absorb the cheering as if it was a drug. As Clark turned his attention from the crowd to Homelander, he would swear that he saw the man shudder slightly as he listened to the crowd cheer his name. Yeah, that's right. Now last week, and let's not mince words, our great nation was attacked. And who was it that saved the day? The crowd exploded into shouts and cheers of Superman and Homelander, with placards and signs going up to that effect as well. Clark also watched as the crowd seemed to surge forward as if trying to press up against Homelander, and Clark themselves as if a fraction of a centimeter closer would somehow make it worth the effort. The worst bit, however, to Clark's eyes was Homelander's reaction. The man was euphoric at the response and shivered with pleasure at it. That's right, yeah. Superman and Homelander. Save the day. Not Washington, not the media. U.S. America was attacked. People. Now there are some people wanting to come out here and speak empty platitudes. A bit of corporate talk. Homelander paused for a moment as he listened to the crowd boo and hiss at his setup. He breathed in heavily, loving, savoring the fact that they hung on his every word, believing everything he said and would do anything he asked. But I don't want to do that. I can't do that. You want to know why? Because I believe that what God wants me to do is get on over there, find the filthy bastards that masterminded this in whatever cave they are in, and introduce them to a little thing called God's judgment. That's what I think. Sounds like the American thing to do. Sounds like the right thing to do. The crowd exploded into cheers and shouts of praise as the guests on stage clapped and shouted their praise, with the exception of Clark and Annie, who remained silent. However, Clark could have sneered, and nobody would have noticed, as every camera and I was fixed on Homelander. But no. Apparently, we have to wait for Congress to tell us it's okay, right? Homelander paused again as he listened to the crowd boo at his setup, drinking in their love and admiration. I say I answer to a higher law. Wasn't I chosen to save you? Isn't it my God-given purpose to protect the United States of America? The crowd cheered louder with each question he gave and started to become even more fanatic than they were before. Homelander moved right into the center of the stage and lifted his arms up to his side, pushing off to start floating above the crowd, as the crowd chanted his name, as if praying for him to act. Psalm 58:10. The righteous shall rejoice when he see the vengeance, and he will bathe his feet in the blood of the wicked. Homelander floated out into the crowd, waving and smiling as the crowd pressed forward to touch him. He was oblivious to the dozen of Vought executives, including Ashley, swarming around now, trying to contain his outburst, as it was surely to scare the hell out of moderates in Congress. Annie turned to look at Clark's reaction, only to find that her friend was gone. Turning around, she could see he was already a distance away from them, and likely had left the stage in the middle of Homelander's rant. Several hours later, Annie didn't speak with Clark again for the rest of the evening. Although he was around, her friend had a perpetual look of concern on his face that he wasn't bothering to hide. She also didn't see much of him as he raced around trying to talk to Homelander, but kept missing the man until he discovered that Homelander had left, leaving Clark to ponder his worry about the speech and everything happening alone. Annie was sure Clark would have left hours ago, if not for his promise to back her up for what she was about to do. The stage was empty and all set up for her big speech, which was supposed to be about Christ, true faith, and Supes being God's chosen people. However, as she stepped out onto the stage and greeted the crowd with a wide smile, she knew she couldn't do it. She paused for a moment, causing murmurs and whispers from the crowd, causing her for a moment to consider backing out until she saw Clark off to one side smiling at her. Just please stop the music. Please stop. Annie held up her hand, forcing the sound guy off to one side to stop the music that was supposed to accompany her. The small pause allowed her to take a deep breath and push on. She quickly glanced to the other side and saw that her mom was mouthing at her in bewilderment. I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry, Mom, but I can't. People, you deserve better. Every single word that I say up here, I'm reading from script. I didn't write any of these words. I don't even know if I believe in them. I mean, I believe in God. I love God so much, but Annie gestured to the crowd and then at the posters and stalls that were littering the area. Her eyes lingered on the ones proclaiming to know God's will and that they knew the way to heaven. That Supes were superior people chosen by God to lead the rest of humanity to the promised land. Honestly, it's just how goddamn certain everyone is around here. I mean, tickets start at, what, $170 so that these people can tell you how to get to heaven? How do they know? How does anybody know? When the Bible was written, life expectancy was 30 years old. I mean, I'm not so sure you're supposed to take it literally. The crowd started to murmur in disagreement. No one looked happy with what Annie was saying, but also no one was trying to stop her. Annie's eyes flicked over to Clark, who just smiled and gave her an encouraging nod, knowing that she needed to do this. As she took a deep breath, Clark's eyes glanced at the crowd and widened in surprise as he saw Huey almost dead center looking at Annie in wonder. It also says that it's a sin to eat shrimp. What, if you're gay or if you're Gandhi, you're going to hell. I mean, one of the greatest men I know, my best friend on earth, doesn't believe in God, and he's the most selfless and honorable person I ever met. Annie just sighed and shook her head as she listened to herself and started to remember all the hypocrisy she had encountered. All the lies and falsehoods that had been shoved in her face caused her to doubt when she should have believed. It caused the fire inside of her to spark up again and make her push on. And if you have sex before marriage, that's not immoral. That's human. What's immoral is the guy who shoved his dick in my face. Here's the truth. Anyone who tells you they know the answers is lying. And I know, I'm supposed to be this hero idol symbol whatever, but I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I'm just as scared and confused as the rest of you. Annie took a deep breath and looked over to see Clark was looking as proud as he could be and gave the biggest smile and nod he could. His faith in her caused the fire that was burning in her to spark hotter and turn into an inferno. She ignored the shocked murmurs and looks of astonishment her revelation had caused, focusing on getting through this. I'm done pretending, and I'm done taking any more shit. Thank you. Annie didn't wait for the crowd to react or for someone to praise her or belittle her. She instead turned on her heels and marched right off the stage. She didn't stop until she was nearly clear of the fairground, allowing herself to release the pin-up breaths she didn't realize she was holding in. As the adrenaline wore off, she suddenly felt cold as reality crashed against her again. She was about to scream when she heard footsteps behind her. She turned around expecting to see Clark, and instead was greeted by Huey, causing her anger to flare up once more. Meanwhile, Clark had let Annie head off alone for the moment, knowing she needed to cool off and get herself settled after what she had just done. This was a major step for Annie, and a pretty scary one too. One she needed to do, yes, but a necessary one, and one she needed to know she could do by herself. What she didn't need was him hovering over her like a helicopter parent or a big brother, making her think she needed him to get through life's major hurdles. For the moment, he kept track of where Annie was, but mainly focused on the crowd and gauging their reaction to Annie's speech. He was pleasantly surprised that it was almost universally positive. There was, of course, a few diehard zealots, but even they were sympathetic to Annie. Homelander might have played on their fear and need for validation, but Annie had truly touched them in a way Clark was suspecting that Homelander couldn't. Clark finally decided to check on Annie in person and subtly floated upwards, going unnoticed due to the darkness of the night sky and people's distraction at Annie's speech. However, as he cleared the crowd, he stopped himself from descending and talking to Annie as he saw he had been beaten to it. Directly in front of him, Annie and Huey were embracing and crying as well. It was a compassionate embrace that told Clark all he needed to know for the moment. His friend was going to be all right, and just maybe Huey was going to be too. However, as he turned to fly away and leave the young couple to sort themselves out, one thought flashed through his mind. His brain reminded him of Homelander's earlier speech. They might be okay, but what about the rest of the world? Chapter 11, Different Approach. Charlie's Bar and Grill, New York, September 21st, 2019. Massive revelations 2 weeks ago as Starlight of the Seven voiced doubts about her personal beliefs at the Believe Expo. This revelation was also made in concert with the shocking story that she had been the victim of sexual assault. Lois gave the report with a fixed grin on her face as she expertly moved to look into another camera for a better angle. all while Starlight's image was placed on the screen behind her next to a stream of supporting tweets. Although she was sympathetic towards Annie and felt it was incredibly brave, she was hating the fact that her new show had the story sandwiched between Supes, who wears it best, and Supes, serving a necessity. However, the show had become more tolerable after the producers that had once required her to wear, speak, and act in a certain way had seemingly disappeared, and the wardrobe had returned to sanity. While the identity of her assailant has yet to be publicly revealed, reporters are swarming around none other than the Deep. The Deep has been placed on indefinite leave after the events 3 ways ago, where the aquatic member of the Seven attempted to steal a dolphin. The rumors were sparked after a leaked memo from inside Vought showed that the Deep had been fired from the Seven due to mounting unpopularity and a history of complaints from women the hero has encountered. I can't believe it. Everything I set up there, and they only focus on that. Annie shook her head as she turned back to the table, where Huey, Clark, and Lois had gathered for trivia night. Lois, that memo from Vought. How exactly was that leaked? The edge of the wording was belied by a smile as he looked at his girlfriend. Lois just gave a sly nod and shrugged at Clark whilst taking a sip from her beer. Annie raised an eyebrow at the reporter, who just shot her a knowing wink, causing Annie to grin at her. She was starting to really like Lois. The woman was everything she had imagined in Maeve as a child. No nonsense, hard as nails, and didn't take shit from anybody. Hey, everyone, eye to the tiger. We have a Panera gift card to win. Huey chimed in with a smile at the gathered group, reminding them why he had invited them to trivia night in the first place. No distractions. Come on, we got this. Annie smiled at Huey's boyish charm, while Lois put on her game face as she picked up the team's pen to write down their answer. However, although he plastered a grin on his face, Clark's mind was far afield as the past 2 weeks had not improved his mood at all. A recent Gallup poll had revealed that 73% of Americans supported Supes in the military and that the reaction to Homelander's speech at the Believe Expo had been met with more support than people had initially expected. All of this translated into Clark's growing problem. And the question he was struggling with was whether the world was moving on to a place that he just couldn't go. Were its people going to a place he couldn't follow? Okay, trivia buffs. Here's the first question of the night, and it's a humdinger. Charlie, the elderly, gray-haired ex-Marine that ran the bar, spoke up, causing Clark to momentarily snap out of his thoughts. Before joining the Seven, which hero led a search and rescue team after the 1995 Northridge earthquake? Huey looked over to Annie, who suddenly looked sheepish as she had no earthly idea for the answer, causing a look of dismay to appear on his face. Oh my God, isn't it your job to know this stuff? Lois. Annie quickly turned to the reporter who had her face scrunched up as she tried to think of the answer, her competitive side refusing to admit defeat. I think it was Tech Night. Lois responded with nothing close to certainty, which caused Huey's face to drop as he knew the answer. Lamplighter. Clark's strong voice sounded out, saving the day. The answer is lamplighter. Thank you, yes. See? Clark's here to win. Huey smiled and smacked Clark on the shoulder with a grin, before shaking his hand in pain, earning a laugh from the table. Glad to see someone knows their superhero trivia. Well, excuse me for not having all the trading cards in mint condition like some people. Annie smirked back, smiling at Clark, who shook his head at the betrayal. Wait, you collected all the trading cards? Huey looked at the tall, musculature Supe next to him and found it difficult to imagine the man having such a nerdy or human hobby. Yeah, I collected them up until I was 13, I think. My aunt used to give them to me after events as rewards. She worked for Vought, so she got first prints before they were released to the public. Clark revealed a small smile appeared on his face as he recalled one of the few highlights his aunt's job had when growing up. I had them including doubles of Homelander. The mention of Homelander caused the proud smile to drop from his face for a moment, earning a worried glance from Lois and Annie. However, before either of them could say anything, Charlie spoke up again, his booming voice forcing focus from everyone. Question 2. Which superhero dated former Miss USA and current Miss Universe Lana Lang? And for an extra point, in what year did the couple break up? Anyone got any ideas? I don't think I know this one. Huey's brow furrowed as he tried to find the information in his vast pop culture knowledge of superheroes, but up blank. Annie shifted uncomfortably at the question, which didn't escape Lois' attention. Clark then let out an enormous sigh, running a hand through his hair as his perfect recall caused him to wince at the memory being summoned. July 28, 2013. Clark answered the second part of the question, and Huey perked up at the chance that they would answer probably the hardest question of the night. Great. And who was the Supe? Huey trailed off as he saw Annie not so subtly trying to signal him to stop talking. It's all right, Annie. Clark glanced at Annie, who just stopped her hand signals mid-motion and looked a little sheepish at his awkward smile. The one in question was me. Oh. Huey went wide-eyed at the revelation, pausing again before he looked up at the tall Supe with a sly grin on his face. So, Lana Lang, eh? Huey's question was accompanied by a brazen lifting of his eyebrows, causing a moment of shock before Clark started chuckling. The awkward tension evaporated from the table, replaced by an outbreak of laughter, which only doubled when Annie's playful shove caused Huey to fall on his ass. The rest of trivia night flew by as the group shared plates of greasy foods, pitchers of beer, and swapped stories the whole night. It was near the end of the night when Huey was suddenly spotted by a friend from high school, forcing the young man to reluctantly excuse himself and head to the bar with his friend. As Huey settled by the bar to catch up with his friend and explain his recent disappearance, Clark decided it was time to unload what was on his mind. "I've been offered a place in the 7, he blurted out, then fell quiet as he stared down at the drink in his hand, wishing for once that alcohol would numb him as it did for others, but knowing that was impossible. "I'm to replace the deep." "Wow," was Annie's only response, as she didn't know how to feel about the offer. Her face stayed neutral. She wasn't sure if she was meant to smile or frown. "So, are you going to take it?" Lois asked the question Annie had been too afraid to ask, the reporter's eyes not looking for a story, but concerned about her boyfriend. "I don't know. It's a lot to think about. I need to talk to a few people about this before I decide anything," Clark replied, not putting words to all the eventualities his mind had been racing through, or how he was not enjoying the most likely ones. "I'm going to try to see Homelander later to follow up on recent findings, anyway. So I'll see how that goes." "That might be difficult." Annie tried to be diplomatic, hating being the bearer of bad news, but didn't want Clark wasting his time. They've got him and the rest of the 7 doing this biographical piece called Supe in America. It's about our childhoods and stuff, so he might not be available for a few days. "Great, just great." Clark's face flashed with anger as he gripped the mug full of beer in his hand too tight, causing the glass to explode. "Oh, Damit, saw the. Clark apologized and was quick to pick up napkins as he tried to clean up the mess he had made, scowling at his own carelessness. As Lois and Annie tried to help, the former spotted the barmaid that had been eyeing Clark come out from behind the bar with a first aid kit and a towel. Lois tried to move to wave off the woman, but was too late as she suddenly appeared pressing up next to Clark. "Oh dear me, too much to drink, honey. Here, let me check you, oh you dash." The barmaid cut herself off as she took his hand before Clark could protest, and her eyes widened when she saw that it was absolutely fine. Clark might have been able to talk himself out of the situation had it not been for the beer soaking into his shirt enough to show the imprint of the S crest from his supersuit underneath. "Oh my God, you're Superman." The woman's declaration caused the entire bar to fall silent as she stepped back from Clark as if touching him had burned her, causing her to stumble. On instinct, Clark reacted with superhuman speed, catching her before she could fall and causing the bar to go even quieter. His eyes widened as he looked around the room, hoping that for once his presence wouldn't cause a stampede. No such luck. Before he even released the woman, the crowd exploded into cheers and claps as people flooded towards him. Clark plastered a smile on his face as he expertly maneuvered away from his friends while keeping the focus on him as he moved slowly to the back door. Without even needing to say or do anything, Annie was already up and moving, taking Lois' hand as they moved in the opposite direction. They picked up Huey as they went, who was trying to pay for their drinks, but the bar owner just waved him off, giving an apologetic smile as his regulars ruined their night out, so free drinks were the least he could do. As they moved fully outside, Huey could still hear the commotion in the bar as Annie took out her phone and immediately pulled up a ride-sharing app. "Shouldn't we wait for Clark?" Huey asked, turning back towards the bar. "No." Annie sighed with regret and a dour smile. "This happens sometimes. Unless he needs to shoot off to save people, he'll be stuck glad-handing and taking selfies for about an hour." "This stuff happened a lot?" Huey asked, hoping this wasn't part of his girlfriend's normal routine. "A little. It really comes with the territory. For me, it's mostly, oh hey look, it's Starlight, or Starlight, can we have a picture? Nothing too major even after I joined the 7. Annie shrugged, although she found it annoying as Clark did, but she was used to it. But he's on a whole other level. When he gets spotted or recognized, it's basically a small riot. "That sucks." Huey glanced back at the bar, again seeing the downside of the Supe life where the more he got to know, the less he found appealing. "Yeah, it does," Annie agreed, and put her phone back in her pocket before turning to Lois, who was putting on her coat as the cold September air got to her. "Do you want a lift? Things in there'll be a while." "Thanks, but I'm going to wait for Clark." Lois smiled at Annie's kind offer before catching Huey's eye. "You two go on, I'll catch you up later." Former CIA safe house, downtown, New York, September 22nd, 2019. As Huey quickly glanced at their new hideout, which was located in an old semi-underground storage area that had been modified into living quarters, he wasn't sure if it was good or bad that he was getting used to the filth. Whilst the area was cleaner than the last few places, he was starting to realize the running theme with all of Butcher's hideouts was grime and disrepair. This was evidenced by the fact that the only truly clean area was the desk and board that MM had constructed and wiped off so he could present the team's findings. So here's what we've got. Samaritan's Embrace, run by Ezekiel, but financed by Vought through an offshore charity in the Philippines routed through a company in Panama, has been shipping Compound V to a select 53 hospitals across the country since 1971. Gestured to the map of the U.S. he had made that displayed the location of all the hospitals and shipping routes Vought was using. Lois has uncovered that all these hospitals have associated fertility clinics. They're also bankrolled by Vought. They have been disguising the V as a polio vaccine to get past FDA checks. The basic formula is, Lois started to speak but trailed off as she watched Kimiko, the now-named female, suddenly walk in and grab a handful of pens from MM's desk before disappearing into an adjoining room. Is that these Vought fertility clinics have extensive hidden physiological and background checks hidden in their forms and applications. When they get the right mix of mentality and financial status, they swoop in with a deal of a lifetime. More like a fucking handshake with the devil. Butcher spat out, shaking his head at the Vought's corruption. Yeah, as far as I can tell, Vought's worked out a nearly perfect method of selection. Lois responded, sighing as she gestured to the mountain of documents and files she and had uncovered. When they do get it wrong, well, to keep everyone's lunches down, let's say they don't leave evidence of any kind. It also seems most of the Supes aren't aware of V, as far as I can tell. Part of the control, I think. So, all of them are just kids dosed with this blue shit? Huey was still struggling to wrap his head around the size of the problem they were dealing with. What about Homelander? Butcher cut in. He brought his hand up to stroke his chin as he assessed all the evidence in front of him. Homelander's a black hole. Never had a public record. Never will. Responded quickly before the small sigh Lois let out could turn into a fight over the man's obsession. However, every other Supe is a juiced-up lab rat. This is the shit that Raynor and her fellow cunts are going to eat up with a spoon. Butcher just grinned wolfishly as he picked up the sample of V they had procured. We got Vought on child endangerment, drug trafficking, money laundering, and possibly the largest fraud in American fucking history. You better hope she does, because we have really stretched ourselves here. Frenchie is burned. We've off the Supe, raided one of their drug labs, and my sister is running out of safe houses where she can stas us. Lois chimed in, giving Butcher a pointed look as her eyes followed Huey, who was engaging with Kimiko's endless drawings. If we don't get some clout or protection, we are fucked. There's also that mess to deal with as well. Lois pointed over to Kimiko, who had almost taken off Huey's hand as he took one of her scrambled drawings, causing the young man to stumble back and scramble up the stairs back to everyone else. Kimiko gave Huey and then Lois a quick glance before returning to her drawings, uncaring about what was being discussed. Magnifique Beaut is right, non? We should try to figure out our petite Lazarus. This is all fantastique, but she is no infant. She was also injected in a basement, not a hospital. Frenchie was so quick to come to the female's defense that Lois had to resist, rolling her eyes. The man was always the champion of lost and broken things. And there's the small matter that she rose from the dead when Noir tried to decapitate moi. Well, your feral pixie dream girl ain't exactly dictating her fucking memoirs, Frenchie. Butcher shot back, taking a more negative view of the protectiveness than Lois had. But me and have a plan in the works. Just give us a day or two to see what we can find. Frenchie pushed, leaving out that his idea involved using the Supe telepath mesmer to read her mind. Okay, let me talk to Raynor first, but you're fucking burned, so any legwork is doing it or it doesn't get done. You, keep your R's parked here with Wonder Child until I say otherwise, got it? Butcher glared at Frenchie as he thumbed at the Supe who was now drawing on the walls, earning him a curt nod from Frenchie. Good then, I'm off. Butcher's announcement signaled the end of their little get-together, causing everyone to start grabbing their stuff. Huey let out a breath and thanked God quietly that he wasn't being assigned another stupidly dangerous and deadly mission. I'll just keep on Starlight then, right? He asked as he grabbed his coat, his smile ending as he caught Butcher's eye. Her phone's been tits up for nearly 2 weeks now. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Butcher asked his question as he just maintained an unbroken stare at Huey that caused the man to move. No, but I can check. Voice stayed level that time, great job. The room went silent as Butcher just stared at Huey for a few moments before shaking his head. The taller man just grabbed his coat and glanced at Lois, who met Butcher's eye before glancing away, not wanting to get involved this time. Lois grabbed her bag and gave a nod before heading out of the hideout and back to her cover as an ace reporter working for Vought. She knew what Butcher was going to show Huey, what he was going to reveal, and although she didn't like the man, Huey deserved to know why Butcher was so committed. She also hoped it might make the kid wise to what he had and that he needed to focus a little more on building a life outside of the boys. All right, you're coming with me. Butcher huffed as he picked up his coat and gun. We need to take a little detour to get your head screwed on straight. Huey wasn't able to say anything as Butcher moved past him, giving him a look that told him this wasn't up for discussion. As he grabbed his own stuff, he caught M's eye. Gave Huey a small smile and a firm nod that did a lot to settle his nerves. 8 hours later. And we thank you for your service. Lois forced out a fake smile as she chuckled slightly at her guest's joke, hating every second of the interview. That was Nubia, folks, with her new book, Representation, A Heroine's Journey. I'm Lois Lane, and this has been Hosting Heroes. Up next, my good friend Cameron Coleman has a sneak peek of the VCU's newest movie, Black Noir, Insurrection. So stay tuned. And clear. Perry's voice sounded as he slumped in his chair, sighing at the crock of shit they were now serving to the public. Hey, Lois, I was wondering if you could introduce me to Superman. Nubia casually removed the mic from her costume and gave Lois a fake smile as she leaned in close like they were old friends. I've been an admirer for years. I would just love to meet him. I also don't mind sharing. I'll mention it to him. Lois forced the smile on her face to stay there, even as her skin crawled. Her apparent acceptance caused Nubia's fake sincerity to turn flirtatious, and even made the heroine bold enough to give Lois' thigh a squeeze as she stood up and a wink. Lois just kept her smile on her face until the soup disappeared offset and released a deep hot breath she'd been holding in. Perry chuckled as he came over, setting down a cup of coffee in front of the woman. The elder reporter lifted a flask in an offer, which Lois just shook her head at. Although she felt she needed a drink, she needed to keep a clear head these days. Perry then started their usual post-show discussion, which was mostly him discussing how the ratings were faring, who was the next guest, and what Vought wanted in the next segment. In short, it was everything he hated about his new job, and try as he might, Lois could see the disgust in his eyes when he gave her the company's talking points. They were just about to wrap up when she heard her phone vibrate in the bag that she kept beneath her desk, a fact that forced her to prevent a frown from appearing, as the one going off was her burner. Sorry, Perry, I've got to take this. Lois gave her boss a nod as she picked up her phone and swiftly moved away from the cameras and recording devices littered around the studio. This isn't a good time. What is it? Need you to come to a house. Just texted you the address. Butcher spoke in his usual flippant manner and tone, but Lois had known the man long enough to hear more underneath. What's happened? Lois whispered, moving the phone closer to her mouth and moving swiftly to her private dressing room. Frenchie and happened. Tweedledee and Tweedledum brought in that cunt Mesmer to have a look at the female. Butcher grunted out before pausing, taking a deep breath as he hated the next part of what he needed to say. I need you here. I need a level head to look at this. Most would assume that the declaration would have caused Lois to smile in triumph, but all it caused was a chill to go down the back of her spine. When Butcher admitted he needed her, it usually meant shit was about to go down. I'll be there in 20. That's as fast as I can go. Lois responded quickly, ending the call before looking at the text Butcher had just sent, memorizing it before taking the phone apart and smashing the SIM card. By the time Lois had arrived, the sinking feeling in her stomach was growing, as she arrived at the unassuming house in the suburbs that she now knew as belonging to the soup called Mesmer. As she got out of the car, she slipped on a pair of gloves from her purse and then made sure that her security policy was securely tucked inside. Lois' hand stilled as she was about to knock on the door. The doorbell casing on the side caught her eye, and what she saw caused a grimace to appear on her face. She rapped her knuckles hard on the wooden door as she took in a deep breath to settle her nerves about what she now needed to do. It was that opened the door, and his smile at seeing Lois disappeared when he saw her face, causing him to move out of the way. Lois wasted no time in pushing through into the living room, just in time to see Mesmer holding Kimiko's hand as Frenchie steadied her. She took a step towards Mesmer only for Butcher's arm to stop her, the taller man narrowing his eyes at Lois. The two then exchanged a look. I'm seeing a jungle. She's a soldier. Mesmer's voice sounded out as he twisted his head, trying to peer deeper into Kimiko's memories. There's a dash, a flag, or like a banner. It has a two-headed snake on it. A two-headed snake like this, with red rays behind it. Butcher crossed his arms and pointed his hands in the opposite direction together. Mesmer just nodded in confirmation, causing Lois, and Butcher to look at each other in alarm. Why, what does that mean? Huey asked, tensing as he saw Butcher's hand subconsciously go to his side and drift closer to his firearm. It's the emblem of the Shining Light Liberation Army, Huey, Lois revealed, her eyes not leaving Kimiko now that she knew what the woman was. The most violent and deadly of the insurgent terrorist groups in Southeast Asia. They do everything from kidnapping and child soldiers to opium, smuggling, and live decapitations. Fuck me, Frenchie, you know how to pick them. Frenchie just looked at Kimiko. He was about to ask the question when he saw the answer in her eyes before she turned away from him. It took him a few moments to cool off from the shock before he was ready to address the massive issue that was in the room, during which time, Lois had gotten Mesmer a couple of beers from his fridge to help the soup stay calm, sitting him on his sofa, whilst Huey gave Kimiko a few pens and paper to draw with. Frenchie's hands scratched the back of his head in frustration. There must be more to all this. She can't be a terrorist. Yeah, Well, you just keep her under fucking control. Butcher shot back. His blood was up, and he was resisting every instinct his body to off the Supe broad right then and there. Okay, so they smuggle in a top-shelf extremist recruit, and then pump her full of compound VM start to put the pieces together in his head, shaking his head at the diabolical plan. Lois picked up on where he was going. Then they unleash her to wreak havoc. She finished the thought. Quite the ingenious plan that someone in Vought had cooked up. Wait, why would Vought give compound V to terrorists? Huey, with his limited experience in the world of espionage and fucked up shit, failed to connect the dots. Because it's not about the havoc. It's about who stops it. Lois explained, her face becoming a grimace again, as she felt bile in her throat at Vought's plan. Vought needs Supes in the military to run the table. Despite recent success, they're still not there. Homelander's scaring the shit out of people, and there are enough sane people in the military to push back. So what do they need? A fucking bogeyman to scare the little cunts into running to daddy. Butcher answered with a scoff as he did so. He would be impressed if he didn't hate Vought so much. Then it's next stop Sergeant fucking Homelander. Gotta let the cunts in the army now. Those fuckers are creating supervillains. God knows how many of them there are. Holy shit. Huey swore as he felt his world shift again. Corrupt Supes were enough, but a world with actual supervillains wasn't one he wanted to live in. No, listen to me, okay? Maybe that's what they want her to be. Frenchie spoke up, moving over to Kimco and gesturing to the woman. But that's not who she is. That's not what she wants. And you know this, right? 'Cause she bend your fucking ear off? Butcher shot back, dismissively, glaring at Frenchie. She saved my life. She's not bad. She just wants to go home. Frenchie moved forward, putting himself between Butcher and Kimiko as the tension went up in the room. She's a fucking Supe, just like the rest. Butcher threw up his hands in disbelief that he was getting pushback on trying to end a Supe terrorist. How many times do I have to fucking say it? Frenchie's argument died in his throat as he knew he had no way to push back against his boss's argument. Before Butcher could register his triumph, Frenchie had turned back round and taken Kimiko's hand in his. Mon cœur, I know you understand me. Frenchie looked into her eyes, pleading for her to give him a sign that he was right. Please, please, tell them who you are. Tell them what I see. Kimiko looked into Frenchie's eyes for a few moments before standing up, causing Butcher's hand to reflexively go to his gun. The petite Asian woman walked up to Butcher, who just stared down at her, his hand tensing on the trigger. However, instead of attacking Butcher, she suddenly pushed past him and knelt in front of Mesmer again, forcing her hand into his. Mesmer paused for a few seconds before he winced as Kimiko's memories and thoughts flooded his head. The drawings are, palm trees in front of the moon. It's where she grew up. They killed her parents. They kidnapped her and her brother, forced them to be soldiers. Mesmer's voice went soft as he felt the pain and anguish of the woman's life searing through him, forcing him to let go of her hand. She just wants to go back and get her brother out of there. The room fell silent as everyone processed what had just happened, but also waited for Butcher to speak up again. The tall Englishman looked at MM, and then at Lois, both of whom gave him a small nod, causing him to sigh. All right, she can stay. Butcher finally declared, his voice clearly showing that he was not happy about it. Take her back to the safe house. We got enough to get the feds on board, so I'll go see Raynor. Great. However, before we go, Lois spoke up, a sudden broad smile on her face as she turned and moved over to Mesmer, causing Kimiko to move out of the way. I just want to say I'm a huge fan, Mesmer, and I really want to thank you for all your help. Lois' declaration caught the Supe off guard, as did her overly friendly tone, warm eyes, and the outstretched gloved hand she was offering, while the other one slipped in her purse on her shoulder. His brain stopped working for a moment, as he could swear she was even swaying her hips suggestively at him as she came over. He swallowed deeply and quickly stood up to take her offered hand, cursing slightly that the light leather winter glove prevented him from reading her. Oh, that's great. You're very welcome, dash bang. Mesmer's last thoughts were alarm as he felt something cold pressed against the fat folds underneath his chin, and then a moment of pain before it went black. Huey flinched as the sound and the muzzle flash went off in front of him. It took a second to realize what had happened as Mesmer stood swaying for a moment before stumbling backward and collapsing to the ground. The Supe's brains were splattered all across his closed curtains, creating a grisly mess as more blood poured out of the gaping hole in the top of his head. Lois merely stood in place for a second before exhaling. She then calmly stepped around the dead man, taking the gun from her hand and then pressing Mesmer's around the handle and trigger to make sure it had his prints before dropping it unceremoniously onto the floor. Shit, Lois, what the hell? Shouted, rushing over to the scene, but pausing, knowing there was nothing he could do. We had to deal with the guy. He had kept quiet. He was just a father wanting to see his key dash. There's a camera in the fucking doorbell, Milk. Lois cut off the man as she stood up and started to assess the tableau to make sure it looked right for a suicide. The bastard had all of our faces and was going to go to Vought. You don't know that. Shot back. some of the anger leaving him as he heard Lois' explanation. Yes, I do actually. Unless you're forgetting that it's my job to get intel and know how Supes will act. Lois stood back satisfied with her work before moving over to Mesmer's phone, taking it in hand, and then using the dead man's fingerprint to gain access. And if you had called me, I would have told you that Mesmer here is, or should I say, was a self-centered deadbeat asshole. He never fought for custody of his kid. The only thing he had done in the last 10 years was to lobby Vought to get back on the payroll, meaning he only cared about the limelight. It's why we never went to him in the old days. Too high a risk. Lane, you've got this? Butcher's firm voice cut off who had opened his mouth to continue the argument, but a firm look from Butcher stopped him. Yeah, I'm just posting a suicide note on his Twitter account, and then I'll remove the door cam and footage of us, Lois replied, her cold, detached attitude making Huey's spine shiver as he watched her work. Combine it with the fact that he was a known recluse and the beers I had him drinking, the cops will chalk this up to suicide in 5 minutes flat. The gun's unregistered, but I'll give my sis a call, and she'll create a paper trail leading back to him. So we're golden. But next time, however, if you're going to use a Supe, then please fucking call me, okay? I'll make sure they do. Butcher responded by putting on his coat as he glanced at the boys. and Frenchie weren't meeting his eyes. You cunts need to stay out of trouble whilst I go and convince the feds to find some balls. Think you can handle that? 7 Tower, Crime Analytics Department, September 22nd, 2019. This is everything you have? Clark asked A-Train and Noir as he stood in a private room glancing over the files, photos, and information that he had been given. It mainly revolved around a man, seemingly of French nationality, who had a list of aliases, fake IDs, and safe houses almost as long as Clark's cape. However, the image which captured his eye was one showing the heroine Popclaw being confronted by 2 individuals, one the Frenchman and the other with his back to the camera. Yeah, Homelander said we had to show you all this when you got in, A-Train replied. Although his face was calm, Clark could hear the man's irregular heartbeat pick up, slightly showing he wasn't happy. However, all we managed to get is that guy had 34 addresses and nothing else but these aliases. I also saw a skinny pale dude and a black guy with a goatee going into CH- Popclaw's apartment as well. The forest for the trees. Clark sighed as he shook his head. Even looking at the limited data the 7 had gathered, he could already tell a major fact about this Frenchman they had missed. What the fuck does that mean? A-Train shot Clark a bewildered look and then looked at Noir, who just shrugged at the man's statement. It means you can't see the obvious thing in front of you. Clark sighed as he picked up a pad and started writing an algorithm, his hand becoming a blur as the screen on the wall became a stream of code. Which is? A-Train spat back, not hiding the grimace on his face as he glared through his sunglasses, hating that he had to deal with the pretentious prick. This man at some point worked for the government. Clark replied, not looking at either of the superheroes he was being forced to work with to track down a team involved in a murder and blackmail. His aliases are too good, and several of them have complete records. You'd only get that from government assistance. Now, and I don't wish to be rude, but please leave. What? Why the hell should we? A-Train's head shot to Clark, a look of anger appearing on his face. And who the fuck do you think you are, coming in here, giving me orders? And what the fuck is that on the screen? To answer your questions in order. I said please leave. You are wasting my time, and I find your presence irritating. I am Superman. I can give you orders because Homelander put me in charge. And finally, that is an algorithm designed to search for this man and people connected to him using the parameters we have. Clark responded by typing faster as he started up the algorithm inside Vaught's mainframe and branched it to every camera they had access to. This will go through everything Vought is connected to and will provide us with the identities of the group we're dealing with. A-Train made a move forward, but was stopped by Noir, who placed his hand on the speedster's shoulder and gave the second fastest man alive a firm shake of his head. A-Train glared at Clark before turning on his heels and heading for the door, followed closely by Noir, who just glanced around the room before turning to leave as well. A-Train, I will need to talk to Popclaw at some point as well. Clark's voice caused the speedster to pause and look at the red, blue, and golden superhero. His teeth gritted as Clark turned his steely eyes at him. Also, I would get that heart of yours checked out. Clark didn't get a response as the speedster just scoffed at him and then disappeared in a blur, earning him a sigh and shake of the head from both Noir and Clark. The silent ninja took one last look at the screen and then silently turned away, leaving Clark by himself. Clark took little notice of their disappearance, as in truth he had been trying his best to ignore the fact that he was in Vought working on this for the 7. He was mostly focusing on the fact that there was a killer, or, as it turned out, killers, roaming free who had murdered one Supe and were likely aiming for others. Annie's image flashed in his head along with the few other heroes Clark had met whom he knew to be decent people, even though that list barely extended past Annie and Auntie Sis, along with her charges. However, he was finding it difficult to focus solely on that fact due to the nature of the victim. Translucent had always had dark rumors swirling about him, more than the rest of the 7 due to many accusations of stalking and peeping Tom charges. His recent conversations with Homelander were also playing in his head as well, which was causing him to consider whether or not he even wanted to be involved in finding Translucent's killer. His brow furrowed as he stared at the screen and wondered whether or not he should shut his program down, at least until he actually spoke with the leader of the Seven again. "You look pissed." Clark's head snapped to the door and was greeted by the sight of Maeve leaning on the doorframe with her arms crossed. "Want to share?" "Hi, Maeve." "No, I'm not angry, more conflicted." Clark sighed as he set down the pad in his hands, letting the algorithm he had created work its magic. "Please, I think you and I know each other well enough now to drop the comic book bullshit. Don't you, Clark?" "Call me Maggie." Maeve gave Clark a smirk as she moved into the private analytics lab, making sure the door shut behind her. "Noir told me you were helping out with the translucent stuff. You find anything?" "Noir told you." Clark raised an eyebrow at the statement. He had surreptitiously scanned the black-clad Supe and doubted the man could legibly write with his cranial injuries, let alone speak. Figure of speech, he sort of drew a picture and, well, did that head-tilt thing he does. Maeve tried to explain, finding it hard to explain Noir's unique communication skills. "But don't think I didn't notice. You didn't answer my question. Did you find anything?" "Not really. Just a little bit more detail on what your team already had." Clark sighed as he gestured to the table filled with papers and files that the Seven had found regarding the people apparently linked to Translucent's death. "I've just created an algorithm that will search through all connected databanks and cameras we have access to. It might take a day or two, but we should get some names and faces." "You can do stuff like that." Maeve's eyes widened as she looked at the screen that was no longer filled with code, but was showing multiple files and camera feeds being searched. "Just crunch some numbers and find someone." "It's a little more complicated than that, as I need certain parameters, approximate size, weight, relative age, ethnicity, and at least 2 locations I know they've been to create starting points. Also, having their gait and voice can help." Clark tried to simplify the incredibly complicated program that he had just created, but stopped as he saw that he had completely lost Maeve, who was staring at him with wide eyes. "But in layman's terms, yes, I can get a computer to find someone. Everyone leaves a footprint or appears on camera. You just need to know what to look for." Maeve was silent for a few moments as she looked at the screen and then back at Clark. Every time she looked at him, she felt a spark, something that years of being in Vought had smothered, but for some reason he and Starlight were causing to flare up. That was the main reason she had gone and talked to Elena again after years of avoiding her. She had thought herself crazy at the time and questioned why she was doing it, but standing with Clark here, now she knew why. She wanted to be better, needed to be better, and her heart had sent her rushing like an idiot to Elena, trying to show the one person she gave a damn about that she was a good person. "You know, he doesn't really care." Maeve said the words out loud before her doubts and brain could shut her down, the spark in her chest demanding she said something before it was too late. "Who?" Clark asked, turning to face Maeve head on. Then his stomach started sinking as he knew who she meant. "You know who, Homelander. He doesn't give a shit that Translucent's dead. He just cares that it might affect the Seven and his image." Maeve stated firmly, taking in deep breaths as she pushed on. "He's a monster, Clark. All he is self-centered egomaniac that destroys anything in his way. He's done things, terrible things. He's made me do some of them as well. He's killed, murdered, and forced himself on people." There was a dead silence in the room for a few moments after Maeve revealed the weight that had been pressing down on her for years. She suddenly felt a cold spike through her heart as it started to panic at what she just said. She just broke the silent rule of Vought, the one where breaking it caused you and those you love to end up dead. "Don't talk about Homelander." "How long?" Clark's calm voice immediately caused the spike in her heart to vanish as she looked into his clear, comforting blue eyes. "How long has he been like that?" "Ever since I've known him, at the start he wasn't too bad. He was rough and a little clumsy, but hopeful." Maeve couldn't help but soften when she remembered the young Homelander, the one that at times seemed to really want to change the world. Then people started worshiping the ground he walked on, and anything good in him died. That's when the fucked up stuff started happening. You can't tell him, Clark. If he knows you know, he'll lose it. He'll fucking kill everyone. Maeve's panic was clear to see even without his senses. But with them, he could tell that the superhumanly strong and bulletproof woman was genuinely terrified. Her chest was pounding so fast that he was actually worried about a heart attack, and her amygdala, the section of the brain controlling fear, was lit up like a Christmas tree. "I won't, I promise." Clark responded, letting out a deep sigh as he took in the news with eerie calm for Maeve, which made her suspect that Clark had known or suspected more than he let on. "I've been offered a place in the Seven, Maggie. Are you going to take it?" "That depends on the answer to this question." Clark looked Maeve right in the eye with such focus that the taller woman squirmed a little under the gaze. "If I join, could I keep people safe?" Maeve froze at the question as she knew what Clark was really asking. Could he control Homelander? Could he rehabilitate the man? Or at least prevent him from killing everyone until he came up with a better idea? "I don't know." Okay. Clark sighed as he looked again at the screen that was searching for its targets. We will find the people who got translucent, and then we will go from there. Where is he now? He's finishing up this biographical shit with Stillwell down south somewhere. Maeve let out her own sigh as she tried to steady her breathing, as she realized what she might have set in motion. Same time, the Kent farm. Jonathan moved into the barn as dusk started to set in, just to check the old tractor's engine for the second time that week. He didn't need to do the job, as the farm ran itself these days, but he wanted to keep busy since he had too much free time on his hands. He let out a sigh as he knew Martha would be chastising him if she found out he was pushing himself again. His recent checkup hadn't gone great, and that had her worried. However, what she didn't know wasn't going to hurt her. He loved his wife dearly, but she worried far too much. As he set his toolbox down on his workbench, he recalled his own father Harem had worked sun up till sundown for years, while smoking like a chimney factory, eating bacon 3 times a day, and drinking like a fish, and the man had lived into his 80s. A small noise from above him caused him to look up at the beams, above which was his son's old hideaway. He was about to dismiss it until he heard it again. Jonathan was quick to move. Every now and again, they had some idiot poking around the farm, and more often than not, it was some stupid fan or reporter looking at his son's things. Darn souvenir hunters. As he reached the top of the ladder that reached the converted hayloft, he stopped cold. Instead of a fan or a reporter, he was greeted by a tall blond man wearing an American flag for a cape. The Homelander stood transfixed as he looked at Clark's old desk, his eyes devouring the happy photographs and the childhood mementos. A gloved hand then moved to pick up Clark's most treasured childhood memory. The baseball that he'd hit clear across town when he was 7, the one that Jonathan had spent 3 days looking for. So, Clark liked baseball growing up? Homelander asked mildly, turning around to look at Jonathan as he put the ball back down and started floating in the air again. Jonathan was forced to climb down from the ladder as Homelander drifted back to the barn floor, scanning over the area as he did so. An icy ball of fear started to grow in Jonathan's gut. Though he never told Clark, Mary had warned him years ago about this man. He still does. We watch the opening game of the Jayhawks every year, Jonathan replied, his eyes shifting from Homelander to the barn door that led to his house. That must have been nice. Taking your son to see a baseball game. What does that feel like? Homelander ground out, ignoring the quickening, uneven heartbeat of the man behind him as he stared out at the farm. The scenery was like a Norman Rockwell painting, almost mocking him with how perfect it was. It's indescribable. Jonathan's honest response caused Homelander to frown as the man failed to satisfy his desire for knowledge. Try. Homelander pressed, turning back around, his voice now threatening. But to his alarm, the man in front of him didn't cower. What do you want? Jonathan asked, his voice also becoming forceful as he stared at the man his sister-in-law had told him for years might be a threat to his son. What do I want? Homelander scoffed in disbelief, his rage from the day bubbling up inside of him. Remembering the fake house, fake photos, fake memories, and the fucking blanket that had been shoved at him, the same meaningless shit for hours and hours like it'd never end. I want to know why my son got this pathetic excuse of childhood in fucking Hicksville instead of learning from me. Your son. Jonathan was caught off guard by Homelander's statement until he realized what the man was saying. You mean Clark, my son? Is that what you tell yourself? Homelander looked at the feeble creature in front of him with disgust. How had this worm raised Superman? I know the truth. Just look at you, either of you compared to him. There's nothing in common at all. How much did Vought pay you? What do they promise you? Fame, wealth, power. I have no idea what you think you know, but Clark is my son, and that's it. Jonathan stared at the soup and shook his head, feeling far too old and tired to play this game. I think it's time you left. I'm not leaving until you tell me who stole my son from me. Was it Stillwell? That old fuck Vogelbaum. Homelander loomed forward and glared at Jonathan who, to his mounting fury, still didn't seem to feel threatened. I'm going to say this one last time. You need to Leah ACK. Jonathan never finished his sentence as he suddenly found himself dangling off of the ground with Homelander's hands around his throat. You think you can give me orders, you old shit? Homelander hissed as he lifted Jonathan off of the ground by the neck, never squeezing, as he wanted the wrinkly twerp to know who was in charge and finally show some panic. I'm going to take back everything I deserve, everything Vought took from me, starting with my son. I'm going to show him that we can do whatever the fuck we want. You hear me? Jonathan struggled for air for a moment, and then suddenly convulsed in Homelander's hands before gripping his chest. The action came as a shock to the Supe who dropped the old man, his hearing finally registering the issue. Jonathan's heart, which had already been elevated from work and the alarm at seeing Homelander, was beating erratically. I need my pee-pee pie. Jonathan stumbled as he tried to move, first towards his jacket hanging by the door, and then tried to move to Homelander as he felt his heart slowly give out. Homelander, instead of catching the old man, just stepped to the side, causing the elderly farmer to collapse onto the floor, coughing and gripping his chest. Homelander stared blankly, looking down his nose as Jonathan used all of his failing strength to try and crawl to his house to no avail. The pathetic flailing just made Homelander even more disgusted with the maggot at his feet. Was this really the man Vought had chosen to be Clark's father? To raise one of the greatest beings in the world? A frail old farmer instead of him? Jonathan. Martha's voice caused Jonathan to stop his movements as panic spiked through him, causing more agony in his chest. Martha. What would Homelander do to Martha? He couldn't let him hurt his wife. With titanic effort, he managed to turn his head to look at where Homelander was, ready to beg with his last breath for his wife to be left alone. But as he turned upward, all he saw was an empty barn and no sign that Homelander was ever there. His energy spent, Jonathan collapsed, feeling his heart finally stop. As his world grew dark, his worry and panic seemed to melt away like snow meeting the first warm rays of spring. There was a light engulfing him, a warm, nurturing glow, and he felt the strength of youth returning to his limbs. He could also hear something calling to him, just off in the distance. It was a voice he hadn't heard since he was a little boy, a pair of voices in fact, calling him home. Jonathan, I swear if you're out here working on that tractor of yours, I'm going to... Martha waded out into the cold September air in her night dress, ready to scold her husband for his foolishness, only to stop when she reached the barn doors. Her world fell apart as she did. Jonathan! Oh my God, Jonathan! Martha rushed to her husband's side, hands hovering over his prone and unmoving figure. Reality soon came crashing back enough that she pushed him onto his back and cradled him as best she could in her arms. Her face went as pale as her husband's when she saw his chest completely stilled and his skin cold as ice. Jonathan? She whispered the question softly as she shoved him slightly, trying to look into his eyes, yet failing as his head just slumped away from her, causing the tears to start to flow. Jonathan. Author's notes. Hope everyone enjoyed this chapter. The next chapter/2 are going to be dealing with the end of Season 1 and moving into Season 2. As always, please review, favorite, and follow as desired. Chapter 12. A Good Man's Funeral. Smallville, Kansas, USA, September 25, 2019. Annie shifted as she woke up. She was warm and content, something she hadn't felt in a long time. As she turned over, moving from her side to her back, she saw the source of her recent joy, Huey Campbell. She spent a few moments just looking at the sleeping man before finally deciding to get up and get dressed, since even though she wanted nothing more than to have another round with him, they needed to move. That thought brought a twinge of regret in her heart. She loved Huey and would never regret spending time with him, but she did feel guilty that she was so happy in spite of the sad occasion. When Clark had called a few days ago, she had been devastated to hear that his father had died. Although she was more aware than others of Jonathan Kent's poor health, she had never actually imagined the man dying. Pa Kent had, in Annie's mind, been much like his son, a man larger than life who was so incorruptible and moral that he seemed straight from a folktale or a comic book. However, the father wasn't the son, and so she found herself in the undesired position of attending his funeral. As she changed into a simple black dress, she looked out of the guest window of the Kent family's spare room and saw a sight that really moved her. Huey and her had gotten in late last night, but even then people had been arriving and giving Martha their condolences. It looked as if the entire town and surrounding counties had shown up. She caught Huey's eye and gave her boyfriend a small smile and opened her mouth to speak only to be cut off by a knock at the door. I hope everyone is decent. Martha's voice sounded out as she gently nudged the door open with her back as she carried a tray with 2 cups of strong coffee and biscuits. I made coffee, and breakfast is on the table. I didn't know how either of you took it, so I've got milk and sugar too. Oh, Martha, we didn't need to do that. Annie was quick to dash over to the now widowed Ma Kent, who seemed to be struggling with Trey and looked to have aged nearly a decade over the last few days. My Jonathan would be turning in his grave if I didn't keep up the Kent family reputation. Martha gave Annie a smile that touched the young woman deeply that she couldn't help but tear up a little. Oh, now look what you've done. Gotten yourself all worked up over a cup of coffee. It's wonderful. Thank you. Huey moved in, taking the tray from the sweet old woman and setting it down on the room's small dresser. Do you need any help? Such a kind boy. Martha gave Huey a pat on the shoulder as she started to hobble back to the door. The loss of her husband had defiantly affected the woman more than she would admit. The last thing I need at the moment is more help. I've had nothing but help these last few days. You two just relax and let me feel useful. You hear? Will do, Miss Kent. Annie gave the woman a smile and nod, knowing not to argue with the woman, which earned her an appreciative nod as she left the room. I see where Clark gets it from now, Huey joked in a slightly serious tone as he quickly made Annie's coffee the way she liked it, glancing at the door Martha had just left by. You don't know the half of it. Annie smiled as memories of Clark's father flooded into her mind. Jonathan, Clark's father, was a force of nature. He was stubborn, unmoving, and the most honest, down-to-earth man I ever knew. Sounds like he was a great man, Huey smiled, thinking that he shouldn't be surprised that Clark's father would be described any other way. He was better. Annie smiled as she took a sip of her coffee and moved to the door, wishing to join Martha downstairs. He was a good 1 inch. As Huey descended the stairs of the Kent family home, he looked at the walls littered with pictures. When he and Annie had arrived yesterday, it had been so late that they had done little more than greet Martha, help her move some things around, and then go to bed. However, now that he had a chance to really look around, his eyes widened as he saw photos going back to what he assumed was the founding of the farm, to when Clark was little. Looking at the pictures, Huey couldn't help but smile at the small, adorable, skinny kid who, apart from the black hair, looked worlds away from the giant he knew. As he reached the bottom of the stairs and the sounds of Martha and Annie conversing could be heard, one picture really caught his eye. Clark couldn't have been more than 6 in the photo, and he looked like the happiest child in the world as he sat on the lap of a man that had to be his father as the two rode a tractor. The picture made his heart twinge a little as his mind suddenly went back to his conversation with Lois. Her voice echoed in his head, and he looked at it again. Hold on to the good, otherwise, you'll end up like Butcher. The thought stayed in his mind for a few moments as the happy picture of father and son made him think about his own father and how he had just left him, all alone. Then there was Annie, how he had a great thing with her, that he put at risk every day that he carried on with Butcher and the boys. That thought, however, was the one that caused him to freeze midway through the door to the dining room, which earned him a second glance from Martha and a raised eyebrow. It was Annie that occupied his thoughts now, not Robin, and although the anger remained and would likely never leave him, it was duller now, more manageable. "You all right, dear?" Martha's motherly voice snapped him out of his thoughts, causing him to quickly put a smile on his face as he looked at the woman who was working away in the adjoining kitchen. "Fine, thank you, Mrs. Kent," Huey responded, moving fully into the dining room, which caused him a pause. The room was filled with food, although he could see a good section of the table had been cleared by Martha for the breakfast she had made. No other horizontal surface was clear of containers. Everywhere he looked, he saw trays, Tupperware boxes, and bowls filled with meals, snacks, and treats of every variety. He slowly and mindfully inched his way to the table to sit down next to Annie and across from Lois, who had been hidden by a stack of cookie boxes. "Sorry, Huey dear." Martha appeared next to him, placing even more bacon on the growing pile in the middle of the table. "The town's been sending a few things to help out. It's kind of a Smallville tradition." "No worries," Huey responded as he sat down, smiling at the woman and trying to act normal as she poured him more coffee before heading back to the kitchen to cook even more. "She's been cooking nonstop for the last few days." Lois leaned in after Martha, a look of concern on her face as she gestured around them. "Half of this is hers. When Clark and I showed up, she was roasting enough chickens to feed a platoon. I don't think she's left the kitchen to do more than sleep." "What does Clark say?" Annie turned her head, looking at Martha in the kitchen before turning to face Lois again. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since we arrived," Lois responded, biting her lip as she tried to fight the unfamiliar sensation that was aching in her heart. "That was 3 days ago." Huey was worried too. They hadn't seen Clark yesterday, but they had arrived so late and there was so much going on he hadn't questioned it. "I know," Lois replied, the nervous look growing on her face as she glanced back at Martha. "We showed up once he got the news, spent some time consoling his mother. Then the two of them talked in private, and when I came back, he was just gone." "That's not like Clark." "Not like Clark at all," Annie whispered. "My boy is fine." Martha's voice caused them all to jump and look at the smiling woman who was bringing in a mountain of pancakes. "Mrs. Kent, we weren't. We dash." Huey spoke up first, stumbling over his words as he panicked, thinking the woman might possess super hearing like her son and heard everything. "Huey dear, please call Martha. And as for how I know about what you all were buzzing about." She raked her eyes over the group, looking like she was taking pleasure in making them squirm before a grin appeared on her face. "I've been a mother and wife long enough to know what people are whispering behind my back, especially at my table. Sorry, Mrs. Kent." Annie looked sheepish and looked away from the Kent matriarch, which caused Martha to smile as the fierce heroine in front of her suddenly became the small blonde girl her son had befriended all those years ago. "Martha, where is Clark?" Lois asked softly, looking at her boyfriend's mother with more than a little concern. All the Kent men react the same when it comes to loss. Martha sighed with a sad smile as she moved into the room, setting the pancakes she had made down in front of everyone, before slowly moving around the table to the free seat next to Lois. "They work." "Work?" Huey asked, looking confused at the strange notion. His only experience of loss was his mother, and his dad had reacted by just doing nothing. Martha smiled at the young man as reminders of her youth came flooding back to her. Whilst they were not on the happiest of topics, the walk down memory lane was a welcome reprieve from her current sorrow. "Oh yes, all the Kent men do it. Why, when I was little, I remember Hiram Kent, Clark's grandfather, lost his pa Sam. Old Hiram got so annoyed at a creaking door that he knocked down the old barn, then rebuilt it, then knocked it down again, and started over again. He did that 3 times, damn near drove my own pa sick with worry. Martha chuckled slightly as the memory washed over her. Hiram looking red-faced all day when he was in town, buying all the lumber around, and her pa shouting at the man that rebuilding a barn in the middle of harvest season was crazy. No one at the table interrupted or made a move to prod Martha to continue, as they saw the smile on her face and knew she needed a break from her grief. Now Jonathan, he was far worse. When Hiram died, my husband didn't speak to anyone, not even me, for 2 whole weeks. He just worked on that tractor of his, and when he got it working, started plowing our field from sunup till well past dusk. The only thing was Hiram died in the middle of winter, and there was about 3 or 4 feet of snow out there when Jonathan decided to plow those fields. The small story caused the group to chuckle, including Huey, who had never met the man, but had a feeling from the way everyone was reacting to his loss he would have liked him. Although he would have to ask Annie more about Mr. Kent later. The image he had was of someone who was basically Clark but older. Not physically as imposing, as evidenced by the pictures, but the same in spirit, and Huey suspected that Annie, Lois, and Martha would likely make the same observation. "So, I'm guessing you didn't get far?" Annie asked after the laughter died. Down her question earned a subtle smile and nod from Lois, who knew that Annie was trying to keep Martha distracted. "Oh no, dear, that was the problem. Jonathan cleared the snow away and plowed those frozen fields, and Hiram built that barn out there all by himself. The Kent men never do anything by half measures." Martha's smile grew a little more as she recalled when her husband had finally finished his job, half frozen to death, stinking to high heaven, but with a grin on his face. "But to answer your question, Clark will be back shortly. He's just processing is all." Martha smiled at the group before standing up again and moving to the kitchen, once more likely to either add more to their breakfast or, they prayed, to start on launch. With her departure, the group really didn't discuss anything further and mostly made idle conversation as they waited for the youngest Kent to show up. As the day started to tick by, everyone in the room subtly started looking at their phones, looking for news of where he was, which turned out to be an easy task. The man was everywhere over the past 48 hours, seemingly omnipresent, battling crime, saving lives, and generally doing everything from bank robberies to actual kittens stuck in trees. However, although everyone's worries were alleviated a little by the news that Clark hadn't done anything as wild as leaving the planet or disappearing into the depths of the ocean, they were starting to get worried about the time. Jonathan's funeral was starting at 1 o'clock sharp, and as the hour edged closer to noon, Annie and Lois struggled to keep the worry from showing. Even Pete Ross, Clark's oldest friend, appeared, asking for news as people outside were starting to get worried. Annie was about to call Stillwell of all people in finding out where Clark was when the man suddenly appeared, coming through the back door. His arrival caused everyone apart from Martha to breathe a sigh of relief, but then they all saw the look in his eyes. Annie didn't know if there were words to describe it. She certainly didn't know them and wasn't sure she wanted to. Her oldest friend seemed muted as if color itself had abandoned him, but it was his eyes that caused her heart to sink. Where a few days ago Clark's eyes were pools of warmth that could make even the darkest situation better, they now simply stared blankly at everything as if the world held no depth worth looking at. "Your suit is upstairs. I laid it out on my bed first thing." Martha's voice broke through Annie's somber reflections as she moved over to give her son a small hug, which he gladly returned. And Ethan Miller came by. "He and the other pallbearers have got everything ready for when you arrive." "Thanks, Ma. I'll be dressed and ready to go in a minute." Clark's voice sounded strange to Huey's ear. It wasn't just its sadness, but the fact that it was his first time hearing Clark at home, and his rural Midwestern roots were there in full. As Clark moved past the small group that had gathered to keep his mother company, he shared a quick nod with Huey, and then gave both Annie and Lois a quick hug. Although his hug with Lois was far longer and ended with a small kiss before the man of steel disappeared upstairs to get change. True to his word, Clark was gone for less than a minute before he reappeared in a deep charcoal black suit. Whilst Huey had attended a few funerals in the past, including one not too long ago that he cared not to dwell on, none of them had been anything like this. They had all been urban funerals taking place in cramped, hot buildings placed on the edges of cemeteries that only gave the illusion of being natural, with a few dozen people turning up at most. Jonathan Kent's funeral dwarfed anything that Huey could have pictured. It started with what seemed like the entire county gathering outside the Kent family home, where they were met by a simple plain cart and horse transporting Jonathan's coffin. Then, as a group, they walked to the cemetery, everyone including Martha, who clung onto Clark's arm as they went trailing behind the horse and cart like a great serpent. Then, as they arrived at the cemetery's gate, Clark let go of his mother and handed her arm to Lois as he and 7 other men lifted the casket from the cart and moved through the graveyard. As the huge crowd followed them weaving through the gravestones, Huey got a sense that this wasn't because Jonathan had been Clark's father, but because he was Jonathan Kent. As he looked around, he could see no one in fashionable designer clothes or colorful costumes. Here were ordinary people coming to pay their respects to a man they all admired. The service itself was remarkably short. There were no great speeches, no flowery eulogies, and overly dramatic scenes of mourning for the sake of it. The priest merely gave a small blessing, recited a short prayer, and then moved out of the way for Clark to take his spot. The crowd that was already respectfully silent became even more so as Clark took his spot and everyone waited for him to speak. There was an eerie, almost painful silence as Clark just stared at the open grave his father had been laid in, and for a moment, even Martha worried that he had frozen before he did something unexpected. He laughed. It was a deep, powerful laugh that had Clark leaning forward slightly and whipping his eyes. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to act all upset, but Clark apologized as he shook his head and wiped his eyes with his hands. It's just we all know, my pa would have hated this. Everyone looking sad, glum, and crying for him. No, if Jonathan Kent was here, we all know what he would say. What's all this blubbering about? Can't you let a man rest in peace without making a fuss about it? My God, it's enough to wake the dead. And why am I in an oak casket? Waste of good oak and money. I'm going to be worm food, by Christ. Should have just chucked me in. Clark's rendition of his father's supposed dislike of his own funeral earned him a wave of chuckles and smiles as the gathered mourners agreed. Not one of them could deny that the plain-spoken, salt-of-the-earth Jonathan Kent would have hated the fuss the town had gone to for him. Oh no, he would have preferred everyone take about 10 minutes to go see him be stuck in a hole and then go on with their lives. My father was many things to many people, most of them good. And I think it says a lot that everyone came here without needing to be invited. I think that's the only thing my father would have liked about this whole damn expensive affair. Clark continued a grin appearing on his face as his eye twinkled with unspent tears as memories and happiness kept him at bay. He lived for this town, for this community, and never in all the years that I knew him, I never saw him put himself first. My father, my pa, lived for others. Clark fell silent for a moment as he swallowed a lump in his throat as the tears that he had been keeping at bay started to break through. The pain that had been a dull distance ache that he had kept at bay with work and nonstop motion now pierced his heart as reality finally crashed on top of him. I could spend 1,000 years talking about my pa and what he did for me and not even reach a fraction of the truth. Clark paused again, his eyes connecting with Lois and then with his mother's eyes, both of whom smiled at him. So let me just say this. My father didn't tell me how to live. He lived and let me have the privilege of watching him do it. And I'll miss him every day for as long as I live. As Clark finished, he gave a nod to the priest that had kindly stepped aside for him and then moved back over to his mother, who embraced him and whispered into his ear how proud she was. Then both turned to watch as the priest gave another short blessing and prayer before signaling for the grave to start being filled in. Kent Family Farm, Jonathan Kent's wake. Although Huey thought it impossible, more people seemed to have shown up at the wake than at the funeral. The massive Kent farm, it seemed at times straight out of a Mark Twain novel, was heaving. Groups of people were dotted everywhere, and everyone was swapping stories about the man who had owned the place. As he moved through the crowd, trying to get back to Annie with the beers he had picked, he now thought that all the cooking Martha had done may not have been merely grief, but preparation for the horde of mourners. He also started to spot people he knew or more precisely recognized. Lana Lang, the current Miss Universe, was talking with Pete Ross, who'd just been elected the youngest senator in Kansas history. There was a woman with red hair who looked very similar to Annie Sis, stood with a group of 7 that Huey suspected was her team in civilian clothing, and off to one side stood Clark's Aunt Mary. The woman was dressed in black, and Huey had spotted her next to her sister several times during the day, but she was now off to one side with a phone plastered to her ear. He saw several of the groups near her look over to the woman in disgust, and more than a few unpleasant words were being said. Huey decided a detour was in order. Although he might not be as tough as Lois or Butcher, he was done with taking shit and letting people be disrespectful to others. However, as he broke free from the group and started to get near Mary, whose back was turned from him, he found himself stopping as he heard what she was actually saying. Yes, is this Frank Newgate at VNN? Well, this is Mary Clark. I'm calling about the news crew you sent to Smallville to cover Superman's father's funeral. Mary's voice was cold, and although her tone was friendly for the moment, it held a hint of danger that was peeking through. Yes, that's the one. I just wanted to say, you are fucking fired. Your little crew too, it's been sent packing. When I say a private event, I mean a private event. I left clear messages with every news outlet and media mogul on the planet, including my own, and it was a funeral, you little gutter snipe. In your next job, try and grow a fucking conscience. Mary ended her tirade against the overeager producer by slamming her finger on the call end button before letting out a series of deep hot breaths, trying to get calm again. She then suddenly threw the phone away into the pasture beyond the fence, with such force and ferocity that must have shattered when it landed. The woman then let out a contented sigh before turning around and meeting a wide-eyed Huey, who suddenly didn't feel confident at all. What? If you knew my brother-in-law, he would have said far worse. Believe me. Mary smirked as she moved past Huey, taking one of the beers from his hand as she walked away looking for her sister. Huey just stood there blankly for a few moments before he nodded his head a few times in approval. He smirked and then turned back to look at the very large and loud crowd that was occupying the Kent farm, his eyes scanning for Annie. However, he suddenly found himself frozen as his eyes connected with A-Train, who was leaving the large barn he was next to. He saw the man only for a second before he disappeared. Huey's mind went on autopilot as he raced towards the open barn door, panicking and going to Annie, fearing that A-Train had shown up to do something horrible. As he reached the barn, he almost collided with Lois, who was rushing as well, who had evidently seen A-Train as well and wanted to know what he had been up to. The two quickly moved into the barn, and instead of being greeted by some kind of grisly message, Clark was standing over a workbench, still in his morning clothes, minus the jacket on the table next to him. "Clark, is everything all right?" Lois asked, her eyes glancing around the room, looking for some signs of why A-Train had been there. Clark didn't respond. He merely stayed where he was, his face hidden as he glared downward. His stone-like features caused both Huey and Lois to pause as they both looked at each other in concern. Lois was the braver of the two, but as she reached a point from which she could see the workbench's surface, she froze. The action caused Huey to move forward as well, and panic spiked in him as he dreaded what could give such a fearless woman pause. It was a spread-out stack of files. A pile of paper? That's what spooked her. It took a moment for Huey to determine why. Then, as he stared at them, he felt his own blood go cold as he saw the photos. One was him, another was Lois, and the third he could see was Butcher, with the rest no doubt being the remaining members of the boys. The two of them looked at each other and then back to Clark, feeling that someone needed to break the silence. However, as Lois made to speak, Clark turned around, his eyes passing from Lois to Huey, his face impossibly stoic as it stared blankly at the smaller man. Clark suddenly strode forward, without saying a word or batting an eye. His right hand swiftly shot up and grabbed Huey by the throat. Clark didn't stop moving until he slammed the boy into the far wall by the open barn door, which he carefully closed with his free hand, sealing the three of them in. "Huey, I swear to Rao, if you have used Annie, if your whole relationship with her has been for vengeance, I will neuter you." Clark's voice was scarily calm, and even as he looked at the man in his hand with still impassive eyes. "Tell me the truth, or I will do it right here." "Clark, please. Huey's your friend." Lois quickly moved over to her boyfriend, placing her hands on the arm that was pinning Huey to the wall. "Please put him down." Clark's blank stare at her caused the intrepid reporter to step back from him. The sheer calmness and control radiating off him were somehow more off-putting than if he had been screaming. With Lois momentarily silenced, he turned his attention back to Huey, who was starting to gasp from the pressure around his neck, his eyes pleading for release. Clark's own eyes narrowed slightly before he suddenly let go, causing Huey to collapse onto the floor into a heap, with Lois rushing over to the wheezing young man. "I want to know the truth, and I want it now." Clark released a deep sigh as he shook his head and turned his back on Huey, walking back over to the workbench. "As currently, I'm the only thing standing between you and the Seven. The Seven know about us." "How?" Lois asked, stepping away from Huey, who had managed to get back to his feet, panic and fear in her voice. "Patterns, connections, anomalies. I wrote an algorithm. They already had the Frenchman, Serge. From there, it was simply tracking where he had been, where they knew disturbances had been, and connecting dots with anything and everything else they had." Clark responded, his voice still level and unemotional, as returned to the bench and started looking over the files, lifting each on in turn when speaking about them. It took a couple of days, but eventually one particular pattern emerged. Said pattern took the form of 7 individuals. One retired colonel with links to the CIA, for individuals with extensive and hidden black spots in their records, one reported terrorist, and one former employee at Bryman Audiovisual, all of whom have only one thing in common: Vought. The barn fell silent as Clark finished his explanation. The only sound was the paper files hitting the workbench. Each one felt and sounded to Huey like a nail in a coffin. Clark then turned back around to them, his eyes first lingering on Lois and then switching to Huey. "I was going to get the results before Vought, but I have been distracted the last few days, so I have the facts. I want the story now." Clark crossed his arms over his chest as he stared at the two people in front of him. "And remember, I can tell if you lie or are trying to deceive me. So, I want the whole truth right now." Huey looked from Clark then to Lois, butterflies dancing in his stomach as his mind first raced, trying to think out of the nightmare he was in. However, instead of coming up with a story or an explanation, Lois just gave a humorless chuckle, shaking her head. The woman then turned to Clark fully, causing a slight frown to appear on his face. He had been expecting deception, but all of her vitals screamed honesty. "You want a story, Clark? A story to explain the fact that your best friend's boyfriend and her girlfriend are part of a vigilante ex-CIA hit squad. To explain that Huey and I have each killed a Supe, that we've threatened, lied, and manipulated people. Lois shook her head at each of the words, her honesty forming a red-hot core in her chest as she pushed on, determined to tell the truth even if it damned her. I can tell it, all of it. Huey stood frozen as he listened to Lois recount her tale, from her college days to the disaster with her friends, to being recruited by the CIA, to the formation of the boys, and how it had all gone wrong. His mouth gaped as he caught snippets into the past he had not known about, the stories of depravity and the horror the original team had tried and failed to tackle. All of it, including how they had pushed a member of the Seven too far, and how children had died for it. Lois even admitted to killing Mesmer, a fact that Huey thought had just doomed them as Clark just stared at them, unmoving. However, that's not the story, Clark. No, the story that explains all of this is a simple one. The world is a shitty place, and the little people are fucked. It's a world in which no one cares, no one acts. It's all window dressing and pats on the head, followed by nothing. All the voices telling you to just ignore the disaster, join the ignorant masses, and don't think for yourself. Because a fucking monster in a colorful costume and a great smile wants to sell you a goddamn hamburger. That Clark is the story. And you think justifies murders, extortion, breaking the law? Clark asked. His face remained impassive as he looked at the woman before him, who just gave him a wry smile in response. Honestly, Clark, no. Not even the slightest. In an ideal world. Lois responded with a small shrug as she sighed, knowing that Clark just couldn't understand. But we don't live in that world. I've tried everything else. Everything. It didn't even make a dent. Nothing worked. So, judge me if you want. Judge Butcher, Huey, all of us. But just know one thing, we all started out as ordinary people with ordinary lives, and we all turned into this by just trying to do the right thing. And trying to do the right thing led you here. To this. Clark asked his eyes, leaving Lois as she stared down at the files he had. The files his algorithm created detailing truly horrible acts. I can't explain it to you any better than I have, Clark. Lois sighed, knowing that they were reaching the end, and that this was going to end with Clark arresting them. You're a Supe, compound V in your veins, and immune to the real world. God help me, I do love you, but I can't explain this to someone who is invulnerable. How can I explain feeling like an ant to well a god? What can I say for you to get it? That complete and utter loss with no hope of reprieve. Clark opened his mouth to respond, but then to Lois and Huey's surprise, he closed it again. Evidently whatever he was going to say stilled on his tongue. Instead, he released a sigh and his sight turned to them to a jacket that was hung on the wall. It was on a brown fleece jacket that had seen better days. He looked down at the floor. Lois, my father was everything to me. He taught me all that I know. He was my hero every day of my life, and I'm still barely able to imagine a world without him. All this power, all this invulnerability, and I couldn't save him. Clark's eyes closed, and for a moment, it was as if his father was standing before him more real than Huey or Lois. Before suddenly, like smoke, the phantom figure disappeared, leaving Clark alone with the living again. I don't even want to look at the home where I grew up, because with him gone, it means admitting I failed. My super eyes and super ears couldn't see or hear it coming. He spat the word like it was a curse, as he tasted the still cold air that mocked him as it was warmer than what was in his chest. I spent the last 3 days saving everyone I could, stopping every disaster I could, not because I was strong, but because I couldn't bear the weight of my failure. Even now, after everything I've done, all the injustice and cruelty of the whole planet is pressing down on me. He opened his eyes and looked at Lois. You said the world is a shitty place. I hear how shitty it is every day. I hear all of it. And on the other side is a tiny voice inside me saying that it's not enough, that maybe if I had made it so the world didn't need me, I could have been there to... He paused. Now someone I loved got taken away, and that voice gets louder. Clark then looked over to Huey, whose breath had quickened at what he had said. Huey, you've been awful quiet. What would you do if you were me? How would you feel? Left unspoken was just how closely their lives mirrored each other. Upset, angry. Huey spoke up, moving forward before his mind caught up to what his heart was telling his mouth and body to do. You can still do something. You do have the power. Clark responded, giving a smirk and shaking his head as he moved to lean against the workbench behind him, folding his arms over his chest. I should listen to the voice that says I haven't done enough then? Yes. Huey all but screamed at the man moving forward, ignorant of the fact that Lois' face had fallen as she had finally realized why Clark was acting the way he was. So much so that I go out and kill someone, tear the roof off a few corporate offices, maybe do the same to the White House. Clark's response caused Huey to freeze as if he had struck the man in the face. Use all my powers just to swoop down, rip the evildoers in half, and make the rest fall in line. Huey stood there. Part of him was screaming at him to say yes. The dark, dirty part of him that had enjoyed pulling the trigger on Translucent and came to him at night whispering in his ear when Annie wasn't near him. However, There was another part of him, one that sounded like Annie, and although it spoke softly, was louder than the dark screams. It was that voice that caused him to freeze, as two near equal parts of him pulled at him to choose a side. When I was a boy, about 7, my parents got me a cat, called it Goldie. It was in part to teach me responsibility, but mostly it was to help deal with the rats in the barn. Clark started his tale, and the glint in his eye told Huey that for him Clark could actually see what was happening. One day, Goldie got taken by a hawk. I tried to stop it. I was so angry and so mad at that bird for attacking my friend, hurting Goldie, that it caused my heat vision to come on for the first, killed both of them. It also set half of the fields on fire, destroyed Old Man Johnson's barn, and almost started an uncontrollable blaze. Clark's eyes connected with Huey as the man suddenly felt less confident in his arguing for Clark to feel rage, and that darker side of him seemed to silence itself. Huey suddenly realized that although, yes, he wanted Clark to put Homelander in his place and clear out the filth like A-Train in the deep, he was no longer certain he wanted to push the matter. What would happen if Clark let go of his moral virtues? If he just decided to put an end to Homelander and Vought? Would Clark still be Superman, or would he be shifting to something else? Both of you are mistaking control for apathy. I understand you, Huey. I really do. I get being angry and wanting to tear the world apart. However, I'm not allowed to be like you, Lois. The group you're with, I understand it. And if I was where you are, if it was like you, I might be doing the exact same thing. I'm not ignorant of the world, Huey, but I'm not allowed to be consumed by it. When you get angry, that's mostly it. You get angry, and if you act on it, the worst you can do is kill a handful of people. But that is preventable. Someone can stop you or punish you afterwards. In my grief, I decided to push back at the world just this once. But if I were to go beyond that, if I get angry or I kill someone, well, we're all familiar with what that looks like. The room fell silent as Clark trailed off, his eyes moving from Huey's then to Lois before finally moving to the old jacket hanging by the door. No one spoke for a few moments. The silence was deafening. Even the world outside of the barn couldn't creep in, with the sounds of drinking and story swapping being defeated by the sheer silence of that barn. So what now? Lois asked, swallowing, wanting to get this over with. However, instead of a swift arrest, Clark just released a heavy breath. You were just going to let Vought win? Homelander to get away with everything he does. Huey spoke up, taking another step towards Clark, which abruptly stopped as the man's eyes snapped to him. No, I can find a way to stop this, but if I fight Homelander now, with no support from the government, people, or the superhero community, while he is still believed in, all that will happen is people will die and nothing will change, Clark managed to say, as if the words tasting foul in his mouth. We can help with that. Lois stepped forward, now hoping to seize the opportunity she was seeing before her. We have evidence, contacts, we can get Supe dash. I don't want your help. I want you to leave my home. Clark cut her off as he turned away from them for a moment, as closed his eyes to push through the pain his words were causing him. Vought knows about you, so I think you should go warn your friends. A-Train came here to tell me I need to detain you too, but I'm not going to do that because if I do then Vought is going to kill you. So you're leaving now? What about Annie? Huey asked, looking from Clark to the barn door outside of which the wake could still be heard. Huey, Lois' voice and hand on his shoulder caused him to turn to face her. We need to go now. Huey looked at her and then to the barn door before nodding and releasing a deep sigh and headed to the barn door, not to rejoin the wake and find Annie but to start running for his life. As Huey moved off, Lois lingered for a moment with her eyes on Clark. Her head was telling her to get moving. She needed to survive, but her stupid heart was telling her to talk to him, even though it was pointless. Clark. Lois started but trailed off, her head crushing all the stupid, emotional words her heart was trying to pour out, leading her to just sigh. Just stay safe, and I am sorry I never used you. I know, Clark whispered back as he released a deep sigh. As Lois gave a sad grin before heading over to Huey, the two of them took one last look before disappearing outside. As Lois all but started to drag Huey toward her car and the contingency plan she had stashed in its trunk. Her mind was already racing with what to do next. The only thing that kept coming up was Butcher. He better have squared us with Rayner and the CIA, or we're going to be royally fucked. The 7 Tower, Floor 99 Meeting Room, September 25th, 2019. The few people in the corridors parted out of his way as Clark strode through the building, readorned in his blue and red uniform. His face was fixed in a grimace as he pushed his way to the conference room where Homelander had called a meeting, one that he had insisted everyone had to attend. He could see the shocked looks and quiet whispers people were giving him. Evidently, they were shocked to see him in the tower the day after his father was buried. Clark, so glad you came. Homelander's voice cut through Clark's inner thoughts, and for a moment the man of steel froze as his eyes searched Homelander's face for any sign of empathy. Everything all right? It was my father's funeral yesterday, Clark responded flatly, his eyes not moving. Ah, yes, so sorry to hear about that. Homelander managed to sound like he actually meant it for a whole 2 seconds. Anyhow, this can't wait. Come inside. Clark moved into the meeting room as Homelander followed closely behind him. As he entered, he saw that the rest of the 7 were there, and no one bar nor looked comfortable. Clark saw Annie, who was sitting next to A-Train and fidgeting in her seat, and she was clearly anxious to leave. He knew why Huey had disappeared from the wake yesterday. She must have been trying to call him nonstop. Looking at her, his heart sank slightly. He hadn't yet told her what he had learned about Huey, and in truth wasn't sure who he was going to. You're all probably wondering why I've called you here, Homelander spoke, moving past Clark to stand next to Noir, whilst Clark moved to the opposite side of the table to stand next to Annie. The truth is that we're overdue for a little heart-to-heart. Homelander's voice and smile sent a chill down everyone's spine as he grinned viciously before his face fell into the camera-ready smirk they had seen 100 times before. He started walking, moving almost like a shark as his eyes lingered on the Supes sitting around the table. The only 2 free from his gaze were Clark and Noir. Lately, some of you have been a little out of sorts. Erratic, unreliable, downright sloppy. Not you, Noir, or you Superman, both top-notch work. You've been great. But the rest of you? Homelander's smile somehow lost all warmth while still remaining fixed on his face. It is fair to say that I am disappointed. Gotta keep your eye on the ball, guys. The enemies are storming the gates. I mean, we're not even to 7 anymore. We were at 5, still down to 6. We're dropping like fucking flies, but at least now I know why. Homelander gestured to the screen behind him that suddenly showed a picture of Huey's face. The image caused a deep frown to form on Annie's face, whilst Clark released a bitter sigh. He moved away from Annie, trying to reach Homelander. John, we need to talk about this. Clark moved desperately over to Homelander, wanting to stop this before it started, but froze as Annie's voice sounded out. Why is this a joke? What's Huey doing up there? Annie's voice spoke up, causing Clark to close his eyes as he tried to think of a way to control what was happening. I don't understand. Who is this guy? Maeve asked, looking from the screen to Annie to Homelander, and then to Clark, her nerves increasing each time as she felt the tension in the air. This guy is Hugh Campbell. He and Starlight are going steady. Homelander announced happily as his eyes gleefully took in the shock and confusion on the faces in the room before shattering Annie. He's also one of the guys who killed Translucent. Wait, what? Annie's eyes went wide and looked from Homelander over to Clark. John, that's enough. Clark spoke up as he looked at Annie with regret before moving over to Homelander, who just glanced at him before continuing on, as well as blackmailing Mesmer, Ezekiel, Popclaw, and God knows who else. Homelander pressed on looking at Clark, giving a small shake of his head as he moved away from the younger hero. Popclaw, A-Train glared at Annie. He knew that the skinny guy he had seen had been involved, but that the new girl was involved was boiling his blood. No. You. That is insane. Annie stuttered out as she felt the world shift under her feet, and her mind raced as reality started crashing around her. Starlight, sticks and stones won't break my bones, but words. Homelander mocked, placing a hand on his chest as he moved towards the panicking heroine. No, sir. I'm sorry. I wasn't. It's just he's not. I mean, why would he do that? Annie asked, trying to re-inject logic and sense into the world, her eyes turning to her old friend for support. Ask Clark. Huey's just a sweet, ordinary guy. Actually, Superman is the one that uncovered all these little snakes in the grass. Excellent work, by the way, as always. Homelander replied, his smirk growing wider. Annie looked at Clark, who just grimaced and looked away from her, causing her world to break even more. However, to answer your very good question, A-Train, over to you. What? A-Train asked, confused. His only interaction with this Huey guy was outside of Popclaw's apartment. Oh boy, that little egg of yours is still scrambled. Homelander gestured back to the screen again, where the picture of Huey zoomed out, showing him shaking hands with A-Train at a contract signing. How about now? Oh, motherfucker. A-Train cursed as his mind recalled the bullshit meeting he had to attend after some accident. I know this guy. You did smash through his girlfriend, so I should hope so. Homelander replied flippantly, smirking at A-Train and tooting at the man. Robin S. something or other. You're fucking this guy. A-Train turned on Annie, looking ready to snap her neck, but stopped when he heard Clark's fist slamming the table from the other side of the room. Enough. Annie is not the one at fault here, and we need to slow down. Clark glared at the speedster, forcing the second fastest man alive to sit down. Okay, thank you. Annie managed to breathe out as her chest rose and fell at an alarming rate as she felt her fists tighten. I don't know what's going on, but Huey is not capable of anything close to this. Well, that is true. Actually, that's very true. Homelander's voice had lost none of its gleeful edge as he smirked at Clark, liking that the boy was standing up for his fellow Supe, even if she was an idiot. He's just a man, and by the looks of it, not much of one. But hear me out. What if he was helped? Say someone, I don't know, got him in to see Ezekiel and got rid of the deep. Whoa. Hold on. Annie forced herself to her feet, raising her hands to try and gesture for everyone to calm down, only to be greeted by glowing red eyes. "Keep those hands down by your sides, Missy. Sit down." Homelander's smirk was gone as he glared at the woman, who was either a fool or a traitor. "John!" Clark's voice shook the room, causing Annie to stumble back in her seat as Clark's own eyes glowed, causing the temperature of the room to become like an oven. "She didn't know, and you are not going to hurt my friend." The room fell silent as the world's two greatest heroes stared at each other, both of their eyes dark red pools promising destruction. Maeve felt her muscles tense and breath caught in her throat as she realized that this could be the moment that everyone that knew both men had feared. However, to her shock, Homelander just started to grin and his eyes stopped glowing, returning to the cold, icy blueness, with Clark's own warm blue eyes reappearing. "Of course not. It's not her fault when the mud people got up her little skirt and fried her tiny little brain. You should really teach her about standards." Homelander's sickening smirk returned as glanced at Annie up and down and raised his eyebrows. "Tell you what, Starlight, you must be something special in the sack for my boy here to overlook how little is between your ears." Annie felt her skin crawl and bile rise in her throat as Homelander chuckled at her expense. Clark took a deep breath, his knuckles going white as he tried to control his temper. He was starting to reach his limit, but needed to control his anger. If he was going to get through this, he needed to regain control. "You see, Huey is not the only one taking a swing at us." Homelander gestured to the screen again that showed the rest of the boys, including Lois, which caused Annie's eyes to go wide as she looked over Clark. "Thanks to Clark here, we now know who's been trying to screw with us. It's not an impressive bunch, I admit, but still they've proved quite resourceful." Noir suddenly tapped the table, causing everyone to look over to the clad, silent superhero, who opened up a notepad in front of him and started scribbling. He then held up a piece of paper with a messy, childlike scrawl that read, "What next? What's next, my old friend, is that we find these insects and crush them." Homelander grinned, moving over to Noir and patting his oldest friend's shoulder with a smile on his face as he turned back to the group. "We are going to show them and everyone else that we can do anything, and no one is going to stop us." The room fell silent for a moment at Homelander's declaration, his eyes raking over A-Train, Maeve and Starlight, the latter of whom had gone pale. Her mind was falling apart now, as she felt it near impossible to breathe as she sat with the greatest superheroes in the world and listened to Homelander declare he was going to go kill people. However, before her world truly collapsed, the room silence broke as Clark's voice sounded out. "We can't do that." Clark spoke up, moving around the table so that he stood opposite Homelander, squaring his shoulders as he looked at his childhood ideal. "Of course, we can," Homelander scoffed, shaking his head at Clark, who was obviously still trapped in the limited thinking his farmer father had shoved down his throat, something John knew he could cure. "That is why we can't do this," Clark declared, his voice firm and resolute, showing that he was serious and wasn't going to back down. Homelander just looked at Clark like he had three heads, forcing a frustrated and desperate sigh from his lips. Clark shook his head as he cast a glance around the quiet room before returning to look at John, taking a deep breath as he centered himself. "It's not about whether we can do something, but whether we should do it. Because there's nothing stopping anyone in this room, apart from that." A-Train could speed into the Pentagon and unleash World War III. Maeve could carve her way through an entire army. Noir could assassinate anyone on the planet he wants. Starlight could black out New York. You and I could fly to Washington and collapse the government. No one could stop us, and that's why we need to stop ourselves. They killed Translucent. They attacked us first. Homelander narrowed his eyes at Clark, his hands cracking as they clenched at his sides. "No, they didn't. All of this. Vought are the ones who created it. They packaged us, fed us lies, and sold us like products. They don't care about what gets left in the wake. They don't care about us." Clark was pleading now, taking deep breaths as he spoke, wrestling to control his fury, control which would all have been for nothing if it broke. "The things people in this building have done are what created this team we are facing. I am amazed there aren't 1,000 more like them out there. We need to deal with the cause first, not the symptom, otherwise this is never going to end." Homelander sighed. He was really getting tired of trying to explain how the world really worked to the naive young man in front of him. "Clark, son, you don't understand. I am not your son." Clark's voice finally exploded in fury, his fist slamming on the table next to him so hard it went through it. The room fell silent as he tried to regain his composure. "My father was Jonathan Kent, and in his name, I need you to listen to what I'm saying, not hear what you want. We must do better than this. We've got to show them a better way. John, I need you to show me you can be better than this. It's your one chance, otherwise." "Otherwise what?" The blonde asked, as if all the friendliness had disappeared from his voice as his mind finally understood in some small way Clark was giving him an ultimatum. "I'll stop you. I'll stop Vought," Clark stated back, squaring his shoulders and looking directly into Homelander's eyes, not trusting himself to say anything more. So this is it? You'll what? Start a war for them? Homelander scoffed, and a disgusted nod towards the screens showing Butcher and his team. You're going to fight against your own kind? Against me? Clark's steely gaze was all the response needed. Well, the older Supe thought, time for some tough love, and picked the perfect sore spot to hit. Come on then, what's stopping you, youngin? Pappy Johnny never taught you to throw a punch. Homelander laughed with a faux country twang in his voice. Clark's eyes lit up red, and everyone in the room, including Noir, leapt from their seats and away from the two powerhouses. Get his name out of your filthy mouth. Homelander's triumphant smile widened. There it is. Doesn't that feel better? Letting loose, taking all your problems, and just dash. No. Clark's whisper of refusal caused Homelander to freeze. What do you mean no? Homelander's eyes snapped to the other superhuman powerhouse, his face straining to keep its smile. No, not today. This won't help. Clark took a deep, shuddering breath before gesturing around the room. All of this is going to end sooner or later, and when that happens, you'll have nothing. His eyes went to Annie and gestured with her to follow, which she quickly did, joining him on the stairs. His eyes went to Maeve. She gave him a subtle nod and a knowing look. He looked back to Homelander, who was still baffled. I'll decide when we settle this, and when I do, fair warning, I'm going to beat you and tear this all down. Clark and Annie left the room, causing the already silent room to become as quiet as the grave, with the only thing breaking it was Homelander's heavy breathing. Suddenly, the man's expression did a complete turn. His hands went to his hips, and Vought's golden boy stood in front of them again. Gee whiz, these kids today, am I right? Okay then, team dismissed. There was silence. Meave and A-Train exchanged a not-so-subtle glance, and even Noir shifted slightly, speaking volumes for the silent man. Everyone out. Homelander leaned forward and screamed. However, everyone was still too scared to move and stayed where they were. A burst of heat vision streaked across the room and turned the seat where Annie had been sitting to ash. I set out. The supers in the room became a blur as everyone moved almost as quickly as A-Train, rushing to the door as Homelander marched towards the table in the middle of the room. His hands became iron-hard weapons as he looked at the table, the symbol of the family he was going to build, the family Clark had impudently spat on. He let out a roar as his arms slammed into the table, shattering it into rubble. Who the hell did that runt think he was? John moved around the wreckage, his breathing becoming heavier as he felt the indignation build inside of him. Who did any of them think they were? He was the Homelander, the greatest hero in the world. All of them lived in his shadow. They should be grateful to taste the same air as him. They'd all learn. He would teach them. And these mud people coming after him, well, he was going to stamp that out too, starting with that bearded, leather jacket wearing. Butcher. Homelander froze as he looked at the face on one of the screens. It was the one that Clark's algorithm had said was most likely the leader. However, what gave him pause was that he swore he knew the man. A vague memory popped into his head of a woman that caused a smile to appear on her face. Rachel? Rose? Ruby? No. Rebecca. That was it. She had worked with him, teased and flirted with him so subtly he almost didn't notice, and the pleasant memory of her playing hard to get in her office came into his head. Now that had been fun. His brain, however, failed to recall her after that. Usually, it took a few nights before the women got scared off by a jealous Stillwell, or he got bored. This woman, however, had just vanished one day, gone without so much as a goodbye party, like she had never been there. Normally, he wouldn't have cared, but now her husband was back, and with a vengeance. Why? He felt an itch in the back of his head. Something was fitting together, and he hated being kept in the dark, especially if it concerned him. 7 Tower. Main 7 private elevator. Same time. Clark and Annie were silent as the elevator slowly descended the tower. However, whilst Annie was ignorant of what Clark was thinking as he just glanced at her as she leaned with her back against the wall staring down at the floor, he could feel everything that was happening with her. Annie was trapped between disbelief, shock, and rage, the 3 emotions swirling around her head as each one of them tried to overpower the other. You knew. Annie's voice croaked out as she looked up at Clark, her eyes glaring at her as rage won out. You knew about Huey, didn't you? Annie, I only just found out. I was going to eat dash. Clark started to try to explain, to apologize that he hadn't been strong enough to tell her when Huey had run off. You let me think I was in love. Annie suddenly exploded at Clark, her eyes watering with tears as her chest started to tighten again, her anger causing the light above them to flicker. Anya, no, I would never. Clark turned to her, his voice desperate, as he saw rage and anger over Huey's betrayal flood her mind and overrun her brain. You let me go in there blind, to be humiliated. They think I'm a gullible airhead slut. Annie's rage was running away from her, and in truth, she wasn't even really aware of Clark being in front of her. She was just venting. Oh God, I'm such an idiot. Annie, you're not an idiot. Clark moved to place a hand on her shoulder, only to have it shrugged off as she glared at him. Don't. Just don't, Clark, not again. I bet you and your girlfriend have been laughing at me all this time. Annie spat back, causing Clark to freeze, not knowing what to say, as Annie became more vicious, as rage took full control of her. Oh, look at that idiot, Annie. Can't she see this is just a game? Well, I'm done. Done being lied to and used. You fought my mother. I am done. The lights above them cracked as Annie's fist slammed into the control panel as the elevator opened up on the ground floor. Before Clark could say anything else, his friend was already running to the door as the anger was replaced by a deep sadness that caused tears to break free. Clark stood where he was, his hand only moving when the broken elevator door tried to close. He just let out a deep sigh as he watched Annie run away. He didn't blame her for what she had said, and in truth, he had expected her either to vent as she had just done and go off to cool down from the shock, or else to break down in a pile of tears as her heart shattered. He knew she needed to be alone and that she would come back when she had worked through what she needed to. He, however, couldn't focus solely on Annie, however much he wished to, as his mind was racing with what he needed to do next, now that he had taken a stand, placing him in between Homelander and the world. His mind immediately went to one place only, the place that held the most important thing he had left in the world, the farm and his mother. Although it pained him to do it, he was going either to move her somewhere safer, like his house in LA, or else he was going to need to subtly turn the farm into a fortress. He released a deep sigh as he moved through the lobby, ignoring the stares and whispers of the VOD employees who had just watched Starlight run out of the building with tears in her eyes. He ignored them, however, as his mind also went to the other occupant on his mind. Lois, his head and his heart were both fighting each other and themselves over her, and at the moment he had no idea what he felt. However, one thing was growing clear as he walked outside and took to the skies. He needed to find them first, before Vought and Homelander did. Author's notes. Hi. So this is the newly re-edited chapter. After discussing it with my great and creative writing partner Dracomancer1, we decided to hold off on Clark knowing about his father's death for the moment, as we both agreed it deserves more focus than a simple reveal in the middle of a chapter. Also, it allows greater focus on the building tensions within the Seven, the boys, and Clark himself, along the tension between all three parties. Now, we know that this will not be popular with everyone, and that is okay. Part of what I love about this story is actually seeing the debate people have over the very nature of Superman, and by extension justice itself. So I welcome all opinions and points, so long as they are delivered in a fairly respectful manner. Anyway, I hope everyone likes this chapter. As always, please review, follow, and favorite as you desire. Chapter 13, A New World. Former CIA Safe House, downtown, New York, September 26, 2022. The room was quiet as everyone sat around staring at each other. Huey looked around and saw uncertainty, anxiety, fear, and even defeat. Shockingly, Lois and Butcher, two of the most difficult people in the world to read, had resigned looks on their faces. Huey and Lois had driven all through the night to get from rural Kansas to the sprawling metropolis of New York, during which he had received a crash course in counter-surveillance techniques. Lois had exchanged over a dozen vehicles while displaying impressive skills in hot wiring, produced and then expertly assumed twice as many identities, and done it all while avoiding major roads and points of convergence. However, upon arriving to announce their side of shit news, which amounted to their veil of secrecy having been blown to hell and the Seven openly gunning for them, they were met by worse news. Instead of being greeted by a blank check, guaranteed protection, and legitimacy from the CIA, they had been greeted by Butcher's declaration that Rayner had again refused to assist them, even with hard proof. That left everyone in the room adrift and aimless, trying to figure out what to do next. We need to stop this. Huey suddenly found himself speaking, surprising himself as much as everyone else who turned to him. You what? Butcher glanced at Huey like he had just sprouted another head. We need to stop this. I mean, the Seven know about us, the CIA doesn't care, and we're only alive now because Clark and Annie have Dash. Huey stood up, moving forward to the center of the group, only to be cut off by Butcher. You want to fucking quit now? Right when we have the cunts on the ropes. Butcher scoffed, shaking his head and standing up to stare down at the smaller man. Fuck those pricks in suits, and fuck the idiots in spandex. We here are all we need to stop Vought. Butcher, it's not just that, it's all gone wrong, the blood, the bodies, the lies. I don't think we are actually helped Dash. Huey's voice sounded a lot less confident than he wanted to, and he winced when the other man walked towards him. However, it was not Butcher that cut him off this time. But we don't have anyone on the ropes, do we? Came Lois' sarcastic monotone, causing Huey to quickly move out of the way as she looked up and scoffed at Butcher. We don't have anything, and we don't have what we need to stop Vought because of you. The room fell silent. The tension between Lois and Butcher grew stronger. Her fury was cold and meticulous, and she aimed it all at their self-appointed leader. He took a steadying breath to reel in his white-hot rage as his hands formed fists by his side. "You got something to say, yeah? Mind spitting it out?" Butcher returned Lois' narrowed gaze with a glare as he moved forward, closing the space between them. "You fucking child, it's the same shit as last time. You went to Raynor prize in hand, and because your head is so far up your own ass, you demanded Homelander." Lois scoffed, pushing off from her seat to invade his space in return. "You're so focused on Homelander that you'll let the rest of us burn, just like Mallory's grandkids." Huey recoiled as Butcher lunged forward with murder in his eyes, hands reaching for Lois' throat. However, he never reached her as several things occurred at once, preventing things from devolving into a scene from Hitchcock film. The first was Huey's reaction had caused him to stumble into a table, which promptly flipped over, causing a loud bang that distracted Butcher just enough to slow down his near-inhuman reflexes. The second was had shot into action and wrapped his powerful arms around Butcher's torso, halting the man before he could barrel in a Lois' smaller frame. The third was the one that stopped everyone in place. Butcher froze as he heard an audible click and the cold, familiar presence of high-strength, nylon-based polymer. Frenchie swore at the sight of the handgun pressed against Butcher's forehead, held in Lois' steady hand. If it had been any other situation, he would have praised the expert quick draw of his femme fatale companion. The situation, however, most definitely did not call for him to encourage anyone to do anything but stay still. But Serge could read Lois better than anyone and knew that beneath her stern features, she was panicking. The woman had reacted only on instinct and was herself trying to de-escalate the situation, all without letting Butcher see her fold. Came to the rescue as he slowly released Butcher and turned to face Lois, gently placing his hand on the gun still pressed to Butcher's forehead and pushing it down. "Now, LL, let's not go making a mess," he spoke softly. Each of his words was accompanied by her handgun lowering a bit each time until it was by her side. "There we go. Now, like it or not, you two are stuck with each other and everyone has a part to play. We cool?" "Yeah, I'm good," Lois replied, uncocking her gun and placing it on the nearby table. "Butcher?" asked, looking pointedly at the man who was taking increasingly steadier breaths. "Yeah, we're good," Butcher agreed. He took a few steps back from Lois, glancing from her to Huey. No one moved or was seemingly willing to speak in the aftermath of the brief standoff. Even Frenchie, who was normally the most jovial of the group, was shifting uncomfortably. Was standing between them, with a grimace on his face as his mind was clearly working to figure out what to say without sparking anything back up. "Like I was saying, maybe we need to take a step back." Huey took a deep breath and moved forward, seizing the silence as his chance to present his argument. "We can't, Huey." Get. She knew he wanted desperately to try to reclaim some semblance of a normal life. "The Seven know about us. Vought isn't going to let us go with everything we know. We need protection for our families and us." But Clark and Annie, they see a dash. Huey started moving only to stop in his tracks when Butcher's fist slammed into the table he had retreated back to. "There's Supes." Butcher's anger was palpable as he turned on Huey, his blow denting the table. "And they've been fucking playing both of you. That cunt Annie's probably been stringing you along for a laugh whilst jerking off A-Train. Jesus, botcha. Have some decency." Lois shook her head, remembering very clearly one of the most difficult parts of working with the boys last time was how cruel he could get. "Decency?" Butcher scoffed as it was his turn to shake his head, looking at Lois with condescending pity. "Like that muscle head in a cape that was bonking you. Ah yeah, he turned out to be the honorable sort, tracking us down, telling a bunch of homicidal maniacs who we are, and then kicking your arses to the curb. Very decent. Hey, that's enough from all of you." Stepped back and sighing as he glared around, for a moment seeming to Huey like a schoolteacher trying to break up a playground fight. "We need to get our shit together. Now, my family's on the move, but whatever deal your boyfriend cooked up with his Supe pals isn't going to last long. They are coming. So, I would really like a motherfucking plan for how to keep my family safe before they get here, and everything goes to shit. We could call CL Dash." Huey opened his mouth to pitch his idea of trying to work with Clark again, only for the loud ringing of his phone to cut him off. He scrambled to take it out of his pocket, ignoring the looks he got from everyone, and his heart surged, wishing it was Annie returning one of the dozen messages he had left. His hopes were dashed, however, when he saw it was his dad calling. Huey had to strong-arm him into packing and get ready for Lois contact to pick him up after they retrieved MM's family. So he was likely calling to try and talk to him again and try to figure out why his son suddenly wanted him bundling up his stuff and get picked up by a complete stranger. "Dad, this isn't a great time. I know you don't want to, but please, you need to be ready to go. I will explain everything once Dash." "Hey, Huey. Long time no talk, my man." The upbeat, jovial, very much not his father's voice cut him off, causing Huey's blood to go cold. "You know, I've been thinking about you a lot lately." "Who is this?" he asked, even though he already had recognized exactly who it was and was praying with every fiber of his being that he was wrong. Oh, Huey, I'm insulted. I thought you'd remember. You spent so much time obsessing over me, right? A-Train's voice seemed oddly upbeat and off-tempo. Huey swore he could even hear the Supe's irregular heartbeat as well through the phone. Shit, sorry, where are my manners? Your dad wants to say hi. Oh, hey, Huey. Are you okay? Why is he here? He says you're in some kind of trouble. Campbell Sr.'s voice was strained, and Huey could tell his father was trying to be brave for his son as his voice threatened to shake. He's also acting very straw-dash. Okay, enough of that. A-Train's voice returned to the phone as the phone was snatched from the elder Campbell's hand. Your old man is fine for the moment. If he stays at A-Train, listen to me. He's on Medicaid. He's harmless. He doesn't know anything. Huey's voice threatened to break as he watched the boys around him start scrambling with moving over to his laptop and Lois pulling out her phone to call her contact. Please don't do anything. Clark is sorting this out. I'm sure he'd tell that. The Boy Scout isn't fucking here. A-Train's explosion of anger was so loud that Huey winced and almost dropped the phone. It was also followed by silence and just heavy breathing. You're dealing with me, and I've been given the green light to fuck you like you've been fucking us. And besides, Clark is going to be a little too occupied to care about a piece of shit like you. A tapping drew Huey's eyes upwards and saw that Lois was scribbling on a pad that she turned around to face him. Instructions were written in large, clear block letters that he could see and for some reason helped calm his nerves. Dad equals hostage. Safe for now. Stay calm, take it slow. Ask what he wants. W, what do you want? Huey took a deep breath, controlling his nerves as he moved over to Lois. Get your ass over here in 20 minutes, or I'll burst him like a piñata. Just like your girlfriend. A-Train's voice slowed as he delivered the ultimatum. The jovial nature seemed subdued, and even Huey could tell A-Train was following orders. And Huey, come alone. I catch a whiff. A whiff of your fuck a little asshole friends I will. I got it. Huey cut off the speedster, his anger spiking as he gripped the phone so tight, almost shattered in his hand. Be quick. You don't want to miss Remington's steel. A-Train scoffed before abruptly hanging up the phone. Huey just let the phone drop from his hands and fall to the floor as he felt the blood rush from his face and gather into the pit of his stomach. He felt that the world was ending and turned to face the two people in the world that at the moment was his only hope. A-Train's going to kill my dad. Huey managed to eke out, trying to keep the swirling void that was in his stomach from bursting forth. Not if we have anything to say about it. Lois moved forward, placing her hands on Huey's shoulder, which steadied him enough to give her a nod. She then turned glancing at Butcher before addressing the room. Okay, and made me go meet Lucy en route. Get your family here and secure. Frenchie, go to the steel mill and get the stash. We're going to need it. What should I do? I need to get my dad. Huey asked, feeling his guts lurch upwards and lodge in his throat. Go get your dad. Take the female with you. Butcher spoke up. Despite the situation, the man seemed oddly calm and eerily focused, as if the crisis for him was nothing more inconvenient than bad weather. A-Train said he would kill my dad if I showed up with any dash. Huey's panic spiked as he turned to Butcher, who just raised a hand, cutting off the younger man. A-Train's mind is fucking scrambled eggs at the moment, Huey, and even when it ain't, he's about as perceptive as an armless blind man. Butcher scoffed, recalling the old times when the boys had literally sat next to the speedster and never been noticed. Besides, I'm guessing a former opium smuggling, child napping member of the Shining Light Liberation Army can go unnoticed by Smackhead? Kimiko stoically raised her middle finger towards the other man before being nudged gently by Frenchie, causing her to roll her eyes, nod at Butcher, and then give Huey a small smile. Good, now you two best get going. A-Train may be a junkie idiot, but in my experience, junkies tend to get twitchy fast and then do something stupid. Butcher didn't have to wait for his order to be followed, as Huey quickly scooped up his phone from the floor and made for the door, only to be stopped by a raised arm. Oh, and take that extra vial of V-shit we've got. The great thing about dope fiends is that they'll fuck over their best friend and themselves for a hit. Make for great leverage. Huey's eyes widened slightly before he nodded in understanding and made sure to grab the insurance policy as he and Kikmo left. And Mem was soon after them. He opened his mouth to speak to Butcher, but held his tongue, instead glancing at Lois and giving her a look before he moved out with Frenchie, also glancing in her direction before leaving. What are you going to do? Butcher turned, the two of them alone apart from the sidearm that still sat on the table next to her. What I always do, snoop around and stick my nose in other people's business. Find out what A-Train means by Clark being too occupied to care. Lois' mind started raking over everything she knew, and A-Train's sudden aggression just didn't add up. They were missing something. Speed freak, maybe an idiot, but this is a serious move to make, especially with Clark still on the board. Unless your boyfriend finally decided to give up the act and show the monster underneath. Butcher shot back, crossing his arms and frowning. Lois just rolled her eyes and sighed. Not engaging the taunt, she knew that Butcher didn't fully believe and only did to piss her off. She was silent for a few moments before she let out another deep sigh and then looked Butcher square in the eye. No bullshit now. You need to go back to Raynor and take the deal. Lois made sure not to back down an inch under his glare, one of the few people in the world able to do so. We are well and truly neck deep in it now. We need protection, otherwise we are fucked. I can't, Lois. I fucking can't. Butcher managed to spit out the words, breaking off from Lois's gaze and sighing. You know what that cunt took from me, what I've done to get this far. I can't. Butcher, if you don't. It won't be us. Her words caused him to look back up, his face falling as he knew where she was going with this. It will be Mallory's family all over again, but this time it'll be MM's wife and kid, Huey's dad, and likely my sis and dad. Not to mention whoever Frenchie still has out there. You need to do the right thing. And what if I still can't? Butcher finally asked with a deep sigh, looking away again, after a few moments of staring at Lois. Lois just looked at the man and instead of replying merely moved forward and placed a hand on his shoulder before turning and leaving. Butcher's head slowly rose and he watched Lois go. He felt a deep breath escape from his lips as his hand moved to his pocket and took out his phone. He stopped for a moment before making the leap and typing in Raynor's number, a feeling of bile on his tongue, hating that he now had to swallow crow. Lois' mind, however, was already far afield. Numbers, figures, and contacts ran through her head as she also pulled out her phone. What in the world could A-Train, Vought, or the Seven do to distract Superman? Campbell apartment. The Bronx, 5 minutes later. Huey was trying to steady his heart rate and get his lungs under control as his hand took the door handle to his childhood home in hand. He was also in that moment trying to recall everything he had learned about self-control, crisis management, and how to deal with the craziness that was his life now. However, the only two voices in his head at the moment were Lois and Butcher, and neither was giving any inspiring pieces of advice. Lois' voice merely stated, "Remember to exhale and focus," which wasn't helpful as they were the only two things he was doing. Butcher's voice, however, merely countered with, "Don't be a cunt." He really hated the guy's approach to motivating people. Huey somehow, however, managed to steady himself before pulling the door open and striding inside, resisting placing his hand in his pocket unless the action spooked the already jumpy super addict. As he moved forward, his mind was both relieved and spiked with panic as nothing seemed out of the ordinary and there were no signs of a struggle. His eyes immediately went to the sole man in the room, his dad, who was biting his nails and pacing slightly in the small space that was their living room. Huey, his dad's shoulders sagged with relief, and he smiled despite the situation. "Dad, you okay?" Huey asked, moving towards his dad, but stopped as he heard a noise from his room. "He's acting strange. Really jumpy and hyper," Campbell Sr. whispered frantically, nodding off to the side room before edging closer. "I don't think he's well. He's sweating buckets, keeps talking to himself, and keeps saying the name Charlotte. Hey, Chi, look who finally showed up. And look at what I got." A-Train suddenly appeared in the kitchen with an armful of merchandise that Huey recognized, including a mint in-box action figure of the superhero himself. Special 2016 Comic-Con edition? They only made a few hundred of these guys. You were a fan, and not like a dabbler, but you were like Superfan 99. "Excuse me, sir. What is this?" Campbell Sr. stepped forward as if trying to move between A-Train and his son, but not confident or sure enough yet to commit to the act. "Shut the fuck up." A-Train rounded on the elder man, his breathing becoming erratic as he gripped on the action figure, causing it to crumple into pieces. "Dad, it's going to be okay." Huey gave his dad a reassuring look before pausing and moving closer to the speedster, causing A-Train to redirect his focus onto Huey. "Hey, I came alone. You let him go." "Alone, huh?" A-Train eyed Huey before suddenly vanishing in a blur, only to pop right back behind Huey, causing him to jump. The moment of shock quickly ended for Huey, and he found himself surprisingly calm, chalking it up to all the near-death experiences he had had in the last few days alone. Who knew that constant sheer terror as a mode of existence had its benefits? However, Huey also found himself examining A-Train now that his mind was free of shock and terror, allowed him to see something his old self would have missed. A-Train was sweating. The speedster really didn't look well at all. With the shades off, the man's eyes were clearly bloodshot, his pulse was also visible on his neck through a set of bulging veins, and he was breathing heavily like he had just run a dozen marathons in a row. "Wow, you really did come here alone." A-Train managed to get out, trying to sound confident, but to Huey seemed so out of it he was certain that he probably hadn't actually checked, and likely hadn't been able to go out of the building, let alone check the block. "Next time." Well, there's not going to be a next time, but next time have at least a few cards up your sleeves. "Okay." Huey's sudden calm voice stopped the speedster dead in his tracks, as he casually took a case out from his pocket and withdrew a syringe filled with blue liquid from it. "You mean something like this?" A-Train's whole body went stiff as his eyes widened at seeing the syringe, His mouth suddenly went dry and was resisting the urge to shake with pleasure at the mere thought of the V in his veins. Jonesing for a little jet fuel? Huey asked, a smirk appearing on his face. Well, what is that? Campbell Sr. asked from his place in the living room. He nervously saw how close A-Train was to his son. I don't know what that shit is. A-Train sucked in a gasp of air and responded, rolling his neck as he tried to resist the itching, burning sensation in his head. Oh, you don't? Huey's smirk grew wider as he knew he had the soup, so decided to push his buttons by spilling some of the V at his feet. So you don't mind if I do this? No. Fuck. A-Train moved forward looking like he was ready to lick the V off the floor, but stopped himself as his whole body tensed. What the fuck is wrong with you? Do you know how good that shit is? I have a bigger dose. I have a real dose hidden somewhere outside. Huey raised his hand calmly, almost like a trainer to a dog, as he kept A-Train at bay with the drug as both treat and punishment. Let him go. I hand it over, and then you can do whatever you want with me. Now tell me what's better, the rush or knowing that, as long as you take it, you'll be the fastest? Well, almost the fastest. A-Train looked ready to rush Huey and obliterate the little man, but his brain and veins were begging him to do it, just for a taste. If you try anything, I can catch up to dear old daddy in a millisecond. Dad, time to go. Huey quickly ordered, not taking his eyes off his dad for a moment. Not without you. Campbell Sr. stated with such force and certainty that it caused Huey to look at his dad, never having heard his dad sound anything like that. I'll be right behind you. Huey gave his dad a smile and nod, trying to show it was all right. I am not leaving you with him. All right. The senior Campbell declared with such ferocity that A-Train actually took a step back from the anger of the ordinary guy behind him. You're just a kid. You're my kid. And I am not leaving. Dad. Huey's voice caused his dad to really look at him and see certainty and confidence in Huey that had never been there before. I'll be all right. I got this. Go. Campbell Sr. looked at Huey, then at A-Train. He trembled, fearful for his only son, before deciding to trust him. He moved to the door and paused just long enough to look back before leaving. Not confident he could go if he kept looking at his son. The moment the older man left, A-Train rounded back on Huey. His bloodshot eyes narrowed as he felt his chest about to explode in anticipation of the oncoming high. All right, where is it? A-Train asked. All his focus was on the kid in front of him. You know, this shit must be pretty good if it's worth running through a human being for. Huey stated with no small amount of disgust. Oh my god, man, that was an accident. A-Train groaned, dismissing Huey with a wave and a shake of his head. Where the fuck is the V? That accident had a name. Huey spat back, his voice oddly calm. He felt the anger and rage building in him. And what about Popclaw? She had a name, too. Charlotte. The only good thing in my life is gone now. A-Train's voice cracked as he fired back. He moved away from Huey, his heart beating 100 miles a second as his brain begged for a hit. What is this, man? I kill your girlfriend, and you kill mine. I didn't kill your girlfriend. Huey responded in genuine confusion, having no idea what A-Train was rambling about. You used her. You put her in danger, and then you threw her out like she was fucking garbage. A-Train yelled back as his mind started to flood with images of Charlotte sitting at that table with needles jacked into her arms. His eyes then glared and huffed, trying to push those images away as he focused on the sole person who caused his life to go to hell. How does this not all start with you, Huey? The only difference between you and me is that I made a mistake. The shit that you did was on purpose. So who's worse? His mind tried to blend his self-loathing with what he had done with the need for a fix he was feeling. Luckily for A-Train, both had an outlet in the form of the skinny, weak man that was standing in front of him. This punk was the one responsible for Charlotte's death, not him. He was the one that just couldn't stay in his lane and get over a fucking accident. However, as A-Train moved to strike, a blur lashed out from behind him. His world quickly turned to searing pain as his right leg splintered under a blow from Kimiko's crowbar. Arf, you bitch! A-Train cursed as he gripped his shattered leg, looking in horror at the bone protruding out of his thigh. I'll fucking kill you. You know you're right. Huey smirked, taking more satisfaction than he wanted to in A-Train's pain. However, his mind pushed that to one side as he looked down at the injured Supe. It would have been stupid to come alone. Former CIA safe house, downtown, New York, 1 hour later. Huey's hand was shaking as he splashed water on his face and gasped for air, trying to center himself after his encounter with A-Train. Everything had gone to plan. MM and his family had arrived safe. He and Kimco had got his dad away from A-Train, and Frenchie had picked up enough weapons that their hideout looked like an armory. Even Butcher had reappeared from wherever he had vanished off to whilst he was getting his dad. The only person missing was Lois. Huey's eyes went to the new occupant of the room, and the only one he had not met, Lucy Lane. When Lois had talked about and offhandedly mentioned her little sister, Huey had pictured some sort of mini version of Lois, not G.I. Jane who stood unmoving like a statue by the exit. Lucy Lane was undeniably Lois' sister. With the same facial features and brunette hair, they looked so similar that if Huey hadn't been told, he would have thought them twins. However, the two sisters were also vastly different. Huey knew Lois was athletic and stronger than she looked, but anyone looking at Lois saw a celebrity reporter, dressed in work suits or party dresses with a curvaceous figure, an image willingly played up at times. Lucy, however, was muscled, toned, and even in the suit she was wearing it was clear she was a woman of action. She still possessed a similar body type to Lois, but where her sister played up her curves, Lucy played on her stature. It was also the air around the two of them was different. Although Lois scared him sometimes, he did like her. She was friendly, smiled easily, and was someone who made you feel safe. Lucy was none of those things from what Huey could tell. The woman didn't smile. Her eyes searched the room constantly, and although he felt protected in her presence, there was no warmth or kindness in it. Huey's eyes moved away from Lucy and lingered on his phone next to him. He took a deep breath and picked it up. His head was spinning, although Lois and Butcher had both told him that they had burnt those bridges. His mind still went to Annie and Clark. He knew it was probably naive, but he knew what he felt about Annie, and he knew the type of person she was. If she knew the truth about everything, she would help. Clark, too. Although Huey's neck was still sore from where the Supe had grabbed him, he had never felt in danger with him, and the fact that he had let them go said everything he needed to know. His hand hovered over Annie's name in his speed dial list. He took a quick glance over at Butcher and saw the man was busy cleaning a rifle. With the coast clear, Huey took a deep breath and pressed her name before clutching the phone tight to his ear as he moved into a corner for privacy. As he did so, he was suddenly met by Kimiko's eyes, causing his blood to freeze and his heart to pause. Luckily, the female Supe just gave him a smile and moved towards Frenchie. You've reached Annie. I can't come to the phone right now, but please leave a message. Huey sighed as the automated message suddenly played even before the second dial tone rang out, causing him to hang up. He shouldn't have been surprised if Annie was still reeling from Clark telling her about him and the boys. It was going to take more than a day. Just as he was putting his phone back in his pocket, he saw everyone in the room apart from Butcher tense as the sound of a dozen speeding vehicles screeched to a halt outside. Murd! Frenchie cursed as he looked out of the window and saw a fleet of unmarked SUVs pulling up outside their hideout. We have company, MES Amy's. Frenchie rushed backwards, slamming open a crate that he had brought and taking out one of the largest assault rifles Huey had ever seen, which he promptly threw to him. Huey also found himself being armed as another large assault rifle flew toward him, which he caught awkwardly and found himself holding badly as he took up a position next to his dad by the sofa. Was quick to move into position right next to his own family and then drew a sidearm and offered it to Butcher. Butcher, here, take it. Glanced at his friend and then to the door where he was expecting any minute a stream of hostiles to come pouring through. However, as he looked back, he could see Butcher was sat relaxed and uncaring. Butcher, take the piece. Fucking hell, calm down. Butcher sighed, taking a sip of the tea he had next to his rifle before standing up and walking casually over to the door, which he opened and then exited through. What the fuck is he doing? Frenchie looked over to Mim, who just shrugged, equally confused, his grip slackening on his weapon. All right, easy lads. Easy. Butcher reappeared being trail for a squad of soldiers and a woman in a suit that Huey had never seen before. Butcher quickly gestured for the boys to lower their weapons, which they all quickly did. Huey breathed a sigh of relief as he carefully laid down the weapon that was giving him a hernia, just holding it. Butcher quickly moved back over to his table and kicked his chair out, retaking his seat and leaning back in it whilst taking up his cup of tea again. Good to see you again. Raynor moved forward, sharing a nod, then walked over to Lucy, who for the first time ever to Butcher's and MM's eyes shifted uncomfortably. Agent Lane, you're looking well for a woman apparently under the weather. Yes, ma'am. Must have been that 48-hour bug, ma'am. Lucy replied, straightening herself up and looking her boss right in the eye. Must be. Raynor looked at Lucy for a moment before refocusing her attention on Frenchie, and Huey. Your families are going to be okay. You have my word. Thank you. Gave Raynor a grateful nod as she moved off, gathering all of the boys' families. Watched her go and then moved over to Butcher, who sat sipping his tea. You actually called her? You are a human being after all. Well, let's not get carried away. Butcher smirked as he took another drink and looked up to before giving him a grateful nod of his head. Thanks, man. Placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Satisfied, he moved off to say goodbye to his family. Butcher watched the whirlwind of emotional goodbyes occurring around him. M's marriage was on the rocks, to put it mildly, and Huey's dad gave him a proud hug. Butcher's eyes lingered on and Monique for a moment. Their embrace caused his mind to flicker back to his Becca for a moment. Butcher, Raynor's voice caused him to break out of his musing as he turned to look at the woman who just had her hand outstretched. Butcher sighed. He felt a headache and a grimace coming on. No Homelander? Raynor stated firmly, shunting her hand forward so that Butcher couldn't ignore it. We had a deal. Apart from him and Superman, everyone else is fair game. Do you want this or not? Butcher took a deep breath and forced himself to stay silent, and instead just placed his hand into his pocket and removed the vial of V he had. He held it for a moment, looking at the blue liquid almost as if it was taunting him, and anger swelled in his heart. However, before that darker part of him could take control, he passed the vial to Raynor. He quickly glanced at her, their eyes connecting before Butcher broke it off. Raynor didn't say anything as she just looked at the vial and fought off the urge to smile at finally coming out on top. Instead, she merely gave Butcher a nod and moved off. Butcher watched her go, followed closely by Lois' sister who trailed Raynor like a lapdog. The thought caused Butcher to smirk. Despite everything between him and his teammate, when it came to the Lane sisters, Butcher much preferred Lois to Lucy. She was a pain in the ass, questioned him constantly, and the two had nearly killed each other more than once, but Lois was also reliable, steady under pressure, and thought for herself. Lucy was just a soldier, a very good one, Butcher would admit, but nothing more. He had met 1,000 Luces in his time, boys and girls who followed Daddy into the military as a family career and then signed up to be a birdwatcher with the likes of the CIA or MI6 just to keep Daddy happy. However, watching Lucy go did cause him to glance around the room. He had expected Lois to be back before him and was troubled that she wasn't. Where the hell was she? Several hours later, Butcher was watching Frenchie and MM loading up their weapons into their van for their move to their new CIA-provided safe house when he saw Lois arrive. She all but rammed her car into the sidewalk with such speed and urgency that the other two men almost had to leap out of her way. Butcher's eyes immediately started scanning the sky and the surrounding buildings, fearing that her clear urgency was a result of immediate danger. Has Raynor been here? Lois asked, clearly out of breath, as she tore herself from her car's seat and rushed over to the boys. You missed her. She came and went a few hours ago. Butcher responded with his eyes moving for the clear skyline and buildings to the woman in front of him. We were about to head to our new base. What? No. Lois' voice was almost hysterical as she practically gripped Butcher's shirt. We can't. We have to leave right now and go fucking dark. We are on our own. Vought fucked us. Lois, what the fuck happened? Where have you been? Emma moved over with Frenchie, the two having dropped the crate they were carrying, his eyes glancing between Lois and Butcher. Lois just stared at the man confused and then slowly looked to everyone else. You guys haven't seen the news yet, have you? No, we've been a little busy. Why, what's happened? Butcher's eyes narrowed as he felt a deep, sinking feeling enter the pit of his stomach, knowing that nothing good was coming. Vought just made themselves America's only hope and fucked the rest of us. Lois responded by pulling out her phone and opening the first news app she could, turning it to show the live report coming through. Supervillains attacking Los Angeles. Superman currently embattled. Kent Mansion, Los Angeles, California. Earlier in the day, Clark was standing on the balcony overlooking the quiet and peaceful city that, even given his extended absence, had remained the safest place in America. He breathed in the cool September air that seemed worlds away from the hot, polluted air of New York and the fresh, unmoving air of Kansas. Clark almost chuckled at the oddity, which was the fact that it was here, in a mansion he had never wanted, in a city he had no choice in choosing, that he would find his one refuge from the world. Kansas was causing his stomach to sink every time he thought of it. He had gone back to the Kent farm after his meeting with Homelander and the Seven, and his childhood home just wasn't as comforting as it used to be. He had also tried talking his mother into moving in with him. However, his ma had shot down that idea faster than he could fly, declaring that nothing could make her abandon her home. He had then raised the option of him moving back for a while, ostensibly to help run the farm, but in reality to look after her and keep her protected. However, his ma had reacted strangely to that suggestion. She had merely caressed his cheek and looked at him lovingly before telling him, "Oh, my sweet boy, you got too big for Smallville a long time ago." His mother had then said nothing more on the matter and merely listened to him when he talked about Lois, Huey, and everything that had gone on. His ma had again said little and merely made him a cup of coffee, letting him vent his frustrations at the world, which of course now caused his mind to turn to New York. New York, that city seemingly held nothing but headaches and problems for him. It seemed to have become a literal hellmouth, spitting forth endless problems and challenges, each one creating a dozen more when he tried to fix them. His mind, as it always did when thinking of New York, returned to Homelander, the world's greatest hero and greatest threat. He had tried keeping tabs on the blonde powerhouse since he had left New York, but discovered that John's movements were almost as erratic as his mind. He had crisscrossed all over New York and the eastern seaboard in a seemingly random pattern. The only two places that he had returned to had been the Seven Tower and a property in upstate New York belonging to Jonah Vogelbaum, Vought's former chief scientist. Master Kent, the sound of the house's AI, Keelix broke Clark from his musings and turned his focus back indoors. I'm sorry to disturb you, but you have a guest. She is currently in your kitchen and is asking to see you. Clark raised an eyebrow and then re-entered his home. The doorbell and intercom hadn't gone off. There were only 4 people who had unrestricted access to his home: Annie, his ma, Aunt Mary, and Lois. He felt his heart jump at her name, as images of wavy hair and smile appeared in his head that he quickly shoved to one side. Now was not the time to try and figure out the mess, which was his feelings towards her. Clark, there you are. I was starting to think I got the wrong house. Annie's slightly slurred voice sounded out as he entered his kitchen. The scene before him caused him to freeze. Annie was standing in her new version of her costume, sloppily pouring herself a flute of champagne from the already half-empty charity bottle that Clark had gotten from opening a children's hospital last year. As if her inebriated manner and racy costume wasn't bad enough, the front zipper of Annie's costume was only half done, creating a plunging V-neck down to her belly button. However, what caused him really to freeze was the teasing smile and lingering eyes she was giving him. "Annie, how did you get here?" Clark asked, moving into the kitchen quickly, pushing the mostly empty bottle of champagne out of reach, but wasn't able to stop her drinking the glass in her hands. "You gave me an ACCC code thingy when I was here last," Annie replied, stuttering her words as she downed the glass, and tried to reach for the bottle that Clark pushed away from her whilst giving her a questioning look. "Oh, you mean in LA? I used a private jet. Did you know that each member of the 7 has access to a private jet? I didn't. But man, are they well stocked." Annie giggled as she swayed on her seat, almost falling off only for Clark to catch her. "Okay, let's get you some coffee," Clark sighed as he tried to steady Annie on her seat, but found she clung to him, one hand grabbing his forearm and the other going to his chest. "Wow, you really are the man of steel," Annie teased, running her hand down his chest so she could feel under the shirt he was wearing. "I mean, I've seen it a little, but wow." Clark suddenly felt a chill go down his spine as Annie's hand started to approach his waist. Although he hated to admit it, a part of him found it pleasing. However, that part was very quickly and very definitively shot down by the rest of him. One look at Annie, and Clark could tell that she was in no way in control of her actions, not to mention she smelled like a liquor store. Annie had clearly decided to drown her sorrows regarding Huey and everything that was happening, and although he didn't like it, he couldn't blame her. Her drunk state and heightened emotional state also meant that her inhibitions were probably at an all-time low, and so was why she was choosing to make a pass at him. In truth, the only thing that had surprised him about the whole situation was that Annie had managed to cross the country in her current state. "Annie, come on. You really need some dash." Clark managed to get her to stand up, but cut himself off as he felt a wave of heat over his chest while the lights in the room flickered. As he looked down, he saw that Annie had indeed used her powers. She had unleashed a quick blast against his shirt, causing the front to be immediately disintegrated. Clark let out a sigh. For anyone else, the action would have blown a hole through them, but for Clark, it had merely left him bare-chested to the world. He had no time to react. However, as Annie suddenly shoved him backwards, the unexpected action caused him to collide with his fridge, which crumpled, which was then followed by Annie jumping him. Clark for a moment couldn't react as Annie straddled him, the shock causing his brain to simply stop. Her hand went to her top and started to completely unzip her costume. It was only when he felt her drunken lips trying to devour his face that sense returned to him. "Annie, enough." Clark grabbed her by her arms, and he forcefully yet carefully pushed Annie away from him, holding her away from him. "Please, you're Drew Dash. Come on, do it." Annie's sudden declaration caused Clark to freeze as he saw tears welling in her eyes. "Just do it. Everyone else has used me. Fuck with me. Why not you two? Why can't I get something I want for once?" "Oh God." Annie, Clark gently placed her on her feet again. He looked at her as she started to break down in tears of confusion. "Annie, listen to me. I am so sore, Dash." Clark was cut off for a third time, not by powers or words, but the fact she had vomited the alcoholic contents of her stomach onto his feet. The room was silent for a moment. Annie's eyes went wide as she looked up at Clark to speak, ready to apologize only to suddenly. "Glurg, play." He suppressed a chuckle as he moved over, deciding to hover slightly in order to avoid the large pool that was forming on the floor. He gently took Annie by the shoulders and maneuvered her first to the sink, and then when she was a bit more stable went to get a bucket so he could move her to the bathroom. Many hours later, Annie was groggy when she finally managed to open her eyes. It was the smell of sweetened French roast that finally roused her, a cup of which was the first thing she saw on the bedside table. She immediately regretted the action as she felt 100 tiny woodpeckers hammering at her brain in protest. They were somewhat pacified by the coffee that she downed once she managed to get her hands on it, and thanked God for the relief. Her relief was short-lived as she suddenly became aware of several factors. The first and most alarming was she was naked, costume strewn over a chair in the corner of the room, and spare clothing left for her at the foot of the bed. The second was that she wasn't in her own bed, and in fact knew whose room she was in. The final and most mortifying was the vague memory she had of kissing Clark whilst burning his shirt off, which sent ice shooting through her veins. Annie moved like lightning as she started to get dressed in the clothes that Clark had left for her and cursed herself for being an idiot. She had been majorly upset with Huey and had decided that ice cream wasn't going to cut it, so she had indulged in a little wine, which had turned into a lot of wine, and then somehow had spiraled from there. She also recalled wanting, or more accurately needing to apologize to Clark for blowing up at him. However, how she had gotten from that drunk thought in New York to being naked in his bed in LA alarmed her. She crept downstairs with her costume tucked under one arm as she debated whether she should just keep creeping and escape out the front door to leave whatever had happened here a mystery. Her eyes were even on the door and her feet started moving towards it when Clark's voice sounded out. "Breakfast is on the table." Annie winced and turned to see that Clark was sitting on his sofa with a full morning spread laid out before him, the delicious smell of food calling to her. Annie sighed and moved into the living room, her eyes going first to the food as her stomach grumbled, and then to Clark, who was sitting wearing a new shirt as he read a series of files. She grabbed a plateful, poured herself another cup of coffee, which she drank, then looked at Clark again, sitting on the same sofa as him, but making sure there was plenty of distance between the two of them. Clark, did we, Annie stumbled over her words as she awkwardly shifted. Clark gave her a small smile and closed the file he was reading, laying it on the table, allowing Annie to see it was on a person named Marvin T. Milk. "No, we didn't." Clark reassured her by moving forward to take the pot of coffee from the table and pour her another glass. "And before you asked, I didn't see anything. After he got your stomach settled, you, slammed the door on me, then stripped off your costume and proceeded to take over my bed." "Oh, good." Annie returned to smile, feeling both relieved and oddly a little disappointed as well, but was quick to cover that up. "Sorry about that. I guess I'm still working through some things." "No need to apologize." Clark just smiled at Annie and then moved to eat some of the food he had cooked to hopefully make her feel less awkward. "Although next time, if you could avoid burning any more of my favorite shirts, that would be great." "Oh God, please don't let there be a next time." Annie chuckled as she quickly drank more coffee, feeling a little less awkward that he was comfortable making jokes about her actions. The two sat in silence for a while, which was a blessing that helped Annie slowly start to get over her hangover. Clark, for his part, was reading over the files he had trying to figure out where Lois, Huey, and this team of theirs were likely hiding or would head next. Identifying them had been the easy part. Finding them was a different matter, especially a group comprised of such highly skilled individuals. "How are you doing?" Annie's sudden question caused Clark to pause and look at his friend. Annie was watching him with a slight reticence. I've been a shitty friend. I've unloaded all this stuff on you and ignored the fact that you're in the same boat. So how are you doing with Lois?" "With everything." Clark was quiet for a few moments as he looked away from Annie and for the first time in the last few days actually focused on the whirl of emotions clashing inside his head, until eventually he let out a sad chuckle. "You know what the saddest part of all of this is?" Clark asked, releasing a deep sigh as he turned back to look at Annie. "That you still want to be with them." Annie replied, knowing what Clark's issue was, as it was the same as hers. The fact that even after everything, she still wanted Huey. "Yeah," Clark whispered as he just turned away from Annie and stared off into the distance. "The worst thing is that I get her. I understand her. I don't agree with what she's done, but she's not completely wrong. If she walked in here right now, I don't know what I would do. I really don't." Annie watched Clark closely, and for the first time ever suddenly realized just how human her friend was. It was so easy to put him on a pedestal, to act like he was this heroic god who could do no wrong. She had done it. It's why she had exploded at him regarding Huey. How could Superman fail to tell her about her boyfriend's double life? How could the man of tomorrow not protect her from this dark world they found themselves in? However, the answer was obvious, because in truth Superman didn't exist. He wasn't real. He was this thing Clark had created to give people hope, a tool that her friend had made and the world had latched on so tight that they forgot that there was a man beneath the suit. Why hadn't Superman told her? Simple, because in her rage and anger she had forgotten that in the space of 24 hours Clark Kent had buried his father, dealt with the world wanting a piece of his grief for a news story, and then discovered his own girlfriend was part of a vigilante hit squad. In truth, she was amazed by the fact that he had managed to cope as well as he had, and hadn't exploded at someone or put his fist through a building. "Clark, I'm sorry. No, please, I need to say this. Clark, you've been the greatest friend I've ever had, and it's not fair that I unload on you all the time." Annie apologized, moving closer to her friend, who opened his mouth to refute her need to apologize, but she cut him off before he could do so. I sometimes forget how even with everything you do, you're still human, just like me. I know you don't believe in God, but I really do think you were chosen to have your powers, that you were born to change the world." Annie smiled at her friend, who looked at her with pensive eyes before suddenly frowning and then releasing a deep sigh. The action caught her off guard and made her worry if her mention of religion had spoiled the moment. Annie, I need to tell you something about your powers and about me. Clark took a deep breath, deciding that if he and Annie were going to do this, to work to change the world, then she needed to know everything. What is it? Annie twisted under Clark's wary gaze as he bit his lip. Clark, you can tell me anything. Annie, your powers come from a Drew dash. Clark couldn't finish his sentence before his head suddenly snapped to the window. He stood up as the entire house shook. Without a word, he bolted at super speed from the living room, smashing through his own wall to witness the disaster unfolding outside. Annie could only watch wide-eyed as in the distance an entire section of LA burst into flames and the ground started shaking again. She too wasted no time, and her costume was donned in a flash. She began praying that she could do something to help. Clark's world was a blur as he flew so fast that windows and the pavement beneath him cracked while his regular clothing shredded away, revealing his Superman suit. It didn't take him long to reach the location, the now-burning Glenarm power plant in Pasadena. He wasted no time in lowering himself in the air, his eyes scanning the building, trying to find the cause of the explosion, only to suddenly find himself knocked out of the sky. The beam was pure energy, and although it didn't hurt him, it had completely blindsided him, causing him to lose concentration and plummet to the ground. Clark shook his head as he raised himself from the small crater he was in. The sounds of sirens caused him to look up the street to see a fleet of fire trucks racing towards him. However, suddenly a torrent of fire appeared, causing them to explode into a fireball of devastation. No! Clark shouted. His eyes quickly snapped to the source of the fire, which caused him to pause. It was a Hispanic woman. However, he didn't let that stop him as he then shot forward towards her, only to be struck hard by something very toxic, very radioactive, and not entirely solid. He felt himself slam into a building, which collapsed to the street. His moment of reprieve ended when he felt the blast of pure energy striking him again. This time he managed to raise a hand to deflect the worst of it and was able to see his attacker, a towering, broad-shouldered man whose veins were glowing. But what drew Clark's eye was that his head was engulfed in sickly green light and looked so gaunt it appeared almost skull-like. You shall burn, Superman, like the rest of this polluted city, for I am Mother Earth's salvation. I am the refugee of your nuclear position, returned to destroy you. The figure cackled again as he let off another series of blasts, but his monologuing allowed Clark an opening. He pushed forward and slammed his fist into the man's sallow face, sending him backwards. However, to his shock, the man didn't go down. His opponent merely skidded while staying upright, and Clark cursed. That had been enough force to knock out a regular person, but evidently this superpowered individual was durable as well as radioactive. He wasn't able to focus on his mistake for long, as he suddenly found himself engulfed in a stream of flames from the young Hispanic woman who couldn't have been more than 22. Burn, you puta! She poured more fire as she advanced forward, seemingly relishing her power as the flames danced over her body, starting to burn her clothes off. This will teach you to mess with Los Diablos. Hey, watch it, you bastardo babosa. Clark suddenly felt the fire stop, but it was replaced by a different sensation of burning as a thick sludge-like liquid suddenly slammed into him, pinning him to the floor. Another being would have been blinded, but he was able to peer through the toxic goop and see his attacker. The one attacking him was a massive gelatinous humanoid, about 10 to 12 feet in height, and was comprised entirely of the thick radioactive sludge covering him. Clark pushed himself upwards and tore through the creature's hand so that he was again in the air and hovering above them. As he readied himself to dive back into the fight, one question sounded in his head. Where in the name of Rao had these people come from? Chapter 14, Dark Horizons. Los Angeles, California, Central Los Angeles, September 26, 2022. Annie hadn't always registered that Clark was at a whole other level than her. To her, he was that friend that everyone knew, the friend who was always just a little better, a little cooler than you. That friend that at times you secretly wished you could wave a magic wand and become. Since they were 9, she had watched and heard how Clark broke records and gained awards that had constantly moved him down the path of being the world's next greatest hero. Still, when you're a child, the concept of power and ability is a strange, nebulous one, never something real. So while she always knew Clark was better than her, there was room for the belief that all she needed to do was push a little harder and she'd be where he was. She was Starlight, a rising teen superstar in her own right, and while she couldn't lift a building or run at the speed of sound like Clark, she was no pushover. She had routinely placed in the top 10 of VOT's teen heroes and had always been the top heroine on those charts. Although she was never one to brag, Annie knew she was powerful and, like every Super Bowl teen at one point, had thought herself the greatest. She had been 15 when she had first truly understood not the gap, nor even the gorge between her and Clark, but the entire solar system that separated the two of them. It had been right after Vought had formed the Young Americans, a six-member super teen squad that her friend was poised to lead. Part of their formation had been a showcase of the new team at VaughtCon 2010, complete with a demonstration of their full powers. It had taken place in a sports stadium in Chicago, and she could remember almost freezing her butt off after some genius had decided to hold it in November. She could still vividly see her teammates trying to one-up each other. Dwight, or General Issue as he was known, had displayed his skills with firearms and his quick reflexes. The Standard, whose real name was Cameron, had wowed everyone with his aerial acrobatic skills and the speeds he could fly at. Her old boyfriend, Alex, had almost stolen the show with his sonic abilities and musical routine. Patricia Highsmith, known to the world as Holy Mary, had entranced all the men in one entire section of the stadium to stand and dance. Annie herself had come close to being the darling of the event when she had one-upped Alex with a routine that her mother had planned which had worked so well that the crowd had been on their feet cheering for more. Then, Clark blew them all away without even trying. It was the first time she had seen him not hold back, and the display of power had been something to behold. She had watched Clark crack diamonds in his hands, fly above the stadium with such speed that it had caused the local atmospheric pressure to shift so fast that it had changed the weather. It was the day she realized that no matter how hard she tried, she would never come close to her friend. It was also the first time ever she had been a little scared of Clark. It was the air itself that caused the memory to resurface as she ran at full steam down the street. The usually cool September air of the Pacific Coast was on fire as she ran down the cracked and charred street. Everywhere she looked, she saw the devastation. The whole central section of the city looked like a war zone as buildings collapsed. Ash fell on heaps of rubble, and anyone she saw was fleeing for their lives. "Ma'am," Annie turned and saw a police officer covered in dust running towards her and trying to grab her arm and pull her with him. "Ma'am, you can't be here. Come with me. We need to evacuate." "It's all right. I'm Starlight. I'm here to help." Annie managed to stop the officer in their tracks, who then wiped away the ash from their eyes and finally saw her properly. "Well, thank God. Well, Superman is CURG. The officer had half turned to point down the street when a sudden burst of white-hot light exploded through, incinerating the man to a crisp. Annie leapt backwards on instinct away from the torrent of fire that had roasted one of LA's finest right in front of her. As she rolled to a stop, she was cursing her stupid, drunk choice to wear her more revealing costume. She felt herself sweating from all the skin exposed to the air, to say nothing of the way the poor material had torn slightly on the uneven ground. However, as she stopped, her mind immediately went to the figure at the end of the street, who unleashed another wave of fire at one of the few standing buildings on the street. "Oh ye, you're the Gara that Super Puta is screwing, right?" The figure sauntered closer and revealed herself to be a Hispanic woman in her early 20s, who spoke with a strong accent. "Star slut or something. Well, while those two idiotas deal with your man, let's see how well you light up." Fire streamed from her fists, forcing Annie to dive to her left, but the superheroine couldn't help but swear as she collided with a pile of rubble, which prevented her from moving as far as she wished. Annie looked down at her arm and saw her skin slightly blister. This, combined with the fact that she hadn't seen Clark, was causing her mind to go into panic mode. She was quick to try and respond, wheeling around to let off a series of blasts that forced her attacker to dodge herself. But the bursts of light were becoming weaker and weaker. Annie was getting more alarmed. Every streetlight, every sign, every telephone pole destroyed limited the amount of electricity available for her powers to draw upon. This was a real fight, and she was really in danger here. Being a superhero, Annie had been in a few scuffles, but she had always outmatched her opponent. The way the world was, apart from the odd, difficult rescue, there was nothing she couldn't handle. Now, she was worlds away from just stopping a mugger or beating up a would-be abuser. "What was that, Chica?" Another torrent of fire accompanied the question, along with a loud, sarcastic laugh. "If you're the best they got, I am so going to run the table." Annie dodged again, barreling herself forward into an impressive, if inelegant, forward roll. Then, as she stopped, she felt her luck change. A few inches from her face was a fire hydrant, and the piece of utility equipment looked to her, in that moment, more valuable than all the gold in the world. She was quick to stand up and let off another series of weak hand blasts, forcing the homicidal pyro wielder to move herself until she was square with Annie. "Let's cool you off." Annie smirked as she raised her foot and easily smashed the fire hydrant open to unleash a torrent of blue directly towards her attacker, smothering her. Annie's triumphal smile lasted only a few moments. Instead of the flames extinguishing, they died only for a moment. The entire street filled with steam as the pyro wielder's body roared back into a bonfire, and then easily, with a flick of her hand, sent a fireball that melted the hydrant into a lump of metal. The steam impeded Annie's vision so much that she wasn't able to dodge the next attack that sent her careening through several buildings behind her as she felt her skin on her chest crack and char slightly. However, she never felt herself impact with the street or another building. She was suddenly halted and found herself in a familiar warm embrace. Looking up, she saw that Clark had caught her in midair, his face one of pure concentration and focus before turning into a smile so warm that Annie couldn't help feel safe. "Don't worry, I've got you," Superman said as he gently landed on the devastated street, setting Annie down. His eyes went from her to the hole she had been blasted through, and as they did, they lost all their kindness. Annie watched as her friend transformed before her, as he took several steps towards the hole, which was now alight as her attacker appeared. Superman might have been an invention of her friend to make people feel safe, but as Clark moved forward, she saw the myth turn from belief in her into flesh as bone. Here was not the skinny kid she had met when a child, nor the hulking, gentle giant she knew, nor even the dutiful farm boy's son. No, it was nothing short of justice incarnate. "That's far enough." Clark's voice sent chills down her spine and caused her attacker to stop dead. "You caught me off guard before, not this time. Now surrender. You think I'm scared of you? I'm El Diablo, the queen of the city now. Your days of running over Los Diablos are done. These streets are ours again. They're mine." The woman's fiery body became white-hot as she shoved her hands forward and blasted Superman. "Clark!" Annie screamed. El Diablo grinned with joy as everything she had imagined was coming true. She had killed Superman. She was going to take over L.A. The Diablos gang that had once treated her as nothing but a pretty face was hers now. Sure, the boss had pumped her full of the blue shit because he had been too much of a Maricon to try it himself, but that didn't matter now. She had the power and was going to rule. However, her expression faltered and then fell away as both she and Annie watched wide-eyed in wonder as the barely visible figure of Superman started to walk forward. The villain poured more power into her attack as her ignited body went from burning orange to blue. All of it was for naught as Clark steadily marched slowly towards his target unimpeded. "Que me puta!" El Diablo cursed. She felt exhaustion start to overtake her. The flames went from a near-blinding blue back to hazy orange-red. "You're not going to HHHG." The scream was accompanied by a snap, then a crunch. Then her flames disappeared, revealing a very naked woman with fear in her eyes. Clark had grabbed her outstretched hands and with frightening ease shattered them. The naked Hispanic woman, who moments before had been triumphant, fell to her knees as she wailed in pain at her now broken limbs. "I warned you. Now stay down." The woman momentarily looked from her broken hands up in fear at the figure of justice staring down at her. The terror in her eyes caused a sigh to escape Clark's lips as his gaze softened. "Look, I didn't want to harm you, but you left me no choice dash." A burst of green engulfed Clark's head, cutting him off, crashing into it like the explosion of a small nuke. Annie was shoved backwards but managed to stay on her feet, while El Diablo was thrown through the hole she had come through. Annie's focus immediately shot to Clark out of concern, until she saw he was completely unharmed. Superman lowered the hand he had raised with lightning speed to block the strike from directly impacting him, before turning towards his attacker. "You cannot escape me. No amount of fake heroes can help you all. I am Mother Earth's Redeemer, created from the nuclear filth of your corrupt society to be your doom." The glowing skull figure moved his hand in dramatic sweeps, almost like he was on a bad way-off Broadway show, complete with cheesy lines. Annie couldn't help but turn her head and look at Clark with a raised eyebrow. She knew this was serious, but this guy was preening like a 1960s TV sitcom villain. Her look of slight bemusement halted as she felt the ground shake as another figure appeared. It was enormous, a gelatinous behemoth that towered over the few remaining city blocks. The creature's hand crashed into a building as it turned the corner. Annie's eyes widened as she saw the building start to dissolve, while the creature seemingly grew bigger. "Clark, what the hell is that?" Annie asked, her eyes darting between her friend and the monster. "Stay behind me," he responded softly, his gaze fixed straight ahead. "But you dash." Annie moved forward to try and stand next to her friend, but was cut off by his head, turning slightly with a stern gaze. "Starlight." Clark's use of her hero name caused her to gulp before his face became soft again and cracked her a smile. "Just stay behind me. I've got this." He finished with a small wink that somehow made Annie feel more confident and safe than anything else he could have done. As he turned back to the two attackers at the end of the street, Annie saw him become Superman again, and his friendly smile was replaced by steely resolve. He radiated confidence just as the glowing skull-headed figure at the end was radiating deadly rays that cracked the street as he walked forward. "Prepare to die, false idol of this toxic civilization." The skull figure swept his glowing hands forward as prepared to blast his adversary once more. The green light intensified as he prepared to unleash his full power. Annie's friend then did something that caused a look of confusion to appear on her face. Clark was sucking in air. There he was, broad shoulders squared as he seemed to gain an extra 2 inches in height, while his stomach went flat from inhaling as hard as he could. For a moment, Clark looked comical, even to her. That was until she noticed that he wasn't stopping. He just continued to pull in more and more, until she felt the ground shifting beneath. Looking down, she saw dust and rock from the rubble around her moving towards her friend. Her own feet were slipping forward, as well causing her eyes to widen in shock. It then stopped. For a moment, everything was still as the air became still, and Annie once again stood unmoving on the street. All eyes turned to Superman, who was not just holding his breath, but was now hovering just off the floor before. Hush! Annie had to raise her hand to shield her eyes. The burning, crumbling world around her suddenly turned white as an Arctic gale suddenly engulfed the street. She had to slam her heels into the ground to not be pushed back by the torrents of freezing air, leaving Clark's lips, which turned the street before him, into ice. A bright green beam erupted from the glowing skull figure, but died halfway before reaching its targets. The winds had intensified as Clark stopped hovering and, with both feet on the ground, started pushing forward. The towering behemoth of toxic sludge fared even worse than his companion, and the drop in temperature caused his body to freeze into chunks of ice. Annie managed to lower her hand slightly to look at Clark, expecting any moment for the winds to die down and the freezing temperatures to stop. Impossibly, the freezing breath that Clark was releasing didn't stop or even die down. It intensified. Each step he took was accompanied by the air becoming colder and the gale raging from his lips to worsen. Annie tried to take in a breath and found herself regretting the action. It was like her lungs were both collapsing and freezing at the same time. From her vantage point behind the source of it all, she could only imagine the hell Clark's enemies were suffering. The skull-headed man stumbled as the winds died down. The radiation that had been pouring off of him had melted the ice and prevented him from being turned into a popsicle like his towering companion. However, it had clearly weakened him. His body was shivering, and the green, slickly light was now but a dim glow no brighter than a child's nightlight. Dee-dee-dee-die. He tried to let off another blast at Clark again, but the beam never even materialized. Clark's fist then slammed into the man, causing him to stumble backwards. The sheer sound of the act caused the ground underneath them to crack. The supervillain blinked, spat out a mouth full of sickly green blood, and smiled. Is that all you can dash? The taunt was cut off by a super-strength haymaker. Watching Clark start to strike the man repeatedly made Annie recall the first time she had seen a boxer work a bag. Her mother used to drag her to spin and aerobic classes to ensure she had the right shape all the time, and she remembered when she was 13 sneaking off just to be alone that when she had seen him. He had been a tall, muscular man with a boxer's frame, and she could recall clear as day as he methodically struck the bag over and over again, gaining pace and power with each strike until he found his punch. Looking at Clark, now she could see that boxer again. Clark wasn't failing to knock the man out, nor was he even fighting. He was just finding his punch, the right amount of force that he could use to knock out the superpowered madman without killing him. Although her lungs still burnt from the coldness of the air, and her skin still stung from the heat, she could feel nothing but awe at that moment. Watching Clark work was like seeing a master painter turn a canvas into the Mona Lisa. Each blow was precisely measured and perfect in its delivery, the power of them causing the air to crack like thunder and the ground to shake until as soon as it began it stopped. Crack! Annie winced as the finality of the sound struck her. She wished she could say the blow had been delivered with some sort of dramatic flourish, but in truth, it was a simple jab to the face. The blow sent the skull-headed figure's head lurching backwards, and his whole body then followed as he crashed onto his back. The whole street fell silent for a moment as Superman stared down at his vanquished foe before turning back to look at Annie. You okay? Clark looked her up and down, scanning to make sure his brief fight hadn't harmed her. Go, Clark, look out. Annie's eyes went wide as the towering figure that had been encased in ice suddenly broke free with a loud roar. The monster lurched around and flailed its arms, causing pieces of frozen toxic sludge to rip from its body and crash into the street. Clark, however, didn't turn back to look at the monster immediately. Instead, he just let out a deep sigh and then raised a single finger to Annie. Just give me a moment, please. Clark then turned back towards the monster that was still putting on a show, its right arm smashing into a nearby building. However, it stopped the moment it saw Clark, whose face was now fixed in a deep, menacing glare as it floated halfway up the body. Clark then pointed at the green toxic monster's stomach and raised his eyebrows, whilst his eyes flashed red. The act combined with his glare was message enough. Annie was ready to look confused when suddenly, the green toxic monster suddenly stopped and then melted away until she could see what Clark had been pointing to. It was a man. Well, boy, actually, he looked no older than 17 and was ready to soil himself now that his protective layer was gone. Clark floated down, keeping level with the terrified miner, who became more scared as they went down. As they reached the ground, Level the boy's eyes went to the unconscious and battered figure of his companion before shooting his hands into the air. "Please don't hurt me." The boy's voice shook, and he took in a deep gulp as Clark stepped towards him. "Get on the ground now. I see one piece of moving green slime, and I'll break your arms." Clark fixed the boy with a glare, and no sooner had he finished his threat than the miner was laying on the ground face first. However, Clark couldn't take a moment to savor his victory. He didn't even really hear Annie as she ran up to him. His eyes just raked over the destruction the very brief fight had caused. Only one thought was going through his head. What had they done? Sunshine Motel, outskirts of New York City, September 27th, 2022. Superman saves Los Angeles in dramatic B8 dash. Where did these super terrorists come fro dash? Are we safe? What will hap dash? America needs to strike B8 dash. U.S. Senate and House pass Bill H.R. 421, allowing superhumans into the military. The previously controversial bill, dubbed the Supe bill, has just been passed unanimously by both chambers of the U.S. Congress in the wake of the Los Angeles attack. The bill allows the deployment of superheroes into active comb dash. Huey switched off the TV and leaned back on the cheap motel bed as his brain tried to catch up with what had happened in the last 24 hours. All of it had been in a word: shit. They had gone from having Vaught on the ropes to hiding from the very people they had been trying to get on their side. Huey's eyes darted up to Butcher, who was on the phone to Rayner, trying to get everything sorted. "What can I say?" Rayner's voice sounded out over the phone, her tone indicating that she was even less happy about current events than Butcher was. The Pentagon's agreed to keep Compound V classified. Classified? Butcher yelled into the phone. The man looked ready to put his fist through a wall. "What the fuck you want about? What else could we do? Fucking LA's got everyone scared shitless, and then we've got this naked asshole running around blowing holes in our boys overseas." Rayner shot back before taking a deep breath, trying to keep her anger at the situation out of the equation for the moment. "Our standing orders as of yesterday are to keep Vaught happy. What they want, they get. Vaught fucking created the cunts." Butcher's words were accompanied by fist finally slamming into and through the plasterboard wall, earning a look of shock from Huey. "They are the ones who are fucking attacking US. We have no solid proof of that." Rayner responded calmly, her voice going into the cool tones that Butcher knew meant he was about to get fucked, and not in the good way. "No hard proof? I gave you proof. The fucking blue shit and the Exhibit A we rescued from a basement and is currently sat on the bog as we speak." Butcher threw up his arms and gestured to the bathroom that Kimiko was occupying. Huey's eyes darted to the door, which opened revealing Frenchie and Lois, the former removing a pair of shades and lowering his hood, and the latter actually peeling off a wig and a fake nose. He could tell that neither had good news from the look on their faces, and Butcher glared when he saw the same thing. He held up a hand as he returned his focus to the conversation at hand. "Susan, come on, love. You know the work we did for the company. We have value. There must be something we can do, yeah?" This was what caused Huey's heart to sink right out of his body, as for the first time ever he heard just the tiniest tinge of desperation for Butcher. "Look, the military deal is sealed, signed, and approved. Do you think one mute girl is going to derail that? In the face of LA on fire and crowds ready to march on the Pentagon." Rayner tried hard to keep the cynicism from her voice, but the sentiment was still there, especially coming from the fugitives that killed Translucent. Fugitives? Butcher's head shot up, his eyes meeting Lois, who gave him a look that told him that it was as bad as he was thinking. Vaught insisted, and the DOJ agreed. "You're wanted men now. The only one we could keep off the block was Lang." Rayner sighed as her voice went quiet, waiting for the angry response she knew Butcher was going to give. "I suppose we have the general to thank for that?" Butcher asked with an odd amount of calm as his eyes lingered on Lois. "Yeah, Vaught didn't want to piss off the head of our Black Ops programs. Look, I can still protect your families, but that's it. Listen here, I gave you the V. I gave you everything you asked for and more." Butcher turned away from Lois and the others, blocking them from hearing what he was saying. His hand clenched tighter around the phone. "I fucking trusted you, and this is the thanks we get? What about me and the boys, then?" "Butcher, I bought you 12 hours. That was 11 hours ago. You cut bait and run for your lives." Butcher could almost hear Rayner cringing on her end as she had to sell out her principles. "I'm sorry." Butcher turned back to the boys and amazed Huey with the look of sheer calmness that was on his face. The man's face was even composed as he crushed the phone in his hand with such ease and calmness as pounding an empty beer can. He seemed to center himself for a moment before putting a grin on his face. "Well, that's all set then." Butcher's voice was oddly level and composed, causing Huey to glance at Mim, who didn't seem surprised. Butcher always seemed to function better when everything was on fire. "Looks like Daddy sorted you out all right." Lois just responded with a scoff and gave Butcher the middle finger. He's already called. The truce they worked out doesn't protect me if I'm caught with you. Just keeps my name out of the papers. Truce? What truce? Huey stood up looking between Lois and Butcher, wanting to understand. Remember that I told you my father is a general? Lois looked at Huey, who just nodded, recalling her mentioning it when telling him why she did this. He's a little more than that. My father is Sam Lane. He's the vice chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Oh, come on now. He's a little more than that, Lane. Butcher's voice cut in as he gave a shake of his head and moved past Lois and turned to look at Huey. Her old man was the commander of JSOC, and before that got his hands dirty doing a little, or should I say a lot, of wet work. And when he's not pushing pencils as the vice chairman, he's doing his real job, running every covert and black op that America doesn't want on the books. Not someone even Vought wants to mess with. Yeah, well, even he can't help. Lois started. Orders from on high. In fact, he's got orders to track down this team and drag us to a black site. He's already got to work. Every safe house we have is burnt, and all our contacts are avoiding us or are dead. We need to split up. Amos. Frenchie moved over to the bed and pulled out his duffel bag from underneath, making sure his clothes were still folded and he had enough ammo as well. Moved as well, grabbing his own equipment, and was already planning on where he was going to take his wife and daughter. Huey just stood there frozen, not sure what to do, and so elected to sit back on the bed, his head trying to come up with a plan, but all it did was go back to Annie. Oi, what the fuck you cunts doing? Butcher gestured to his two teammates that looked ready to cut and run. We ain't done yet. The hell we ain't. Shot back as he looked down at the explosives he was trying to cram into his bag. We got Vought, the Supes, and the Fed on our asses. Everyone calm the fuck down. Butcher's command made everyone stop and turn to face him. Even Huey looked up. Shut your fucking traps and stop packing. We're on the verge of nailing these cunts. And you want to turn tail like a couple of milkmaids before we've played our final card. Okay, what is it, man? How do we get out from under this pile of shit? Asked, raising his hands out to his side, wanting Butcher to explain whatever scheme he had. Give us a couple of hours. Yeah. Butcher started putting on his coat and gave a confident grin and look that silenced any lingering questions. I'll get this all sorted. Huey, you're with me. The young man just looked at Butcher and then to Lois, who just sighed and nodded, giving her assent. He pushed off of the bed and grabbed his own coat, heading out, followed by Butcher, who was stopped by Lois' arm across the doorway. You're going to see Mallory, aren't you? Lois' eyes narrowed as she looked at Butcher, who just stared back, giving nothing away. Just don't do anything stupid, okay? Butcher just snorted as he left her arm out of the way and then headed outside to catch up with Huey. Lois just grimaced and turned back to and Frenchie. Then her phone buzzed in her pocket. Looking down, she could see it was another text from Perry demanding to know where she was and why she wasn't in the studio, reporting on everything that had been going down. Shit, I gotta go. Lois looked at apologetically. The moment he comes back, fucking call me. Don't let him do anything, you hear me? Yeah, we hear you. Gave Lois a nod, allowing her to leave, feeling a little less shitty that she was still in the clear. As Lois left, her mind also turned to other matters, namely Clark and how the hell she was going to convince him that she deserved his help. Superman Agency Building, downtown LA, same time. You're kidding me. Clark shook his head as he stood in what was technically his office, but he hardly used it. Vought Correctional Facilities? That's a real thing. Yes, Vought just created the division, and given that they're the only ones with experience with superpowered individuals the U.S. government has handed them atomic skull and chemo for detainment, Mary replied, looking over the file she had been faxed and emailed over at the last minute, most of which she was still trying to make sense of. Atomic skull? What is? And who? Clark's head shot back up and looked mystified at the words his aunt was saying. Joseph Martin and Robert Kanier, the two super terrorists that you captured. It's what the media had been calling them. She agreed with her nephew that the names were not necessary given the panic their notoriety had already caused. According to records, they are militant environmental activists known for their opposition to, well, everything modern, mostly nuclear power. I'm guessing that we're not being allowed to talk to them. Clark asked, chuckling at the rhetorical question with full knowledge of what likely had happened to the two superpowered individuals. The silence from Mary confirmed it, earning her another huff from Clark in return. And what of the woman? In the wind, with the panic and chaos, no one was looking, but the feds have her description and sketch. They'll find her. A sharp look from Clark killed the attempt at delivering good news stone dead. No, they won't. He sighed, knowing full well that Vought would either kill the woman going by El Diablo or deliberately keep her on the board to hype up fear. What they were not going to allow was for her to be caught. The room fell silent for a few moments. Mary shifted as Clark returned his penetrating gaze to her. She could almost see the infinite number of complex wheels turning in his head as he debated whether to ask the question she knew was coming. Did you know? Clark asked the question hanging in the quiet office as the two of them stared at each other. No, I swear on my parents' graves, I had no idea, nor even the slightest hint this was coming. Mary met her nephew's eyes knowing that he would know she was being honest, something she was trying to be more of in recent years. In truth, it doesn't make sense. All of this is insane. I knew Vought isn't staffed by angels. God, do I know that, but it's almost childish. Clark finished her sentence, his eyes leaving his aunt as pieces finally clicked into place in his head. A look of disgust crossed his face as he swore under his breath. Exactly. Childish. All of this is sloppy and impulsive. Vought's many things, but never that. She looked away, trying to get a complete picture, but couldn't make sense of it. A gentle tapping on the door caused both to turn to the door and watched as Annie gently pushed it open and looked inside. Before she could say anything, Clark waved her in. He didn't need to ask how she was. He could see that her skin had already healed, a benefit of her increased durability. Auntie, could you give us the room for a few moments? If the mayor calls, tell him I've already searched the area and put out any lingering fires. He should still send in rescue teams, but I've already gotten everyone who's alive out. It'll just be cleanup now. Clark gave her a small nod, which she returned and watched her leave, before turning back to his friend. Clark, what the hell was that? Annie jumped straight into the conversation he knew was coming. She knew asking if he was all right was pointless. He was the invincible man. Where did those people come from? How did they have powers? Annie, I need you to sit. Clark sighed and gestured to his office couch, watching as Annie sat down. I need you to stay calm and know that everything, I do mean everything I'm about to say, is the truth. Clark, what's wrong? Annie asked, her face becoming one of concern as she saw the conflict on her friend's face. The people who attacked the city gained their powers from a drug called Compound V. Clark replied, trailing off as took a deep breath and then looked Annie square in the eyes. It's a substance Vought created, and it's what gives every superhuman on the planet their powers, including you. It's given to people when they're still infants, and Vought controls their lives in order to create superheroes. Annie blinked at what Clark was telling her. She opened her mouth to say something, but no sound came out. She wanted to ask if it was a bad joke, a terribly unfunny one, or at least treat it as some foolish, crazy theory she could dismiss. The issue with both of those was that it was Clark telling her. He did have a sense of humor, but this was nowhere close to it. As for a crazy theory, Clark was many things and crazy wasn't one of them. The silence stretched on. Both of them tried to decide exactly what they were thinking and feeling. For his part, he could tell that he might want to hold off on his second big reveal, the secret that only his parents knew, and so he chose discretion for now. Annie finally moved, standing up and walking a few steps aimlessly before stopping and turning back to face him. Why did you tell me that? Annie asked softly, her face scrunching up as she tried to hold back the pain. You deserve and need to know the truth. He could hear her heart rate picking up even as he responded, just as softly, bracing for what he knew was coming. Fuck. Shit. God damn it. Annie exploded into a series of curses before she took a deep breath and just looked at him. Why the fuck would you tell me that? I'm already struggling with all this shit. Clark, you know that. I have no fucking idea who I'm supposed to be. So why on earth would you tell me this? Now of all times. Clark just stayed calm and let Annie's anger break against him. He just sat there calmly for a few moments whilst her rage from the shock subsided and she slowed her breathing down. Her brain seemed to start working again as her face fell slightly, clearly regretting her outburst as she tried to steady herself further. Feeling better? This diffused the last of Annie's anger, and she collapsed back onto the couch, drained. Annie, you're one of the strongest people I know. I really wish I could say I'll talk you through all of this and tell you every detail there is, but things are moving now, and I need your help. With what? Annie asked. Her heart still felt like it could tear itself apart again. Saving Huey and Lois. Clark responded immediately. He sighed as he stood up and moved back to his desk to grab his phone and text Mary to arrange things, along with the group therewith. I really don't like or approve of their methods, but we need allies, and either way I'm not going to let Vought kill them. Wait, what? What do you mean kill them? Annie jumped to her feet and moved over to Clark, suddenly laser-focused at the mention of Huey's life being threatened. The group Huey is with has information damaging to Vought and have been involved in the deaths of several Supes. Clark replied as he finished sending Mary the instructions on what he needed to be done, now giving Annie his undivided attention. Vought can't have people like that existing, and now that they have the leverage, they're going to push to get rid of them. You need to head east quickly. I would take you, but I need to follow up on Som Dash. Why do you care? Annie's abrupt question caught Clark off guard, causing him to blink. I'm sorry. Clark's politeness caught her to pause in return. I mean, why do you care about Huey or Lois? They both broke our hearts. They used us, and you still want to save them. Annie shook her head while the pain of everything she had endured reared to life again. Now you tell me we're freaks, created by some drug, doped up since we were children. What could possibly possess you? What possible motive could you have to help them? Because Vought is doing bad in the world, people have died and more are in danger. Clark replied, so quickly it caused Annie to blink at him in shock, then leaned forward with fists planted on the table and seemed to look into her soul. Because like it or not, we are superheroes, and this is the job. And because I feel the same thing for Lois that you do for Huey. They betrayed us, Annie tried to retort, but her voice lacked true conviction. Yes, they did, but that doesn't mean we get to betray ourselves. Clark gave Annie a sympathetic smile, as he knew how hard what he was asking for was. We don't get to choose what we feel. It would be easier if we did. But we don't. And the truth is you and I are not built to sit on the sidelines when the world is burning. We run into the fire, not from it. We save people. I can't remember the last time I did something amazing like that. Annie's face fell. All she had done since joining the Seven was smile for the camera and do stupid self-aggrandizing media appearances. I'm not like you. Huey at the bowling alley. Clark's words caused Annie to look up from the floor and just stare at him. What? You saved Huey when you went bowling with him, when we were together. I saw it. What are you talking about? The reason I didn't see what Huey was up to was because all I could see was a man falling in love whilst trying to put his life back together. Clark stepped from around his desk so that he could sit on it in front of Annie and make their eyes level to each other. You couldn't see it, but I did. Huey was angry, not just mad, but he had this deep stirring hatred inside that threatened to consume him. I saw it when you invited him bowling. I thought all he would bring was tragedy to your life, and then suddenly, it was gone. He just looked at you, and it was gone. Just for bowling? Annie looked at Clark, her face a picture of confusion as she tried to work out what her friend was saying. Yeah, bowling. That's it. He smiled as he saw her trying to piece together a lesson his own parents had taught him long ago. That's not a heroic rescue. That's just being there. She heard the words he said, but was still failing to make the connection. Anyone can pick a fight they know they can win. Anyone can put on a costume and spout a catchphrase about justice and truth. That's not what being a hero is. Clark sighed as he tried to sum up everything he learned from just watching his parents, and the impossible bar they had created for him to live up to. He paused for a moment, looking off into the distance until the right words came into his head. True heroism doesn't come from superpowers or from having a corporation to back you up. It doesn't care where you're from or what you can do, just that you do it. You got to help people in spite of doubt, in spite of fear or anger, in spite of grief, and everything else that tells you otherwise. Sure, you can do something big like wearing a cape and fist-fighting monsters in a burning city so thousands of people can live another day. But most of the time, it's about doing something much harder, being there every day for the ones only you can save. Clark, I'm not Dash. Annie started only to be cut off by the sound of the office door opening and Mary stepping in. And Mary, I know I asked to be told when the jet is ready, but I need a few more minutes. Clark moved around Annie to cut off his aunt, but stopped as he saw the look on her face. I know, and the jet is ready for Miss January, but that's not why I'm here. Mary, for the first time in Clark's life, looked flustered and anxious as she peered over her shoulder. I've slowed them down, but there are men from the army outside. The army? Clark asked. He turned from his aunt and looked through the building, and clear as day, there were a dozen men coming up the elevator led by someone he recognized. They say they're here for you. Mary looked nervous. It was her job to see curveballs coming, and she was brilliant at her job, but she had no idea what was happening. They won't tell me what it's for. It's okay. Annie, take Annie down the private elevator and get her to the airport. Clark turned to Annie, who opened her mouth to protest, still not sure what she was feeling or knowing what she wanted, but he caught her off. I know. I get it, and I know this isn't fair. I wish we had more time. Whatever you decide, I will support you, but I need you to get on that plane. Once you're in the air, you can decide where you want to go. I hope it's New York, but if it's not, I will understand. Annie opened her mouth, but her words failed her, so she just nodded and let herself be led out by Mary. He turned around. His private elevator's doors closed on Annie and his aunt. At the same moment, a dozen military men walked into his office. Most of them were a guard detail of heavily armored Marines, but Clark's eyes immediately went to the man who was leading from the front, his chest full of medals and the 5 stars on his shoulders drawing the eye easily. Clark Joseph Kent, I am here to inform you that as of 12:01 today, Eastern Standard Time, you have been fully inducted into the service of the United States military as per the new laws created by H.R. 421. The man moved forward with confidence and bravado to stand squarely in front of Superhero without any fear or hesitation. He was only just shorter than Clark and still looked remarkably fit despite his gray hair and deep lines on his face. I'm also here to inform you that you are to present yourself at Fort Bragg and will be reporting to me immediately. Straight to it. I see. Clark repressed a chuckle as he had actually suspected something like this was going to occur. He was just surprised at who they had sent. Well, can I at least offer you a drink, General Lane, before we start arguing with each other? Samuel Lane just looked Clark in the eye before letting out a scoff. No smile or hint of emotion appeared on his face as he pushed past him and took a seat. Whiskey neat, and son, it might not be as big of an argument as you were thinking. The general sat down. Even sitting, his demeanor screamed professionalism, as if he just couldn't stop being a soldier. Not after you hear what your president and country need you to do. And what is that? Clark asked, moving over to the drinks cabinet and pouring a glass of whiskey, which he gave to Lois' father. General Lane stilled as he took the glass, glancing at the group he had come in with, all of whom took the signal and retreated back through the doors to give the two men privacy. He then returned his focus to Clark, his face still utterly blank. First, we need you to neutralize NACIB. Give America a win so people can get over the panic of L.A. Lane stated. Clark didn't respond as the general's tone made it clear that he wasn't finished as he took a sip of the whiskey in his hand. And then, once we get him someplace nice and isolated overseas, the President, Secretary of Defense, and I would personally like you to kill the Homelander. Vought Tower, New York, early September 27th, 2022. Oh, you're too kind. And please, you guys are the real heroes. Homelander waved to the room filled with military personnel and congressmen who had come to bask in the glow of Vought's new position of power. But as he descended down the steps, he largely ignored the sheep in their silly uniforms who gave him insincere smiles and thanks. He had eyes only for Stillwell. She had to accept him now. No longer would she see him as that small little boy who she used to visit in the night and whisper words in his ears as she comforted him. No, she would see the man who had done all of this for her, who was infinitely more deserving of attention than that mewling baby she clung to. It was all going perfectly. He had created the most foolproof crisis to ensure that his moment had finally come. He was the savior the world not only wanted but needed. Only two things stood in the way of him having everything he desired. The first was Clark Kent. His boy was proving stubborn, so he had set up a few supervillains not only to scare the public and keep the Man of Steel distracted, but also to give him a chance to cut loose and see how liberating it was. The only problem was that he still had that stupid moral code drummed into his head by that cousin-fucking hick farmer that had raised him. However, he was sure now that the man was good and buried, along with the fact that the nation was applauding him for his taking out the trash. The kid would come to his way of thinking. He just needed a little more pushing, and soon he would be embracing his urges like he should, doing whatever he wanted as was his birthright. The other issue, however, that was plaguing him was what he had learnt from Vogelbaum. The old fossil had told him how Rebecca Butcher had died giving birth to his child, another boy, which had drowned in its own blood. However, a part of him was feeling like something was off. When he had gone to the Vogelbaum estate to shake the trees and see what fell out, the man had folded on Rebecca Butcher but said nothing about Clark. Vogelbaum then tried to play him by pretending that he regretted what he had done, which he knew wasn't the case. So he let the man think the distraction had worked, dropped the issue, did some poking around on his own, and found out some very interesting things. All he needed was to talk to Stillwell, and then he would know what he would do next. He was just about to walk over to Stillwell when he froze. There was the only person in the world that made his blood chill. Stan Edgar cut through the crowd like a shark through the shallows, turning the wildest partygoers silent as the head of Vought walked up to Stillwell and took her away from the festivities for a few moments. Homelander moved over to the bar to mingle, and his eyes moved to look at Meave, who was charming a group of Marines. He was sorely tempted to listen into Edgar and Stillwell's conversation, but a chill went up his spine remembering the last time he tried, and the CEO had known he was doing it, so he decided to let the small man have his privacy. Meanwhile, Stillwell was standing across from Edgar and was looking at the piece of paper he had just slipped across the table to her. She couldn't help the smile that had come to her face as she looked at all the zeros on her end-of-year bonus. It wasn't just the money, but what it reflected, which was how her gamble had paid off. Supes were in the military, and it being her baby, she had the strength now to make her shorter-term ambitions come true. The first was cementing her hold on Superman, then moving him fully into the 7, then delegating Mary Clark back to the backbench where she belonged. The Pentagon is shelling out north of $40 billion per year. The board thought you should have a bonus that reflects that, Edgar informed her, as he sipped the espresso his assistant had seemingly conjured out of thin air. I don't know what to say, sir. Stillwell smiled back at her boss, as she felt the rush of victory go to her head. First, you could apologize for leaving me with a mess that now needs cleaning up. The blunt reply drove the smile from her face. I'm sorry. Stillwell blinked. Her feeling of invincibility from a moment ago had quickly crashed down on her head. Compound V was clandestine. It was off the books, so to speak. Therefore, as long as it maintained that, we had complete control. More importantly, it was the sole intellectual property of Vought International, largely due to its aforementioned clandestine nature. Edgar just looked at Stillwell with complete blankness, his voice even and calm, as he continued sipping his espresso. Now we have V out in the world with a risk of exposure that is high and climbing daily, and worse, lack of control. Sir, I had nothing to do with that. Stillwell retorted, her voice shaking as she felt panic spike in her very soul. Precisely the issue, you had nothing to do with it, demonstrating a lack of discipline and knowledge of your own house. I would remind you that although your asset is the public face of the company, we do have an adequate replacement waiting, and the ability to make another one. Edgar's words continued the sinking feeling that Stillwell was feeling and a mental scramble for a way out of this hole. Where boss did something that chilled her even more than his blank stare, he smiled. Wells' smile was stretching. She wasn't sure the man's muscles could recall the act of smiling, but the small grin he managed sent shivers up her spine. Well, regardless of that, the board is impressed, and you have managed to turn a profit from this disaster. As such, your bonus comes with strings. Firstly, we're moving your office down to the 82nd floor. That's your floor, sir. Stillwell suddenly felt a small swelling of hope reigniting. On a Mr. Edgar's personal floor could only mean one thing. Yes, it is. How astute. He dryly reflected before pushing on with his instructions, his mind already turning to other matters as he wrapped up this one. You're also going to ride shotgun on my meetings. Let's see if I can teach you the art of control. Stillwell tried to regain her composure, fighting the building smile that was threatening to break out at any moment. A fact that was not missed by Edgar's keen and seemingly omniscient eyes. Don't go planning my retirement yet. This is mainly to keep an eye on you, and we'll see if you're capable of managing this behemoth if I decide to retire to Belize. Edgar responded, finishing his espresso with one final sip before leaving the table altogether without waiting for a response. Thank you, sir. Stillwell managed to shout after the man, her mind still racing as she absorbed what had just happened. She started walking, first aimlessly before deciding to head to the outside private balconies. The fresh air would help calm her down, and it would also give her the privacy to sort out her own personal thoughts. So not great, but still good. Yes, I can work with this. Limit the exposure with V. Make sure these Supe terrorists don't come back alive, and the ones that do, well, the new Vought Corrections branch will deal with them. This can still work. We got the bill passed. Now just a little more of a push, and we can run everything. Then I'll prove to Mr. Edgar who should take a spot. You've been avoiding me. Homelander swept in to cut into her musings. She turned and looked to see Vaught's golden hero walking out on the balcony to stand next to her. No, I haven't. Stillwell managed to plaster on a fake smile as watched the blonde walk over to her. Really? Sure seems that way. Homelander's calm tone and look sent shivers down her spine as he leaned in towards her. You do know that I want to see Vogelbaum though, right? It took all of her composure and skill to stay calm. Even then she couldn't help but gulp a little at his gaze. Not trusting her words at the moment, she just gave a little nod. And do you know what he told me? I never meant for you to find out that way. Stillwell was quick to put a comforting hand on top of his, and although he recoiled slightly, he didn't pull away. Let me guess. You wanted to protect me? Homelander asked sarcastically. Well, we all did. Madeline's response was given with just enough sincerity that he could believe her. On her part, she had been practicing this speech since Rebecca Butcher showed up on their doorstep. Of course. Homelander let out a deep sigh. Then his eyes hardened. Do you think I'm fragile? No, I do not. Stillwell played her part beautifully, giving just enough pause that it seemed she had put real thought into her response. I'd really like to see you try doing any of this. I mean fucking any of it without me. Homelander started to retract his hand from underneath Stillwell's only for her grip to tighten. I couldn't. Stillwell gave him the smile that had worked on him since he was a little boy. Madeline, did it ever occur to you that Supe terrorists showing up exactly when you needed them to was a pretty fucking incredible coincidence? Homelander had managed to seem almost intelligent up to then, but suddenly he was a giddy man-sized schoolboy eager for praise, causing Stillwell's eyes to widen. It's almost like someone planned it. She froze for a moment. Her brain was in panic mode, but she did not let any of it show on her face. Homelander's smile turned into a goofy grin. He took her silence as a sign that she was overawed by him, so he decided to press on. Me, I made them. Homelander looked at her like a prized pupil desperate for recognition. What do you mean you made them? She was trying to keep herself calm, as she now realized what Edgar had meant by a lack of discipline and knowledge of your own house. Of course had profited off of the Supe terrorists, she couldn't deny that, but putting V out into the world was insane. Even she recognized it. Superheroes were tough enough to control, and trying to steer fundamentalist, nut jobs, and criminals hopped up on powers would be impossible. Even Frederick Vought the Nazi had been against random use of Compound V. Nobody knew better than its creator of the danger it posed. How if it got out, it could literally cause human society to end at best, and at worst the world to be destroyed. Well, I borrowed some V, and then had A-Train run it all over the globe. Well, actually LA first to distract Clark, and then the world couldn't have him messing it up. Then it was just a matter of supercharging some jihadis and criminals too, for flavor. Homelander then chuckled as he looked into Madeline's off-filled eyes, causing him to stand up straight and take her hands in his. Not to oversimplify it. I mean, it was actually very difficult and very messy using adult subjects. Turns out there's a good reason Vought doesn't do it. But anyway, enough survived to call the operation a huge success. Huge. Homelander moved away from Stillwell, striding towards the doors of the balcony as he outstretched his arms and gestured to the world around them before turning back. He waited to see the look of pure devotion and debt that Stillwell had to feel for him now. And now we have villains all over the globe that only we can fight. He felt the thrill of his success cause him to shift as he felt blood rush in between his legs. In sequel after sequel after sequel, they will fucking worship us. Madeline didn't say anything. Her mind was racing as the full weight of the insanity that she had just heard came crashing down on her head. She wasn't moving or speaking as she didn't trust herself, just yet she just needed a moment to figure out how to regain her power and then get in position to control him once more. Well, say something, please. It was then she heard the desperate shaking in his voice. She swallowed hard, plastered on the best fake look of love she could, then spun around and played her ace in the hole. She devoured his mouth, making sure to moan just enough to excite him even more as he returned the kiss. She fought back the bile in her mouth as she then dragged him to her office and gave him what he had been after since he was a boy. The only thing that made it tolerable was that it was over very quickly and she had complete control over him during the act. It had taken her decades to create this hold over him, starting with late-night visits when he was a boy, telling him how special she was and giving him hints of pleasure. Vogelbaum had initially disapproved but had done nothing in the end, seeing that his creation's growing fixation on her was useful, especially as he got older and the visits got more intense, but also less frequent and more controlling. She had always dreaded the day when she would have to do this, especially now, after she had her own child and Homelander had turned out so unhinged, but she swallowed that for this moment. Do you like that? She asked softly as she held Homelander's head in her lap and gently stroked his temples. Yes. Homelander almost moaned again as the bliss of her fingers sent shivers down his spine. Mr. Edgar came to the party tonight and practically offered me his job. Well, not right away, but he wants me to move to the 82nd floor so that I can be closer to him. Madeline's smile strained as she informed Homelander of her versions of events, knowing he would react poorly if this wasn't handled correctly. Okay, but why you'll still be my day-to-day, right? He looked up, shaking his head to remove her fingers so that he could gaze up at her worry in his eyes. Yeah, of course. She was quick to reassure him, taking a deep breath as she smiled down at him. Of course, I will always be there for you. Okay, good. He then set his head back down on her lap and nestled in her lap. Good. Madeline, from now on, no more secrets. Promise me. I promise. No more secrets. She smiled down at him, earning a mumbled agreement as he turned on his side and nestled into her more. I'm sorry that I didn't tell you about your baby. It's just that you carry so much and the pain of losing a child to a miscarriage I just want to spare you that burden. Do you understand? Yes. Homelander felt all the pleasure and warmth he got from Madeline leave his body, his mind already going to Vogelbaum and how he was going to squeeze the truth from the man's body. Undisclosed black site, somewhere in New York State. Late September 27th, 2022. Huey felt his knees dragging along the floor as he was pulled along. The rest of his world was completely black thanks to the bag over his head. At the moment, he was seriously debating whether his master plan was actually going to work. For all he knew, Frenchie and Kimiko were dead, shot in the back of the head the moment they were out of sight, and then cut up in little pieces and dumped in New York Harbor. Geez, I'm starting to think like Butcher. Huey shook his head at the morbid thought, which proved a bad idea when someone noticed it and struck him hard in the back of the neck. Despite the pain, his mind returned to Butcher. Well, more accurately, that the man had abandoned him after they had gone to see Mallory, a meeting which had ended poorly. The word seemed insufficient, but was all he had. About 2 minutes into it, he was pretty sure the two of them hated each other's guts, and if they stayed near each other for any longer, one of them would be dead. However, all that had happened was the two insulted each other. Butcher pressed the old spy master, and then he learned something about Homelander and Madeline Stillwell. Then when he had pushed for how that was to help their friends, learned just how much of an asshole he could be. Vengeance isn't a path to glory, Hugh. It's a one-way ticket to a dead end, looking at fucking birds. Grace Mallory's warning played in his head as he felt the slightly wet floor get drier. His mind then turned to Lois' earlier advice, which caused him almost to chuckle despite that had certainly known what she was talking about. Try and hold on to the good, Huey, Otherwise, you'll end up like Butcher, and that's a place no one comes back from. His trip down memory lane ended when felt himself being lifted up onto his feet for a moment as he heard a metal door opening and was suddenly pushed to the ground. He winced. With his hands cuffed and his head hooded, he couldn't brace himself and felt that he had certainly bruised his face. Hey, easy with the man. Fuck is wrong with you? Shit, MM's voice. Then his face appeared as the hood was removed. The large man kneeled to check him and then lifted him to his feet. Huey then heard an audible click and looked up to see that Frenchie had pushed himself forward, looking ready to tear the guards apart, but the rifle muzzle shoved into his face had stopped him cold. There was a tense moment, and unbelievably to Huey's eyes, it looked like the mercenary was about to escalate the matter and try to fight. However, was quick to pull him back and put himself between the guards and the mad Frenchman. The guards quickly slammed the door and retreated, leaving them alone. "You okay, kid? Did they break any bones?" Turned back to Huey, looking the skinny man up and down. No. I'm good, just sore." Huey managed to sound more certain than he did, feeling the remnants of the beating he had all over his body. "Good. Did they get Butcher and Lois too?" Frenchie asked, looking around for a sign of their two other members. "No," Huey stated, sucking in air as he tried to think how to break the news. "They got you separated?" asked, alarmed, his mind jumping to the worst scenarios. When did they do it?" "Well, Butcher actually went after Homelander," Huey stated, slowly wincing as he delivered the terrible news, before trying to add the good news. "But we still have Lois, and I've come to save you." "So you meant to come here? Lois have a plan or something?" asked, looking at Frenchie, who just shrugged, just as surprised as his friend. "Well, it's mainly my plan. Lois said she would find me. I don't know how." Huey's voice was slightly muffled as he talked, earning a curious look from "Coffee." The word caught by surprise, causing him to look confused at Frenchie. "I'm sorry, what?" Huey blinked to the most crazed member of their party. "It's how Lois is tracking you. When you went for coffee, she slipped it into your drink, and voila, you could be detected by the right satellite." Frenchie stated casually, actually looking surprised at Huey's wide eyes. "What you didn't know is she did the same thing to me once. It's why I don't have coffee with her anymore." "True that," nodded in agreement. "Wait, there's a tracking device in me?" Huey asked, in alarm, recalling now that Lois had taken a long time to get their coffees now that he thought about it, and waited until he had drunk his before starting her tale. Non. She simply slipped a little piece of radioactive dash. Frenchie started, only for him to be caught off by MM's hand slapping his chest. "Ah, ta. Yep, tracker. Nothing to worry about." He spoke quickly, trying to distract Huey from the old and dubious spy trick. "You said you had a plan?" Yeah. Okay." Huey trailed off as he looked between Frenchie and shifting now as he tried to push the concern he was feeling to one side. "Okay, so they searched me very, very thoroughly, but I managed to polygrip in my 12th grade retainer. Made it look like a permanent bridge, and it totally worked." "Shit," nodded as he looked in Huey's open mouth, impressed by the young man's resourcefulness. "Frenchie, you can pick a lock with anything, right?" He received a smile and firm nod from the Frenchie, who looked ready to kiss him, and probably would. "There's premium metal wire in this thing. Come on then, get that sucker out." Smiled, giving Huey a nod. Hughie smiled, likely that he was proving himself useful without having Butcher hover around him. He placed his hands onto the retainer. His smile, however, quickly left his face as he tried pulling and yanking it, until he looked over at his two teammates. "Shit, it's stuck." Huey was trying not to look embarrassed. Before he was able to say anything else, Frenchie was suddenly on him, pushing him against the bars of their makeshift cell. The mad Frenchman looked around quickly, making sure they were still alone, before shoving his hand into Huey's mouth. He would protest, but Frenchie seemed to be alarmingly skilled in keeping his mouth open as he tried to pull out the retainer. "Merde!" Frenchie cursed after a few minutes of fiddling, shaking his head before sighing and patting Huey on the shoulder. "Well, petit Huey, I can honestly say you are very good at making things look real. Sorry about this." "Sorry about what?" Huey was cut off as Frenchie stepped away from him to have MM's fist slam into the side of his jaw and knock the retainer out of his mouth, along with a few teeth. "Shit. Oh shit, sorry, you okay?" asked, wincing as he leaned over Huey, who spat out blood along with his retainer. "You knocked out my teeth," Huey hissed. Even though in pain, he was still mindful of where they were. "Don't worry, I know a bon doctor. He can fix you up, no problem, even give you a new face if you want," Frenchie commented as he fiddled with the retainer, which before Huey's eyes almost magically transformed into an improvised lockpick. "And there we go. Now who's next?" Although Huey knew that Frenchie and were dangerous and used to work officially as CIA operatives, he had never seen them in their element. Sure, he had seen them surveil people, handle things quietly, and once had watched Frenchie make a bomb from garbage whilst high as a kite and also making the breakfast at the same time. However, as he watched them go through the facility, it was scary just how good these guys were. It was like something out of an action movie or a very gritty comic. He watched Frenchie snap a guard's neck like it was a toothpick and take his gun before he hit the ground, all without making a sound or pausing. One moment Frenchie was next to him, and then the next moment the Frenchman was standing over a corpse. Was somehow even better than his teammate. The taller man didn't possess Frenchie's creepy vanishing skills, but somehow was even more silent. Huey would just watch as creeped up on someone and employed crushing pressure to their windpipe. Even with all he'd seen, he winced watching the cold brutality of Mm's kills. He guessed they were almost out of wherever they were when Frenchie suddenly stopped and rushed over to a window, looking into a side room. Cursed and was about to yell at the man when he saw why Frenchie had run over. Kimiko was just visible inside, strapped to a bed along with about a dozen 4 bags stuck in her arms. Despite that, Huey sighed with relief as he watched her open her eyes and smile at Frenchie, like his mere presence had woken her up. Suddenly, the window cracked and a spray of red came from Frenchie's arm. It took Huey's brain a moment to catch up with what was happening as all but tackled him to the ground before dragging him over to cover. The world exploded in a hail of bullets around their makeshift barricade, which was a piece of a demolished wall. Frenchie looked pale, and Huey could see why. There was a crimson pool forming beneath him and a nasty gash on his shoulder. However, despite that, he still propped himself up and poked his head over the rubble, swearing as a burst of gunfire missed him by an inch. Just looked at Frenchie, and when their eyes connected, let out a deep, audible sigh. Oh man, shit. She better be worth it. Wait, what? Huey shouted, still catching up when Frenchie shoved a gun into his hand. Cover him. Frenchie pushed the gun further into Huey's grip, and when he was about to protest, felt a sharp slap across his face. Cover him. Now, just fucking pull the trigger. Huey reacted on instinct, wheeling up and pulling the trigger, a very messy volley pouring forth as a result. Whilst it was far from anything resembling actual skill, Huey's messy attempt provided the opportunity needed. The large African-American man moved like lightning, rushing forward with a set of precise shots that hit 2 attackers and forced a third back. Didn't slow down, and instead of trying the door, just fired at the window in another burst before launching himself at it, causing it to shatter as he rolled into Kikmo's room. Huey would have just stared in awe if he wasn't busy firing like a madman. His elbows felt like they were shattered as he shook with each shot. The pain, however, stopped as he heard an audible clicking noise. He went wide-eyed and was about to curse when he felt himself pulled down just before bullets ripped through the air where he had just been standing. Frenchie pulled the gun from his hands, causing Huey to sigh, only to have his relief quickly ended when Frenchie reloaded it and shoved it back into his hands. Well, what are you waiting for? Fucking shoot something. Frenchie growled, before groaning in pain, clutching his shoulder, wishing he still had his stash for the pain. As Huey cursed and returned to his suppressing fire, he watched as Kimiko's door flung open. Quickly appeared, the small Asian woman draped over his shoulder, firing like mad as well. Kimiko's weight and size meant he needed speed, so he sacrificed accuracy to rush towards them, firing to give himself added cover. Launched himself around the side of the barricade, but was still careful not to let Kikmo hit the ground. Shit, I'm out. Cursed as he looked down at his gun, watching as Huey ducked down as well. Me too, Huey stated, looking between the 2 ex-CIA men, hoping one of them had a plan. Before either could say anything, a clambering of feet sounded out, and the small group found themselves surrounded. Huey quickly dropped the gun as a dozen masked armed men started pointing their weapons at them. On your knees, one of the armed men shouted, pointing his gun directly at Mm's head. Turn around and face the wall. As Huey glanced at and Frenchie, he saw the look on both their faces and knew this was the end. He started shuffling around on his knees and suddenly felt oddly calm and tranquil, like all the fear and anxiety he had a moment ago had just melted away. He caused him to chuckle slightly under his breath, noting that here at the very end was when he would stop being scared. However, he quickly realized why. Just one thought was in his head, Annie. He could picture her standing in front of him, her shining golden hair draped over her shoulders in the way that always seemed to catch the light. The image made him smile as he felt the cold rush of certainty wash over him, just as he closed his eyes, waiting for the end. He heard the gunshots and felt a warm brightness wash over him. It felt like going home. Then he heard screams, and as he opened his eyes, watched 4 men being blown clear over his head as several more dropped dead next to him. So, most likely not heaven. As he turned round, his eyes widened in shock. Annie was here. There she was, standing tall in her old costume with her hands outstretched, blasting away at their attackers whilst the lights above her surged with power. She wasn't their only savior, as standing next to her was Lois, who was wielding an assault rifle and wearing a leather biker jacket, jeans, and a helmet. He would have said that the rifle looked comically big compared to her slender frame, but as she fired several more shots that cut down a squad of soldiers that appeared from side door, he decided not to make the comment or think about it again. For fuck's sake, I can't leave you idiots alone for one day without being captured. Lois shook her head, her tone teasing as she walked towards who stood up, giving Frenchie a hand whilst he also picked Kimiko. I'm glad you're alive. Me too, you got a ride? Asked, Lois giving a nod, and then gesturing the way she came as she moved to take Frenchie's weight. Great. You calling the Supe? Nope. She called me, and given the shitstorm I thought, why the hell not? You can thank Huey, though. Idiot left her a bunch of messages, including what he was planning on doing. Lois smirked as they started to head back to the entrance she and Annie had come through, but not before giving Huey a look over her shoulder, which is something we will talk about along with what radio silence means. Huey, however, just waved off the comment, his sole focus being Annie as she strode up to him. He felt giddy as she walked up to him, still glowing from the power running through her body. You came. Huey managed to get out past the giddy smile on his face, avoiding more intelligent thought. Well, I'm a superhero, it's my job. And besides, who else can I beat the pants off at bowling if you're dead? Annie managed to smile. She was feeling happy, angry, and confused all at once, combined with butterflies in her stomach. Annie, I'm so sore dash. He moved towards her, only to suddenly stop as he felt her hand slap across his face. Ow shit. That was for lying to me. Annie gave him a look of anger, but it was clearly dying as she then shifted, standing upright and trying to look composed, but failing as a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. I'm glad you're not dead, though. Annie quickly turned on her heel and marched from the room. Huey held his slapped cheek for a moment before smiling broadly, the pain forgotten as he followed her out. The group reached the loading docks, passing several dozen more unconscious men that Annie had clearly knocked out on their initial way in. I've got several cars waiting outside. Take the SUV, its medical supplies in the trunk, and a map to a safe house in the glove box. Lois stated, pushing forward as she tried to keep Frenchie up. However, the man was starting to stumble due to blood loss. Come on, Frenchie, stay with us. You should see all the ammo and toys I got you. It's just through here. Annie pointed to an open freight door. However, as she reached it, a voice cut her off. Ho, holy shit. Everyone froze as A-Train's voice sounded out, causing Annie to spin, around one of her hands slipping behind her back. Everyone else froze as A-Train moved forward into the light, his eyes flicking between Annie and Huey. Homelander was right. You're a fucking rat. And now the fucking jailbreaker of these shitheads. Are you kidding me? A-Train, just turn around and walk away. Annie moved forward, her voice sounding calm and commanding, taking a spot directly across from A-Train. As she moved, however, Huey saw her slip something out of a back pouch on her belt he had never noticed before. However, A-Train's dark, sarcastic laughter cut off his observation as he turned back to look at the speedster, who was now hopping from one foot to the other. Annie then turned back to the group, her eyes immediately going to Huey. I've got this. Go, Annie whispered, gesturing for them to leave. Mem and Lois looked at each other and gave a nod. Emma moved off, and Lois let go of Frenchie, who staggered after them, whilst Huey and Lois stayed. No, I'm the one he wants, Huey stated, firmly, earning a sigh from Lois, who thought that was going to be the case. Huey, however, was focused only on Annie, a smile gracing his lips. I'm not leaving you. Fucking touching. But no one is leaving anyway. A-Train called out, rolling his shoulders as he sucked in a series of deep breaths as he psyched himself up. Superman ain't here to save you this time. I'm going to enjoy this. There was a moment of silence as A-Train and Annie squared off. Annie took in a deep breath before she closed her eyes for a moment and pulled in all the power she could from around her. The lights started to flicker as she started to glow, pooling the energy into her hands. A-Train, on his part, was trying to do the opposite and cool down. His heart was already hammering away, and the shots of V he had taken to heal his leg were starting to wear off. Last chance, please just go. Annie begged, her eyes glowing with power as she stared at A-Train. Huey just watched A-Train tense, and then the world exploded in emotion around him. It was like a snapshot had occurred the moment the fight started, before it came crashing to a stop. Annie had flung out her hands in front of her and then tried to swing them in a wide arc, hoping to blast the room before A-Train could reach her. However, the V-boosted speedster was a fraction of a second too quick for her. He seemingly blinked, and just as the fight started, Annie slammed backwards, knocking Huey and Lois over. She tried to get up only to have A-Train appear, standing on her throat, putting so much pressure, she immediately started to gasp for air. A-Train just looked down in disgust at her, his eyes flicking over to Lois, who had slammed against the freight door and was groaning with pain while she blinked, trying to regain focus, her weapon knocked clear from her. His eyes then snapped to Huey. The man had fared better, but only just. He was on his side looking at A-Train in horror as he pinned Annie to the floor. I'm going to take from you what you took from me. A-Train, breathing, was erratic now as his heart hammered faster and faster. His brain was going haywire as he looked down at Annie, a dark, sickening smile appearing on his face. First, though, I'm going to break every bone you have and make you watch as I take your little rat girlfriend first, then gut her, and then all your little shithead friends. A-Train sneered as Huey tried to get up, however felt himself knocked to the ground as A Train booed forward, striking him hard enough that he felt a few ribs break before reappearing over Annie. He just shook his head with a sneer. As he watched Huey gasp for breath on his knees, he looked down at Annie, who was starting to go blue from the lack of air. "And you one dumb bitch, to come here with these people as backup." A Train smirked. He was about to act when a mumbled gasp escaped Annie's lips. He eased the pressure just slightly off her throat. "What are you trying to say, bitch?" "I didn't." Annie managed to gasp out, her hand going in her pocket and pulling out a wristwatch. "Clark, I really hope this thing actually works," Annie thought to herself. She remembered when Clark had given it to her in the old team years ago. He had explained what it was supposed to do, but in truth she nor any of the team had ever used it. A Train looked at it, his face circling into confusion. The wristwatch had a large Superman logo on it and was flashing slightly like a silent timer had gone off. In truth, it looked like one of those gimmicky, trashy limited edition Vought Hero watches from a few years. The flashing light suddenly stopped, and then nothing happened, causing A Train to sneer. Did she really think a scare tactic was going to dash? Pain exploded in his chest as he felt the blow before the crack of thunder that signaled the arrival of his attacker. Superman had arrived, or more accurately, Clark had arrived, wearing dark clothing and hoodie where it partly shrouded his face. He retracted his fist as he returned to stand erect. Taking a moment to look to where he had knocked A Train back to, the speedster was sprawled on the floor, gasping for air. Before turning around and offering a hand to Annie to help her back to her feet, watching Lois and Huey get up by themselves. "Yuck. S.H. shit." Annie cursed as she coughed, regaining her breath, expelling the spit that welled up in her throat, before giving Clark a smile. "Well, at least we know the watch works. What are you wearing?" Despite the circumstance, she couldn't help but gesture to the outfit. Clark was wearing it, very urban and dark in color, very much not his usual style. Well, considering this is an illegal CIA black site filled with assassins and government agents, I thought it might be better not to wear a bright, colorful costume that told everyone who I was. Clark replied, giving a look at Annie's starlight costume, earning a sheepish grin from the heroine. "Yeah, good point. We should Clark watch OU dash." Annie's eyes went wide as she saw A Train shift and then blink out of existence. However, the speedster suddenly reappeared, but he was once again sprawled on his back, just this time much closer to them. As she looked to Clark, who had zoomed across the room, now standing with her back to her with his hand outstretched. No matter how many times she saw it, the speed some of her fellow Supes could move at still sent shivers down her spine. "Oh, fucking great. The Boy Scout is here." A Train winced as he tried to get back up. One of the lenses of his glasses had splintered, revealing deep bags under bloodshot eyes. "You're protecting them, him? He killed the only person I loved." "A Train, stay down." Clark stepped forward. Although A Train sneered, taking his words as a threat, Clark was actually looking at the man's heart. "I didn't kill her." Huey's voice sounded out, his words causing a look of pain to flash across A Train's face. "I know, I did, but it was your fault." A Train's breathing was becoming heavier and he was visibly sweating. As he propped himself up, his heart was hammering faster as his muscles in his chest started tense, his eyes now glaring at Clark. "You just couldn't stay in your lane, could you? You had T.O. fuck every thigh dash, oh shit." A Train staggered forward and then suddenly collapsed on the floor, causing everyone in the room to freeze. Well, everyone except for Clark, who suddenly shot forward to kneel next to the speedster, who was unmoving. He rolled A Train over and scanned him with his vision, his face going grim. "Damn it. I told you to get your heart checked." Clark grimaced as he saw that A Train was suffering from a heart attack, his hands going to the man's chest to start compressions. "Annie, call an ambulance." "Huey, Lois, you two need to leave." "Clark, what are you doing?" Annie asked, the shock leaving her system as she looked down at the man who had just tried to murder her and was going to keep coming after Huey. "He just tried to kill me, and he will never stop coming after Huey." "Yes, and..." Clark replied bluntly, his hands pumping in steady beats, his focus on A Train. He glanced at her and frowned as she was still standing there. "Annie, call an ambulance." "So maybe we shouldn't save the super douche trying to murder us." Annie was surprised at her own raised voice. "He's going to die if we don't do anything." Clark shot back, silencing the room as his hands kept working the man's chest, his voice so commanding and sure that it left no room for argument. "He is a human being, a living, breathing person, just like anyone else. Does he deserve to answer for what he's done? Yes, but that doesn't give us the right to let him die. Either every life matters or none of them do. Now either help or leave." Annie opened her mouth, but whatever she was going to say, Huey cut her off. "He's right. We can't just let him die. It's the right thing to do." Annie's eyes went wide as she looked at Huey, who just gave her nod, showing that he was okay with saving the man that had killed his girlfriend and would likely try to kill him again. She looked at Lois, who was just staring at Clark before releasing a deep breath and cursed loudly. "Fuck, he's right. Call it in." Lois gave Annie a nod before moving over to Huey, picking up her gun as she went. Huey, we need to leave now. Huey briefly looked at Annie wanting to stay, but the small smile and nod she gave him was enough to get him moving. Lois turned to move too, but cast one last glance at Clark, who met her eyes, his face falling a little before releasing a deep breath, and gave her a small smile. She returned it and pushed Huey out of the loading dock door as Annie called in an ambulance. Annie. Clark cut himself off as he felt his phone go off in his pocket. He kept up his pace as he turned his head to peer through his clothing to see who was calling. Annie, I need you to take over. Okay. Annie moved over her hands, hovering, waiting, and immediately took over as Clark quickly scrambled to answer his phone. Yes, Joe Dash, what? I don't understand. Why do you want me to hello? Hello. Clark's face fell into a grimace as the strange call ended as quickly as it occurred, his face turning to Annie. I need to go. I've got this, go. Annie replied, quickly earning a nod from Clark, who then vanished in a rush of air to disappear into the night. Butcher cursed as he felt every bone and muscle in his body protest as he tried to sit up. His head was still ringing from the explosion he had set off. The thought caused another pang of hurt to rush through his body. Years of tracking, years of dealing with all this shit. He had finally found the cunt's weakness and was ready to get justice for his Becca. And it all went to shit. Homelander had murdered Sitwell himself and was apparently an even bigger asshole than he had thought. As he looked around, he saw what seemed an idyllic little street in town. His first thought was that perhaps this was the afterlife, in which case he owed Frenchie a beer. However, the pain he was feeling quickly knocked that on his head, as did the fact that he was staring at Homelander, who was talking to a man in black hoodie who had his back to him. By the way he was acting and gesturing his arms, Butcher could tell that he wasn't happy with Homelander. He tried to focus, but his hearing was still shot to shit. Did you D-dash? I see a dash. This is ins dash. Y is H dash. What is this plaque dash? We need to talk about this. Things have gotten way out of hand. As Butcher's hearing cleared up, his eyes focused on the man. He knew that voice. He had heard it over the radio and TV a few times on stupid adverts. It belonged to the one man, while the one other man he had never been allowed to go near. Superman. Hey buddy. Wakey. Homelander's voice drew his focus, as Butcher managed to get on one knee as Homelander pushed past Clark to stand in front of him. You've been out for a while. You can thank me for saving you later, but for now, time to get up. Come on, you're going to love this. Homelander then strode away from Butcher, back towards the house they were stood in front of. Clark moved to stand in his way, his face fixed in a frown. He opened his mouth to restart his argument, but stopped as a new voice sounded out. Mom. Clark turned his face, going from a grimace to one of shock as a blonde boy of 10 appeared out the door, followed by a brunette woman. Wow, he's a handsome devil, isn't he, son? Homelander asked Clark as he moved past him to stand in front of the blonde boy. Hey, pal, do you know how I am? Yeah, you're Homelander. The boy looked in awe at the broad-shouldered blonde Supe, his eyes going to Butcher for a moment, and then to Clark, his eyes going even wider as he recognized the man. You're Superman. I have your poster on my wall. Well, ain't that something? You're a fan. Homelander smiled, moving to the side, so he could see both Clark and the boy. Well, we are, but do you know who else we are? To you. Butcher managed to get to his feet, although the action used the last of his strength, but not before he saw the woman clearly. Becca. No. The boy shook his head, looking up at Homelander with wide eyes. Mommy didn't tell you. Homelander smirked, looking over to Becca, who tensed at the gaze, but somehow managed to keep calm. Homelander then went back to Ryan with a genuine smile appearing on his face. Well, you see, I'm father, and Superman here is your brother, and we are a family. The boy's eyes went even wider in awe, and Clark's eyes followed suit as he saw the boy's blue eyes flash red.